This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Fateful RV Exhibition. The weather in June is really sunny and clear. In this season that is very suitable for dating. There is an excellent college student whose personality is difficult to integrate into society. He is walking on the way to the RV exhibition. To ask why this college student wants to go to the RV exhibition. The reason is actually very simple. Because he is born with a serious disease, poverty disease, which makes him eliminated in advance in the big divat of society since he was a child. Because he had no money. But he needed to kill time. He could only find some free exhibitions to kill time. Because he grew up in an orphanage. He had seen the warmth and coldness of human nature very thoroughly. He had neither a handsome appearance nor a strong body. So he was the only child in the orphanage who had no adoption record. So, in summary, this also created some special problems in his mind that were different from ordinary people. This is him. A college student named Wu Aikaba. He himself didn't know the origin of the name. Whether it was given to him by his parents, who abandoned him, or by someone who was not welcome. He accepted it with pleasure. Because this name and his situation really complemented each other. On the weekend, Wu Ai, who couldn't stand staying in the dormitory, walked out of the school in boredom. He walked aimlessly on the crowded street. He had long been accustomed to such a situation. Although the roommates in the dormitory were not very rich, even the poorest roommate could still unscrupulously despise Wu Ai's poverty. How could he stay in such a space as if nothing had happened? Playing with the phone to kill time? Sorry. Wu Ai is not someone who can afford a smartphone. So he had the habit of wandering outside the school when he had nothing to do. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and a brochure of the RV exhibition happened to stick to Wu Ai's face. Wu Ai, who could be bullied by the brochure at will, took the brochure off his face with a bitter smile. He wanted to see who this guy who bullied him was. Wu Ai looked at the introduction on the flyer, which was about an exhibition to promote RVs, with the time and location on it. Such a place is just right for him to kill time when he is bored. So there was such a schedule for Wu Ai to attend the RV exhibition. When Wu Ai found the RV exhibition hall according to the information on the promotional materials, he was also shocked by the noise here. Because it was the weekend. There were really many people coming here. But most of the people had the same purpose as Wu Ai. They all came here to kill time. Some of the people in the crowd are parents who bring their children here to broaden their horizons and have fun. Representatives of the RV exhibition are used to this situation. Some exhibitors even prepare snacks and balloons for children. I don't know if they are really here to sell cars or to practice as kindergarten teachers. After all, the RV exhibition is suitable for a special group of people. There are some people who are looking for wealth and fierceness to participate in this kind of car exhibition. They go to some luxury car exhibitions because there is room for them to play and people they need to play. Wu Ai walked in the crowd with a swaying step. He enjoyed this kind of occasion, where no one disturbed him, and no one knew him. This gave him an inexplicable sense of security and superiority. I don't know what kind of unique brain circuit this weirdo has to produce such a feeling. Anyway, Wu Ai just enjoys this kind of environment, and the feeling it brings him. Chapter 2: What the hell? Wu Ai had been walking in the RV exhibition hall for a while. And he was a little thirsty. But for a poor weirdo, he couldn't bear to buy a bottle of mineral water. People without money always evolve survival skills suitable for them in such an environment in a long-term life. Wu Ai, a leader among the poor, certainly has such skills. He quickly found a free tap in the exhibition hall and drank a lot. When he came out again to continue to visit the RV, he suddenly felt dizzy. And then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. When he regained control of his body, he found himself in front of a faucet. And the water in the faucet was flowing like crazy. This situation made him feel a little strange. Did something mysterious happen to him just now? Instead of thinking about it alone, it is better to go out and take a look. If you can collect some useful information outside, and then make a comprehensive judgment and analysis, you may know your situation. Wu Ai did not feel any sense of urgency. He did not behave differently after going out. But now, he focused on the conversation with everyone. Hey, Lao Wang. Why did I feel dizzy just now? A passerby said in confusion. Oh, you too? I thought I was the only one like this. I didn't feel anything abnormal, so I didn't say anything. Another passerby also said in surprise. A woman next to them heard their conversation and said in surprise. I was in the same situation just now. Is there something unclean in our exhibition hall? After saying this, The female passerby crossed her arms and looked around anxiously. After that, Wu-ai heard more people say that they also felt dizzy just now. It seemed that everyone felt dizzy at the same time. If this is the case, then things are a bit scary. What kind of situation can make all the people in the exhibition hall experience this phenomenon at the same time? Wu-ai guessed that if someone had done a terrorist incident against the exhibition hall, it seemed that there was no guarantee that it would have such an effect. But if it was not man-made, could it be done by aliens on Earth? That would be really funny. As Wu-ai had this thought, a voice appeared in his mind. Congratulations. You got it right. Fuck. Who is it? Don't play tricks. Come out quickly. This sudden answer really scared Wu-ai, who had just laughed at himself for being an alien. However, there was no sound to answer Wu-ai's scream. Wu-ai then realized that everyone in the exhibition hall stopped making any sound at the same time. Wu-ai looked up to observe the crowd. But when he looked up, he found that everyone was looking in the same direction. A glowing spherical object was slowly emerging in the sky above the center of the exhibition hall. It appeared like something being printed by a 3D printer. Except that this spherical object was more real and faster. A few seconds later, the sphere appeared perfectly in front of everyone in the exhibition hall. Then a voice came out from the sphere. Hello, all the intelligent creatures in the cradle. I am very happy to see you again. Now let me briefly introduce myself. You can call me the decision maker, or you can give me any name you want. I came here with a mission. My mission is to let you have a correct understanding of the events you are going to decide before you make a decision in the future. Okay. Now I will introduce my specific task execution process. I hope every intelligent civilized creature will think carefully. At this time, Wu-ai couldn't think of any words to describe the current situation except the two words hack. Chapter 3 Something is wrong. The sphere in the air did not give everyone time to ask questions, but started talking on its own. In this universe, there are many kinds of life forms, which of course will evolve into many kinds of civilizations. Although the life forms are different, there are only 3 mainstream life forms in this universe. The first is the silicon-based life form. The second is the electromagnetic life form. And the last one is also the most mysterious life form at present. That is, the stellar life form. The 3 strongest life forms introduced above have also created their own brilliant civilization world and technology. However, the resources in this universe are limited. The 3 top civilizations will naturally consider this issue. So they will start to look for and attract other intelligent civilizations of lower levels. I think most of you have already guessed my arrival. So I am here to guide you on behalf of my civilization. When you meet my requirements, you can get the technology of one of these 3 civilizations. Now I will give all intelligent life on this planet a way to choose. When I say start, all of you intelligent life will have a building block ball. This ball can privatize any information that comes into contact with it in the next second. The premise is that both the intelligent life that owns the building block ball and the information that comes into contact with it must not come into contact with any information in any form other than gaseous state. It can also be said that this process must be completed in the air. If the requirements are not met, it will be considered a failed privatization. Today's privatization time is only 10 minutes after I said start. Intelligent life that has not completed privatization will get another chance at this time 3 days later. If you miss these 2 opportunities, there will be no more opportunities. Okay, the answer is finished. So let's start now. After the word start was clearly said, no one in the exhibition hall started the so-called privatization. Because this sudden situation requires time for everyone to digest. Is what happened just now true? Is it a high-tech small show in the exhibition hall? Etc. Everyone has some doubts. There are not a few people who have such thoughts. So no one has verified whether what the sphere said just now is true. However, at this critical moment, a somewhat nervous female staff member wanted to take a glass of water to relieve her nervousness. But the next second, when she took the cup, she did not hold it firmly. The cup exploded the moment it fell to the ground, and a little girl next to it was taking the balloon from her mother's hand. The little girl was obviously startled by the sound of the cup breaking, and when she jumped up, she also happened to take the balloon from her mother's hand. The balloon in her mother's hand slipped out of her hand, and the little girl successfully took the balloon. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed around the little girl, and people in the exhibition hall looked at the little girl curiously, wondering what happened to her. But some smart people seemed to understand something immediately, and they began to quickly look for things they thought would help them, and began to try to privatize them. Wu Ai even saw someone holding a mobile phone and jumping on the spot. And then his whole body was shining. Damn. What kind of weird setting did this alien give to intelligent creatures? Do we have to jump with something like a fool to trigger its so-called privatization? Besides, the information given by this alien is full of loopholes. Why does it feel like it is deliberately deceiving everyone? As if it is tempting everyone to do something for it. Chapter 4 Privatization Success. Wu Ai didn't have time to analyze the information given by the aliens. But he had to make his own choice now. No matter what the aliens were thinking. He had to give it a try. Because there was only 10 minutes. It would be difficult to deal with it if he missed the time. Wu Ai began to search for what he needed. He looked around and found that the exhibition hall was in a mess. There were people bumping into each other and trampling everywhere. So Wu Ai had to be cautious while searching. Suddenly, a fat man was knocked to Wu Ai's side. Because he was knocked down and stepped on several times. He couldn't get up in time. The fat man could only roll on the spot and wail. When the fat man was knocked over, a car key on his body was knocked to Wu Ai's front. He didn't know what car the key belonged to. But the moment he saw the key, Wu Ai had his own plan. Wu Ai picked up the key, dodged those people in the crowd who looked more dangerous, and kept pressing the unlock button on the key to find a vehicle that matched the key. He didn't run far before Wu Ai found a vehicle that looked like an armored vehicle. Because every time he pressed the key, the car would flash and beep. Wu Ai was overjoyed. He knew that he had guessed the legendary luck. This car should be the owner of the key. He ran over in 2 steps and jumped into the car. After entering, Wu Ai hurriedly closed the door. He was afraid that someone would come to snatch his spoils at this critical moment. After starting the car, Wu Ai was very glad that he had participated in several driving practice opportunities for the driver's license test when he was in school. He could still handle ordinary vehicle driving, but he was not yet proficient. And it seemed that this car also felt a bit advanced. And the body was much larger than the average RV. Because after all, it was also a RV. And bigness was the minimum respect for RVs. Anyway, the car was able to move. Wu Ai grabbed the steering wheel, honked the horn, and quickly stepped on the accelerator. Although this car is a big one, the power is quite good. After the accelerator was pressed, the RV rushed out immediately. The movement on Wu Ai's side was so loud that everyone avoided this huge RV in advance. Wu Ai drove the RV and smashed the glass door of the exhibition hall and rushed out directly. After smashing the glass door, there were more than a dozen steps outside for pedestrians to enter the exhibition hall. When Wu Ai saw the steps, he not only did not slow down, but stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. At this moment, he was like a gambler, driving the RV out of the steps with bloodshot eyes. During the short time when the RV flew up, Wu Ai kept slapping the car with both hands. He hoped that this would trigger the privatization to succeed. Instantly, Wu Ai got a prompt in his mind. The building block ball merged with Unicat TC-59 successfully. And this off-road RV became the fusion of your private building block ball. After such a prompt came from his mind, Wu Ai's RV landed directly on the sidewalk under the steps. There was a loud noise mixed with violent shaking and rolling. Wu Ai did not have time to fasten his seat belt, so he rolled back and forth in the cab. After everything was still, Wu Ai rubbed his head and arms and slowly sat back in the driver's seat. Although the collision and rollover seemed very serious, Wu Ai and the RV did not suffer any major injuries. It is not known whether the safety performance of this RV is too good or Wu Ai's life is too hard. Just as Wu Ai was comforting his head and arms, the voice in his mind sounded again. The first private fusion time ended. And then a simple explanation of the building blocks of the intelligent life that was successfully fused was made. Chapter 5 The RV belongs to me? The so-called building block ball is an aggregate that has the private information of its owner. The intelligent creature that owns the building block ball can choose the evolutionary root of the building block ball. And once the root is chosen, it cannot be changed again. Of course, this is not an absolute prohibition. As for the conditions for change, intelligent creatures need to explore it themselves. Building block balls can also be used in combination, but it must be voluntarily combined with one initiator as the main one, and the owners of other building block balls as the auxiliary. The combined building block ball will play a greater power, but it will also make some other powerful intelligent life covetous. Why does this happen? That's because once intelligent life dies, the building blocks owned by the intelligent creatures will become ownerless. Such ownerless building blocks can be fused. But I won't talk about the benefits of fusion here. Also, be careful of ordinary intelligent creatures without building blocks. Their resentment is also very terrifying. Now that I have revealed so much information, you should thank me sincerely. I wish you a long life in the future world. The information stopped here. If Wu Ai was not still in the RV, he would really think that the information just now was narrated by a middle school virtual game guide. Wu Ai moved his body in the car for a long time, and only jumped off the RV when he felt that he was fine. After Wu Ai jumped off the RV, he walked around the RV carefully outside to admire it. He felt really shocked. When the privatization was successful just now, he seemed to be prompted to successfully privatize what 59 came from. It was all English. How could Wu Ai remember it in such a nervous situation? He should go to the car to see if there is anything that can identify this car. Wu Ai went to the car again and searched for a while. He successfully found the promotional materials of this RV. Unicat TC59 is currently the world's top RV brand. The price is 80 million. This price is really not worth mentioning compared with those luxury cars. But this car is the top existence in the mass-produced off-road RV circle. The luxurious configuration inside the RV can accommodate 5 to 6 people at the same time. For Wu Ai, who can own this top RV, he is really happy. My previous 20 years of poor life may be for today. In the future, I can do whatever I want in this world with this RV. After Wu Ai had a little bit of second-year fantasy in the RV, he had to return to the real environment. What is the world like now? Can the country still manage the normalization of society? Is it just like this here, or is it really the same all over the world? Wu Ai can't have a clear answer to these questions. So for safety reasons, he should stay away from this luxury car first. When the situation is clear, he can come here to retrieve the RV without any worries. Thinking of this, Wu Ai went to the exhibition hall to see if there were any changes. He also took the opportunity to see what changes everyone had after owning the building blocks. Wu Ai quietly came to the glass door that he had broken. He looked at his masterpiece, and Wu Ai was embarrassed. It's all because the glass is too fragile. It has nothing to do with me. But before he could finish admiring his work carefully, he heard a heart-wrenching cry from the exhibition hall. Give me back my daughter's life. You can't leave. If you don't give me back my daughter's life, I will make you pay with your own life. The one who made this sad cry was the mother of the little girl who had just privatized the balloon. Chapter 6. The First Appearance of Black Egg. Wu Ai was attracted by the scream. But he did not find the girl's body on the ground at this time. He did not know what happened. So he could only watch the subsequent development of the matter without participating in it. The girl's mother had grabbed a man's trouser leg at this time, and she was struggling to drag this man, trying not to let him go. Wu Ai found that this man was the man who privatized a mobile phone. But who would have thought that he was now being dealt with by a woman? The man moved towards the broken glass door on Wu Ai's side with difficulty, and it seemed that he wanted to escape from the woman's entanglement with him. There were some so-called kind people around who were trying to persuade the woman, and some people helped the man break free from the woman's control. The woman watched the murderer who killed her daughter stagger out of the glass door, and such a blow made the woman feel worse than death, thinking that she would no longer have her daughter to accompany her in the future. She, as a mother, had no courage to live. With a long whine from the woman, her body began to undergo incredible changes. The woman's body began to become like wax, losing her facial features as a human being. And then her limbs and other parts also underwent the same changes. Finally, the woman turned into a black egg about the height of a 5-year-old child. Yes, it was a black egg. God knows how it could change like this. The egg just now was an adult woman about 1.6 meters tall. However, this black egg did not give everyone time to observe it carefully. Many straw-like tentacles stretched out from the egg, entangled the hands and feet of those who had just stopped her. Then the egg slowly pulled these people closer to it, and then slowly integrated these people into the black eggshell bit by bit. As more people were integrated, the eggshell became larger. This process was really horrifying. Wu Ai didn't want to continue watching. He turned around and fled from this monster-like black eggshell. When Wu Ai turned around, he saw the man who had just escaped was dragging a big balloon into the sky. Damn. Is the appearance of this balloon considered as evidence that this man murdered the girl? It seems that what the woman said just now about this man murdering her daughter may be true. He must have obtained the girl's balloon building block. Looking at the escape tool he used at this time, we can guess a little bit. Although the man's escape tool looks very cool, it seems that he has not fully mastered the skill of floating in the sky safely. Wu Ai saw him flying for less than 2 minutes before he fell into the woods of the park below because he couldn't hold the rope. Since Wu Ai also knew that the building blocks would fall out after its owner died. He also wanted to try his luck and see if he could get the man's building blocks. Wu Ai grabbed a bicycle lying on the side of the road and rode it quickly in the direction where the man fell. Wu Ai also wanted to take advantage of the asymmetry of information and seize the time when no one knew the situation to collect more building blocks, so that his building blocks could be integrated to see what kind of magical changes could happen. Sure enough, there was a light flashing in the direction where the man fell. Wu Ai seized the time and rode to the place where the light was. When he arrived, Wu Ai found that the light was 2 spherical objects. He guessed that this might be the thing called a building block ball. When Wu Ai picked up the 2 spheres, they no longer emitted any light. It seems that this light should have the same function as a lighthouse. Wu Ai turned around and rode back to a tree not far from his RV. He wanted to observe for a while to see if there would be any people or organizations to deal with this matter. Anyway, he was bored, so he took out a building block ball and wanted to study it to see what was so magical about this thing. Chapter 7. Start Fusion. A building block ball that has evolved in communication. The ownerless object can choose to fuse other building blocks to become an accessory, or use it as a fused object. After successful fusion, communication functions can be added, and it can be upgraded and transformed after fusion. After Wu Ai took a building block ball and looked at it carefully, this information about the building block ball in his hand suddenly appeared in his mind. Hey, this thing looks like this. It seems that if it is not fused, this information can only be seen. Wu Ai held the building block ball in his hand and threw it up and down, waiting for further development and results. At this time, because he was sitting on a tree and was covered by dense leaves, few people could find him without trying. It was this cautious behavior that successfully saved his life. The black egg in the exhibition hall absorbed countless people. When it appeared again at the broken glass door, Wu Ai estimated that the black egg was about 1.8 meters high based on the height of the door frame. After the black egg came out, it immediately rolled to the side of an unsuspecting pedestrian. It stretched out its tentacles, which were already as thick as an adult's arm, and skillfully pulled the passerby into its eggshell. This process was several times faster than what Wu Ai had seen in the exhibition hall just now. After Wu Ai saw the unlucky passerby disappear, he immediately held his breath and kept this action without moving. Haydn's behavior just now had let the people around know how powerful it was. So people didn't care whether their shoes would be lost or not, and ran away for their lives. Passers-by were able to run away from Haydn at a speed that even the 100-meter champion would envy. Haydn turned around a few times, and then it chased the person with the slowest legs. Wu Ai didn't change his posture until Haydn was far away, until he was about to suffocate to death. He slowly and carefully breathed a little. He maintained this state for nearly 10 minutes before slowly returning to a normal breathing pattern. The scene just now was too horrible. If he jumped off the tree, he might be spotted by Haydn. He estimated that his speed should not be faster than Haydn, who was rolling on the road. Thinking about that horrible way to die, Wu Ai found that his clothes had been soaked by sweat. At this time, there was no one on the street, and only some abandoned personal belongings were left on the road. Wu Ai jumped down from the tree and got into his RV. When he sat in the driver's seat, the central control screen in the car suddenly lit up, and then a mechanical voice sounded. It has been detected that there are building blocks that meet the fusion requirements. Do you want to merge them? This sudden voice really scared Wu Ai and made him jump up in his seat. Because of the black egg murder case just now, Wu Ai, who was frightened, still kept his spirit tense. So this unexpected change made him sweat all over his body again. After a while, Wu Ai saw that there was nothing wrong. He calmed down and found that it was the sound of the car system. Then he sat back down slowly with fear. Wu Ai wanted to find out if there was a button for fusion selection on the display, but he didn't find it. Because of what happened just now, he was also holding back a lot of depression. After searching for a long time without any results, Wu Ai finally lost his temper. Fuck you. There is nothing. I chose to fuse your fucking. Wu Ai didn't expect that his casual venting would actually get a response. Chapter 8. The Birth of Shio. The owner can use voice to make various settings and issue commands. If you want to use the privacy mode, you can also issue relevant commands directly in your mind in the form of brain waves. The in-vehicle system prompted. Damn. This design is quite humanized. It is indeed an alien that has surpassed human civilization. The function is powerful. Then can I change your voice? Your voice always sounds a little awkward. Wu Ai asked tentatively. In this RV, you can personalize everything, as long as the owner can afford the price. The mechanical voice was still as unpleasant as ever. Fuck. There's a price? You don't want to use some parts of my body for experiments. Wu Ai was a little terrified when he heard the price. The system has made a price list according to your habits. Please take a look. Then various so-called exchange prices began to appear on the central control screen. Each fusion requires a payment of a building block ball, with or without attributes. As the degree of fusion of the main building block ball increases, the payment of the building block ball will also increase accordingly. The text description in the first row also made Wu Ai a little annoyed. Isn't this a pitfall? I was wondering why people would drop building blocks after death. It turns out there is such a setting. Wait. This setting seems to encourage everyone to fight. In order to become stronger, you can only have more building blocks. If you think this way, the purpose of the aliens is really sinister. No. According to their nature, shouldn't it be more efficient to directly eliminate such an effect? Then why do they have to go to such great lengths to let everyone fight each other? It also has to follow certain rules? Oh, these things give me a headache just thinking about them. Now that it has no direct interest in me, I won't think about these things. I'd better fuse a building block first to see the effect. Wu Ai shouted loudly. Merge the communication building block ball, and the remaining one will be the price. As soon as Wu Ai finished speaking, the two building blocks in his pocket disappeared at the same time. The central control display screen directly began to display the fusion progress reading. 1%, 10%, 30%, 90%, 100%. Fusion completed. Fusion successful. New function prompt. The owner can contact your RV at any coordinate point within 10 kilometers. If more building blocks are merged in the future, more functions can be expanded. After the prompt, there was no sound. That's it? Just this function is to get rid of me. How can I not be angry? You better change your voice first. I'm afraid I'll kick you to pieces if I'm too angry. Wu Ai said with forced repression. Master, please imagine a voice and then confirm it. The mechanical voice answered Wu Ai again, and the next second the prompt voice turned into the voice of a queen. Well, this sounds better. And it can also make me less angry. The voice just now made me angry. Wu Ai forced himself to find an excuse to cool down. He would never admit that he had a preference for such a voice. Since you are the first intelligent life to enable the fusion function, you can get the following free opportunities. 1 designated RV upgrade. 1 designated RV transformation. 1 overall optimization of the entire vehicle. And 1 free fusion. The royal sister's voice prompted. Now that you say that, I don't know what all this includes. I always call you like this. It always feels a bit awkward. So I'll give you a name. Since this RV was originally called, what? Forget it. I'll call you Shio from now on. Okay. Shio, give me a brief introduction to the free functions. No need to be too detailed. I'm too lazy to listen to too much nonsense. I just need to understand it. Shio paused for a second, and then replied, Okay, Master. I'll start introducing it to you now. Chapter 9. Shio seems to have a problem. If I just briefly introduce it, upgrading means improving a specific function or material of the RV. For example, if you upgrade the strength of the RV's shell, you could upgrade the thickness of the entire RV shell from 1 centimeter to 2 centimeters. Of course, this is just an example. The shell of this car is not as thick as 1 centimeter. Shio not only gave an applicable example, but also complained about the body shell of this RV. Renovation is even simpler. Let's take the shell as an example. If you renovate, you can transform this paper-like shell into military armor or other metal materials. I don't need to introduce this. You should know the difference between the two. Full vehicle optimization means increasing the strength of all components of this RV by 20% of the current level. After such an introduction, Wu Ai understood everything. In this world full of monsters, if you want to get safe shelter, you should first upgrade the shell of the vehicle. Although Wu Ai thought so, he did not take action immediately. For a car, there are too many fatal places. Tires, fuel tanks, glass, seals, temperature, etc. are all things he needs to consider. What if the tire bursts while the vehicle is driving? What if there is no fuel in the fuel tank and there is no place to refill it? What if the car window is broken? What about fire? Ice or poison gas? Thinking about it this way, it seems that this car is not that good. Wu Ai thought with a sigh. By the way, Shio, fusion requires building blocks as a price. So does upgrading and transformation also require building blocks? Wu Ai asked with a bad premonition. Shio said, as usual according to Wu Ai's premonition. Of course there is a price. But these are not paid by building blocks, but by the heart cores of those egg-like monsters you saw before. This can only be known after the owner kills them. Damn! It really seems to be more difficult to obtain than building blocks. Who can kill such a monster? Wu Ai grabbed her hair and didn't know what to do. Shio's queen-like voice hit Wu Ai hard again at this time. That egg form is the weakest form of the monster. If they hatch from the eggshell. Ha! 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 Shio didn't say anything else. Damn! There is an upgraded version. What's the point of playing with that? Shio, let's get out of here right now. It's too dangerous outside now. Wu Ai shouted randomly. Somewhat at a loss. Master, because this car is a display car. There is not much oil left in the oil phase. If you want to run away, you'd better fill up the tank first. Somehow, Wu Ai actually felt that there seemed to be some teasing in Shio's words. Let me think about it. He must use this first free opportunity to the best of his ability. He must not waste this rare opportunity. After thinking for a while, Wu Ai still felt that he should upgrade the fuel tank first. Otherwise, he would have to find a place to refuel frequently in the future, which would be much more dangerous and difficult. And it is not certain whether there will be gasoline in the world in the future. Thinking of this, Wu Ai asked, Shio, if you want to upgrade the fuel tank, what options do you have? Shio immediately gave Wu Ai the answer he wanted. The original fuel tank of this RV is two 300L fuel tanks, the main and the auxiliary. If upgraded, it will become two 600L fuel tanks after completion. What if it's a modification? What will happen if the fuel tank is modified? Wu Ai was more cautious. He did not upgrade the fuel tank directly, but asked about the modification of the fuel tank. Shio said with a slightly disappointed tone. If it is a modification, there will be many directions for modification. The specific options are as follows. After Shio finished speaking, the modification direction information was displayed on the central control screen. Chapter 10 Energy Transformation. Fuck. Shio, you are cheating me. If I don't ask you about the transformation, you won't tell me? Then you will upgrade and give me two 600L fuel tanks and that's it? Shio said, as if it was a matter of course. Of course. The decision was made by you. And I don't have the power to change your decision. If Shio was still a little afraid of Wu Ai just now she actually mocked him without any concealment. Wu Ai began to wonder if every system generated by such building blocks is so cheating. If it is like this kind of middle school style system will invisibly increase the difficulty of its owner's survival. Thinking of this, Wu Ai seemed to hear a snort in his mind, which seemed to mean I was discovered by you. Wu Ai sighed bitterly. He didn't know whether he should be thankful that he found out early or be deceived by the system in such ignorance. How should he face this guide, who is considered an enemy in the future? Oh, forget it. Let's talk about the future later. He himself doesn't know if he can live to see the future. Wu Ai looked at the optional branches and pointed to one of them and said, I want to change the power supply method of the RV to provide energy in the form of electricity. After that, Wu Ai went to the back car and waited for the result of the transformation. Shio's voice sounded immediately. Energy supply method transformation. It is estimated that the transformation will take 1 hour. And the timer starts. After he finished speaking, the RV fell silent. Perhaps because of the energy transformation. All the things in the RV that require energy supply cannot be used now. It's okay that the TV can't be watched. And even the radio can't be listened to. Wu Ai could only take out the discarded mobile phone he found on the roadside. And simply initialize the phone settings. And then set a password. In this way, he can use this phone to see how the situation is developing under the current circumstances. You don't know until you see it. The internet is now in a mess. Many people have begun to show off their various abilities after owning the building blocks. And some owners have begun to release the evil thoughts in their hearts unscrupulously, and began to carry out illegal and criminal activities everywhere. How long has it been? How come someone has already started doing such a thing? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the relevant departments later? Or are the relevant departments themselves already in trouble? Wu AI took advantage of this short time to browse various useful information on the internet. Suddenly, there was a call for action on the internet that attracted Wu AI's attention. The content of the call for action was very simple, which was to call on those who had the ability and had the country and justice in their hearts to gather at the city center square. Then these volunteers would be assigned to relevant maintenance work units. This kind of very rough writing style did not look like a call for action issued by a formal national media. I don't know how many people would believe such information if the person who issued the call for action was a malicious person. It's scary to think about it. Wu AI didn't actually get any particularly important information during this period. He mainly learned about some of the people who had the building blocks and saw what abilities they had and showed. However, most people gained abilities from using building blocks that were not very powerful. For example, phones, computers, bicycles, skateboards, etc. They probably used building blocks on these easy-to-get items because they wanted to give it a try. I wonder if people like them will regret their previous behavior in the future. Of course, by chance, a considerable number of people still gain some amazing abilities. Chapter 11 Sneak Back to School. For example, a primary school student with very quick reaction got control of the plane on the plane he was traveling with his parents. This can be said to be an innate advantage. Wu AI did not have any envious emotions about this, because he could not afford the flight ticket with his financial situation. So of course, he did not have any jealous emotions about this. There was also a fat man who was mistakenly locked in a mobile house made of color steel plates by other workers, because he helped the foreman to get something. The crane workers did not check the condition of the steel cable during the hoisting, and the mobile house fell down because of the broken steel cable during the hoisting. The accumulation of these accidents at the same time also allowed the fat man to get control of the color steel house by chance. It is said that after the fat man came out after surviving the disaster, he beat up the foreman because of this incident. It seems that he was seriously injured, and the crane driver was not spared. When the foreman brought people to catch the fat man, he actually hid in the color steel house and did not come out. Moreover, if ordinary things destroyed the mobile house, they might accidentally hurt people's lives. After that, the matter was left unresolved. Wu Adu envied the fat man for having such a home to live in. There are so many strange abilities, some reported by reporters, some uploaded to the internet by citizens with mobile phones, and some revealed by people themselves. It is really varied. Master, the free energy supply system has been modified. Please check it. Xiao Jio's voice interrupted Wu AI's surfing. Oh, it's finally done. Have I been looking at it online for so long? I'm really looking forward to this modified capability. Wu AI rubbed his hands excitedly and went to the central console to check the performance after the modification. Xiao Jio reminded, Master, the TV in the entertainment area of the RV and the mind can all view the relevant information simultaneously, so you don't have to go to the front central control screen to check. Will Wu AI let Xiao Jio's system despise him? Of course. He would not humbly thank Xiao Jio for his reminder. Of course I know that. I want to test drive the RV after checking the relevant information. Wu AI straightened his neck and strode to the driving position. When Wu AI sat in the driving position, he clearly saw the following information after the modification. The modification location is the energy supply system. The main and auxiliary fuel tanks have been modified. According to the power after the modification, the main battery can travel more than 1,000 kilometers, and the auxiliary battery's mileage will not be less than 1,000 kilometers. Since the auxiliary battery bears all the power supply needs of the entire RV except driving, it is not recommended to consume the power of the main battery to less than 10%. The vehicle can charge the main and auxiliary batteries at the same time while driving. If the power consumption is too large, please install other charging equipment. After reading this information, Wu AI smacked his lips. He thought this car was pretty good. If he kept a low profile before he could walk sideways, there would be basically no problem. The first priority now is to grow up in a shabby way and not attract the attention of anyone or any force. When this RV is transformed into an invincible one, he can use it to travel around the world. The batteries that have just been transformed are all fully charged, so Wu AI does not need to worry about the energy problem of the RV in the short term. Wu AI started the RV and drove to his school. He needed to take some of his personal belongings. Although those things were not very valuable, he was obsessed with his things. He would not throw away any of his things until they were no longer necessary. This may have a lot to do with his poor life and experience when he was a child. The situation in the school was unclear. So Wu Ai parked the RV in a place on the outer wall of the school, where people did not often walk. After parking the car, he carefully walked into the school. Along the way, he did not see anyone appear. He felt that in this strange situation, the school might not be a safe place. It would be wise to leave as soon as possible after taking the things. In fact, not entering the school is the wisest choice. But this choice has obviously been directly ignored by Wu Ai. Chapter 12. The door opens. After Wu Ai arrived safely at his dormitory, he found that the door was not locked and was still open. Wu Ai immediately felt that coming to school was a stupid decision. But now, he had reached the door of the dormitory. To be honest, he would be unwilling to go in and take a look. He came to the side of the dormitory door frame and quickly poked his head out, and found that there was no one inside. In order to confirm his previous judgment, Wu Ai poked his head out again. This time he was not particularly fast, so that he could see the situation inside more clearly. After confirming that there was no one inside and it was safe, he rushed in and quickly closed the door, and then began to pack his personal belongings. Because Wu Ai was too poor to buy a suitcase, he could only put all his things on the bed sheet and then simply pack them into a bundle. After checking again that there was nothing missing, he put the big bundle on his shoulder and quietly went out. But unfortunately, when he walked to the stairs this time, he heard several people walking downstairs, and one of them said unconvincingly while walking upstairs, "Why should he manage all the affairs of the school now? He just has a broken sword. What's so great about it? If I don't have any ability, can he be so arrogant?" It seems that the dominant person in the school should have the ability related to the sword. But I don't know what kind of specific ability the other party has. It's better not to provoke such a person without knowing the other party's strengths and weaknesses. Thinking of this, Wu Ai ran to the rooftop upstairs with a big bag, since he didn't know what these people were doing. Hiding on the rooftop for a while, and waiting for them to leave should be the best way. When Wu Ai ran to the door of the rooftop, he was already a little out of breath. After all, he was carrying a big bag on his body. After taking a few breaths, he pushed the door of the rooftop and found that it was locked. Damn! What kind of luck is this? Forget it. I'll just wait here for a while. I guess they won't come up here. But after a while, Wu Ai found something wrong. These people were obviously in the rhythm of clearing the building. They seemed to have caught someone in a dormitory on the 4th floor. The screams of the captured person were so loud that Wu Ai could hear them. Judging from the shrill screams of the captured person, there should be a great threat to his life after being caught. After this speculation, Wu Ai began to sweat coldly. Now he didn't want to gamble whether he would be discovered by whether the other party would go to the rooftop. Because of this uncertainty and danger, Wu Ai decided that he had to do something. Now he is not in the RV. Without the RV, he is just an ordinary person. In the face of the absolute number of the opponent, he chose to avoid the sharp edge for the time being. It is basically impossible to go down without being discovered now. According to the current situation, entering the rooftop should be the best choice. But this unfortunate lock seems to be a natural moat, blocking Wu Ai from the other side of hope. As the footsteps downstairs became closer and closer, Wu Ai's heart beat faster and faster. Now he has begun to imagine what will happen after he is caught. If I am caught, I must not resist and save my energy for later. Just as Wu Ai was giving himself advice in his mind, he pushed the door of the rooftop with his hand, and it opened like this. Fuck you. Wu Ai cursed in his heart. Chapter 13. A visitor has arrived. Did you hear something upstairs? Why do I seem to hear someone talking? A student who was searching asked the person next to him. What the hell? There is only one staircase that can be used to go up and down. If we go up and don't find anyone, then there is no one. Don't make any more trouble. Have you forgotten how we got our job? It's because someone said that there might be other people who have the ability. So we were assigned to check the dormitory building. It seems that the person who was asked just now has a lot of resentment. Several people went up to the gate leading to the rooftop and found that the gate was locked tightly with a padlock and an iron chain. Some people pulled it hard, but after finding nothing unusual, they returned. Wu Ai leaned against the wall next to the iron gate at that time. If the other party broke the padlock, he could only try to charge forward. If he ran away, he would be lucky. If he was caught, he would have no complaints. But the other party did not break the padlock, which made Wu Ai, who was leaning against the wall, breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks to the gods and Buddhas for blessing me. If I can escape this time, I will definitely give you benefits in the future. He temporarily numbed his nervous mood and tried to pull the padlock open. But he also failed. I was really lucky just now. I don't know which god actually used wire to hang the chain. The padlock was just a cover. After Wu Ai came to the rooftop, he quickly twisted the wire several times to prevent the people who followed him from opening it easily. Sure enough, lucky things are not easy to encounter. Since I can't get out now, I'll observe the situation of the school here. Wu Ai put down the big bag on his back, searched inside for a long time, and finally found a high-powered telescope. As for how such a poor student like him could have this thing, he had to thank his roommates in the dormitory. Wu Ai came to the edge of the rooftop, carefully laid down and began to search the teaching buildings and dormitories to see where everyone was concentrated. It didn't take long for Wu Ai to find a meeting room on the top floor of a teaching building. There were many people shaking in the dark. Wu Ai adjusted the magnification of the telescope and began to observe carefully. He found that there were only men inside, and no women were seen. It seems that these people have separated men and women into different detainees. I don't know if these prisoners can hold on in the current situation. It has been about 7 or 8 hours since the change happened, and it is getting dark. How can I solve the problem of dinner by myself? Should I wait until tomorrow morning on the rooftop before going down? Wu Ai turned over and lay on the ground, and began to plan how to solve the current dilemma. First of all, he rejected the idea of calling for help. It was stupid enough to come to the school to get something by myself. If I call for help and wait for them to come, the consequences TSK. 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 Don't imagine it. How can I escape from such a high building without being discovered? Will there be someone waiting downstairs? After thinking for a long time, Wu Ai couldn't think of any solution. Although he didn't think of a solution, his stomach had already begun to protest. Wu Ai found a few bags of instant noodles in his bag, tore open the packaging, stepped on the waterproof platform beside the building, and started eating. Now there is no condition, so he just fills his stomach first. Otherwise, if something happens and he can't walk because of hunger, he will be finished. Wu Ai was eating happily, and suddenly, he found some subtle noises from the drainage pipe on the roof. Wu Ai hurriedly put the instant noodles that he hadn't finished eating into his arms, and tiptoed to the side of the building where the drainage pipe was. Now it was dark, and Wu Ai's eyesight could not judge very accurately. He could only see that it was a person climbing the drainage pipe, and the speed was not very slow. Chapter 14. Seeing through the plot. Wu Ai touched his chin and thought for a while. He was deciding whether to cooperate with this person. This might be his only way to survive. Just now, Wu Ai shamelessly ambushed the person who climbed up the drain pipe. Unexpectedly, it was a girl. At this time, a beautiful female student in a gymnastics uniform with angry eyes was lying on the ground on the rooftop. Is this how you want to cooperate with me? Do you really have the sincerity to cooperate like this? Let me go! The girl roared in a low voice. Just now, Wu Ai decided to cooperate with the person who came. After all, he didn't have many choices now. However, he, who has always been unsure about human nature, decided to take some precautions. It's dark now, and I can't see what your face looks like, but I'll call you beautiful out of courtesy. Hello, beautiful. I'm sorry to greet you this way on our first meeting, but you may have some understanding of the current situation. For the sake of safety, I can only do this. I really don't believe that human nature will be good at this time. I believe you have the same idea as me. Otherwise you can just come in through the gate openly. Don't you think so? The beautiful woman on the ground just snorted coldly, which was considered to agree with Wu Ai's view on the current situation. I'm trapped on the rooftop now. You should know why I want to cooperate with you. I want a rope so that I can get down to the first floor smoothly. You can set reasonable conditions for this. Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman on the ground started to curse. I'm setting your sister's conditions. Originally, this lock was reserved for me to enter the building. Now it's locked by you. What else can I cooperate with you for? Can you do it if I ask you to open the lock and I give you a rope? I see. No wonder. Wu Ai coughed a few times to cover up her embarrassment. After Wu Ai and the others left, he also found an old padlock on the ground, in order to prevent those people from coming up and trying to open the door to the rooftop to check. Wu Ai picked up the padlock on the ground and replaced the iron wire that he thought was not strong. For some reason, after hanging the padlock, Wu Ai locked it. This was a completely subconscious action. After locking it, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Don't you have any other requests besides this request? Wu Ai asked tentatively. This is his only chance to survive. The beauty on the ground thought for a few seconds and said, as long as you can save my sister, I will help you find a rope to let you go down. It seems that this beauty came here at night to save her sister. But she didn't expect to be disrupted by Wu Ai, the intruder. You can save people. But do you know the situation inside? If you know, you can tell me briefly, and I'll see if I can help you save people with my ability. When the beauty on the ground heard that there was a way, she sat up and said hopefully, it's nothing. There's just a thug with a dagger who occupied the school. As long as you can deal with him, saving people will be very simple. In the dark, Wu Ai seemed to be able to see the eyes of the beautiful Ishi, as if urging him to agree immediately. Wu Ai sneered. Beauty, you are too unkind. If it is so simple, why don't you deal with him? I don't believe that there is no one capable of doing this with so many people in the school. But why are they all enslaved by him? I guess you want me to attract this person's attention, so that you can take the opportunity to save people. No matter whether I succeed or not, you will save people in your own way. As for me, can I just hope for the best? The beauty opened her cherry-like mouth slightly, showing an incredible look on her face. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer Wu Ai's questioning. Chapter 15 Escape. Because of his childhood life, Wu Ai has seen the most human nature. Wu Ai doesn't think he is that handsome. It's only been a short time since they met, and he can't let the girl be open and honest with him. Since this is impossible, the possibility of danger will increase infinitely. Wu Ai showed an expression of seeing through everything on his face. He looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the ground with a smile, expecting her to make up a lie that would refresh him. You guessed right. What you said is basically my plan. But I won't really let you rush in without a clue. I will tell you everything before you go in, so that you can prepare an escape plan. The beauty said calmly. Fuck the plan. You might as well not say it. What's the point of telling me before you go in? Who can come up with an effective escape plan in such a short time? You can only make yourself feel a little more at ease by doing this. After listening to Wu Ai's angry roar, the beauty nodded in full agreement. This is really a top-notch person. She is open-minded. Just let it go. Let others die, and let yourself suffer less from the torment of conscience. Really? Wu Ai didn't have time to play around with this beauty. He said, you can save her, but you have to get me down here first. I have a car outside. I can use the RV to rush in and find your sister and then rescue her. This is my final plan. No objections. If you don't agree, I will strip you naked and make a rope to get down by myself. Now is not the time to be sympathetic. He doesn't mind being ruthless in order to survive. With this woman's clothes, plus some of his own bed sheets and clothes, he might be able to escape. The beauty sitting on the ground pursed her lips and glared at Wu Ai for more than a minute. In the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed to Wu Ai's final rescue plan. She had hidden the rope on the rooftop when she came before. Now she just reminded Wu Ai, and the latter immediately found the rope in the hiding place. It seemed that it was prepared for her sister. Wu Ai was really afraid that this woman would have some improper thoughts about him, so he did not untie the rope that tied her hands. Instead, he left a knife in a place that was not easy to get. Wu Ai estimated that with the skill of this beauty, if she wanted to get the knife, it would take more than 10 minutes to regain her freedom. After putting down the knife, Wu Ai quickly tied the rope and slowly began to slide down the drainpipe. When he finally reached the 3rd floor with some skill, Wu Ai found a head sticking out from the rooftop. Wu Ai's heart tightened at that time, and he thought he might be finished. He still overestimated the difficulty of escaping from the beauty above. It seems that this girl is really not simple. I am afraid that I will be in big trouble. Wu Ai is now on the 3rd floor, and the general floor height is about 2.7 meters. Of course, there are also cases that are higher than this, but on average, it is still about the same. The height of this 3-story building is 7 or 8 meters. Although it is unlikely that you will be killed if you are unlucky. If you really fall down and break a bone, you will be in trouble. Although the head above did not do anything to misunderstand Wu Ai, he was still scared by this situation and broke into a cold sweat. When Wu Ai successfully reached the ground, he was already sweating all over. Now is not the time to consider other problems. Saving your life and leaving the place of trouble is the top priority. He picked up the bag he had thrown down long ago and ran quickly to his RV. Chapter 16 Change of Plan. Wu Ai had only run a few steps when the beautiful woman he had tied up caught up with him. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Li Muzi. I think the situation just now should be enough to prove my goodwill. Li Muzi stretched out her hand and said jokingly. Wu Ai was stunned for a second, then lightly touched Li Muzi's hand and said, "This level of goodwill is not enough to prove anything. In my opinion, this can only prove that you love your sister very much and you really want to rescue her. That's all." Li Muzi was shocked by Wu Ai's words. What kind of world did this person live in before? Did he really live on the same planet as himself? Li Muzi then withdrew her hand in dismay, and did not say anything more to Wu Ai. She only wanted to rescue her sister and take her away from here immediately. If she stayed with such a person for a long time, she would definitely go crazy. All the way back to Wu Ai's RV safely. Wu Ai was truly relieved when he got here. He was still very relieved to have this RV around. When Li Muzi wanted to enter the RV as she should, she was directly locked outside the door. Li Muzi asked in confusion, "What's the matter with you? Are you going to give up our cooperation now and run away directly?" Wu Ai was also a little confused, because the order to close the door was not issued by him. Wu Ai opened the door of the RV again and asked at the door, "Shio, what's the situation? Why did you lock this woman outside the door?" Li Muzi hugged his shoulders with both hands, and looked at Wu Ai talking to the air with a pout as if watching a play. "Master, if you want to bring people other than yourself into the car, you must unlock the access permission for outsiders. With this permission, you can use language commands to let other people who are recognized by you enter the car. Friendly reminder, the woman outside does not have a building block ball. She belongs to the category of ordinary people, and it is not meaningful to make friends with her." Damn. Today Shio was so kind as to remind him that the other party was not worth making friends with. In the spirit of Shio's kindness equals bad intention, he simply ignored Shio's reminder. If it wants to sow discord, it still needs to learn. Such low-level routines are not enough to make Wu Ai fall for it. After solving the problem of entering the door, Wu Ai said to Li Muzi, "Come in. The security level of my RV is very high. Without my authorization, ordinary people can't come in." Sure enough, after Wu Ai said these words, Li Muzi came in again and was not blocked by the car door. "Oh, I didn't expect that someone like you would also enjoy such a luxurious RV. I really can't tell." Li Muzi walked into the RV and looked around, saying sarcastically, "Uh-huh. Can I be a low-key local tyrant?" Wu Ai said disdainfully, "In my eyes, you can only be regarded as a second-generation demolition. You can't get close to the second-generation officials and the second-generation rich. After all, your temperament is already there." After being ridiculed by Li Muzi, Wu Ai didn't want to communicate with Li Muzi anymore. Now he just wanted to finish what he promised before, and then let this woman get out quickly. After Wu Ai entered the RV, his self-confidence was overflowing. He didn't care what the situation was with the person who had the building blocks in the school. He started the RV and rushed to the basketball training hall on the first floor where the girls were imprisoned. The loud noise of the RV immediately made the quiet night no longer peaceful. As long as there were people in the room, the lights were on. It seems that there are really quite a few students who are controlled, which makes Wu Ai's confidence slightly weaker. Wu Ai said while driving, "I will rush in directly, and the rest depends on you. I will wait for you here until I can't bear the loss." Originally, Li Muzi wanted to say that this was different from helping her save people before. Wouldn't this mean that she would save people herself? But she changed her mind, and could only look at Wu Ai hatefully, and walk to the door of the car, to get out of the car to save people. Chapter 17 The people were rescued. Wu Ai did not respond to this, because he knew that no matter whether the rescue operation was successful or not, he would not spend too much time with this woman, so he would not waste his feelings on these insignificant people. Such a huge RV is simply murder for the school's functional gate. You don't even need to think about how ugly this gate will die. The double-leaf gymnasium door was hit, and flew back 5 or 6 meters, scaring everyone inside. At this time, there were still some electric lights in the gymnasium for lighting, but few of them were turned on. Although there were not many lights on, Wu Ai could still see everything in the gymnasium in this not-so-bright space. Many female students were naked, and they all had some signs of external injuries. It was not difficult to imagine that they must have been beaten before. Seeing such a tragic situation, Wu Ai did not hold much hope for Li Muzi's journey to find her relatives. It was just from a humanitarian perspective that he hoped Lee Musi would not be too sad. However, things were so unexpected. Lee Musi had just jumped out of the open car door when he saw a petite figure in the innermost part, who was thin and wearing a set of obviously men's clothes, running quickly towards the car door. Lee Musi, who had already jumped out of the car, turned back and shouted, "That's my sister. Turn around and get ready to go." This situation did not develop as Wu Ai had written in the script. Whether the person was found or not, he should have followed the script in his mind. Why didn't he follow the routine? Lee Musi shouted again anxiously. "If you don't turn around, we will be surrounded by people, and no one will be able to escape." This sentence interrupted Wu Ai, who was a little depressed because the script was ruined. He began to pay attention to the current situation, and he was about to turn around. "By the way, I also told Shio to give the person who ran over the car permission to let her get in the car." After a brief moment of shock, the people in the gymnasium, no matter who they were, began to run towards Wu Ai's RV frantically. Those imprisoned people wanted to get on Wu Ai's RV and run away, while those who were obviously management wanted to leave the car and people behind, no matter which side they were from. The scene of running together was still spectacular. After the two women got into the car safely, Wu Ai turned a corner and started to prepare to go out. After getting in, Lee Musi shouted angrily, "Are you an idiot? Why didn't you just back out just now? And had to drive into the gymnasium and turn around. Now it's good. No one of us can think of getting out." Lee Musi sat dejectedly in the aisle in the middle of the RV. At this time, she had lost the joy of rescuing her sister. However, Wu Ai smiled and said disdainfully, "First of all, if I don't drive the car in to meet you, your sister will probably be caught by the people behind before she can run into the car. At that time, do you think I will help you save people or not? Secondly, I am a novice driver. I only need to turn a corner inside, if I want to reverse. So I think it is best to come in and pick you up. Although the main reason is still because of the problem of reversing. At this time, I can't say anything cowardly about myself." After listening to Wu Ai's explanation, Lee Musi had nothing to say. Although she also guessed the real reason why Wu Ai drove in. She couldn't say anything about saving her sister. If her sister was really caught by those people again, she couldn't imagine what kind of tragic experience her sister would face. Chapter 18: The Chief Guest on the Roof. Without her only sister in the world, Lee Musi felt that she would become a madman if she lived alone in the future. So even if she died now, she didn't care. Not to mention that there was someone to accompany them on the road. Wu Ai looked at Lee Musi, who stood up and smiled at him strangely in the rearview mirror, and he suddenly felt cold all over. After shivering, Wu Ai also began to concentrate on driving the RV. Let's leave the two women behind for a while. When Wu Ai's RV turned half of the corner, the crowd finally approached the RV within about 2 meters. People also stopped and watched how the driver of the RV would deal with the siege. However, Wu Ai's actions were beyond their expectations. He was also a person who did not play by the rules. Because the vehicle was relatively large and Wu Ai was still a novice, the turning speed of the vehicle was not very fast. Even so, Wu Ai's RV showed no signs of slowing down. If the people near the front of the car had not seen that the vehicle would not stop and dodged, it is estimated that there would be no less than 5 lives under the wheels. Seeing that the car really had no intention of stopping, everyone simply did not wait for the vehicle to stop, and they started to climb onto the RV directly. Just when several girls with good physical fitness successfully climbed onto the RV, a sudden cold light came straight to Wu Ai's face while driving. Wu Ai instinctively dodged this sudden appearance. The front windshield of the vehicle instantly shattered into a spider web. Wu Ai could only continue driving the car based on his previous fragmentary memory, and also began to accelerate forward. When Wu Ai successfully drove the car out of the gymnasium gate, the front windshield of the RV had been pierced with 6 or 7 holes. After leaving the gymnasium, Wu Ai's heart temporarily relaxed. Those people now should not be very proficient in using their abilities. Otherwise, they would not have attacked so many times without hitting. Wu Ai used the punctured hole to successfully drive the RV out of the school, and then drove forward along the road. After driving for about half an hour, there were several knocks on the top of the RV, and then a very pleasant voice sounded. "No matter what the situation is today, it is a true fact that you saved us. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely repay you." After saying this very Jianghu-like words, the man on top added, "Driver, can you please slow down? If you go too fast, We can't get down? This cowardly remark instantly overturned the unrestrained and uninhibited feeling of the children of Jianghu. Not only the two women in the back, but even Wu Ai, who was driving, couldn't help laughing. Since they had brought the people in the car out, they were their benefactors anyway. Shouldn't they let them get out of the car after they had been rescued? Then Wu Ai slowed down the car to a speed that they could get out, and heard several people jumping out of the car from behind. After they stood up, they did not forget to salute Wu Ai, who had already gone far away. Wu Ai smiled and shook his head, and honked the horn as a token of his gratitude to them. No one would have thought that these funny female students with a sense of the underworld would later build a dreamlike fairy kingdom, giving some survivors with a sense of justice a place to live. Chapter 19 Confrontation. Wu Ai waited until all these lovely Jianghu girls got off the RV. Then he picked up the speed again. After driving for about half an hour, Wu Ai found a roadside that was not in the way and slowly stopped the car. Two guests. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. So let's say goodbye. I wish you two can make a name for yourself in this world. Because of those Jianghu girls just now. Wu Ai also made up a few lines he had seen on TV before. What? You won't leave two of us weak girls on this deserted road in the middle of the night, will you? Don't you know what the situation is now? Li Muzi said in surprise. At this time, because the car had been parked, the lights in the car were turned on. It was the first time that Wu Ai carefully looked at Li Muzi's appearance. Generally speaking, she is also a beauty. It was just that her expression when she spoke at this time that reduced her points a lot. Her slightly flushed face also had an expression that made people look unhappy. What's wrong with the dark? What's wrong with the world now? Our agreement at that time didn't say what would happen after I helped you rescue people. I don't care what your situation is now. Get out of the car quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. There is no doubt that Wu Ai's words are correct. But Li Muzi has been fawned on by boys in school before. Although she does not have any bad intentions towards these boys who fawn on her, she still has some ideas that she should have some privileges under this situation. Wu Ai opened the car door and looked straight at Li Muzi. Li Muzi stared at Wu Ai with her eyes, as if to say, "Are you sick? Are you really going to abandon us in this situation?" After more than a minute, neither of them wanted to give in. Wu Ai finally had no way to continue to waste time with her like this. He had to find a safe place to wait and collect further useful information. Since you won't get out of the car, I can only help you. After saying that, Wu Ai stood up and jumped close to Li Muzi, stretched out his hand to grab her arm and pull her out of the car. Unexpectedly, Li Muzi, who was easily subdued by him before, took the initiative to twist Wu Ai's arm behind his back, and easily subdued Wu Ai. Wu Ai grinned and shouted, "It hurts? It hurts? Be gentle. My arm is about to be twisted off by you." Li Muzi didn't expect that this person was so easily subdued by him, without even a decent resistance. Although Wu Ai kept shouting exaggeratedly, he was actually contacting Shio in his mind, asking him how to deal with such a situation. Shio said impatiently, "In this car, you are an absolute existence. As long as you want, you can kill any life. So do you want to kill these two people?" When Wu Ai heard that he could kill people in the RV, he hesitated and said, "Is it not possible not to kill people? Is there no way to make the other party lose their ability to move?" Shio smiled softly, and said in a tactful and seductive voice, Yo, Master, do you feel sorry for them? I've said that you are the god here. You can do whatever you want. You just need to stun her. Guarantee that she loses her ability to move. And guarantee that her life will not be endangered." Wu Ai felt more and more that Shio's system had a big problem. But he had no way to deal with her at the moment. He was extremely upset to have such a hidden danger around him. And he still had to ask her for help. After understanding the control method, Wu Ai no longer pretended to beg for mercy, but said in a cold tone, "I'll give you 3 counts. If you don't let me go, you will bear the consequences yourself." Chapter 20 Beautiful Brother? Since Li Muzi had just easily controlled Wu Ai, her mentality had also changed. Should I take the car? A man like him can protect himself even in the dark. We two girls really need a place to stay. This RV can meet our needs. Li Muzi was thinking about these difficult ideas for her, and she suddenly heard Wu Ai's warning to her. After hearing the warning from the other party, Li Muzi was a little angry. "I have the power of life and death over you now. You still dare to talk nonsense to me? Believe it or not, I will. It may be because for the first time she felt that she had the power of life and death over others, which changed Li Muzi's mentality. Wu Ai just warned her instinctively that she shouldn't treat the benefactor who saved her sister like this. But Li Muzi, who was already a little obsessed, didn't think so. Wu Ai was not a person who played by the rules. Seeing that the other party didn't even reduce the force after he warned her, he knew that the girl might have other ideas in her mind. So, he didn't wait for the 3-number time, and directly stunned the girl who still wanted to play tricks on him. Li Muzi, who was so high and mighty 1 second ago, fell to the ground like a dead dog the next second, with all his hair standing up like a hedgehog, obviously a hairstyle that had been baptized by an explosion. At this time, there was no proof of how domineering this afro had been before. Wu Ai straightened up, moved his clamped arms, and said with some interest, "You are the only one left inside now. Do you want to be knocked down like your sister? And then I will throw you two to the road outside. Or do you want to carry your sister down yourself? My suggestion is that you choose the latter, so that one of you will always be awake. Which is safer?" The little girl who had been sitting on the ground finally stood up. It seemed that this little girl was less than 1.5 meters tall. She was so short. "Are you sure that the tall and strong woman lying on the ground was your biological sister?" The little girl walked to her sister's side and squatted down. She stretched out her right index finger and pinched her sister's chest. The other party really didn't react at all. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief and stood up straight. The little girl cleared her throat and said in a tone of gloating that could not be concealed, "We have just met not long ago, so it is normal that I don't know your name. Then I will call you handsome brother for the time being." As soon as the little girl finished speaking, Wu Ai started to refute. Hey! Are you mocking me? Which eye of yours can see that I am pretty? Besides, can you use the word pretty to describe a man? You are so reckless to give me a nickname. Aren't you afraid that I will make you and your sister suffer the same fate?" Wu Ai finished her complaints and observed the little girl intently, waiting for her to give a reasonable explanation that would not make her angry. "I have been bullied by this sister since I was a child. In my life, as long as I use force, I have never won her once. There is no other meaning for calling you a pretty brother. But I just want to say this from the bottom of my heart. Well done." The little girl gave such an explanation, and Wu Ai couldn't find any evidence that the other party was mocking him. If the sisterhood between them was really good, she probably wouldn't say such a thing. Wu Ai coughed lightly with some embarrassment and said, "Even in this case, you can't give me such a misunderstood nickname just for your personal preference. My name is Wu Ai. You can call me Brother Wu. Now we are talking about your sister's affairs, and you can talk about irrelevant things slowly with your sister after you get off the car." Chapter 21 Devil Girl. Okay. Now you, Brother Wu, have the final say in this car. We have no power to resist, and can only obey. So, Brother Wu, how do you want to deal with us sisters now? Her petite figure, coupled with a loose men's suit, gave Wu Ai a contrasting feeling. By the way, when this child was rescued, was she really wearing men's clothes? Ah, cough. Didn't I say before? Either you, a little brat, get your sister off, or I will personally send you off. How many times do you want me to say it? Wu Ai said impatiently. Don't, Brother Wu. I'm not a kid anymore. My sister and I are only 3 years apart. My name is Li Zimu, which is the opposite of my sister's. From now on, Brother Wu, just call me Xiamu. Li Zimu introduced himself in a very familiar way. Hey, why don't you understand me? Kid? I told you to get off the bus. So where is the future? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't be polite. Don't blame me for hitting a woman. Wu Ai pretended to be fierce to intimidate Li Zimu. Well, if that's the case, it seems that the only way left is to sell myself out. Li Zimu's face showed a lonely and resigned expression that was not in line with her age. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you first. I have no idea about you sisters, and I will not commit myself to you even if you are like this. Wu Ai's words had begun to become a little messy. After all, how could he have such an opportunity to talk to women in his previous life, in a field that Wu Ai has never understood? He naturally became a little uneasy. Brother Wu, don't think too much. What I mean by selling myself is not what you think. In fact, I also have a building block ball. Li Zimu said her true thoughts, which made Wu Ai a little ashamed of his dirty thoughts just now. After hearing her say that she also has a building block ball, Wu Ai opened his mouth in disbelief. Unexpectedly, this little brat who originally needed her sister to rescue was actually the one who had the building blocks. This was really beyond Wu Ai's expectations. Although this little brat named Li Zimu said that he had the building blocks, Wu Ai still stubbornly wanted to carry out what he had said before. This was also a quirk that he didn't know how it evolved in his previous life. As long as he thought it was right, he must carry it out to the end. Unless he could come up with something that made him willing to change his decision, he would not change it even if he died. So, no matter what you have, I must send you two down. This is what your sister promised me. Now I think it is necessary to carry it out. After saying this, Wu Ai was no longer indecisive. He reached out to pull Li Muzi's arm. Unexpectedly, Li Zimu was faster than him. She grabbed her sister's arm first, and then skillfully pulled her down from the RV, and then quickly returned to the RV. Brother Wu, did my sister mention that I would go with her when she told you? Li Zimu asked with a silly face. Wu Ai didn't remember what she said at the beginning. It was just a rough saying at that time. It means that after saving people, everyone will go their separate ways and won't get entangled with each other again. Now that such a specific question was asked, Wu Ai really didn't know what to say for a moment. If not, now that my sister has gotten off the car, we can drive away now. Li Zimu's face showed an expression of why he didn't drive. Hey, that woman lying on the cold road beside the car is your biological sister, right? Your parents didn't give birth to a demon. You just left a beautiful woman unconscious on the roadside in the dark. Is this really okay? Are you really her biological sister? Chapter 22 Temporary Shelter. Wu Ai was about to scold Li Zimu a few more times, but she found that her face was full of expressions of didn't you just want to do this? Okay. Just now, I really wanted to kick the two sisters out of the car, but I always felt that something was wrong. Damn. She is your biological sister, and it is definitely a problem for you to treat her like this. I don't know you, so I won't feel any guilt in my heart no matter what I do. Wu Ai finally thought of the key point. Li Zimu looked regretful, and his right hand clenched into a fist and hit the palm of his left hand unwillingly. It was almost successful, but I didn't expect you to find out in the end. Li Zimu said this. Xiao Mu, how did your sister offend you? You didn't. For some reason, Wu Ai suddenly had an intuition that it was best not to offend this little girl. It's nothing. It was all when I was a child. I don't remember it. In fact, I still like my sister very much. I just want to use this method to make you feel some sympathy, so that we sisters can be together again. Wu Ai was really confused. He always felt that the little girl's words made sense, no matter how he explained them. In order not to waste brain cells with her here, Wu Ai finally carried Li Muzi back to the car. Time is tight now. He doesn't want to waste time with this little brat here. The RV started again, and Li Zimu sat in the co-pilot seat of the RV. She observed everything in the car with some curiosity. By the way, I forgot to ask you just now. What is your building block ball fusion? There are not many things you can find in school. I'm afraid it's some useless things. Wu Ai asked while driving the RV unfamiliarly and started to continue on the road. Let me make it clear first. If you are of no use to me, you sisters will still have to make a living after dawn in the morning. I won't support you for free. Wu Ai's words made Li Zimu curse in his heart. This person is really realistic. You are not happy to have two beautiful girls with you. Although she thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to say it. She also knew a little about this person's style. In this case, she should not try to commit suicide easily. Brother Wu, look at what you said. If I really can't help you, I dare not tell you this here. My building blocks are integrated with my laptop, so I can help you with anything about the computer. As he spoke, Li Zimu began to feel proud unconsciously, as if he was very useful to Wu Ai. What good ability do I think it is? A computer? What use can a computer have now? If the whole world loses the internet in a few days, what can you do with your computer ability? With your ability, do you dare to say that you can help me? Oh, by the way, while the internet is not completely gone, you should quickly download some blockbusters, games, maps, and so on for me. These things will be useful to kill time in the future. Before you download the things I need, I will allow you two sisters to stay in my car. After downloading the things I need, you two still have to get out. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows towards the car door, indicating to Li Zimu the clear meaning he wanted to express. Originally, Li Zima wanted to rely on the ability he gained from the building blocks to occupy a place in the car. But now it seems that he really thought too much. Chapter 23. Suffering in Silence. Wu Ai is the type who speaks whatever comes to mind. So he asked Li Zimu to download all the information he needed as required. After listening to Wu Ai's intermittent speech for nearly half an hour, Li Zimu finally breathed a sigh of relief and wrote down everything Wu Ai asked for on his mobile phone without missing a word. Wu Ai thought about it and realized that there was nothing he wanted to download for the time being. So he said to Li Zimu next to him, "Xiao Mu, you can go to the back and find a place to start working. You are no longer needed here." After hearing Wu Ai's instructions, Li Zimu not only did not go to the back, but sat on the ground without moving at all. Wu Ai looked at Li Zimu, who didn't move, and said with some amusement, "Oh, is this your attitude when you execute orders for the first time? It seems that you are really a little brat, and you don't fully understand the reality." As he said that, Wu Ai began to slow down. Brother, don't slow down. It's not that I don't want to start working now, but I don't have a computer now. My computer is still in the school. I didn't bring it out when I escaped before." Li Zimu can only try his best to show his weak side. Anyway, no one will see him being so cowardly, and face is no longer necessary. Then tell me, what do I want you to do now? You don't even have the tools to work with. Do you still want me to help you find a computer? Wu Ai said somewhat unhappily. No, Brother Wu. Just let me go out to find it myself at dawn. But please don't abandon us. Li Zimu was really afraid that Wu Ai would just drive away, and she would really have nowhere to cry at that time. Okay, since I have promised you, I will definitely keep my promise. I will never abandon you before I finish what I want. Wu Ai said this with a righteous aura, which made Li Zimu feel relieved for the time being. It's almost midnight now. I'm going to find a place to sleep. If you have nothing to do, you can look around in the car to see if there is any danger approaching outside. After saying this, Wu Ai began to slow down and looked around for a safe place to park. Wu Ai drove the RV for less than 10 minutes, and he found a place that suited his taste. The lights of the RV showed that there was a newly built residential building community in front, but it looked like it was only half built. This kind of place has neither the materials urgently needed by the survivors nor any means of transportation that people can rob. It should be very safe to rest here for a night. When Wu Ai drove to the gate of the community construction site, he found that the gate was only fixed with an iron bar and was not locked. This saved Wu Ai a lot of time. He got out of the car, opened the gate and drove the car in, and then locked the insignificant door again. Although it was locked, it was just a few more turns of the iron bar. Wu Ai drove the car into an underground parking garage that looked almost built, and then used some bricks to block the outside. This was a simple alarm device. Back in the car, Wu Ai found the best bed and went to bed directly. Li Zimu watched Wu Ai complete this series of operations smoothly, and then he went to bed without paying attention to her, which made her a little angry because she had always been supported by boys in school, although she didn't want to talk to those boys who only wanted to find beautiful girls in school. She was the one who rejected them unilaterally. Now a man who treated her like air came, which invisibly hit Li Zimu's proud self-esteem. Looking at her sister lying in front of her like a dead pig, Li Zimu felt indescribably depressed. Chapter 24. The Robbery Plan of the Exploding Pig Head. After a while, Wu Ai began to snore slightly. She estimated that the guy should have fallen asleep. Li Zimu began to gently shake the exploding pig head sister on the ground, trying to pull her back from the heavy metal rock scene. But she tried for a long time, but failed to wake her sister up. It seemed that her sister was shocked and might fall asleep for several hours. Since she couldn't wake her sister up for the time being, the only thing left to do was to sleep. Li Zimu came to the sofa in the functional area. She tried the softness and hardness of the sofa with her hands, and found that the sofa was more than enough to be used as a bed. She didn't know there was such a thing as a quilt. So in order not to wake up the evil star and get beaten up, she could only make do with it temporarily. She didn't know how long Li Zimu had slept, and she was suddenly awakened by a pair of hands covering her mouth. This made her sleepless instantly, and there was only one thought left in her mind. That guy finally attacked her young. Even so, she had to struggle hard, and would not let him succeed easily. Shh! Keep your voice down. I'm your sister. Why are you struggling as if someone is going to bully you? Nod if you are fully awake. The sudden voice made Li Zimu calm down immediately, and she also realized that she had just thought too much. And the voice came from her familiar sister. Li Zima nodded obediently. She found through the car window that it was already daytime in the direction of the entrance of the underground parking lot in the distance. But there was no light here, so it was still a little dim. Li Musi carefully signaled her sister to follow her to the driver's seat of the car. She whispered, "I don't know what method that kid used to knock me out yesterday. We will go up together to subdue him and tie him up. As long as we throw that kid out of the car, this RV will belong to us." With a little light in the distance, Li Zima found that her sister's expression was very funny when she spoke. "I don't know if I touched her face when I pulled her out of the car yesterday. Anyway, it is now swollen. And the swollen cheekbone makes one of her eyes obviously squeezed a little smaller. A face with a big face on one side and a pair of different sized eyes. With an afro and a fierce expression. Saying very arrogant words." This scene made Li Zima, who was already a little funny, unable to bear it. She just lay on the ground and kept slapping the ground. And her tears flowed out of her laughter. Li Musi went up to stop her sister from ruining her perfect plan. But the next moment, some complaining voices came from Wu Ai's side. "Don't let people sleep well. If you don't calm down, I will let you sleep on the ground for a few hours, like your sister." As soon as Wu Ai finished speaking, Li Zima bit her arm. Her shoulders kept shaking, and her tears showed no signs of stopping. As a sister, she knows her sister's character very well. It's only been one night. What method did that man use to make his sister so obedient? Could it be that the beast did something outrageous to my sister last night while I was unconscious? Thinking of this, Li Musi had an urge to kill. She began to look around for something that could be used as a weapon. Now she could take advantage of the other party's inability to fully sober up and hit him randomly. Maybe. Or roughly. Almost. Do I really want to kill him like this? Isn't it a bit too much? Although he may have hurt my sister, isn't my behavior inappropriate? Sister, do you think that the other party bullied me and wanted to kill him? But now that you have calmed down, you don't dare to kill anyone. If you don't take revenge for my sister, you won't be able to explain it in your heart. So I guess you are deceiving yourself at this moment, and starting to find a reason that you can accept for not helping your sister to take revenge. You are really a devil." Li Musi roared in a low voice. Chapter 25 kicked again. Wu Ai finally couldn't stand the two women's endless chattering. He got up and opened the car door. Then came behind the two women and said, "You two pick up the things on the ground." Of course, the two women would subconsciously bend down and look at what Wu Ai was pointing at. However, the two women's buttocks were naturally pointed at Wu Ai. Wu Ai kicked them one by one on the buttocks without mercy. And the two women screamed and were kicked out of the RV. The car door was slammed shut. And then the RV returned to silence again. Li Musi was so angry that her face turned red. She immediately grabbed a brick from the ground and wanted to smash the RV. Li Zima quickly went up to stop the impulsive sister. The two struggled for a long time before the car smashing incident was calmed down. "Tell me why you repeatedly ruined my plan. If your answer is not satisfactory to me, I will let you experience the shadow of your childhood again." Li Musi looked at her sister angrily, sneered and said cruel words. Li Zima shivered and quickly said in a servile manner, "Sister, I am saving you. Not only did you not thank me, you also wanted to." Li Zima originally wanted to act pitiful and win her sister's sympathy. But seeing her sister's gradually cold eyes, she gave up this plan. "Okay, I won't talk nonsense. The reason I stopped you is that this person named Wu Ai's ability to play blocks should be this car. You can't beat him in this car. Think about what happened before you fainted yesterday. With your IQ, it will take you a while to understand." Li Zima, who was stopped by Li Musi's eyes, had just finished talking nonsense. And then his old problem came back. Finally, he mocked his sister's IQ. Li Zima, who was sitting on the side and rubbing her head, was mumbling something. It seemed that her sister had attacked her. Li Musi began to carefully analyze the information she had just received from her sister. Since she couldn't beat him in the car, wouldn't it be enough to lead him out of the car? Why was she thinking about how to beat him in the car? Her sister always said how smart she was, but she didn't think of such a simple truth. Li Zima found a wooden stick that was more handy around, and she hid it under the car first. Then she pulled her clothes slightly, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Then she went to knock on the door. Li Zima wanted to stop her sister's behavior, but she thought of her sister's merciless knock on her head just now, and her bad temper. So she decided not to care about her sister's behavior. Wu Ai was disturbed by the knock on the door again. which made him very unhappy. When he was in the school dormitory before, his roommates always disturbed his sleep in various ways. So once, he had the opportunity to sleep without being disturbed. Wu Ai would cherish it especially. Now, Wu Ai was completely angered by the knock on the door. When he opened the car door, he saw Li Muzi performing some stiff movements. She wanted to seduce Wu Ai with these actions, but she ignored that she didn't have this special skill, and also ignored how low Wu Ai's tolerance for women was. He kicked Li Zimu in the chest again, and kicked her out directly. And then, there was another heavy door slam. This is because Li Muzi's physical fitness is still good. Otherwise, if this kick is solid, it will be enough to make people drink a pot. After Li Muzi got up, he rubbed the place where he was kicked with his hands and walked towards where his sister was. Did you know that I couldn't succeed in finding him this time? Li Muzi said with anger. Sister, you should know your own character. If I went to stop it at that time, would you listen to me? Isn't it good now? Aren't you here to listen to my advice? Li Zimu said, pretending to be a master. Chapter 26 Simple Promise. Plan. I want to know if you have any plan. You don't want to stay in this RV forever, do you? Li Muzi stared with an incredible look on her face. Plan? Of course I don't have one. Secondly, what's wrong with being in an RV? It's safe in this car anyway. And you won't be kidnapped by someone with bad intentions. Li Zimu said confidently. Hey, what you said is not unreasonable. But this man? Li Muzi sighed. She didn't know how to describe Wu Ai. Her sister said at this time. Actually, he is a simple person. As long as you are useful to him, and don't do anything impolite, he is still easy to get along with. Then, Li Zimu told her sister what happened after she fell into a coma. So the most important thing for us now is to find a laptop? But it's not convenient for us now. Sister, don't say anything now. Just hold him back before I come back. If we both leave at the same time, he will definitely think that we left alone. Then he may drive away immediately. But he won't wait for us to come back here. Li Muzi could only nod mechanically at this time. Then he looked at his sister and ran out quickly. When Wu Ai finally woke up naturally, he got up and opened the car door to check the situation, and wanted to find something to eat. When he got out of the car, he found that Li Muzi was sitting on the ground with a determined look on his face. It looked like he was going to fight him to death. Wu Ai quietly returned to the door of the car and did not rush to get out of the car to find food again. This kid is really cautious. If it weren't for his sister's reminder, this guy might have driven away. Wu Ai shouted from the door. Are you sitting here to gain enlightenment? Or are you waiting for me to get off the car and then fight me? Hey, where's your sister? Where did she go? Li Muzi stood up unsteadily, mainly because she had been sitting here for a long time, and her legs were a little numb. Li Muzi stood up and pretended to be calm and said, I really want to know how you knocked me out yesterday. I wonder if you can tell me your method. If I can learn it. In this world, we sisters will have the capital to survive. Wu Ai did not answer Li Muzi's words, but returned to the car and turned around the window. He did not find anything unusual. And then he came back and said, Li Muzi. Right. Your name is really similar to your sister's. I am almost confused by calling you like this all the time. Why don't I give you a nickname? So that it will be more convenient to call you. What should I call you? I'm too lazy to think too complicated. So I'll just call you Li Z. What do you think? It's delicious and easy to remember. Li Muzi didn't answer Wu Ai's words, but just stood there waiting for something. It seems that your sister has gone out to find some supplies. And then she asked you to stay and watch me, afraid that I would abandon you and run away. Right? Wu Ai asked tentatively. A trace of panic flashed in Li Muzi's eyes. But even this trace of panic was still discovered by Wu Ai. Okay. I'm a person who keeps my promises. Unless it's life-threatening. I usually won't break my promise to others. So you don't have to worry about this anymore. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he went back to start the RV, and then slowly drove the car out of the underground garage. Li Muzi originally wanted to stop Wu Ai from starting the car. But when she thought of what he had just said, her foot that was about to step out fell back to the ground. Chapter 27 There is food. Wu Ai drove the RV to the outside of the underground garage. Then he turned on the car radio and started to listen to the radio station to see if there was any relevant information. Do you want to come up and listen together? Maybe it will be helpful to your sister's future life. Wu Ai invited sincerely. From what you said, it seems that you will drive us sisters away in the end? Forget it. It is better to know something than to know nothing. Li Muzi got on the RV reluctantly, and she sat in the co-pilot seat of the RV to listen to the news on the radio. Wu Ai also put his feet on the steering wheel at this time, humming an unknown tune while listening to the information on the radio. Attention, citizens! Attention, citizens! Due to unknown reasons, some citizens have some special abilities. Please do not violate laws and regulations at will. Citizens with special abilities should call the relevant staff as soon as possible. We will do our best to cure you and let you return to your original state. The contact number is citizens. All radio frequencies are repeating this message. It seems that the radio here can no longer be used as a source of information. I can only think of other ways. While Wu Ai was thinking about what channel to use to get the information, an electric car was driving quickly towards the RV in the distance. Wu Ai jumped and sat in the driver's seat. Then he quickly pressed the button to close the door of the RV, and then started the engine of the RV, ready to run away at any time. When the electric car came to a distance where he could see the driver clearly, Wu Ai saw that the person riding the electric car was Li Zimu, and the two people in the car breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then the two looked at each other at the same time, with an expression that you just heard it wrong. After Li Zimu stopped the electric car, she jumped with one leg and then parked the electric car neatly. There were several boxes that looked like laptops on the pedal of the electric bike she rode. Li Zimu didn't deal with the computer on the pedal immediately after getting off the bike, but took out the instant noodles and mineral water and other food from the small box behind the electric bike. Li Zimu came to the door of the RV with a bag of food. She knocked on the door and said, "The hero is back. Why don't you open the door and welcome this princess?" Although Wu Ai was a little unhappy with Li Zimu's arrogant style, he had to admit that people are very easy to compromise when they are hungry. Wu Ai opened the door and snatched the food from Li Zimu's hand. He quickly opened a bag of instant noodles and started to eat. Since the instant noodles were still relatively dry, he did not leave the mineral water in the bag. Li Muzi was shocked by the way Wu Ai ate. She did not expect that Wu Ai would eat so crazily. Li Muzi also took the remaining instant noodles to the kitchen area of the RV. She found the induction cooker that was used as a sample display in the RV and started to cook the instant noodles with the mineral water in the bag. Wu Ai regretted it when he saw the other party take out the induction cooker. But because of his previous childhood experience, he always had a clear attitude towards food. As long as you can eat it, you must eat it quickly, because you don't know if you will have another chance to eat it in the next second. Li Muzi watched Wu Ai looking at her induction cooker. She raised her chin and snorted with some pride, as if she was looking at the other person with her nose. Although Wu Ai really envied Li Muzi and the others for being able to eat hot food, he still didn't go up to curry favor with them. "I have to tell you that you took my things without permission and used them without my consent. The most annoying thing is that you used my things to cook to anger me. Do you really think you are traveling in the suburbs now?" Although Wu Ai's voice was not so unkind, her cold words were also without any warmth. Chapter 28. Two women go to war. Li Zimu was the quickest to react. She hurriedly said flatteringly, "Brother Wu, don't be angry. I thought you might choke if you eat instant noodles dry, so I wanted to quickly make you something with soup to smooth things over. But I didn't expect that I was so anxious that I forgot to tell you about borrowing kitchen utensils. Brother Wu, just forgive me this time because it's my first time. I promise there won't be a next time." Although Li Zimu kept explaining, her hands were never idle. When she finished explaining, she just brought over a bowl of steaming instant noodles. Wu Ai was a little greedy, and this bowl of noodle soup was just right. Wu Ai had to shut up and swallow what he was about to say. "Well, okay. Since this is your first time making a small mistake in an unfamiliar situation, I will forgive you generously, but you must pay attention next time." Wu Ai took the bowl of instant noodles impatiently after saying that. While he was slurping the instant noodles, he did not forget to repeat the action that Li Muzi had just done to him. Li Muzi looked at Wu Ai pointing at her with her nose, and she almost went berserk. She couldn't deal with Wu Ai now, so she could only look at her sister fiercely. She thought, "You lackey. You are really good at doing things for your master." Li Zimu glanced at the look her sister gave her, and she immediately knew that her sister must not have said anything good to her. She didn't have so much time to explain to her now, and she must find a time to let her sister calm down later. After the three of them had instant noodles for breakfast, Wu Ai drove the RV and set off again. "Brother Wu, do you have a destination? Where are you going?" Li Zimu came to the co-pilot seat and asked. Wu Ai glanced at Li Zimu and said, Didn't you pay attention to the weather changes? The dark clouds in the sky don't look like they are going to do anything good. Combined with the current situation, I think it will either rain heavily or blow hard. Since even aliens have appeared now, I still think we should hide in a higher place and wait for the weather to get better before studying the next plan. Before that, we need to quickly replenish our supplies and food. When we get to the place with supplies, it will be time for you two sisters to show your skills. Lizima rolled his eyes. This big brother really treats this car as his own turtle shell. Will he never come out? Although she wanted to say it so straightforwardly, the current situation was still not to the extent that she could say anything. So she could only protest in her heart. Wu Ai didn't let Lizima complain about him for long, and the RV soon arrived near a large supermarket. Wu Ai observed through the glass of the RV for a while and said, "This supermarket should have been visited by someone. So we must act quickly before a large number of people find this place. You should give priority to taking some easy-to-store food. And the most important thing is to take more water. If you think you can use some daily necessities, you can also take some appropriately. Okay, girls, now is the time to show your strength. Let's go!" After Wu Ai briefly explained some things, he ordered the two reluctant girls to set off. The two of them were still a little unprepared. They got out of the car and ran towards the broken glass door of the supermarket without any observation or concealment. This made Wu Ai, who was behind them, really worried about them. If there was no one in the supermarket, it would be fine. If there was someone inside, I'm afraid these two silly girls would suffer. When Wu Ai was thinking about whether to go and help these two silly girls, he suddenly found a momentary reflection on the second floor of the supermarket. Chapter 29. Distress in the Supermarket. Wu Ai immediately lowered his body when he saw the scene, and huddled in the empty space in front of the driver's seat. It seemed that there was something like a telescope on the opposite side. Otherwise, there would not be any reflective spots. The person on the opposite building also seemed to be very cautious. He scanned back and forth 3 times. Wu Ai felt that the other party might be a professional hunter in this supermarket, so he did not rush after the other party scanned 3 times. Sure enough, after about 5 minutes, Wu Ai found the reflective spot again and began to scan around the RV. After passing both sides, Wu Ai secretly opened the car door and slipped out of the RV quietly. Wu Ai leaned on the tire, weighing the pros and cons of his visit to the Li sisters. After weighing it for a while, he still felt that it was safest to just leave. What skills can an ordinary student like him have to fight with others? He can still get beaten. But he had promised them before that he would provide their safety and food and drink during the time when Lizima helped him download information. Did I say this? I am so confused. It would be great if there was any evidence. Wu Ai said this to himself in his heart, and he began to think of an excuse for his escape. Shio's queen-like voice sounded coldly at this time. "Master, if you want video or audio files, I can provide them. I don't know what the master wants. You want your sister? I want it. I'm just building up my mind. It's not easy for me to find an excuse. You're still making trouble for me here." Wu Ai roared at Shio in his mind. After Shio was yelled at by Wu Ai, she just snorted coldly, and then there was no reaction. It's over. I know that Shio has problems, but I still offend her. I don't know if there will be any sequelae in the future. Who cares? As long as it doesn't affect my survival, it's fine. I should keep a low profile in the future. After Wu Ai made a decision in his heart, he secretly ran to the back of the car. Then he quickly ran to another gap in the supermarket and secretly entered the supermarket. Wu Ai found a doll bear's clothes in the doll area. After he quietly put on the clothes, he mixed in with the dolls around him. The two silly girls took a simple look. After finding no suspicious people, they started to push the shopping carts to buy what they wanted. None of the two people found Wu Ai hiding in the doll, which proved that their sense of danger had not been developed. Wu Ai decided to use today's incident to teach them a good lesson. When the two girls pushed all the things they wanted to the door, they found that there were already more than a dozen shopping carts lined up at the door. "Sister, you have taken too much. Can our car fit so many things?" Lizima asked with some embarrassment. "What can't be put in? Didn't you see that there are still many things to put in the back? These supplies are nothing at all. If we can come again later, I still have a lot of things I want to take." Lizima knew that Wu Ai would never agree to their idea of coming again, and how much of the things in here will be thrown away is still unknown. Just as the two were about to start pushing the selected items to the RV, they heard someone clapping and laughing. Two beauties. Since you are already here, why don't you stay a little longer? Are you in such a hurry to go to meet your lover? Ha ha! On the stairs from the second floor, a group of 5 people were slowly walking down. When Lizimu saw these people, she judged that they were a threat to her side. So she immediately shouted, "Run!" After shouting, she didn't wait for Limuzi to react. She threw away the shopping cart in her hand, pulled her sister, who was still a little confused, and ran to the door. However, there were already 2 men guarding the retreat road here, and Lizimu thought that she might not be able to escape this time. Chapter 30. There is still a way out. Limuzi whispered to Lizimu, "Let's quickly call Wu Ai to save us." Lizimu interrupted, "Sister, don't shout. Do you have any brains? If you shout like this, won't you reveal the information that we still have one person? It seems that the other party hasn't found him yet. If Wu Ai hides and is not found, we still have a chance to escape. If you shout like this, we won't even have this chance. Besides, if Wu Ai finds out that we have been captured and there are so many people on the other side, do you think he will? I think he might just run away and leave us behind. After all, that's what he wanted." After listening to his sister's brief analysis, Limuzi finally decided that it was best not to expose Wu Ai. The two were slowly surrounded by 7 men, and from time to time some of them reached out to touch their hair. "What on earth do you want to do? What you are doing is illegal. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the law?" Limuzi said righteously. "Beauty, you probably don't know the situation yet. All the capable people have already run away. The higher-ups also took away some people who were good at fighting. If you think about it, you should know that they want to have some people with better physical conditions around them when they can get the building blocks again. And they may even be provided with some top-level building blocks. People like that are the real strong ones. And we are all abandoned. Since we have been abandoned, we have to do something that makes us happy." As they said this, some of these people reached out and started to harm them. At this critical moment, a huge sound of throttle came from the RV outside. In fact, this sound was downloaded by Shio himself on the internet. Wu Ai's RV has been converted into a car powered by electric energy. The sound of the motor is not as loud as the sound of the oil-burning engine. So Shio can only use this method. Fortunately, this method successfully attracted the attention of everyone here. It seems that these 7 people have successfully done several things before. They just exchanged glances. And then 6 people went to check the situation of the RV in different directions. The person left behind held the only sword among the 7 people as a weapon. It seems that this person guarding the house should be a leader of a high status. But how could he have thought that there would be a person holding a hammer waiting for him in the teddy bear next to him? After Wu Ai watched the people separate and saw that they had walked far away, he immediately jumped up and hit the man with the sword with his hammer. In order to avoid killing the man with his hammer, Wu Ai also wrapped several thick layers of towels on the hammer head. He hoped that this would not kill the man. If the man still died in this situation, it would only be his bad luck. Seeing that the man had been knocked down by the hammer, Wu Ai immediately threw away the hammer and the teddy bear headgear. While taking off his doll costume, he shouted loudly, "What are you still standing there for? Go up to the second floor quickly. Find a window that can be opened and wait. When you see the RV drive under the window, close your eyes and jump down. There is a skylight on the RV, and you can go directly into the RV." Lizimu asked loudly with a conscience. "What about you? What are you going to do? I have my own way. So you 2 silly girls don't have to worry about it," Wu Ai said with a very arrogant look. Chapter 31. 2 girls saved. The 2 girls saw that Wu Ai had prepared a plan for him to escape. So they stopped hesitating. Now being hypocritical would only make everyone more vulnerable to danger. Limuzi was pulled to the second floor by her sister. For some reason, she felt that Wu Ai was a good man at this time. If this crisis can be safely resolved, she should consider changing her attitude to face him. "Sister, we are running for our lives now. You won't think about anything else at this time. Now I can understand why Wu Ai was so determined to give up on you. You are really not suitable to survive in this environment." Lizimu's words were a bit harsh, but she knew that this level of stimulation was not enough to change Limuzi's expression. You know, in their previous lives, Lizimu often said more vicious words than this, and she didn't see her sister take her life. When the 2 girls stumbled to a broken window on the second floor, the RV not far away was driving towards them quickly. "Sister, do you think Wu Ai's RV will slow down when it is approaching? If it doesn't slow down, Can we still jump on it? Lee Musi finally felt some normal fear. Who should I ask if it should be slowed down? This car doesn't listen to my command. Now we should concentrate on observing when we can jump down. Don't think about other things for now. Lee Zima was a little depressed by her sister. She answered indifferently, and then observed the dynamics of the RV seriously. At this time, Wu Ai was tying the shopping carts prepared by the two girls with ropes from the supermarket. He connected all the carts with ropes, which looked a bit like a small train made of shopping carts. After communicating with Shio, Wu Ai learned that it was almost at the location of the two girls. Wu Ai also looked at the shopping cart she had prepared and then said to Xiaojio, "Stop at their feet for 2 seconds. After the time is up, no matter whether they succeed in jumping on or not, you have to drive to my place to pick me up." After Wu Ai finished speaking, she began to drag all the shopping carts to the outside of the supermarket with great effort. The RV kept driving at a speed that the people behind could not catch up with. When the RV came to the window of the two girls, it suddenly stopped. When Lee Zimu saw the RV stopped, he jumped down without thinking. Fortunately, her sister was really born of the same mother as her sister, and she also pulled Lee Musi down when she jumped down. If this silly girl had waited for herself to react, the RV would have already started and left. The two girls had just landed on the roof of the RV when it started. Lee Musi looked at her sister with great relief and thought, "Fortunately, I didn't beat her to death before. Otherwise, I would have been finished with my weight." Lee Zima looked at the ventilator window on the roof of the RV that had been opened, and she shouted to Lee Musi with difficulty, "Don't be so lucky here. Get down to the car quickly. If the speed gets faster, I can't guarantee that I can hold you." After hearing her sister shout, Lee Musi became very obedient this time. She climbed a few steps on the roof and got into the car smoothly. When it was Lee Zima's turn, she hesitated a little, because the window was not very big, and it was probably not designed for people to pass through. Lee Zima finally seemed to have made up her mind, and she resolutely went down. "Ah! This is killing me." Wu Ai looked at the RV that was about to come over, and suddenly he shuddered. Chapter 32, Is the skylight really small? Wu Ai suddenly seemed to have some hallucinations just now, and it seemed that a woman suddenly screamed in the distance. The regret and resentment in that voice made people deeply feel that it was a strong desire to kill someone. Wu Ai asked Xiaojio, and was relieved after hearing that the two women had entered the car. "I don't know if there was any woman nearby who encountered an accident just now. I hope she can avoid danger safely." Wu Ai also prayed for the owner of the scream for a few seconds in his heart. When the RV brought the people in the supermarket over, the RV had already stopped in front of him. Wu Ai quickly connected the row of shopping carts tied with ropes to the trailer hook behind the RV. He didn't even have time to tie a rope buckle before ordering Xiaojio to drive immediately. Wu Ai grabbed the other end of the rope that came out of the trailer hook with his hand, and tied a rope buckle with great effort. This was considered to have completed all his previous plans. The people in the supermarket behind saw Wu Ai sitting in a shopping cart team connected like a train and drove away. They were all furious. One of them even threw the iron rod in his hand, hoping to hit Wu Ai on the shopping cart. However, this man's hateful blow did not achieve his wish. The iron rod drew an oblique arc and fell behind the shopping convoy. When the RV drove safely on the road, the speed of the car was not something that those who ran on their legs could catch up with. They may have cars, but I don't know whether it was because they didn't need to leave their nest, or they didn't want to leave their nest. Anyway, those people didn't catch up. After Wu Ai asked Xiaojio to change several routes many times, he estimated that even if the people behind caught up, they would not be able to find them. So Wu Ai asked Xiaojio to stop the car. After the RV was parked, Wu Ai grinned and flipped over the shopping cart. Because there is no shock absorption, you can imagine how badly he was shaken during this journey. After the RV was parked, the door opened, but only Lee Musi got out of the car. Wu Ai didn't see the little girl Lee Zima come out, and was a little confused. While Wu Ai was moving the parts of his body that were uncomfortable from the shaking, he casually asked, "Where is the little girl? Why didn't she get out?" Lee Musi grinned, squeezed out an incomprehensible expression and said, She got a little injured when she got off the roof just now. I guess she will be fine after a rest." When Wu Ai heard that Lee Zima was injured, he hurried into the car to see how badly she was injured. When Wu Ai ran into the car, he saw Lee Zima with his arms folded, his head touching the ground, and he didn't know what he was doing. "What happened to you? Your sister said you were injured when you came down. Is it serious? Go to bed quickly." Why are you doing yoga here? Wu Ai's relatively concerned words reached the ears of the sweaty Li Zimu. Li Zimu raised his head slightly, and said with difficulty, "It's nothing serious. It's just that the skylight above is too small. I got stuck when I came down. So it's still painful now." Wu Ai looked at Li Zimu, who was bent like a shrimp, and then looked at the skylight on the roof, and then said with some interest, "I really didn't see the clothes you are wearing now. Since you can be injured to this extent, it is enough to prove that you are still quite attractive. Girls like you should be more careful in the current environment." What Li Zimu didn't expect was that the expected ridicule didn't come. Instead, she was told to be careful and protect herself in the current environment, which was a bit beyond her expectations. Li Muzi had already started moving the things in the shopping cart behind into the RV. After all, pulling a train behind the car was not a long-term solution. Li Zimu was resting due to injury, but her sister had no problem, so all the moving tasks fell on her alone. Chapter 33 being followed. Wu Ai was not as kind to Li Muzi as he was to her sister. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Li Muzi got into the car panting. After she got in, she sat down on the sofa and began to pant like a cow. Wu Ai looked back at her and said meaningfully, "I know you did a lot of work today, but you don't have to act so exaggerated. When I first met you, you didn't seem to be like this when you climbed up from downstairs using a drainpipe." Li Muzi really wanted to play the victim in front of Wu Ai, but she didn't expect that she was really miserable this time. Wu Ai simply didn't appreciate her kindness. Her performance was like playing the lute to a cow. Wu Ai started the RV and headed for his first destination, Longshan Tunnel. Longshan Tunnel is actually the part of the mountain road that connects to the bridge, due to this special geographical location. If the tunnel is not built, the road out of the mountain will be difficult to walk. So there is such a not too long tunnel, Wu Ai said while driving. "Now we are heading for Longshan Tunnel. If you have anything you want on this road, you can take some depending on the situation. If the conditions do not allow, then it will be in vain." Neither of the two girls answered Wu Ai. One was angry, and the other was just groaning in pain. When Wu Ai was about to drive out of the city, he found that there were more cars on the road, and the number of pedestrians was increasing exponentially. It seemed that these people were afraid of the eggs in the city, and were fleeing to other provinces and cities. Wu Ai didn't know whether their behavior could avoid the disaster. Only the alien who started it knew what was going on. At night, there were so many cars on the road that they couldn't move. It was very similar to the scene of the National Free Highway during holidays. Wu Ai looked at the computer set by Li Zimu, which was already able to move. According to the distance and time on it, they couldn't reach Longshan Tunnel in 3 days. No one knows what the other party will do. The weather is getting more and more terrible. In just one day, the dark clouds seem to be so low that they are about to fall to the ground. At night, there is not even a little starlight, as if aliens have covered it with a pot lid. Wu Ai finally decided not to take the highway. In order to reach Longshan Tunnel as soon as possible, he wanted to drive up the mountain on the national highway overnight. Fortunately, the direction of Longshan Tunnel is not a tourist area, so there should not be many people who can go there. Most people who flee will not go to tourist areas. Wu Ai left immediately, and he found a gap and drove off the highway. The place where he got off was not the exit of the highway at all, but his car was so powerful that he opened up a path. After Wu Ai drove out, some people who were annoyed by the traffic jam followed him on the highway. Of course, he had already noticed this situation, but this kind of following should not be a real following. I guess they will choose to leave when there is a way. After Wu Ai drove the car onto the national highway, the number of people following him began to decrease. Either they changed direction, or they passed his RV and drove away directly. But even so, there were still several cars following Wu Ai. Wu Ai carefully observed these vehicles for a while, and deduced that the probability of them causing trouble had increased to more than 60%. In order to reach his destination first, Wu Ai did not try to get rid of them. What he lacked most now was time. He did not have extra time to waste with the cars behind him. Chapter 34 Danger Warning. Wu Ai and his group also had dinner in the RV. He did not choose to stop to eat. Wu Ai had already explained that he would have to drive all night. So after dinner, he asked the two girls to go to bed and wait until the second half of the night to take over his driving. There was no conversation along the way. When Wu Ai woke up the next day, he found that it was still not very bright. He asked in a daze, "What time is it now? How far is it to the destination?" The person driving at this time was Li Muzi. Her sister fell asleep directly in the passenger seat after driving her own section. It's past 9 in the morning. And we're still about 100 kilometers from the tunnel. Your prediction may have been right. And the wind is starting to blow outside now. Lee Musey answered truthfully. The RV is heavier than some family cars. So you have to be careful to feel the wind blowing on the road. Wu Ai yawned and said, Hold on a little longer. I'll wash and have breakfast and come to replace you. Lee Musey was so angry. If you wait until you are full and have enough water, will you still come to replace me? He was just saying some polite words. What Lee Musey didn't expect was that after about 5 minutes, he came to replace himself, who was driving. Hey, big brother. You are not guilty. So you come to take my place first? Lee Musey was a little happy. It seems that this man still knows how to be gentle with women. But after the two of them switched driving positions, Lee Musey actually found a bucket of instant noodles next to the sink. Was this guy not lying? Did he really spend 5 minutes washing his face, brushing his teeth and eating? If this project could participate in the Olympics, this guy would definitely represent the country. Lee Musey just thought about these useless things for a short while. At this time, she still needed to make breakfast for herself and her sister. Since the quality of the national highway is not very good, it is normal for the car to be bumpy. In this feeling like riding a rocking car, the RV is finally about to enter the Longshan Tunnel. But what was unexpected was that a car accident happened in front of the Longshan Tunnel at this time. Wu Ai saw these familiar vehicles, and he seemed to understand something. Lee Musey, there may be some problems ahead. You should wake up your sister quickly, and you two should be ready to fight at any time. After saying this, Wu Ai continued to drive very seriously, not distracted by explaining anything to her. Hey, what kind of plot is this? Which of the three of us can fight? Get ready. Sister? Get ready? Lee Musey would not risk her life for this car just because of Wu Ai's words. At this time, she brought up the idea of leaving this RV. Lee Musey stepped forward and slapped her sleeping sister. Of course, the effect was immediate. Lee Zima was awakened from her sleep immediately. If she still doesn't wake up, then she must have been drugged. Lee Zima, who woke up, shouted in confusion. What's wrong? What's wrong? Did someone get into the car to harm us? Although she was startled awake, it seems that she still has some logical thinking. Unlike some people who need to restart their brains before they can continue working after waking up. Wu Ai just said that there may be danger ahead. If we need to fight for our lives later, he asked the two of us to run first, and he will help us to delay from behind. When Lee Musey said this, she did not dare to look at anyone. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. Do you believe what you said? Others lie with their eyes open. But you closed your eyes? Wu Ai and Li Zimu said in unison. Chapter 35 Tactical Detour. After the two finished speaking, they looked at each other at the same time. Wu Ai coughed lightly and said, Well, Xiao Mu, are you sure your sister is really your mother's biological child? Obviously. Wu Ai said a joke at this time. But Li Zimu's answer was a bit puzzling. I really don't know. Who knows if they have done a paternity test for my sister? Li Zimu's words made her biological sister very unhappy. Wu Ai suddenly said seriously, The cars in front are the ones that have been following us in the end. I suspect they may want to rob our RV. So you have to act according to the situation and don't let me down. The two girls didn't dare to joke at this time. After all, the lives of all the people in the car were in danger. Of course, there was a time and place for joking. There were 5 cars blocking the road in front of them. These cars had blocked both lanes. Wu Ai slowed down and stopped about 200 meters away from these cars. But he didn't turn off the engine or get out of the car. The people on both sides were in a stalemate. About 10 minutes later, the people in the 5 cars on the opposite side finally got out. Wu Ai estimated that there were no less than 15 people. Looking at the composition of the people on the opposite side, they were all young people like students. I think they might be from the same school or class, because they all wore the same school uniform. Hey! Leave the RV if you know what's good for you. I'll give you a car and let you leave. We want your RV. A student who looked like a leader came out of the group and shouted loudly. See, I said something. Sure enough, you've taken a fancy to our RV. In today's environment, having an RV as a vehicle is much more enjoyable than any luxury sports car. These little brats really know how to enjoy themselves. If they want my RV, they can just dream about it. Wu Ai didn't even want to talk nonsense with these naughty kids. He stepped on the accelerator a few times. The engine made a slight sound as he moved. And then, Wu Ai turned around and started running back the way he came. The students behind him were dumbfounded. One of the pretty girls said, "He's too cowardly. He should have said something harsh before running. I thought the RV would hit us directly. I was a little scared." A student who looked like a follower also came over and said, "Boss, what should we do now? Should we continue to chase it? Or, nonsense. We made so many preparations just for that RV. You have to know that there is no safe place now. If someone robs our home when we sleep at night, everything will be in vain." The group of students immediately got on the car and chased after it in formation again. In the RV at this time. "Brother Wu, you are too awesome. Are we just going to leave like this without saying anything harsh?" Li Zima asked Wu Ai in a somewhat provocative way. "What's the point of saying harsh words? I rarely do meaningless things. Not to mention that the current situation does not allow it. Don't you see that the weather is getting more and more terrible?" Wu Ai replied coldly. "Then why don't we make a comeback and drive straight through? They can't block the road now." "Right," Li Muzi said reluctantly. "We can drive back. But I'm afraid they've done something on the road. If we get caught, it'll be a big trouble." Li Zimu stopped talking after Wu Ai said that. After driving for a while, Li Zimu asked, "Where are we going now?" "Wu Gu, are we going to find a tunnel?" Wu Ai sighed and said, "I think we don't have enough time in this weather. Let's go back and see if there is any alternative place." Since then, no one has spoken. They are all observing whether there is a place, like a tunnel around that can accommodate the RV. Chapter 36: The Fate of the 5 Cars. After a while, the wind outside was getting louder and louder. The heavy RV was blown off the lane by the crosswind from time to time. "It seems that we won't be able to find it if we look for it this way. We can only see if there is another place to park." The Li sisters also agreed with Wu Ai's judgment. So they all nodded in agreement. At this time, the voice of the alien that appeared at the beginning was remembered again in everyone's mind. "Hello everyone. Today is the last chance for you to become superpowers. In order to increase your success rate, I have specially designed a storm for you. Such weather will definitely increase your chances of getting abilities. So everyone should cherish this last chance. Then the next 10 minutes are your chance. And the countdown starts now." Wu Ai looked at the 2 people in the RV at the moment the sound ended. His eyes only contained one meaning. That is, whether you also heard that sound just now. Li Zima smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Wu, you don't need to confirm it. I think all living humans should have heard this sound. Now we should not think about how to get abilities, but how to escape." Wu Ai also found that the wind was stronger than before, and the RV was about to be blown away. He was also very anxious now. What he hated most at this moment was those students just now. If they hadn't ruined his plan, why would he fight the wind here? The RV drove a few meters in the wind again, and Wu Ai felt that the RV had obviously left the ground. It was estimated that it would not be long before the RV might really fly into the sky. At this critical moment, Wu Ai found an unfinished building with the main structure of the building already built. This unfinished building was only 2 stories high. Although it only had the frame of the building, it could barely be regarded as a building with similar functions to a tunnel. In order to prevent the RV from being blown out, Wu Ai drove the car directly into the smallest place in the building. When the RV rushed in, the metal on both sides of the RV kept rubbing against the wall. When it finally stopped, the RV was stuck between the 2 walls. After Wu Ai parked the RV, he let out a long breath and said, "For the time being, we are safe. How the future will develop can only be left to fate. If there is no flood, we should be saved." After that, Wu Ai adjusted the angle of the driver's seat and began to rest comfortably. He found a place to hide from the wind. But the group of students following the RV were in trouble. Some of their cars were sedans, and the weight of sedans could not be compared with that of RVs. When the wind got strong, the 2 lightest sedans were blown away directly. As for where the 2 unfortunate cars flew to, no one except the people in the 2 cars would know. The remaining 3 off-road vehicles in the student convoy were only of adequate weight. When the people in the 3 cars saw the RV stuck in the building, they also thought about how to avoid such strong winds. As they drove towards the unfinished building, one of the cars was blown away by the ruthless wind. When the 2 cars were about to enter the unfinished building, one of them was unfortunately taken away by a huge billboard. The last car successfully entered the unfinished building, but their body was not strong enough to get stuck. And the result was that their car was shaken back and forth in the frame of the unfinished building like a dice. Chapter 37. Everything is for survival. Maybe they couldn't stand the shaking. Or maybe they were thrown out of the car by inertia. Anyway, 2 of the 3 people in the car have come out. One is the boy who got out of the car to ask Wu Ai to leave the car. And the other is a pretty girl. Probably the boy's girlfriend. The last student has not come out of the car. So there is no way to know whether the other party has any signs of life. Anyway, the poor child never got out of the car again. The 2 students who came out were immediately swept away by the strong wind. The girl was calmer. She hugged a beam desperately when she was blown up. She slowly changed from hugging with 2 hands to hugging with 2 legs. So she temporarily saved her life. The male student was not as lucky as his girlfriend. When he was blown up by the strong wind, there was nothing around him that he could hold on to. In order to prevent himself from being blown away by the strong wind, he could only hold on to his girlfriend's thigh. In this case, it was natural to add burden to his girlfriend. In this life-threatening situation, the girl made a life-saving decision that she thought was very rational. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Finally, at the 4th punch, she beat out this boyfriend who usually doted on her. All this happened to be seen by Li Zimu, who wanted to rescue the 2. At this time, she was a little hesitant about her decision to rescue the 2 students. Although there was a life in front of her, the female student's behavior had exceeded Li Muzi's moral bottom line. So she hesitated when she was about to save such a person. Recalling what Wu Ai said when she was about to rescue the 2 students, she seemed to truly understand the meaning at this moment. You want to save them? Big sister, you are not mistaken. If it weren't for their greed, would we have become like this? If they wanted to rob our RV because they were desperate, I would not let them die. But their character and thoughts have already become problematic. If you want to save them, then this car will no longer welcome you. Although Li Muzi is not as chaste as a saint, she still cannot bear to see life being ignored. Even with her sister's dissuasion, she still decided to save the 2 students. They are still children, and should be able to change for the better after this lesson. Li Muzi thought so. But the scene in front of her made her waver in her values. She was no longer sure whether she could make the right judgment independently. The girl not far away found Li Muzi's hesitant figure. In order to gain the power to survive, she shouted, "Sister, help me. As long as you save me, I can agree to any conditions you want. Please." The girl's cry for help interrupted Li Muzi's thoughts. She looked at the girl not far away and said, "Are you willing to do anything to survive?" The girl misunderstood Li Muzi's words. She thought Li Muzi was asking about the promise she had just made. "Yes. As long as my sister can save me, I am willing to do anything," the girl said excitedly. "Does this also include the situation where you killed someone just now? In order to survive, will you also kill me, the person who saved you, without hesitation? I will not believe your promise. Child, you can only wish you good luck." After saying that, Li Muzi wanted to go back to the RV. Chapter 38. Unexpected double flying. The girl saw that her chance to be saved was slipping away. How could she just wait here to die? Let alone whether she could hold onto the pillar in such a strong wind. Even if she could hold onto it, eating would be a problem that could not be solved. Thinking of this, the girl looked at the distance between herself and Li Muzi, and she quickly calculated the chance of success. Then, with a cold light flashing in her eyes, she decided to give it a try. The girl adjusted her position, and at the moment she let go, she kicked the stone pillar with her foot and flew towards Li Muzi with the reaction force. Li Muzi had decided to leave, but before she turned around completely, she saw a black shadow coming straight towards her. Li Muzi wanted to avoid it, but she had to rely on the rope on her body to walk in such a strong wind. The rope just restricted her movement at this time, and the black shadow flew over and hugged her. "You want to go by yourself? No way. If you don't take me with you now, we will both wait to die here together. And see what you can do." The girl hugged Li Muzi tightly, and she shouted hysterically. Li Muzi struggled for a few times, and saw that there was no effect. So she simply stopped struggling. "I wanted to save you, but it seems that this decision of mine is one of the stupidest in my life. I gave up the chance to go with my sister to save you. This is my fate. Now that it has come to this, I have to pay the price for my choice. You coming to accompany me now just increases my determination," the girl said with a trembling voice. "What are you going to do? Don't do anything stupid. In this weather, Li Muzi didn't give the girl any chance to persuade her. She directly untied the rope used to fix her body. Although Li Zimu didn't go down with her sister to save people, she still cared about her silly sister. So she had been watching from the window where she could see her sister. When she saw her sister being caught by the girl, she wanted to go out and save her sister. But before she could go out, she saw that her sister had untied the rope on her body. The strong wind did not take any special care of the two people. Once the rope was untied, the two were blown away without a trace. Li Zimu's tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She grabbed the rope hanging from the roof of the RV, and her body kept shaking. Wu Ai didn't care about Li Muzi who went out. That guy wanted to die again and again, and he felt that he couldn't stop him. So this time when Li Muzi wanted to go out to save people, Wu Ai just sent this troublesome woman away. Just now, Wu Ai found that Li Zimu suddenly wanted to climb the rope to get out of the car roof. But then she stood there without moving. He thought that something might have changed. So he got up and came to see what the little girl was doing. He walked in and saw that Li Zimu's face was full of tears dripping to the ground. This was the first time Wu Ai saw her crying so sadly. Wu Ai chuckled and said, "Xiao Mu, what's wrong with you? You are crying so sadly. It makes me feel a little distressed." Li Zimu turned around and saw Wu Ai still smiling. She suddenly felt a little disgusted. When you see a girl crying, do you talk to her with such an expression? Have you ever? Before Li Zimu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Ai. "I'm sorry. As far as I can remember, I have been dealing with everything alone, and I haven't had much contact with girls before. Otherwise you can teach me in the future." Wu Ai's voice became a little cold. "As long as you can save my sister, my whole body is yours, and I will agree to any request you make." Chapter 39: A Life-Saving Sword. Wu Ai looked at the tearful Li Zimu with some ambiguous meaning, and then his expression slowly turned evil. "With your figure and appearance, are you sure you can fully understand what you just said?" Wu Ai licked his lips and said. Li Zimu looked into Wu Ai's eyes bravely, and then said word by word, "I understand." Wu Ai still wanted Li Zimu to take back what she just said, but he couldn't say it too directly, so he could only remind her indirectly. "You have to know that any tricks you have here are useless. If you want to break your promise, have you thought about the consequences? Now I can give you a chance to regret it." Wu Ai's eyes became brighter and brighter. Li Zimu said without even a second's thought, "I won't go back on my word. But the prerequisite is that you must bring my sister back safely." When Li Zimu said this, he gave people a decisive and unquestionable momentum. "If you can bring her back? Of course. But if your sister, in that case, I will not let you fulfill your previous promise. Let's just pretend that there is no such agreement." Li Zimu stretched out her right hand, and Wu Ai high-fived her to complete this simple but heavy agreement. After Wu Ai agreed to Li Zimu, he immediately started to prepare. Since he had performed so many expressions just now, but failed to dispel her persistence, it seemed that he had to go on the trip anyway. Wu Ai brought 2 climbing ropes that he had taken from the supermarket to help the shopping cart, and then brought some simple food. As a weapon, he only took a fruit knife that someone had put in the shopping cart. After Wu Ai brought all the equipment, he quickly climbed out of the skylight. After Wu Ai climbed out, he first tied a section of rope to the trailer hook behind the RV with difficulty. The other end was tied to his body, and then he began to move little by little along the wind direction, while squinting his eyes to look for Li Muzi's figure. Just after Li Muzi resolutely loosened the rope, the two of them were immediately blown away by the strong wind. It was impossible for a girl to hold on to anything in this weather. In an instant, Li Zimu was left alone, blown by the strong wind. "Oh! I should have known not to come out to save people. It's meaningless to regret now. My eccentric sister should be able to live better than me in this world." After a strong impact, Li Muzi's back hit a tilted electric pole. The huge pain made her, who was still thinking about it just now, immediately start to face her current situation. The only thing she was thankful for was that before she came out to save people, Wu Ai said that in order to give her some capital to survive, he gave her a weapon. Then he gave her the sword he got in the supermarket, in order to save people conveniently. Li Muzi tied the sword behind her back when she came out. If it weren't for the existence of this sword, I'm afraid I would be folded in half by the collision just now. Although it was blocked by the telephone pole just now, the strong wind obviously would not succumb to the help of the telephone pole and spare Li Muzi. The strong wind began to continue to exert its force on her. Li Muzi now has a chance to breathe. and she doesn't want to let the strong wind continue to accelerate her. Since Li Muzi originally studied gymnastics at school, her body flexibility and coordination are very good. Such physical conditions also played a certain role in her survival in this environment. Li Muzi quickly pulled out the sword behind her, and she used all her strength to directly insert the sword into the soil, which temporarily prevented her from being blown away by the strong wind. The strong wind seemed to feel that its face was trampled by this woman, and it kept using its own strength to make this woman leave the thing she was holding. But at this time Li Muzi's temper also came up, and she would never give up this last hope. Chapter 40. Sorry. It didn't go according to the script. Just like that, Quanfeng and Li Zimu were in a stalemate. Neither of them wanted to be the first to compromise. Just when Li Muzi was about to give up, Quanfeng seemed to show a smug expression. A noose that strangled a dog just happened to be wrapped around Li Muzi's neck. Although she had let go of the sword in her hand at this time, she was not taken away by Quanfeng, because the rope had replaced the original sword's function, and still did not let her disappear in Quanfeng's arms. Wu Ai shouted loudly, "Hold on a little longer. I will untie you when I pull you to my side. Now I can only help you like this. You must not be strangled to death." Wu Ai's words made Li Muzi very angry. "Are you saving people or killing people? Even if I have to hit you before I die, I have to stay by his side." Wu Ai spent almost 2 minutes to pull Li Muzi, who was only more than 10 meters away from him, to his side. After he'd pulled Li Muzi to his side, he immediately untied the noose around Li Muzi's neck, who was about to roll her eyes. After the noose around Li Muzi's neck was loosened a little, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if the air in the strong wind was so fresh. "I'm lucky I didn't die. If I died, it would be hard to report back," Wu Ai said with some fear. Li Muzi has not yet completely recovered from the lack of oxygen. At this moment, she can only breathe deeply and can't do anything else. After Wu Ai loosened the noose, he began to expand the diameter of the noose again, and then passed the noose through Li Muzi's arms and stuck it under his armpits. After simply fixing her on his back, Wu Ai pulled the rope and slowly moved towards the RV. It can be said that Li Muzi is also lucky. She deserves not to die. If she was blown away by the wind, Wu Ai would not be able to find her in a short time. Anyway, Wu Ai has successfully completed his mission, and he can go back to find that little girl to report. Wu Ai was so happy at this moment. Li Muzi, who was tied behind him, didn't know that his rescue was the result of a promise made by his sister at a great cost. The 10 minutes have come. Those who didn't win the prize must be careful in the future. Those who won the prize should not take it lightly. Goodbye everyone. The damn voice appeared again at this time. Fortunately, it only gave a few brief reminders, and did not reveal more valuable information. Wu Ai already had the building block ball, so he no longer cared about the information brought by the voice. When Wu Ai dragged Li Muzi back to the RV with difficulty, Wu Ai panted and said, "If you ever covered, climb up by yourself. If you want me to carry you in, then don't dream about it anymore." Li Muzi had basically recovered on Wu Ai's back, so she was able to complete the final climb to the roof and enter the RV by herself. When Wu Ai returned to the RV with difficulty, the picture he imagined in his mind did not appear. The two women did not cry and hug each other because of the separation of life and death as Wu Ai imagined. Nor did they confide in each other and swear to get along with each other sincerely in the future. Li Muzi was lying on the bed inside, gasping for breath. Li Zimu was sitting on the sofa, typing on the laptop in front of him. Wu Ai was finally unable to hold back the weird scene. He shouted loudly, "What's wrong with you guys? What about the reunion after the separation? Is this what it looks like?" Chapter 41. Execution of the Agreement. The two women showed no expression towards Wu Ai's unusual behavior, and no one answered Wu Ai's previous question. Wu Ai's inner script seemed to be despised by an unknown extra, which made him feel a little depressed for a while, and the sense of accomplishment after saving people disappeared. He sat in his driver's seat again, looking at the strange things blown by the strong wind outside. And he also sighed at the irresistible power of nature. When a home desktop computer was blown past Wu Ai's sight by the strong wind, he suddenly thought that his rescue was not in vain, because he had an agreement with Li Zimu. It was all because he was shocked by the discordant scene of the two women just now, and for a moment he actually forgot his real gains this time. Thinking of this, Wu Ai jumped up from his seat. He laughed and said to Li Zimu, who seemed to be busy installing the computer, "Xiao Mu, have you forgotten something? I have rescued your sister intact." Shouldn't you also fulfill your previous promise and hand over your own ownership to me? As soon as Wu Ai finished speaking, the atmosphere in the RV seemed to change suddenly. Li Zimu's fingers that kept tapping the keyboard suddenly stopped. But her eyes did not look at Wu Ai, but were still staring at the display screen of the laptop. But her little face had begun to turn slightly pale. Li Muzi, who was resting in the back, sat up directly and looked at Wu Ai with cold eyes. That look seemed as cold as ice and snow that had not melted for thousands of years. The RV was obviously divided into different seasons by this woman. On one side was the bitter winter, and on the other side was the real summer. Wu Ai had no tendency to be masochistic, and he hurriedly reminded loudly, Li Muzi, you better take it easy. This agreement was not proposed by me, and the benefits cannot be taken by all the Li family members. In this RV, I am the king, and I will treat your previous offenses as if they never happened. Now if you don't listen to my warning again, I'm sorry. I won't show mercy again to establish my authority. No matter how true Wu Ai's words are, at least his expression is still very dramatic. Li Zimu didn't know what to do for a moment. She could only stabilize both sides and make plans. It was impossible for the two sides to really fight because of her own affairs. Wait a minute. Brother Wu. Don't be angry first. Can you let me explain to my sister first? Li Zimu said to Wu Ai in a pleading tone. Although Wu Ai is not a good person, he also has his own rules. Li Muzi repeatedly challenged his tolerance limit, and he was really a little angry. But if he really wanted to kill Li Muzi because of this, he really couldn't do it. After all, this woman was not to the point of being intolerable. The big and small beauties grumbled to each other for half an hour, and finally they both walked in front of Wu Ai. My sister is still a child. Since you want someone anyway, let me replace her. Do everything you want to do to my sister on me. Li Muzi's frowning and enduring expression petrified Wu Ai on the spot. Sister, are you okay? Are you kidding me? Why are you interfering with the agreement I made with your sister? I only want your sister, and it has nothing to do with you. If you still want to stay in this RV, be quiet, Wu Ai said with a look of disgust. Chapter 42, Surprise. You just want to do that kind of thing, don't you? Why can't I replace my sister? Please, spare this child. Li Muzi finally shed tears of humiliation. Sister, are you mentally ill? Who said that I want your sister to do that kind of thing? Your sister has a building block ball, and she seems to have a strong business ability in computers. I want her to help me with computer things. What can you do with me? What are you thinking about every day? Dirty! Wu Ai scolded Li Muzi, leaving the latter dumbfounded. You want my sister to just use her abilities to help you? Not her body? Li Muzi asked uncertainly. To be specific, I want all your sister's abilities to belong to me. She must obey me when I let her use her abilities. In a sense, it is also a need for her whole body and mind. Wu Ai explained to Li Muzi disdainfully. With his explanation, Li Muzi temporarily felt relieved. At least now it seems that this guy really won't have any bad ideas for his sister. Wu Ai wasted a lot of time just now because of Li Muzi's hostility. And now, he wasted some time explaining to her. Wu Ai finally said to Li Zimu impatiently. Have you asked your sister almost everything you want to ask? If you think it's okay, come over here. Li Zimu would certainly not ask Wu Ai the embarrassing questions just now. But as long as her sister guides her a little, she can ask her sister to answer all the questions she can't say. Now that her little thoughts have been exposed by Wu Ai again, she can only pretend that she doesn't know what the other party is talking about. She came over and interrupted. Brother Wu, how do you want to use my ability? Wu Ai really couldn't understand the way the two sisters get along. The younger sister often plots and plays pranks on her elder sister. And the elder sister also uses violence from time to let the younger sister experience her elder sister's love for her. Although their way of getting along is very strange, their mutual care is still very real. Wu Ai saw that Li Zimu wanted to change the subject, so he stopped arguing with the little girl. Shio, turn on the whole car amplification mode, and explain to me the combination of other building blocks, Wu Ai said to the air. Okay, master. The premise of starting the combination mode is that one building block is the core point, and the other building blocks serve it. If there are other building blocks that want to be combined into the owner's RV, they must let the other party sincerely agree to the combination. If it is a false agreement, the combination will not be executed successfully. 2 building blocks have been detected, one for the computer and the other for the cold weapon. Shio searched for the owners of the building blocks in the RV and suggested that the owner should prioritize the building blocks for weapons, so that you can use weapons first. I thought you would say that computers consume more power and don't recommend that I waste the energy of the car to combine building blocks for computers. Do you think I will follow your advice if you say so? No, Wu Ai said with a look of contempt on her face. Wait, Shio just said that 2 building blocks were detected. So that means Li Muzi also got building blocks on this trip? She actually used the building blocks on the sword she gave her? Wu Ai looked straight at Li Muzi, who stepped back unconsciously and grabbed her collar with her hands. It's not Li Muzi's fault for making such an image-based move. It's just that Wu Ai looked at Li Muzi with such green eyes that it made people panic. But what Wu Ai thought of at this time was that he could actually have 2 building blocks. So he was one step closer to his plan of living as he pleased. Chapter 43. Let's join the gang. Wu Ai blushed and said, Li Muzi, you also got the building block ball? Let's see what kind of ability your building block ball has. Li Muzi grabbed the clothes on her chest and said, I don't know what that thing is. I almost died outside just now. How can I care about these things? It seems that in Li Zimu's experience outside just now, she has inadvertently triggered and possessed the ability of cold weapons. But because her mind was too focused on saving her life, she did not notice what kind of ability her building block ball had. Shio, can you check what kind of ability Li Muzi's building blocks have? Wu Ai rubbed his hands, obviously like a gambler waiting for the result. Please, I was able to know that the other party had the building blocks because she was within my ability range. If she was not in the car, I would be powerless. Now you still want me to spy on her specific ability? I advise you not to dream. Shio's answer made Wu Ai obviously disappointed, and the unknown ability made Wu Ai a little unhappy. It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what ability it is, as long as it belongs to me. It is estimated that the ability should be able to show after the combination. Thinking of this, Wu Ai said to Li Muzi, since you are already qualified to be my companion, I will let you join my team for your sister's sake. You don't have to be grateful. I am not always so selfless. Knowing that Wu Ai wanted to recruit her, Li Muzi immediately thought and said, if you can give my sister freedom, I will agree to follow you. If you don't agree, there is no need for us to talk about it. Fuck. I didn't expect that the girl who was almost begging for mercy would suddenly become strong. Not only did she ask me to let her sister go, but she also made it a prerequisite. This is really a little cow coming home. So awesome. Li Muzi, if you say so, I will change my mind. Now I don't want your building blocks anymore. I'm going to drive you out now. After I have a deep discussion with your sister, you can leave my RV together. The world outside is so big. You are so awesome. You should go out and have a good look. Since you have such ambitions, I dare not delay you. After saying that, Wu Ai called Shio, and it seemed that she was about to start to deal with him. Li Muzi's face flushed instantly. She just wanted to see if she could get more benefits. But she didn't expect that her greed would mess things up. But now if she gave it immediately, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Just when the two were about to decide who was better, Li Zimu shouted, Brother Wu, please show mercy. My sister just played a joke on you. What she meant was that she wanted to be like me and join your team unconditionally. My sister has never been good at joking since she was a child. She is still studying recently. Brother Wu, please don't bother with this kind of elementary school student who jokes about studying. In fact, Wu Ai didn't really want to do what he said. He just wanted to scare Li Muzi. If Li Zimu didn't come out to stop him, he would have found an excuse to keep her. Now that Li Zimu has given him such a good step, Wu Ai looked at the little girl in front of him with his neck stretched out, and he simply stopped hanging on and went down the steps calmly. Chapter 44. The combination program is completed. Well, since you said so, I will give you this face. When you have time, ask your sister to learn more from you. And don't act like everyone owes her money all day long. Wu Ai just turned over this embarrassing chapter. Wu Ai asked Shio to prepare the program for combining building blocks. And Shio immediately raised a small platform, like a pillar on the ground. There is a palm-shaped depression on the small flat head, which seems to be for others to put their hands on it. Wu Ai gestured to the two beauties with his chin, and Li Zimu took the lead and put his hand on the depression on the small flat head. A person with the ability to crack the direction of the building block ball computer has been detected. Would you like to combine it with the program of Wu Ai, the owner of the building block ball in the RV? Once the program combination is completed, it will begin to assume the corresponding responsibilities. This time, when the prompt sounded in the RV, it was not Shio's voice. It seems that Shio's voice is still exclusive to her program. After listening, Li Zimu directly agreed to this request. Then the wall-mounted TV hanging on the wall of Wu AI's entertainment area began to display the ability of Li Zimu's building block ball. What the hell is the invasion direction? Why does it sound like a special term for computer hackers? Wu AI asked as he looked at the information displayed on the TV. Hearing this, Li Zimu straightened her proud figure and said proudly, I am a senior top hacker. So why do you think I can use computers so skillfully? Wu AI said disdainfully. What if you are an internet addict boy? Oh, no. It should be an internet addict girl. Isn't it very good for such people to use computers? Wu AI actually compared the top hackers in her world with those computer novices who only know the basics. Which made Li Zimu, who always thinks highly of herself, furious. You don't know anything in this field, so it's useless to tell you. Now you just need to know that I am a very good computer hacker. She was on someone else's territory, and she had no ability to protect herself. Li Zimu could only slowly digest these depressions and anger alone. Just as Li Zimu was about to take his hand away from the concave palm print, another prompt came. If your life comes to an end in this world, will you leave the ownership of your building blocks to the main program? Li Zimu was obviously confused by this prompt. But then she seemed to understand something, and she agreed without hesitation. Li Muzi and her sister encountered the same situation, and even the prompts were exactly the same. It was just that when Li Muzi's building block ability was displayed, Wu AI was unusually happy. Building block ability. Weapon upgrade. Limited to cold weapons. Only one weapon can be upgraded per day, and the degree of upgrade is directly related to the ability. After the two women completed the combination program connection, Wu AI immediately received a prompt from Shio. Since your building block ball combination has a computer direction combination, do you want to connect the ability of this building block ball to the central computer sequence of the RV? Warning! This permission is very important. If the central computer is successfully connected, the central computer may be invaded by the outside world, which may cause permanent and irreversible damage. For some reason, Shio seemed to be extremely afraid of Li Zimu's ability, and even brought out the most serious situation after connecting to the computer to warn Wu AI. The authorizer. Wu AI was already uneasy about this computer program, but now, he was even more suspicious after being warned by Shio so seriously. Based on the principle that the more you don't want me to do this, the more I want to do it. Wu AI agreed to this authorization without hesitation. A few seconds after Wu AI agreed to the authorization, Shio seemed to be thinking and examining. After several seconds, her prompt was heard. The combination of building blocks and computer direction ability users are allowed to connect to the RV computer main program. Chapter 45 The Value of Li Zimu. After Wu AI received Shio's permission activation prompt, his first order was, Li Zimu, weren't you always proud of being a top hacker? Now I give you a chance to prove it to me. As long as you can hack into the main computer program of this RV, I will recognize your hacking ability. If you can make further contributions on this basis, I will treat you as a true partner who can give my life, and you will get the treatment you deserve. Wu AI's words are like the sound of nature. It's not that his voice is so beautiful at this time, but that the content of his words can help Li Zimu regain the rights that belong to him. Li Zimu said anxiously, Are you serious about what you said? Li Zimu felt that Wu AI wanted her to do things with what she was good at, and the promise was very tempting. She had to emphasize it again. She was afraid that there would be some misunderstanding. Don't worry. As long as you can do what I asked, I will definitely fulfill my promise. So far, have you not fulfilled any promises you made when you met me that time? Wu AI finally gave an answer that made Li Zimu ecstatic. After Li Zimu got the answer she wanted, she immediately entered a crazy working state. First, she connected the computer she was using to the core computer of the RV with an Ethernet cable. In order to facilitate the use of these electronic devices, various places in the RV are equipped with interfaces for connecting electronic devices. However, without permission, general electronic devices are not physically connected to the core computer. Li Zimu connected the computer, and her fingers danced happily on the keyboard of the laptop like a dancing elf. Before 5 minutes had passed, Li Zimu ordered without even raising her head. You two quickly open all the laptops I brought back before, and bring them here. The processing performance of this computer is simply not enough. Also, Bring over the computer parts one took earlier. And hurry up. Wu Ai has always believed that if you are professional, I will listen to you. He still has a deep understanding of his current identity. He is basically a computer novice. He does not think that although he is now the master of the RV, he can arbitrarily order others to listen to him. A layman who is not a professional. Wu Ai was the first to react and began to search in the supplies at the back. Compared with Li Muzi at this time, Wu Ai really regretted letting this person whom he did not like join his team. However, the current situation is not yet at the point where he can do whatever he wants. Since he is not strong enough now, he can only compromise on some things. Big sister, you won't just stand there and watch stupidly. If you don't show some of your useful value, I might consider killing you. Anyway, your life or death has no effect on the ownership of the building blocks. Although Li Muzi knew that his sister was now very valued by Wu Ai, if she really didn't show her value, it might also reduce the value of her sister in his eyes. Thinking of this, Li Muzi also joined the ranks of looking for the things that his sister had explained. Soon, the two of them were able to reach some simple tacit understanding. This greatly improved their efficiency, and they prepared everything Li Zima asked for in less than 5 minutes. Although Li Zima was constantly typing on the computer keyboard, she was still distracted to observe that the things she needed were ready. Chapter 46: Eliminating Hidden Dangers. The next second, she began to quickly connect other computers, including those computer peripherals that could be connected with data cables. Seeing his RV instantly turned into a computer room, Wu Ai could only step back a few steps to leave more space for Li Zimu to use. In this way, more than an hour later, Li Zimu still hadn't given him a prompt to complete the task. It seems that this alien computer program is quite powerful. Wu Ai just thought of this, and he was interrupted by Xiao Jio's unprecedented stern voice. Serious warning. One of the building blocks is trying to invade the core program. Please use your power to stop this behavior immediately. Serious warning. Wow. It seems that this little beauty is really good. In such a short time, Shujo has really started to take it seriously. For some reason, Wu Ai also began to get excited. It is expected that the core program will be invaded in 1 hour and 37 minutes. Please make sure to stop the other party's actions before then. Things are getting more and more interesting. It seems that the invasion of this little beauty hacker has posed a substantial threat. Shio even calculated the time of successful invasion. It seems that the hidden danger of this RV will really be eliminated today. When there was only 1 minute left before the last invasion, Shio finally used his ultimate move. The program detected that the owner has not responded to Shio's warning. The emergency plan for the owner's danger is activated. All the power of the RV is temporarily controlled by Shio. Wu Ai's head was immediately big when she heard this prompt. This guy actually bypassed her and wanted to control the entire RV to achieve her own goal. It seems that he was right to want to get rid of her. Before the prompt sounded 3 times, Wu Ai shouted loudly, "I'm still here. I'm not in any danger. And the highest authority of the RV does not need to be transferred." Wu Ai's voice interrupted the prompt of the authority transfer. The system detected that the owner was not in danger of life. His mind was normal, and there was no coercion or other dangers. The authority transfer procedure was terminated. Xiao Jio's extremely angry voice resounded throughout the space of the RV. "Master, you have to think clearly. Your current behavior has caused great harm to the safety of the entire RV. You should make the right judgment when the other party has not really endangered the core program." Hearing Xiao Jio's voice, Wu Ai felt that this might be the last thing she could do. If she had other means, it is estimated that she might use them directly under the current situation. Wu Ai was even somewhat thankful that her RV was not too powerful. If she had turned it into a small fortress, she would have to deal with her. Damn. Wu Ai was terrified when she thought about it. If she was really in that situation, she would probably be making things difficult for Xiao Jio. Is this the real purpose of the aliens? After the building blocks grow to a certain stage through human efforts, they will destroy their owners in turn. What is going on? Why do I feel that the more information I know, the less I can see the other party's real purpose? What is the ultimate purpose of the alien that makes him do this so painstakingly? In the end, will he be destroyed by some insanely powerful thing because he has affected its plan? He just wants to live well. Why does it feel so difficult? With Li Zimu's voice. Done! Xiao Jio never made any sound again. Chapter 47: Communication Information. Hearing the victory voice from Li Zimu, Wu Ai also ran to the computer impatiently and said to Li Zimu, "What's the situation now?" Is there any important information? Li Zimu said with a sneer on his face. It's not as simple as you said. My building block ability helps me to be more efficient when invading, so that I can upload some auxiliary programs to the other party's hard drive more quickly. Once the invasion is successful, it is the time for me to truly show my value. As she said this, she reached into her clothes and took out a crystal pendant that she had been hanging around her neck. She pressed the lock of the pendant, and then turned it over and found a USB connection port. After plugging in Li Zimu's crystal pendant USB, she started typing on the keyboard again. This time it didn't take too long. Li Zimu said to Wu Ai, "Brother Wu, now you can view all the information on the central computer in this RV, except for those data that have been damaged and cannot be restored." What? Damaged? How could there be any damaged places? Wu Ai said to himself. Who knows if it was the work of the Shio you mentioned? If she could also control the entire RV, wouldn't it be easy to damage some hardware at will? Now we should be glad that she didn't have time to destroy too much data. This may be the result of some constraints she was subject to. Or maybe it was simply because she didn't have enough time. Wu Ai didn't have time to think about the cause of the damage. He was anxious to know what kind of information was on the computer in the RV. Some of the communication data Wu Ai checked was obviously damaged, and the text was often missing. Information communication from the collection tower. The building block ball has the ability to control the RV, and the RV has the primary intelligent control ability. Does the collection tower want to monitor and guide the intelligent program to invade? Allowed? After reaching the annihilation level, you can judge and deal with the owner of the building block ball by yourself. Control the scope of influence. If you can, the owner of the building block ball can be exempted from annihilation. A strange message suddenly caught Wu Ai's eyes. Unfortunately, the most important part was obviously damaged and could not be read normally. Wu Ai could only grit his teeth and slap the table in front of him. Information communication from the collection tower. The owner of the RV building block ball may have doubted the RV intelligent program. Can it be taken? Authorized to make your own judgment. Collect. You can guide him to become a force. Ensure that others complete the task together. Collection tower urgent communication. The owner of the RV building block ball has advanced the building block ball combination. The risk index of the owner of the building block ball in the combination has reached 47% for the plan. Request the collection tower to authorize the highest authority to eliminate it. The risk index. All the information that can be obtained from the communication is here. Wu Ai felt that it would be better not to read it, as he had already analyzed some clues before. Now he just knew more specifically that he had not made any mistakes in his inference. Wu Ai leaned back and relaxed his brain temporarily. He decided not to continue checking it, as it was no longer meaningful to him. The intelligent program was probably dead. Without that thing that was like a thorn in his side, Wu Ai was the final winner in this silent battle. Xiao Mu, I will fulfill my promise now. Now I will treat you as a formal member of the team. Not like before. In order for our team to survive longer, you should read the information in the computer carefully again, in case there is any important information that has been overlooked. Li Zimu finally no longer needs to be threatened by Wu Ai and thrown out of the car. With this treatment, I am afraid I don't have to flatter him servilely. As for the task assigned to her by Wu Ai, she selectively forgot it. Chapter 48 Li Muzi's ability. Wu Ai was thinking about the word erasure mentioned repeatedly in the information. Is he on the aliens' hate list now? He couldn't confirm it now. Since I don't have to be threatened by you like before, do I have the right not to listen to your command? Li Zimu immediately questioned his authority as the captain, just like a serf who had turned over a new leaf. This sentence interrupted Wu Ai's thinking. He raised his mouth slightly and said softly, although our team may seem a bit childish, what I want is to try to be absolutely fair in our team. You have made contributions to the team, so of course, when there is a distribution of benefits, your share will not be lost. I don't need to say anything about the other side. The reason why I gave you the task of doing computer work is because I know nothing about computers. But for you, a computer genius, this task will obviously be easier. You don't think that I have much power as the captain. I am nothing more than an organizer, and the team members can leave at any time if they want to. Wu Ai's words made Li Zimu a little ashamed. She really thought that Wu Ai was using the captain's power to achieve the purpose of abusing power for personal gain. It seems that I still don't fully understand Wu Ai. Wu Ai also lazily said to Li Muzi, tell me about your ability. I just took a quick look at your information just now, and I still don't know much about your ability. His sister has already boarded the pirate ship. If he doesn't board now, it seems that there is no other place to go. And there is also the reason for his sister. So working hard to become a formal team member has become the most important thing for Limusi at the moment. My ability is to upgrade a cold weapon to a higher level weapon. The upgraded cold weapons can be divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S levels. The higher levels can only be successfully upgraded with some luck. This is my ability. Now I can upgrade my weapons every 12 hours. Wu Ai clapped his hands and praised. Very good ability. In our country, guns are still strictly controlled. So if we fight, we still rely mainly on cold weapons. Your ability is also very important to our team. So, as long as you complete a contribution task that I recognize, I will upgrade you to a full-time team member. Since Wu Ai has given himself the path to become a full-time team member, the only thing left is to move forward. Boss, you'd better come and take a look. There is really a lot of useful information in it. After Lizimu was happy, she also remembered the task that Wu Ai had assigned her. She happily integrated into her role, and even called him the boss naturally. Oh, then just say it directly. Trusting the team members I recognize is also a necessary quality. Although Wu Ai's words were probably because he was too lazy to come, it was still very useful to Lizimu. Lizimu was not pretentious. She said directly, regarding upgrades and transformations, the normal procedure is to combine the owner's situation and give reasonable analysis and suggestions. But why did I never feel that she did this in your conversation with Shio? And the thing called the collection tower seems to be collecting something. And the tower exists for the purpose of collecting. The tower seems to have extraordinary wisdom. But I don't know to what extent. Also, this intelligent program can be made according to the requirements of its owner. And even an intelligent robot can be made to assist you in doing some daily work. Wu Ai was still very interested in the last piece of information that Lizimu said. But he knew that such an intelligent robot would not be easy to get. Sure enough, Lizimu's next words just confirmed Wu Ai's guess. Chapter 49. The egg is called a spreader. Catch an unhatched spreader and bring it to the RV. The system in the RV will instill the intelligent program into the unhatched egg, so that the hatched spreader is the RV-guided intelligent body. Lizimu read out the original words in the system without understanding. Damn it! Don't tell me that the spreader is that black egg. If it is that thing, let's just use the virtual intelligence system. Wu Ai's somewhat frightened expression at this time aroused the curiosity of the two girls. After all, Lizimu is now a real member, so it is more appropriate for her to ask Wu Ai some questions. As the elder sister, Limusi signaled to her younger sister with her eyes, and the latter immediately understood and asked, Big brother, do you know what that spreader is? Looking at your expression, is that thing very powerful? Wu Ai just smiled cruelly at Lizimu's question and said, If it was just powerful, I wouldn't be so scared. That thing can't be described as powerful. If I'm not mistaken, that egg should be the spreader. I was lucky enough to see it attacking people once. Then Wu Ai vividly and exaggeratedly described a picture of hell on earth. The two girls, who had not seen the scene at that time, were also frightened, and their faces turned pale. Is it really that cruel? It's just an egg. And it's as disgusting as you say? Why don't I believe what you say? Lizimu said uncertainly. You will know whether you believe it or not in the future. I don't want to meet that thing again now. You should bear with the fatigue and study the information in the computer. Before that, make a new intelligent program for me. I still want the queen type. You can wait and see the rest. After explaining these things, Wu Ai went to the bed a little further back to prepare for sleep. Today's experience was too exciting. He needed a good sleep to relax his nervous nerves and overdrawn physical strength. Wu Ai went to bed without caring. But Lizimu had to make the intelligent virtual program again, according to Wu Ai's requirements. Her sister was also a little tired today. After talking to Lizimu for a while, she found a place to sleep. The next day, when Wu Ai got up, the strong wind outside had stopped. Although the wind had stopped, the color of the clouds in the sky was still so dark. Wu Ai looked at the two women who were still sleeping, and he did not wake them up. He climbed out of the skylight on the roof. Then he got out of the car and took a quick look around the RV. The Wind King was so powerful that basically everything on the ground that could be blown away by the wind had disappeared. Wu Ai looked around and didn't find even a chicken feather. He passed by the place where Limusi was rescued yesterday, and the sword stuck in the ground was still there. It just so happened that Limusi had the ability to upgrade weapons. So let her try this sword to see if it was worth using after the upgrade. After a round, when he came back with the sword, he found Lizima sitting in the driver's seat, muttering, "I am also an official member of this RV. Why can't I start you? Shio, come out and say something. Say it." It turned out that after waking up, Lizima found that the strong wind had stopped. So she wanted to drive the RV out, because when avoiding the strong wind, Wu Ai directly stuck the car here, which made it very inconvenient for everyone to get in and out of the RV. But Lizima was unable to successfully start the RV, so she got angry like a child. Chapter 50, the first upgrade of cold weapons. After seeing Lizima's performance, Wu Ai said listlessly, "Okay, don't act here. You just want driving privileges. I can give them to you. Since we have both normalized our relationship, you should stop using these boring little tricks." Wu Ai had already seen that Lizima started to perform after seeing her. Lizima relied on her innate condition of being a little lowly beauty, and did not feel any embarrassment at all. She just laughed and did not say anything. Her bright eyes had already told Wu Ai that she would do the same in the future. "Shio, I'm here, master." It was still the same voice that only a queen could have. Wu Ai didn't know why, but he just liked the tone of this voice. Open Lizima's driving rights, and some unimportant rights to her as well. If there is anything difficult, just ask me directly, Wu Ai said to Xiaojio generously. The latter immediately gave a positive answer. "Boss, do you think there is any problem with Shio?" Lizima asked mischievously. "Problem? What problem?" "His. Is there a problem with this program?" Wu Ai asked solemnly in a low voice. "Boss, don't be nervous. That's right. When I reshaped Shijio's personality, I added some elements of anime queens. After the system slowly adapts, there may be unexpected gains." Lizima used an expression that said you got a bargain. So Wu Ai didn't know what to say. "Okay. I found that you haven't changed much since our relationship normalized. Except that your personality has become more extreme. I really don't find anything wrong. I hope you can keep it up, and don't expose all your shortcomings in front of me. Let your sister upgrade this sword. Let's drive out and check the situation first, and then decide where to go next." Wu Ai threw the sword in his hand directly to Lizima, which frightened the little girl. "You know, this sword has no scabbard. It has been sharpened by its previous owner, and the blade can easily hurt people." A hand suddenly stretched out above Lizima's head, and that hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sword. Who else could it be except Limuzi? It was easy for Lizimu to dodge the sword thrown by Wu Ai. He suddenly wanted to test Limuzi's reaction behind him. So the previous scene happened. Limuzi could also feel that Wu Ai had no ill intentions. So after she got the sword, she said to Xiaojio directly, "I want to upgrade this sword and open the upgrade space." When Wu Ai was sleeping, Limuzi also asked Xiaojio how to use her ability. So she immediately started to execute what Wu Ai had just said. A black round hole suddenly appeared on the door of the bathroom. Limuzi threw the sword in her hand into it without hesitation. And then the black hole disappeared on the door of the bathroom. Fuck. What's going on? Is it a magical world? Or future technology? How can such a thing be done? Wu Ai just exclaimed subconsciously. But she didn't expect Xiaojio's voice to appear in the space in the RV. "Master, Shio can answer your question simply. If you use the words that you humans are more familiar with to explain, you can understand that the black hole just now is a small wormhole that is opened. And the environment on the other side of the wormhole is very suitable for forging this kind of weapon. When the time is up, the wormhole is forged and the channel is open to return the weapon just now. As the master of the building block ball continues to improve his ability, the open wormhole will also undergo corresponding changes." Chapter 51, Triggering Conditions of the Virus. "Oh, if you explain it this way, I can understand what you mean. That is to say, the higher the ability, the better the door you can open. So the weapon upgrade can be higher." Sure enough, he is really different from the previous Shio, and his temper seems to be nothing to say. Wu Ai is very satisfied that Shio can take the initiative to explain now. "Then Shio, what do you think of the world we are in now? Or have you obtained useful information in the current world?" Wu Ai asked tentatively. Shio paused for a few seconds before answering the question Wu Ai just asked. "This world is already full of viruses. But this virus does not directly cause any adverse reactions. Once the infected human reaches a certain critical value due to emotional changes, the virus will be triggered and transform the host into a spreader. The first information Shio said made the three people in the car go crazy. What's the situation? Virus? Do you mean all humans? Wu Ai's voice trembled a little. Shio's next words made Wu Ai and others feel a little relieved. This statement is incomplete. Shio said something similar to what Wu Ai imagined. See what I said? At least the three of us should not be infected with any virus. Wu Ai said after taking a breath. It's not just humans. Animals and plants can also be infected. But the virus they are infected with is a mutant. There are basically no uninfected life forms on this planet. And the few people floating in the universe may be the only few who are not infected. Fuck. Is there such a thing? Doesn't that mean that no one can be spared? The people who are spared may be those on the space station in space. I wonder what their expressions will be when they know this news. Unexpectedly, Li Zima's mind turned quickly. She asked the most important question at the moment. Can this virus be eliminated? Yes. The owner of the building block ball with this ability can do it. Shio gave an answer that did not make everyone despair. Okay, brothers and sisters. I have a plan for our next step. Find such a building block ball owner. And then let him get rid of the virus in our body. This is our next mission goal. Of course, the two beauties had no meaning for Wu Ai's statement. Wu Ai did not let Shio continue to speak. And he started the RV directly. After a slight engine sound, the RV drove out again and drove onto the clean road again. Let's find a place to replenish supplies first. And if possible, find some weapons or something. It may be difficult to replenish supplies in the next few days. Wu Ai said while driving. And the virus. I just thought about it. The triggering condition seems to be emotion. As long as we don't reach the emotional level that triggers the virus, we should be safe for the time being. Wu Ai added. Li Muzi rarely participated in Wu Ai's topic. She asked softly, what kind of emotion can be considered to have reached the triggering condition? Li Zimu also echoed. Yes. Yes. We can't live without any emotions. It's too difficult. Wu Ai's expression was just like what the immortal knew. And he stroked his non-existent beard on his chest with his hand. His smug expression was beyond words. Boss is really brave. You can even know such confidential things. Let me and other subordinates really admire you. Before Li Zima finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Muzi on the side. You really have the leisure time. You can also take over such a play? Obviously. This is the sister's dissatisfaction with her behavior. Come to think of it, now I don't have to flatter Wu Ai anymore in my interpersonal relationship. How come I have gotten used to it unconsciously? Am I suitable for such a life? Chapter 52 Searching for supplies, and setting off again. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little off, Wu Ai hurriedly said, remember the black egg I told you about before? She turned into a black egg not far from me. The reason for her change was that her daughter was killed. But the enemy was let go by a group of spectators, which made her turn into a black egg. According to this line of thought, I think you can think about what the conditions are for triggering the virus. After Wu Ai made the real guess, the two girls also began to think seriously. After a few minutes, Li Muzi said first, it should be a very negative emotion, such as despair or resentment. Li Muzi's analysis makes sense. But Li Zimu's words also forced the other two to take it into consideration. I think what my sister said makes sense. But we don't know the relationship between them. If it is extreme unwillingness or guilt towards her daughter, such emotions are also considered extreme emotions. Right? Wu Ai was a little overwhelmed. He pressed his temple and said, according to what you said, my information is basically useless. Too many emotions may trigger the virus. Li Zima comforted Wu Ai and said, who said it's useless? At least we know it's an extreme negative emotion. Otherwise, as long as we try not to have extreme emotional changes, we can avoid triggering the virus. You know what? After Li Zima's analysis, Wu Ai really felt that it made sense. There seems to be a supermarket ahead. Should we go down and take a look? Li Muzi's words brought everyone's thoughts back to the matter of finding supplies. As expected, Wu Ai found a not-so-big supermarket on the side of the road at Li Muzi's suggestion. Ai looked at the size of the supermarket and finally nodded and agreed to go down and search. The RV stopped about 5 meters away from the supermarket gate. After Wu Ai parked the car, he did not get out to search for supplies. After he parked the car and waited for 2 minutes, he got out of the car and picked up a few stones, and asked the two girls to throw them at the glass of the supermarket with him. After several pieces of glass were broken, no one came out. Wu Ai was temporarily relieved. Your sister and I will go down in a while. You just wait quietly in the car. Your sister should have good physical fitness from learning light gymnastics. And I should be stronger than you. So you, the weakest one, stay in the car. And we will go down to take a look. After Wu Ai said this to Li Zimu, he signaled Li Muzi, who was named, to get out of the car with him to take a look. Li Zimu was somewhat self-aware. Although she pouted and looked unhappy, she did not suggest going together, because of the experience of the last supermarket accident. The first thing the two did when they entered the supermarket was to walk through all the terrain in the supermarket. After they were really sure that there was no one, the two began to look for the supplies they needed. High calorie, long shelf life, and water. You can also take some other things if you think it is necessary. Wu Ai talked about the types of search materials, and then searched separately from Li Muzi. After half an hour, the RV was safely on the road. You have already checked and found no one. Why don't you let me join you in searching for supplies? You don't really think I'm too small to help you, do you? Li Zimu said angrily. Wu Ai chuckled, ruffled her hair and said, that's not the case at all. I just don't want you to sneak in and take advantage of it. If there is anything else, it will be your turn to deal with it with your sister. Then you don't have to complain like today. Chapter 53 New Survival Goal. Li Zimu was so angry that her face turned red. She gestured several times with her childish fists in front of her, and finally gave up the idea of fighting Wu Ai in the RV. The RV was started again, and this time it was not driven by any of the three of them, but by Shio, the incarnation of the intelligent system. Such daily operations are actually normal, but Wu Ai did not dare to let the intelligent program that seemed to have various problems drive before, because he still cherished his life. The three looked at the pile of supplies at the back and found that a lot of sleeping space had been occupied. But they could only endure this for the sake of survival. I hope that the future transformation of their RV can solve this problem. Wu Ai looked at the two girls, and he said a little depressed, tell me, you don't want me to do everything. You must use your brains. Li Muzi smiled and said, if it comes to brains, I think you two won't let me use them. The problem of brains should be solved by you two. After that, Li Muzi took a few steps back leisurely, found an idle computer, and started watching movies. Li Muzi has to download everything he sees these days. Anyway, his current storage space is huge. If he doesn't download more, where can he find these resources if there is no network in the future? Wu Ai glanced at Li Muzi, who was watching a movie, and said to Li Muzi in front of him, hey, you found the almost unlimited storage space in the RV computer. Could it be that you downloaded some movies you like to watch? I think you won't forget the task I gave you before? How is it possible? Don't worry, boss. There are several computers working day and night, and they will definitely not delay your work. By the way, boss, you don't want to go to the hospital to find the owner of the building block ball. I think the probability of that is too low. Wu Ai was a little interested. He smiled and said, oh, what do you mean? The hospital is not a place that specializes in researching medicines, unless the person you find works in a laboratory. The privatization of the same category of building blocks does not mean the same ability. For example, my sister's ability to upgrade cold weapons. I used to think she had the ability to master weapons. If someone does the same thing as my sister, he may gain the ability to forge cold weapons, or the ability to master a certain type of metal. So, if we want to have a higher chance of finding it, it would be more reliable to find a place that specializes in medicine research or production. Even Wu Ai thought Li Zimu's analysis was very reliable, which was much better than his idea of going to the hospital. Xiao Mu, how do you know all this? Wu Ai asked in confusion. Xiao Jio, if you want to know any information you want, just ask her. Li Zimu's answer was very simple. Wu Ai certainly would not show that he was very ignorant. He said generously, very good. It seems that you adapt to this new life very quickly. You should worry more about such things in the future. Wu Ai took the opportunity to pass the blame to Li Zimu. Li Zimu didn't know how to describe Wu Ai's shameless behavior for a while. She stared with her beautiful big eyes, and was dumbfounded. Such a shameless person is really rare in the world. But unfortunately, she met such a person. I don't know how he communicated with the female classmates in school before, while looking for her favorite snacks in the supplies at the back. Wu Ai said without even turning her head, you should have downloaded the map first. Find a suitable place to start according to your own inference. Do I need to teach you? What else can Li Zimu say? She could only stamp her feet unwillingly and start to work reluctantly. Chapter 54. First Encounter with Magnet. Lee Zimu selected several locations that met the requirements from the city map. And then she selected a pharmaceutical research laboratory that she thought was more suitable as the target. She thought this place should be the place with the highest search probability. After Lee Zimu passed this information to Shio, Shio immediately drove to the target location according to this address. Wu Ai found a good place for himself to eat snacks and play computer games that he had never touched before. For a while, he was a little too busy to care about anything else. After watching a movie for a while, Lee Muzi felt that Wu Ai was really unhappy with her. So she finally went to the front to chat with her sister. Lee Muzi said to her sister, "I have seen many people with white skin before. How do you think they became like this?" After entering the city, Lee Muzi found that many people had white skin all over their bodies. Even their eyes were white. Because she had found few before, she thought it was caused by the virus. But then she thought that the spreaders of the virus were all eggs. Right? So who are these people? Lee Zimu, who was looking at the computer, was too lazy to answer her sister's question. So she asked Xiaojio to answer her sister's question. Those are the humans caught by the spreaders. But they were not eaten for some reason. They have been transformed into their minions by the spreaders. These people have lost some of their reaction ability, and they mostly move forward by jumping. But once they catch prey, they will use special methods to inform the communicator who dominates them, so that the communicator can decide what the fate of the prey will be. After listening to Shijio's introduction, Lee Muzi, who was asking questions, Lee Zimu, who was working in front of the computer, and Wu Ai, who was playing games, all looked behind the car at the same time. There were more than 100 of these white monsters following behind their RV. Wu Ai shouted hurriedly, "Shijio, how can we get rid of them? I don't want them to attract the communicator. Otherwise the three of us will be finished. Just disappear from their sight for 3 seconds, and they will calm down again." Shijio answered calmly as always, and the voice of the royal sister was really beautiful. Wu Ai had this idea the first time he got the answer, and he quickly threw this inappropriate idea behind his head. What he needed at this time was how to disappear for 3 seconds in front of the rabbit-like pursuers behind him. Just when everyone was thinking of a solution, Lee Zimu found that the number of white figures jumping behind him was increasing continuously. "I think if everyone can't think of any solution, we may have no chance. Their number is increasing too fast." How could the other two not know what Lee Muzi said? But there is really no suitable way to solve this problem now. Wu Ai suddenly said to Xiaojio, "What is the tracking method of these monsters like magnets?" Xiaojio immediately understood the question that Wu Ai wanted to know. They lock their prey by temperature and smell. Xiaojio's answer was still very professional as always. Wu Ai immediately said to Li Zimu, "Xiao Mu, see if there is anything nearby that can be related to this tracking method." Li Zimu immediately understood Wu Ai's idea, and she immediately took out the map and quickly searched. There is a liquor factory not far ahead. Alcohol has a volatile smell. If it is ignited, it can also generate a certain temperature. Li Zimu's answer is currently the most reliable and executable plan. These magnets can sense us through the car. I hope these liquors can make them drink more refreshingly. Let's go! Liquor Factory. Chapter 55. Are you going to die? Although Wu Ai said it in a very righteous manner, it gave people a sense of déjà vu of Luffy. But this was only a distance of 1,000 meters, and it was not as adventurous and exciting as he imagined. The gate of the winery was directly knocked open by the RV. After knocking open the gate, the RV did not stop, but began to look for the warehouse where the finished wine was stored inside the winery. The RV did not drive far before they found a lot of warehouse doors with words such as "no fireworks" written on them. The current situation is a time of every second, and Wu Ai and his team will not use the usual way to search step by step. The RV crashed open the door of the warehouse and damaged the container where the wine was stored. Wu Ai took a lighter and lit some flammable materials and threw them out of the car window. The warehouse they crashed into was a warehouse for storing strong liquor. The fire source quickly ignited the surrounding things as soon as it landed. Because the containers were damaged by the RV, some wine inevitably splashed on the front of the car. As the fire started, the RV was also ignited. Fortunately, it was Shijio who was driving the RV at this time. She was very calm and drove the RV normally through the camera and radar equipment on the car. This also made the RV surrounded by fire look like it came from hell. The RV continued to crash into some warehouses, and the leaves and various stocks in the warehouses were ignited. The damage to the winery really stopped the magnets following behind. The organs they relied on for tracking were completely blocked by the fire and the smell of alcohol. Wu Ai and his car took the opportunity to sneak out of the other door. This escape journey also gave everyone a very bad start, as the alcohol attached to the car body was quickly consumed. The flames of the RV disappeared completely. The RV finally stopped in the corridor between two buildings not far from the winery. It seemed that this building should be the dormitory building for the winery employees. Brothers, this kind of magnet should be everywhere in the city now. If we are targeted again, I guess there will be no more wineries for us to play with. Now we need to gather everyone's wisdom and come up with a solution to survive. Wu Ai's speech earned 2 eye rolls from the Li sisters. Li Zimu, who was a regular team member and spoke more confidently, said, "Who is your brother? Now you are afraid, right? Who is the one who drove us sisters out of the car like a boss? Every day we served you like your slaves. Xiaomu, you are going too far. I didn't ask you to serve me, but I admit that I treated you differently. However, I did that for my own survival. No one would take you in if you were of no use to me." Wu Ai admitted everything directly and frankly, leaving Li Zimu, who was thought to be able to quibble, speechless for a while. Li Muzi didn't want to see these two guys arguing here without doing their job. Wait for a while. I'll take the upgraded sword and go out to investigate. If there are people in that organization who are worth our risk, we will split into 2 groups. One group attracts the magnet, and the other group goes to save people. If I don't find anyone worth rescuing, then we'll look for the next organization. If I can come back, I hope I can become a regular member this time. If not, then you can leave here. Li Muzi's words shocked the other 2 and made them speechless. Wu Ai had never thought of this before. This was basically like letting Li Zimu become a bait to die. Chapter 56 really went. Sister, if you are going like this, I will follow you. If you leave me alone like this, no one will stop me if the boss bullies me. Her lame excuse made Li Muzi smile. She can now basically judge that Wu Ai is not a man without bottom line. If she can follow him in this world, it should be much better than following herself. Wu Ai also said solemnly at this time, "Although I may be a bit of a jerk in your eyes, I don't think so myself. Even if I am really a jerk, I am afraid I can't come up with such a method. Your sacrifice is of no value to me. Normal people are now considered a resource. It is not worth wasting resources on such a slim chance. Let's search the nearby buildings. If there is a telescope or something else that can help us, it is better than you going to die. I reject your plan and it cannot be carried out." Li Muzi shrugged her shoulders and did not answer Wu Ai's request. Wu Ai did not waste the time waiting for the weapon upgrade. He took Li Zimu to the 2 nearby buildings to search for useful things. The reason why he took Li Zimu with him was not because of the reason he had last time. It was because she had improved a tablet computer, and she could use a longer camera to explore the way. This method reduced a lot of unnecessary risk-taking, and was even more efficient than when he and Li Muzi were in the supermarket before. In the 2 dormitory buildings, apart from some instant noodles, clothes, and cooking pots and bowls, there were basically no other available supplies. Even cigarettes, which were essential products for men, were not found. It seemed that the place should be evacuated in an orderly manner. At night, everyone did not dare to stay here for too long, for fear that their whereabouts would be discovered by those magnets. So they secretly drove into an empty private villa garage, which might be the residence of a big boss of the winery. There was also a Mercedes-Benz Jeep parked in the garage, which looked very cool. The keys were also placed on the wall, which further proved that these people evacuated together in an orderly manner. Everyone simply ate some instant noodles and found a place to sleep in the room of the mansion. Wu Ai found the master's bedroom. All the furniture and decorations in it were extremely luxurious. Even when the water was cut off, there was still water for bathing. Wu Ai, who had been poor for more than 20 years, had never enjoyed such treatment. He greedily enjoyed everything he could enjoy in the bedroom. Finally, he fell asleep on the big bed with a comfortable mood. The next morning, before Wu Ai opened his eyes, Li Zimu dragged him off the big bed where he had enjoyed the whole night. He didn't wake up after falling on the soft carpet, but turned over and fell asleep again. Li Zimu kicked Wu Ai's buttocks. It seemed that the kick was really heavy, and all the emotions before might have been integrated into this kick. Wu Ai was kicked awake by this kick. He stared at the little girl in front of him with his bloodshot eyes, and he really wanted to beat her up. "My sister is gone, And the car in the garage downstairs is gone. I guess she went to the pharmaceutical research laboratory by herself. Wu Ai. What should I do? She hadn't finished her words. Tears began to fall from her big eyes. This situation made Wu Ai, who wanted to kill someone, lose his anger. He could only put on his clothes and go down to check what was going on. Wu Ai first came to the RV. He asked Xiaojio, "Do you know where Li Muzi went?" "Master." After upgrading her weapon, Li Muzi took the sword and drove to the pharmacy laboratory. Before leaving, she left a message. "Wait for me for half a day. If I don't come back, you can do whatever you want." Chapter 57 Can't Give Up. Li Muzi's message was not long, but it gave people a feeling of exhaustion and helplessness. Attachment and reluctance. Although Wu Ai felt that this woman's personality had many contradictions with his own, he could not deny that at least at this moment Li Muzi had been recognized by Wu Ai. He sighed, and then said with some melancholy, "Xiao Mu, your sister's move was both reasonable and unexpected. I originally wanted to use the drone found in the bedroom to explore the laboratory, but I didn't have time to tell you. But I didn't expect your sister to set off on her own." When Li Zima heard Wu Ai mention the drone, her eyes lit up and she said, "Where is that drone? Give it to me quickly. I want to use it to find my sister." Wu Ai certainly would not delay at this time. If she really found and stopped Li Muzi's suicide, Wu Ai would certainly be happy to see it. He hurried to the bedroom where he slept. In the corner next to the closet were 5 boxes of unopened drones. Really rich. Even the toys were bought so many at once. The life of the rich is really free and easy. Wu Ai just sighed briefly. And he still sent the 5 drones to the RV very quickly. The RV has now become Li Zima's computer laboratory, with various parts scattered everywhere. If this disaster had not happened, such a place would have looked like a computer repair shop. Li Zima unpacked a drone without any hesitation, and asked unconsciously while unpacking it, "Is the current situation considered the end of the world? Monsters have appeared, and humans may also carry some deadly viruses. I just want to live a simple life with my family. But now it has almost become a luxury. Boss, I know that what I said will put you in danger, but I really don't want anything to happen to my only family. I really don't want to." Li Zima tried to hold back her tears, but they were not as important as her relatives, so her eyes could not stop her tears, and they fell to the ground one by one. The only thing that could prove their existence was the little mark left after they were shattered. "You don't need to say anything more. I will get as close to the pharmaceutical laboratory as safely as possible. While I am on the road, you must try your best to complete your reconnaissance plane. It is our only hope." Wu Ai's actions were faster than his words. At this moment, he had already started the car and asked Xiaojio to help Li Zima within his ability. Since Wu Ai asked Xiaojio to help, he could only drive the RV by himself. Although he could drive, his skills were limited to driving. Li Zima in the car originally wanted to assemble and improve the drone safely, but Wu Ai's driving skills obviously made these things a little difficult. Wu Ai certainly knew how bad his driving skills were. He shouted to the back, "Xiaojio, do you have any help? If so, hurry up. If not, come and drive." Xiaojio snorted disdainfully and said directly to Li Zima, "I can give this drone a bridge communication ability, which can make the drone a medium to achieve telepathic communication between you guys." Wu Ai was of course very happy to hear this. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Are you waiting for me to make you a meal and drink it before you start working?" Chapter 58 Pursuit of the Spreader. This ability may be a simple thing, or it may be because of the communication ability building block that Wu Ai had integrated before. Anyway, a few seconds after the drone and the computer were connected, Xiaojio said it was completed. The next second, the steering wheel in Wu Ai's hand was no longer at his mercy. Obviously, Xiaojio had taken over the task of driving. Wu Ai's heart is very careful, which also depends on the life he experienced when he was a child, in order not to let anything he did disturb others. His life at that time can be said to be walking on thin ice. It was that kind of life that made his personality a little distorted. Wu Ai no longer had the task of driving the RV. He came to Li Zimu and asked softly, "This Xiaojio may not be very safe. I found that she has begun to have some emotions." The hum just now clearly contained human emotions. Although the tears in her eyes were still not going to stop, she still answered the boss, who helped her seriously when regenerating the personality, in order to make Xiaojio closer to humans. I found some auxiliary information and added it in. So Shio will become more and more like a human in the future. What just happened may be the product of the personality formation process. You don't have to worry for the time being. Wu-ai had Li Zimu's explanation, and his worries were reduced. However, he was still naturally wary of such programs. With Shio's help, Li Zimu didn't need to modify the drone. She just assembled the drone and climbed onto the roof to put it on. I don't know if the noise yesterday was too loud, as if all the nearby magnets were attracted away. This result made Wu-ai feel that he had planted willows by accident and got a shade. The safety factor of his side has increased, and Li Muzi's chance of survival should not be a problem. If I let her complete such a task so easily, I feel like I have lost out. Li Zimu was even more unbridled in her joy than Wu-ai. Tears had already stopped at the corners of her upturned mouth, as if a kind-hearted person had stopped the fate of those tears from being shattered. Then, a cuff ruthlessly ended the lives of these lucky ones. Li Zimu wiped the tears from her face with her sleeves, and she started the drone, controlling it to fly quickly towards the direction of the research institute. Li Zimu thought that her sister should not be in any danger, but her drone had not flown far when she discovered her sister's Mercedes-Benz escaping at a high speed. The drone flew over the car along Li Muzi's escape route, and Li Zimu's voice reached her sister's mind as Shio said, "Sister, what's going on with you? Is that thing behind you the communicator?" This sudden voice scared Li Muzi at first, but she immediately recognized it as her sister's voice. She knew that Wu-ai's RV should also come together. Li Muzi's mouth curled up slightly, and she also tried to communicate with Li Zimu with her heart. The method is very simple, and it is all information exchange for her. So Li Muzi mastered this method of communication in an instant. It's a long story. The communicator behind me is an intern researcher under my supervisor in the car. Because of what happened just now, he directly evolved into a communicator. Li Zimu's words were also clearly transmitted back to the minds of the two people in the RV. Why are there people in your car? What's the situation? Are those people valuable? Are they the owners of the building blocks? Wu-ai's voice interrupted at this time. There are 3 people in the car. A woman in her 30s, who said she owns the building blocks. Her child is 8 years old and does not have a building block. A man is about the same age as the woman, and is also an ordinary person without a building block. Li Muzi answered quickly. Chapter 59 Strange Concrete Mixer. Wu-ai said with some depression. This situation is one of the few situations I don't want to see the most. Valuable and worthless people are mixed together at the same time, so the consumption of resources will also increase. Wu-ai shook his head and told himself not to think about these things that have not yet appeared. The most important thing now is to rescue Li Muzi safely first. There is a deadly guy waiting for dinner behind. Li Muzi, listen to me. I will not allow you to disobey orders again. If you dare to disobey my orders again, even if you come back alive, you and your sister will get out. Li Muzi didn't respond. She knew that Wu-ai might be really angry. Your mission now is to come back alive. This is the top priority. If necessary, you can completely abandon the family in the car. Do you understand? Wu-ai's voice was very stern this time, and it sounded like there was no room for maneuver. After more than 10 seconds, Li Muzi gave him, which of course was considered an affirmative answer. Boss, you have had direct contact with the spreader before. Do you know how to deal with it? Li Zimu looked at Wu-ai with hope on his face. Wu-ai pouted and said, Does that count as a direct confrontation? I was just lucky that my hiding place was not discovered. If you want me to tell you how to deal with it, I can only tell you to outrun it at my current level. Wu-ai's answer obviously could not satisfy Li Zimu's expectations, so her state also slumped. The atmosphere in the RV also began to develop in a bad direction. Wu-ai suddenly saw a mixer truck used to load concrete. The door was already open, and the concrete tank behind the truck was still rotating. The concrete inside may not have been completely solidified. Shio, you drive the car later. I'll go to this concrete mixer truck and take a look. If the concrete inside is not completely solidified, you can ask Li Muzi to drive around and come back. Use the RV to calculate the distance and force, and hit the red egg into the discharge port behind the concrete mixer truck. I hope that this concrete that has not been completely solidified can be used to imprison the communicator for a period of time. If the concrete in the car has solidified, then you can only come back to pick me up and find another way. After saying that, Wu-ai asked Shio to stop the car immediately, and he quickly ran to the concrete mixer truck behind. The concrete on Wu Ai's side is the key to the whole plan. If he does not meet the conditions, then everything else is nonsense. Wu Ai ran towards the concrete truck, thinking that he always felt something was wrong. After he got on the truck, he found that the truck was not filled with concrete, because there was a material on the front glass of the vehicle, which clearly said epoxy resin. Although Wu Ai didn't know what this thing was, he had the support of his teammates. Wu Ai hurriedly asked Li Zimu to explain this thing called epoxy resin. When Wu Ai was told that this thing should be a kind of glue, he slapped his thigh happily. This is really a pillow for you when you are dozing off. If this is a kind of glue, it should be better than concrete. But then Wu Ai felt a little strange. Why would such a glue-like substance be transported by a concrete mixer? Wu Ai climbed up to the rear feed port and looked inside. He found that it was indeed a glue-like substance, and it had not solidified. Wu Ai said directly to Shio, "We can try to execute it according to the plan just now." Chapter 60 No one spoils you. The next thing is relatively simple. Li Muzi lures the red egg to continue chasing her. After she drove to the calculated location, Shio hit the red egg, which is the disseminator, with the RV. Everything was just as calculated. The red egg was hid near the discharge port of the concrete mixer truck where Wu Ai was. Although the speed of the material flowing out of the car was not very fast, it seemed to be just enough time to stick the egg to the ground. It was as if everything was rehearsed in advance, and there was no error. Wu Ai looked at the red egg that was struggling and spinning to get out. But he was thinking in his mind that there was always something wrong with this plan. "Boss, let's go now. What are you still thinking about? You are not going to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, are you?" Li Zimu, who stuck his head out of the RV, shouted. Wu Ai instantly pulled out of his previous thoughts and hurried to the RV. Then, under the driving of Shio, the RV led the Mercedes-Benz and disappeared at the end of the road. After the RV drove away from this dangerous place, the red egg suddenly seemed to accept its fate and stopped struggling. Another colorful egg appeared in front of it. After leaving the dangerous place, Li Zimu jumped up excitedly and kissed Wu Ai on the cheek and said, "Boss, you are really amazing. You can think of such a method. This time you saved my sister again. Maybe she will like you and let you be my brother-in-law. I think it's better to forget it. People like your sister should wait for the Dragon Slayer to conquer them. I don't have that ability." He wiped the saliva off his face with his sleeve, looking disgusted. When the RV drove to a very hidden entrance of the subway tunnel, the RV slowly stopped. Li Muzi's car also stopped not far behind the RV. The first person to get off her side was not her, but a middle-aged woman who looked well-maintained. "Who are you? Why did you bring us here? You'd better send us to the camp protection area of the relevant department as soon as possible, or the protection area of the army. Isn't it time for you to contribute now?" The words spoken by the middle-aged woman were really disproportionate to her appearance. It is said that beautiful people should not speak in a disgusting way. After Wu Ai got off the car, he heard the woman chattering non-stop. He was already a little unhappy, and after hearing the woman's complaints, he decisively got angry. "If you can stay, then stay there for a while. If not, get out of here quickly. This is not a place where you can have the final say. You'd better think before you speak in the future." Wu Ai's bombardment made the middle-aged woman confused on the spot. She couldn't understand why she was treated so rudely, or her husband seemed to have some insight, knowing that Wu Ai and his men would not spoil their wives like they did in the peaceful times. "Hello, comrade. I am the head of Dingley Pharmaceutical Laboratory and the chairman of Dingley Pharmaceutical Group. I wonder if you are here to rescue our comrades to the safe zone." The man's words were quite audible. If he was the same as that woman, Wu Ai would probably just give up on this family and leave. "We are survivors, not the people who come to rescue you as you say. If you want to wait for someone to rescue you, I think you should dig a hole here first." Wu Ai's words obviously irritated the middle-aged woman again. "Since you didn't come here to rescue us, why didn't you tell us in advance? Now that you've brought us here, you want to ignore us? What if the people who come to rescue us can't find us? You must send us back right now. Right now." The middle-aged woman completely ignored the children around her and started to yell hysterically. Chapter 61 The Origin of the Red Egg Spreader. Li Muzi had already parked the car and walked over. She didn't care about the family of three present, but directly started to talk about the whole process of her rescue of the three people. "Before I drove to the gate of the laboratory, I didn't encounter those terrible things, so I guess it should be our previous actions in the winery that played a role. Since there is no danger, I will quickly search to see if there is anyone who meets our requirements. If there is, take them directly. Otherwise go back and meet you quickly. After all, my previous departure without saying goodbye was not a good approach. Wu Ai snorted coldly and said, "You are so self-aware." The middle-aged woman wanted to say something again, but was stopped by her husband. Li Muzi did not respond to Wu Ai's words, but continued her narration. I met this family of 3 in a luxurious villa in the laboratory. At that time, they found me first. So when I appeared not far from the villa, they came out to find me directly. The matter about the building blocks was the top priority. So I asked the family of 3 directly if they knew about it. Of course, they didn't cooperate with my questioning at first. But when I used the sword in my hand to cut off the A-pillar of their car parked at the door, they understood what I really meant. The woman quickly explained what she had done in those 10 minutes. She jumped up with a reagent and did an experiment. She said that she seemed to be told that she had obtained the building blocks and had the ability to develop medicine. Because she was too shocked and scared at the time, she was not able to make any related attempts. Her husband and children did not make any attempts in this regard, so they were not qualified to own the building blocks. Since someone with this ability has been found, I would of course like to bring this woman back for you to identify her and see if she is the kind of person we need. But when I wanted to take this woman away, she fought back desperately, even threatening her life and death. In order to achieve our goal, I can only bring her family back together. She threatened you to bring all her family members, right? Wu Ai asked coldly. Li Muzi nodded, answering Wu Ai's question. Wu Ai smiled evilly and said nothing. What about the red egg at the back? Wu Ai asked this question. There was actually another experimenter in the villa, and the family didn't mention the existence of this person before leaving. When they got in my car, the sound of the car engine attracted the experimenter. In fact, the family found something to ask the experimenter to go to the basement before I came. But he came up to get the tools and happened to see us leaving at the moment. Then the mood wouldn't change to the extent that the virus could be activated. Right? Wu Ai said this as if talking to herself. The woman's husband narrowed his eyes when he heard this, as if he had thought of something. I later learned in the car that in order to enter the villa, the experimenter gave up his girlfriend, who was about to get married in the strong wind. The reason why he finally gave up his girlfriend was also the result of the selfishness of this family. Because the family only needed one person as a labor force, and only one quota was allowed to enter. So from this day on, the mental problems of the surviving experimenter had already appeared. And then, because of the deception of this family, and the fact that they wanted to abandon him to go somewhere else, the experimenter, whose mental state was about to collapse, completely aroused a certain obsession in his heart. Chapter 62. Damn. There's a gun. When I realized the situation was not good, I drove away. But the speed of this egg was really not slow. If you hadn't come, I think I might have taken the red egg and fled to another place. Wu Ai roughly understood Li Muzi's action process this time. He said to the family of 3, now you have 2 ways to go. One is that I will control this woman's building blocks, and your family can get a certain amount of supplies. And then I will send you to a safe place. The second is that you can leave directly now, and life and death is your own business. The woman's husband held her back from getting angry, and let him handle the matter instead. I know you may need my wife's ability of the building block ball, so you won't let us go just like that. We don't care whether the rescue comes or not, but we can only agree to your request after you send us to a safe place. The woman's husband seemed to have some brains, but he probably didn't know that the owner of the building block ball would also leave the building block ball behind when he died. Wu Ai took the upgraded long sword from Li Muzi's hand. As soon as he got the weapon, his mind was prompted. F-level long sword. Bonus attribute sharpness. Damn. Why do I feel more and more like playing a computer game? This was Wu Ai's first reaction when he got the sword. Then, Wu Ai put his thoughts aside. He took the sword and came to the child between the two. Little friend, do you want to eat something delicious? Brother has delicious snacks here. Wu Ai wanted to start with the youngest member of this family. The little girl's parents certainly saw that Wu Ai had the intention to threaten them, but they were currently unable to protect themselves. Originally, Wu Ai thought that the child would be easy to deal with, but he became the most difficult one to deal with. A pistol suddenly appeared in the little girl's hand, although it didn't look like a standard weapon, but with the appearance of the gun. Wu Ai couldn't just rashly go forward and use her body to test whether the gun was real. The little girl's parents were also a little surprised. wondering how their child could have such a lethal weapon. I asked Uncle Juan to get this gun for me. We originally wanted to use this gun to go hunting, but I didn't expect this to happen. As for where this gun came from, I really don't know. If you can see Uncle Juan, you should ask him yourself. The little girl's explanation finally let everyone know the true origin of the gun. But Wu Ai also knew that the probability of this gun being real was higher. The girl's mother wanted to take the gun from the little girl to retaliate against Wu Ai's people, but her husband stopped her. The man took the gun from the little girl, unloaded the magazine and looked at it, and said to Wu Ai and others with some amusement, "Are we equal now? Can we sit down and have a good talk?" The woman finally couldn't bear it anymore. She said to the man, "Husband, we have guns. Why do we have to talk to them?" Her husband replied calmly, "They should have the same intelligence you have obtained. If we don't know, it's better to keep a low profile and get some information. Since you have guns, of course we can sit down and talk. But the control of the building blocks is the basis of this negotiation. If you don't agree, we should go our separate ways." Wu Ai finally made some concessions. Chapter 63, Gao Jianshan, who recognizes reality. Because this negotiation involves the ownership of the building blocks. The woman's husband turned around and asked his wife for her opinion. After getting the other party's nod of agreement, the man finally began to prepare to start negotiations with Wu Ai. "Let me first briefly introduce our family. My name is Gao Jianshan, and the person over there is my wife Su Xiaomei, and our daughter Gao Jieli. We don't want anything now. We just want you to send us back to our original house. And as long as we get there, you can get what you want." The man named Gao Jianshan clearly told them what the family wanted, and such conditions were not too excessive. However, Wu Ai had always been confused about the things he had encountered before. He always felt that something had been overlooked by himself, and he instinctively felt that going back was not a good decision. "Mr. Gao, your conditions are indeed not too excessive. Since we are going to negotiate now, everyone should state their conditions and study them together. I think your house was already very dangerous before. If you go back now, I can't think of what you will use to protect your own lives. Don't say your gun can do this. You have also seen how terrifying that red egg is." Speaking of the terrifying thing just now, Gao Jianshan and his family of 3 all showed fear in their eyes. "Haven't you already controlled that egg? We can just go around it carefully so that it won't find it." Gao Jianshan's wife Su Xiaomei couldn't help but interrupt. "You don't really think that thing can't come out by itself? If it comes out, we can just deliver food to it when we go back this time. Now I can't find anything that can restrain it," Wu Ai said with a sneer. Gao Jianshan also saw it at that time. Although Wu Ai's method was effective, if the red egg really struggled out, they would really be killed if they encountered it now. At this time, the little girl was a little impatient. She shouted, "Just take us away quickly. I don't care where we go. I'm hungry now. I want to eat. I haven't eaten enough recently." The girl shouting temporarily interrupted the negotiation between the two parties. Su Xiaomei had to start comforting her daughter. "I'm sorry. I made you laugh. Because we spoiled the child. She didn't eat the food she wanted these days, so she didn't eat enough. If possible, can you give the child some food to fill her stomach first?" This man named Gao Jianshan is generally a reasonable person. But his wife, Wu Ai, signaled Li Zimu with her eyes. This quirky girl should be able to handle this simple matter. Li Zimu took Su Xiaomei and her child Gao Jieli to the RV. She planned to find some food in the car for them to have a full meal first. After his wife and daughter left, Gao Jianshan put away the pistol and sat down on the ground dejectedly. "Hey, brother. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. The child and my wife do not get along well, which is also related to their previous identities. They have lived a rich life for too long, and they are no longer used to how ordinary people should live. The child has not eaten much these days because she does not have the food she likes. My wife also contacted her father and learned that someone would come to rescue us, so she indulged the child's behavior. But I know that things should not be that simple. The rescuers we are waiting for may not come." Chapter 64 is what you think is really what you think. This elder brother saw it clearly, and his words were more acceptable to Wu Ai. "Since you said so, Brother Gao, I will tell you the truth. This sudden incident may have become a global event, and all countries may have lost their due control. You also saw that with the strength of that monster. If no weapons that can match it are used in a short time, I think this monster should be difficult to destroy. For ordinary people like me, It is more reliable to leave the matter of living to myself. There are also some other information I have that proves that the current situation may not end in a short time. So I still don't agree with you going to dangerous places. Alas. Actually, I don't want to go back either. But my wife has become obsessed with someone coming to save her. If I don't go back, I really don't know where it is safe. Or you can take us with you. If we encounter a safe area, we will go by ourselves and won't drag you down. Gao Jianshan tried to propose another plan, hoping that Wu Ai would agree to his proposal. Although this will greatly affect our plan, it is not completely unfeasible. But the prerequisite is that your wife has to give us her building blocks completely. Without this condition, we will not take you on an aimless trip. Gao Jianshan's eyes finally lit up, and he was about to agree. Before he could answer Wu Ai, he heard a quarrel from the RV. Wu Ai and Gao Jianshan looked at each other, and they hurried to the RV. When they arrived at the side door of the RV, they found a lot of food and bottled drinking water scattered on the ground. I want to drink Coke. I don't want to drink this tasteless water. I don't want to eat this instant noodles. Don't you have steak and pasta? There must be something delicious in your RV. I'm going to go up and find it myself. Gao Jieli was jumping and shouting at the door. But Su Xiaomei next to her didn't stop or discipline her. Instead, she looked at Li Zimu as if she was watching a good show, to see how she would solve this matter. Wu Ai seemed to burst out with anger, and he really wanted to go up and kick the mother and son in front of him on the spot. But considering the situation of the building blocks, he still forced himself to endure it. Wu Ai turned to Gao Jianshan and said coldly, "Do I need to deal with this matter?" Wu Ai's tone was no longer as normal as before, and Gao Jianshan certainly felt the coldness. So he hurried over, pulled his wife and daughter aside, and began to persuade them. Half an hour later, Gao Jieli said to Li Zimu, "I don't want steak and pasta, but you have to let me go to your RV to find the food I like. After I'm full, you can talk to my dad and mom about the future." Wu Ai was so angry that he laughed. He shouted to the Li sisters, "Let's go find other building blocks. Let these gentlemen enjoy their privileges here slowly." After Wu Ai finished speaking, he walked towards the RV first without showing any nostalgia. Su Xiaomei thought that her building blocks were something Wu Ai valued, and she thought that the other party would tolerate her daughter's difficulties. Unexpectedly, the other party gave up on her directly. This situation made her, who had always been self-righteous, lose her mood to watch the show. Chapter 65 Being Threatened. Gao Jianshan hurriedly ran forward to stop Wu Ai from walking towards the RV. But as soon as he came in front of Wu Ai, he was forced back by his sharp eyes. Su Xiaomei saw that she and her daughter were about to mess up the matter. So she hurried to Gao Jianshan and said, "Husband, we have nothing now. If they abandon us, how will we live in the future?" Su Xiaomei finally realized that things were a bit serious. Wu Ai's orders were still well implemented by the two girls. Soon, the RV had started and looked ready to set off at any time. Wait! Let's talk it out. We can talk about the conditions again. We can lower some of our requirements. Gao Jianshan ran to the front of the car and opened his arms to block the RV's progress. Wu Ai's mouth curled up slightly. He leaned out of the car window and said to Gao Jianshan, "If you just slap your wife, I will believe what you said just now, and we can start the negotiation again. If you can't do it, it proves that you have no say, and there is no point in negotiating with you." Su Xiaomei, who was walking over, also heard Wu Ai's words. She pouted with some disdain and looked at Wu Ai sarcastically. That expression seemed to be saying, "Don't dream. He doesn't dare." The mocking expression turned into a confused one in the next second. Su Xiaomei turned around and looked at Gao Jianshan, who slapped her in the face. "Are you crazy? You dare to hit me just because he said something to an outsider? Have you forgotten your own identity? If it weren't for our family." Then, there was another crisp sound, and Su Xiaomei was slapped again. "If you hadn't refused to follow everyone when they retreated, and had to wait for some bullshit special car to pick you up, would we be like this now? Now that the power you can rely on no longer exists. Don't think about being superior. If you still can't see the reality, our daughter will be killed by you." Gao Jianshan finally showed his manliness at this moment, and stunned Su Xiaomei, a woman who usually didn't take him seriously. Wu Ai saw that Gao Jianshan still had some manly temper, so he turned off the engine of the RV as he had said before. He got out of the RV and came to Gao Jianshan and said, "Okay, now we can start the negotiation again. However, I don't know when. The pistol on Gao Jianshan suddenly appeared in Su Xiaomei's hand, and the muzzle of the pistol was pointing at him. Not bad. Not bad. It really exceeded my expectations. It seems that I still neglected to take precautions because of my habitual thinking. This is because I have too little experience. This incident can also serve as a good warning to myself, making me more cautious in this doomsday. Wu Ai said to herself. It's no use for you to say these things. There is no tomorrow's sun in your future. Let the two people in the army get down quickly and don't dawdle. And then let them stand over there. Su Xiaomei began to give orders to Wu Ai. Ha ha ha. I think you really don't know the function of the building block ball. Otherwise you wouldn't be so anxious to act. At least we have to find out whether the three of us have the building block ball. And if so, what ability we have before we act. Sure enough, Su Xiaomei was restrained by Wu Ai's words. She really didn't know how this mysterious building block ball was used. Chapter 66, A Terrifying Analysis. Since you don't know anything, I will briefly talk about my building block ability. You see the RV behind me, right? My ability is to fully control this RV. I can make this RV do what I want it will. For example, start the engine. After Wu Aigong finished speaking, the RV started again. For example, drive away and hide somewhere. After speaking, the RV turned around and disappeared from Su Xiaomei's sight. If you can't negotiate according to my requirements, the moment I am killed, I will issue an order to the RV, and the RV will bury your whole family. If this command cannot be completed, the RV will not stop. If you don't believe me, you can bet with the lives of your entire family. Gao Jianshan took advantage of his wife's distraction and rushed forward to snatch the gun from her hand, and then put it back in his trouser pocket. I'm really sorry. I didn't pay attention just now. I don't know when my wife stole the gun. I swear, this will never happen again in the future. I hope my wife's behavior will not affect our negotiations. Gao Jianshan's words were orderly, and he completely pushed the responsibility to his wife. But Wu Ai was not stupid enough to believe it easily. The previous situation had already given him enough warning. Okay, since Brother Gao said so, I will not dwell on this matter anymore. Anyway, it has not caused any consequences. You can discuss your final terms now, and we will resume the negotiation tomorrow morning. As for food, the food thrown by your daughter on the ground should be enough for you to eat today. If you don't want to eat, you can try your luck outside. If you are discovered by something, don't leave them here. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he walked straight past Gao Jianshan and Su Xiaomei and walked behind them. Soon, the sound of the RV driving towards here was heard. Honey, what should we do now? I didn't expect this guy to have this trick. He really studied the building block ball thoroughly. He must know more information that he didn't tell us. Su Xiaomei no longer looked like a shrew. Now she seemed like a different person, with wisdom in her eyes. Haven't you figured it out yet? He warned us when he left just now that his strength is not something that our cleverness can shake. I think he has already seen through the drama we performed before. There is nothing we can do. We can only adapt to the situation tomorrow. Gao Jianshan would never have thought that everything he and Su Xiaomei said had been recorded by Shio, and the recording had been played to the three people in the RV. Sure enough, this family is not a good person. I think we should not negotiate with them tomorrow. We should just leave. Li Zimu said angrily. It's not easy to meet a person with the ability of a building block ball who may have a solution to the virus. If it's not too troublesome, let's give it a try. You can see that it's not possible to jump every time you encounter that kind of egg. Wu Ai's words were also very convincing. After all, no one wants to experience such an escape scene again. Why do I feel that you don't care too much about this family, but you care about the red egg? Li Muzi said this lightly. Wu Ai smiled and said, rather than saying that I care about the red egg, it's better to say that I care more about my decision to use a concrete truck to stop the red egg. Now I don't have any related thoughts about the idea that appeared in my mind at that time. In other words, the idea seemed to appear suddenly. Do you know what this means? Both of them looked at Wu Ai's face with horrified eyes at the same time. Chapter 67, One Punch to Dispel Hatred. The three people realized at the same time that when Wu Ai proposed the plan of using a concrete mixer truck to intercept red egg, someone or something else had influenced Wu Ai's thinking in some way to create a false memory in his mind. If my guess is true, then no matter whether the other party is a human or something else, it will be extremely dangerous for us. It was because of this that I hesitated to agree to Gao Jianshan's family's idea of going back. This can also explain why the concrete mixer truck was not loaded with concrete. The truck and the things inside should have been prepared long ago to deal with Red Egg. But why doesn't such a powerful being just take action instead of making such a hassle? Lizima seemed to have suddenly thought of something. And she said tentatively, "Is it possible that the being can only affect some mental things? And combatability is not its strong point. The reason why the being wants to cover up the traces of its existence may be based on this point to protect itself. That thing is likely to be near the concrete mixer truck. And we may have lost the only chance to kill it." Lizima's analysis also makes sense. If it is really as she said, it would be a pity. Perhaps that existence wants to lure us back again. In order to make such precise calculations, I think the other party must have a very powerful intelligence collection unit, so that it can make such a targeted layout. Limusi also expressed her own judgment, and her analysis is quite reasonable. The current information is still not collected completely, so it is really a bit of being controlled by others for them. Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Limusi, your previous behavior has made you qualified enough to join the ranks of official team members. But you? Wu Ai hadn't finished talking when Limusi punched him in the face. Damn it! Are you crazy? Why did you hit me for no reason? Wu Ai said angrily. I've had enough of your anger before. Now that I'm a regular team member, I guess you won't mind if I punch you for no reason. Actually, this is a good thing for the whole team. Think about it. I'm using a punch to digest my previous resentment towards you. In the future, when we work together, there won't be any resentment. Isn't this more beneficial to the team? Although Limusi's words were somewhat argumentative, to some extent, what she said did make sense. Okay, I won't pursue the matter of this punch. Let's continue talking. Wu Ai rubbed her painful eye sockets and looked at Limusi with a slight smile on her face. The other party will still negotiate with us tomorrow. Everyone has a certain right to make suggestions on the team's action plan. You can also tell me how we should deal with them tomorrow? Wu Ai put this issue on the table and asked the two girls to participate. In this way, the plan made by gathering everyone's opinions can also make the team more cohesive. Limusi first spread his hands and said, "You all have better brains than me. I will just follow your opinions." Lizimu also shrugged and said, "It depends on the situation. Anyway, we all have communication, and it is completely possible for everyone to contact each other at any time and make a decision." Chapter 68 Another Plan. The two girls' suggestion is to have no suggestion. Since there is no good plan now, we can only wait and see tomorrow. Musi, your ability to upgrade weapons is very good. I see that your sword seems to be very sharp. Let's try any weapons that meet the upgrade conditions. Anyway, it's just a waste of time if we don't upgrade. She also heard the change in Wu Ai's address to Limusi. Since they are brothers in the same trench now, she put aside all the previous unhappiness. Since you, the boss, have given the order, of course, I can upgrade my weapons at any time. But what I want to say is that the attributes change randomly, and you can only know what they will become after the upgrade is completed. I can't intervene manually. Lizimu took out a knife the size of a fruit knife from his waist. It seems that this is also one of the little girl's backups. If I really plot against this little beauty, the end is really hard to say. When Wu Ai thought of this, he really looked at the fruit knife in Lizimu's hand carefully. The fruit knife looks like a flying knife, and the material and workmanship seem to be top-notch. No wonder this little girl likes this knife. If I have it, I will definitely let Limusi upgrade it. There was no conversation that night. At about 10 o'clock the next morning, the three people drove the RV and came to the place where they had negotiated before. Only two people from Gao Jianshan's family waited in front of the G-Class that had driven away before, and their daughter did not appear beside them. Yohu, Brother Gao, you slept well yesterday. Did you go out to look for some food? Wu Ai was talking about something else. No one in this family had eaten enough since yesterday. Brother Wu, don't joke. How dare we go out to explore easily in this situation? We temporarily made do with the food that my daughter threw on the ground yesterday. But we can only rely on you, Brother Wu, for food today. Although Gao Jianshan seemed to be very humble, Wu Ai would not lose his judgment now. Brother Gao, where is your daughter? She is not hiding there with a gun pointed at her head. Wu Ai's words were also a two-way test of the other party. First, to see if the other party had any bad ideas. And second, to see how much Gao Jianshan valued his child. How is it possible? Brother Wu is really a joker. The child was fussy for a long time yesterday, and did not sleep well. So he is still sleeping in the car now. As he said that, Gao Jianshan opened the car door so that Wu Ai could see that the child was indeed sleeping in the back seat. Since the child is still sleeping, let's go to the side and continue talking, so as not to wake the child up with our voices. This is what Wu Ai really wants to do. That is, to let Gao Jianshan and his wife leave the car and their children. Sure enough, Gao Jianshan's eyes flashed with regret. But this was only a fleeting moment. Even though Gao Jianshan hid it well, he was still seen by Wu Ai, who was well prepared. The three of them came to a big tree not far away, and Gao Jianshan began to say, "We still decided to follow Brother Wu and his group on the road. Anywhere we want. As long as we find a place we think is safe, we will hand over the control of the building blocks. Of course, we will not use unlimited time to drag you down. We will complete the task of finding a new place to live within 30 days. If we still haven't found it after 30 days, we will also choose to hand over the building blocks to you. And then we will automatically leave." Chapter 69, Escape the Plot. After hearing these words, Wu Ai would of course also pass them on to the two beauties in the RV. The two ladies did not have much objection to Gao Jianshan's proposal. It would be up to Wu Ai to decide whether to agree to this condition or not. After Wu Ai got the answers from the two ladies, he had some thoughts in his mind. "Brother Gao, 1 month is really too long. Do you think it is possible to adjust the time a little?" Wu Ai asked tentatively. After Gao Jianshan and Su Xiaomei met and discussed, Gao Jianshan answered sincerely, "If Brother Wu can help with all the food issues during this period, then 25 days is also possible." After Gao Jianshan said this, Wu Ai knew that the number of days was not his bottom line. The conditions were reduced so easily. It is estimated that the purpose of this family of 3 is no longer just to find a place to live. Let's put it this way. Brother Gao, I won't bargain with you. In 5 days, I can take you to a place you specify, but the route is determined by us. During this period, we are fully responsible for food and safety issues. The main reason is that we don't have so much time to take you for a stroll. We have more important things to do. So, Wu Ai's words reduced the time to only 5 days, which exceeded Gao Jianshan's and his lowest bottom line. Gao Jianshan and Wu Ai talked back and forth for half an hour. In the end, Gao Jianshan said that he would discuss it with his daughter and wife and give their final answer at noon. Wu Ai also expressed his complete understanding. He turned around and walked towards his RV. Originally, Gao Jianshan wanted some food for breakfast, but seeing that Wu Ai left so decisively, he didn't have time to say anything about it. Su Xiaomei looked at Gao Jianshan with resentful eyes and said, "Why are you so shameless? Why don't you call him? We didn't eat enough yesterday. You don't want our family of 3 to be hungry until noon." Gao Jianshan was also a little depressed. Wu Ai walked too fast. It was as if she knew that he would ask him for food, and she ran faster than a rabbit. In just a few words, Wu Ai had already got on the RV and drove away. Gao Jianshan could only lower his head depressed and return to the G-class where he slept last night. Before Gao Jianshan and Su Xiaomei walked to the side of their car, the door was opened from the inside. Their daughter Gao Jieli jumped out of the car. After coming out, she looked at the direction where the RV disappeared and handed the gun in her hand to Gao Jianshan. "Dad, that kid is too cunning. He didn't talk to you near our car at all. And I haven't practiced my shooting skills. I'm not sure if it's too far away." Gao Jianshan also sighed and said, "Yeah. Originally thought that if it doesn't work, we'll take a gamble and see if we can kill him before he reacts. If it succeeds, the RV may be ours. As for the 2 girls, it shouldn't be a big problem." Su Xiaomei snorted coldly and said, "No matter how good your plan is, it's useless if they don't give you a chance. I think that boy seems very smart. I don't know how college students can have so many little thoughts nowadays. Shouldn't they spend all their time studying?" The family of 3 here are still complaining that Wu Ai is too cunning, while Wu Ai enjoys the other party's comments on him, which makes him very satisfied with his vigilance. Chapter 70 Secretly Recorded Little Black Accounts. "Boss, are you just letting them go? We should be able to kill at least one of them if we drive over now. Didn't you say that the blocks will also fall when they die?" Li Zima was the most indignant of the 3, which may be related to her personality. Although Li Muzi looked a little unhappy, she didn't show that she wanted to kill the other party. "You guys, why are you in such a hurry? You don't think that they are the only ones who can calculate?" "Right. I can calculate better than them. I have been living in calculation and being calculated since I was old enough to understand. These experiences are not experienced by you children living in normal families. Forget it. There's no point in telling you all this. In fact, I don't just want to keep them. I have other purposes for squeezing their time. I always feel like we seem to have overlooked something, and keeping them can be used as a backup. Oh, that's fine. Anyway, I'm not as smart as you, and you're the best at calculating people like this. I'll just listen to your instructions, and you don't need to ask me for anything to think about in the future. After saying that, Lee Musey went to the back to find a place to sleep. Hey, we're all in the same team. Is it really okay not to tell you anything? I don't want my team to be the only one who has the final say. If you don't want to use your brain, then come and listen. Hey! Wu Ai's good intentions were obviously wasted by Lee Musey. Wu Ai rubbed her temple and said to Li Zimu, "Do you want to listen?" Li Zimu showed Wu Ai the sweetest and most lovely smile since getting on the RV, and then said sweetly and gently, "Don't listen. Then the information you carefully plan to share with us will be useless. It's actually quite wonderful to want to talk to someone, but no one listens." After that, Li Zimu also jumped and got into her sister's quilt. A few seconds later, the laughter of two women came from the other side. To be honest, this feeling is really wonderful. Wu Ai felt like vomiting blood but couldn't. This kind of internal injury was really crazy. But who is Wu Ai? His little thoughts are not comparable to these two girls. Xiao Jio. Record what happened just now in video mode. It is stored in an independent, encrypted file. This file can only be opened with the highest authority. No one except me can view it in any way. Wu Ai looked at the two figures fighting each other under the quilt, and said to Xiao Jio with a sneer, "Please give this file a name so that it will be easier to find and use in the future." When Xiao Jio said this, she already had some human breath. She gave people the feeling that she wanted to laugh, but was holding back. Wu Ai also heard it. Of course. He also knew that Xiao Jio would eventually grow into an intelligent being with an independent personality. So Wu Ai was not surprised by her tone. Just call it Li Li's little black account. Remember everything clearly. This will be very useful in the future. After saying that, Wu Ai also sat on the sofa in the entertainment area, closing his eyes and perfecting the places in his mind that he thought might have problems. When it was noon again, Wu Ai and the RV appeared on time at the location they had been last time. Wu Ai just jumped off the RV and said with a hearty smile, "What do you think? Brother Gao? Can you give me an accurate answer this time?" Gao Jianshan saw Wu Ai showed up on time, and he said a little embarrassedly, "Brother Wu, can we talk about that later? Can you give us some food first? We are so hungry." After hearing Gao Jianshan's request, Wu Ai's face changed and he said seriously, "Brother Gao, isn't it being polite for you to say that? What do you mean by giving you some food? I have asked people to start preparing to celebrate the success of the negotiation." Gao Jianshan was really overjoyed to hear this, and he said excitedly, "Anything is fine, as long as it is edible. Don't be too polite." "Hey, how can that be possible? It must be more solemn. Let's settle the negotiation first, because we have prepared dumplings, and it will probably take a while for you to eat them." Chapter 71 Negotiations Achieved. When Gao Jianshan heard that they were preparing dumplings, his face immediately turned bitter. "Brother Wu, the dumplings must have taken a long time to prepare. Our whole family is very hungry now. Even instant noodles are fine, even if they don't need to be soaked." Gao Jianshan was really a little anxious. The child was fine. The couple was really starving. How could rich people like them experience such a thing as hunger? "Brother Gao, you also know how expensive food and supplies are now. Since everything is prepared, let's be patient. Isn't there a saying that good food is never too late? Let's talk about our business at this time." 5 minutes later, Gao Jianshan and his wife squatted beside the wheel of the G-Class and wolfed down instant noodles. Their daughter ate the vacuum-packed cake happily. As for dumplings, they didn't exist at all. Gao Jianshan and his wife had actually prepared the lowest acceptance conditions a long time ago, but they still wanted to fight for it to see if there would be more benefits. Unexpectedly, Wu Ai didn't play by the rules, and didn't even provide them with a lunch before the deal was concluded. So Gao Jianshan could only offer the lowest conditions to try to have lunch as soon as possible. In the RV, "Why did you give my private collection to that naughty kid? It's mine." "My own? You have to compensate me for expropriating my private collection like this." Li Zima pouted and pretended to be very angry. But Wu Ai knew that she was performing so hard just to get higher benefits. We both know what you are thinking. I will give you a satisfactory compensation within a reasonable range in the future. In order not to waste time with her, Wu Ai had to compromise temporarily. Li Zimu's angry face immediately cleared up, and the expression changed so quickly that it was really worthy of being filmed. We have reached a temporary agreement with their family. They will follow us for 10 days. And we will be responsible for their food and safety. They finally want to go back to their villa. I think there is something important there. Maybe a communication method or satellite phone to contact the safe zone. As for what they said about going back there to wait for rescue, I don't believe it. Wu Ai simply said the agreement reached by the two sides in the final negotiation. However, the route back is set by us. I suggest that we should not go back along the original route. If we can take a detour, maybe we can be safer. Wu Ai's opinion was also recognized by the two girls. Let me plan the route. I will make several sets of route plans. You will decide which route you want to use in the end, Li Zimu said with a smile. It seems that the small victory just now made her feel very good. Okay. Then Xiaomu, you take care of this matter first. That Musi, see if there is anything that can be upgraded and upgrade it quickly. After all, this is also a way to enhance our strength. Okay. I got it. My sister's weapon was upgraded yesterday, and I gave it to her directly. Most of the weapons we can upgrade now are only fruit knives and kitchen knives. And there are not many of them. It would be great if there were standard or finished knives. Wu Ai also said, I know that too. If there are finished products, then there is nothing else to say. No one would collect such knives at home. What you said reminded me that the family outside might have this collection. I will go and ask them when I have time. Now we are waiting for Xiaomu's route. Once we choose it, we will set off immediately if time permits. Chapter 72 Terrible Conjecture. At 1:46 p.m., Li Zimu finally completed the route planning. The reason why it took so much time was mainly because of the smoothness of the route and the escape route in case of accidents. After combining these 2 points, there were very few suitable routes. There are only 3 routes. Boss, you choose one. Li Zimu pushed the laptop to Wu Ai, and she lay on her back directly. And then she groaned comfortably and began to stretch. Wu Ai looked carefully, and finally chose a detour that was not too far. After choosing the route, Wu Ai immediately went to inform Gao Jianshan and his family, asking them to pack up and get ready to set off immediately. Wu Ai also briefly told them about the possible situations on the road, and asked them to prepare for the battle that might happen at any time. For this reason, Wu Ai also lent them 2 ordinary kitchen knives, which were not sharpened at all, and who knows whether they can be used at that time. In a word, the RV and the G-Class returned to the road to the villa. After walking for more than an hour, magnets were found on the roadside. Because there were not many, Wu Ai was also afraid that more and more would gather later, so he used the RV to deal with the few magnets. Now there are obvious dents on the front of the RV, and there are some damages. Shio also notified Wu Ai of the extent of the damage to the RV in time, so that Wu Ai could have a macroscopic understanding of the overall defense of the RV. During this period, Li Musi actually used the sword in her hand to kill 2 people, although she would feel a little uncomfortable after the killing. Wu Ai was also very surprised at the extent. If this girl gets used to killing in the future, will she be more powerful than herself? In the future, it is better not to provoke her if it does not involve some core interests. Wu Ai is also a little curious about magnets. That is, the white monsters that ordinary humans turn into. After he conducted several experiments, he found that these dead monsters did not bleed or ooze out any tissue fluid or organs after death. It was as if there was nothing inside these monsters. The cross-section of their bodies was also a very neat plane, and you would not see anything that should be there. In the evening, Wu Ai provided Gao Jianshan and his friends with enough food for dinner, and then he returned to the RV. You too. Do you have any opinions on the problem I found today? Wu Ai asked the only 2 team members in the RV seriously. I don't know. It's not me who took the body away. I don't have any opinion. I am a little tired from chopping today. I am going to sleep. Li Musi was the first to choose offline. Li Zimu stroked his chin and carefully thought about the new information Wu Ai found today. After Wu Ai and his team left a certain distance, the bodies of the killed magnets disappeared out of thin air. This was an idea that Wu Ai suddenly had after seeing the magical body structure of the magnets. When Wu Ai drove back to the previous corpse location for the first time, there was nothing there. In order to prove that he did not remember the wrong place, Wu AI conducted several such experiments, and also made marks next to the corpse. But it turned out that what Wu AI saw was true. The body really disappeared without a trace. After thinking for a long time, Li Zimu suddenly said nervously, "Boss, you know I play computer games. So it's not surprising that I often think about this aspect. Just now I suddenly thought of a possibility. Do you think we are all virtual lives in a computer?" Wu AI suddenly shivered. He seemed to have thought of something. Chapter 73 Virtual World Theory. Li Zimu obviously didn't have much thought about what she said just now. So she just said it casually. However, her words just now touched Wu AI's initial doubt that was about to be forgotten. "Xiao Mu, what I will say to you next is very important. You must think clearly before answering me," Wu AI said seriously after listening to Li Zimu's guess. Li Zimu rarely saw Wu AI's serious expression. So the matter that made him say this must be very important. Li Zimu also nodded seriously, no longer smiling like before. "When you first heard the alien talking, did you feel anything strange?" "Anything is fine." Wu AI asked his first question. Li Zimu also began to seriously recall what happened during that period. Because some time had passed. Li Zimu thought for more than 10 minutes before speaking in a depressed tone. "It doesn't seem to be anything strange. If there is anything strange, it's that I seem to have fallen asleep for a while before I heard the alien talking." "Then why do you think this matter is strange?" Wu AI asked with shining eyes. "At that time, I was fighting a hacker. I shouldn't have been able to sleep in such a situation. But it seems that I really fell asleep. Now I don't remember clearly whether this incident actually happened or not." After listening to Li Zimu's words, Wu AI began to take his faucet incident at the RV exhibition seriously. "In fact, I seem to have fallen asleep during that time." Li Muzi also came over and told his own experience at that time. Now that Wu AI knows that the three of them, including himself, have had similar experiences, Wu AI can make a bold assumption. If I hadn't taken this little problem seriously before, then many things now could be connected together. I'm talking about hypothesis. Remember its hypothesis. If the world before the aliens spoke was in the real world, then during the time when we fainted or fell asleep, we might have been brought into this virtual world. Wu Aigong created a tense atmosphere, telling it like a ghost story. But the next moment, it was completely destroyed by Li Zimu's laughter. "Ha ha! Boss. In fact, if you were a screenwriter or a novelist in the previous world, you should have been able to do well. You can think of such a brain hole. Then why don't you say that our previous world is also virtual?" Although Li Zimu's words are not completely arguing, it is obvious that he has that meaning. Wu AI was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Guess if the aliens' technology can achieve global synchronization to copy human thoughts into a virtual computer, will it do so?" "What's your question? How do we know what aliens do?" Li Zimu looked at Wu AI as if he was an idiot. If the aliens' purpose is to gain something from human behavior or thought, then they will do it. For example, after I was in a coma like you, the time I woke up was a little later than before. Also, don't you think it's normal for the bodies of ordinary people who turned into monsters to disappear? Chapter 74 Virtual Game Space is more logical. Before the two beauties could refute, Wu AI continued, "Also, why did my thoughts seem to be invaded and tampered by some existence? And why did we seem to be deliberately arranged by someone in the red egg incident? Some established facts. If we are all in a virtual world now, then these can be completely explained." Li Muzi asked with wide eyes. "How to explain?" "For example, during the time when we were unconscious, the aliens were copying our information into this virtual world. I was rewinded for some reason, which is also consistent with the minor errors of the program. When ordinary people die, it is like the NPC in the game will be refreshed when certain conditions are triggered, which can also reduce the operating burden of the server. And, boss, stop talking. If you keep talking, I am afraid I will really believe you. Your speculation is really too scary. If what you said is true, I don't know if I will have a reason to live anymore." Li Zimu seemed to be a little emotionally unstable. No matter who is told that you may be just a virtual program now, it is unlikely that the other party can bear such a fact. I didn't say it was definitely true, but I felt that some things were more in line with the settings of computer games. For example, the ability of the building blocks, upgrades, fusion, killing monsters, etc. It feels like we have been thrown into a doomsday game. Speaking of this, Wu AI suddenly paused. "Virus? Emotion? Why do I feel familiar with this mechanism? Li Muzi slowly began to move away from Wu Ai, and she whispered weakly, "You are not in the same group with aliens." Wu Ai smiled and did not answer. It would be great if he was in the same group with aliens. Then we might have been assimilated by aliens long ago. Li Muzi said leisurely. I remember the aliens mentioned the issue of camps before. Let's assume that the aliens who came to our planet may be from a certain camp. They came to select intelligent life forms that can join their camp. If they want to cause a large number of intelligent creatures to die during the selection process, then there is no need to send people to contact us. They can just enslave us directly or control us in some other way. They should still need us to have independent thinking ability. So they put us in a trial game like this, which may be more in their interest. The two girls were shocked by Wu Ai's hypothesis, and unconsciously began to think according to Wu Ai's hypothesis. After a while, Li Zima asked again in confusion, why does the virus have to use emotions as trigger conditions? Wouldn't it be better to change to a more common condition? This is also what I said just now, that I feel familiar but can't figure it out. I feel that there are deeper reasons here. But now we still don't have enough information to analyze the rest of the problem. Li Zima could understand Wu Ai's answer, but it was a bit too far-fetched when it came to Li Muzi. What are you talking about? Why do I feel so confused? Is it because I am not smart enough? Or is what you say too profound? It seems that my desire to get involved in your topic is an act of overestimating my own ability. I will take my leave now. I will go to sleep, and will not waste my few brain cells here. Li Muzi's departure also eased the atmosphere a lot. Wu Ai stopped talking about these things. After all, he did not have any evidence. These were all his speculations. Li Zimu also yawned and turned back to find his sister to sleep together. Chapter 75 Premonition comes true. These stupid creatures are here indeed. Hey! 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 Since you are all here, if I don't entertain you well, wouldn't it be a loss of dignity as a host? Hee. Such a strange sentence came from somewhere. Wu Ai had something on his mind, so he didn't sleep very soundly. Just now, he seemed to feel a palpitation that he couldn't explain, as if he was being remembered by some powerful creature. This feeling is really bad. Should we continue to walk? Wu Ai was depressed and couldn't sleep. After getting up the next day, the two girls found that Wu Ai had two panda eyes and looked very listless. Boss, you are like this. Let me help you deliver breakfast later. The person who spoke was Li Zimu. No. Don't think that there is no danger just because they agreed to cooperate. They are still quite afraid of me now. But it may not be the same if it is one of you. If they control one of you to threaten me, do you think I should save him or not? Although Wu Ai was not in a good mood, he never relaxed his vigilance. Li Zimu stuck out her cute little tongue. She was very happy that this cheap captain was so thoughtful. Li Muzi's face also showed a hint of warmth. After Wu Ai put down enough food for Gao Jianshan's family, he said to Gao Jianshan, Brother Gao, I felt something was wrong last night. Let's go out of the city and come back after a while. It will be safer that way. After Wu Ai finished speaking, Gao Jianshan and Su Xiaomei looked at each other obscurely. Brother Wu, we have come out now. If we go back, we will have walked so far in vain. I think we can walk slower, but we don't have to run back, Gao Jianshan said indifferently. Since Brother Gao said so, let's continue walking. We'll set off after you finish your meal, Wu Ai said and walked back. I had a bad feeling last night that our trip to send people off this time seems to be not too quiet. I originally wanted to discuss with Gao Jianshan and others to withdraw for a few days and come back after a while, but they refused. After Wu Ai returned to the RV, he didn't know whether his feeling was accurate, so he set it out to see everyone's reaction. After driving for a while, I will use a drone to check the situation outside. If it is too dangerous, we will withdraw even if their family does not withdraw, Li Zimu said firmly. My initial idea is the same. So when we get on the road, you can use the drone to check behind us. Looking at Li Zimu, who nodded seriously, Wu Ai was relieved for the time being. After waiting for a while, after everyone had breakfast, the RV and the G-Class drove onto the road one after another. Li Zimu's drone also flew out at the same time, letting it check the situation of the road behind them. The drone didn't fly too far before it discovered that there were a group of white monsters as numerous as sea waves behind them, and they were slowly surrounding Wu Ai and the others. Damn! It's great! Sure enough, they attacked us. We have really been targeted by something, and the retreat route behind us has been completely cut off. It seems that there is no way for us to retreat. So we only have one way left to go forward. Chapter 76 Practice Killing Monsters. Wu Ai was instantly disappointed when she saw the images sent back by the drone. I don't think these magnets want to destroy us. They are too slow. How can they beat our wheels? Li Zimu scratched his head and said, they just don't want us to escape. Not to kill us. The monsters that want to kill us are probably waiting for us in front. Wu Ai's explanation also fits the action pattern of these monsters. So the two girls also understand their intentions. Boss, I remember they can't walk. Right? Didn't the ones we met last time jump and chase us? Wu Ai was amused by Li Zimu's question. And the tense atmosphere disappeared all of a sudden. Xiao Mu. People like you who play computers should be very smart. Why do you sometimes get so upset? Wu Ai's words made her even more confused. If you have the world's fastest running speed, you will of course choose to run when you need to catch up with someone. But if you have the strongest long jump or high jump in the world, you may jump or hop to catch up with your target when you are chasing someone. Although the example I just said may not be appropriate. You should understand the meaning. They chased us in their most efficient way that time. But that doesn't mean they can't walk. Li Zimu is very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be such a powerful hacker. It's just that her thinking hasn't changed. And she got stuck in a dead end. If she is given enough time, she will figure it out herself. Although I may not be as smart as you. Your boss's observation ability can completely crush you. Wu Ai just took this opportunity to show that she is very powerful in some aspects. And she can't let these two women look down on her. Li Muzi still wanted to hone herself. So she got off the car when there were a few ordinary white monsters and practiced killing them. The effect was that she was basically able to adapt to the daily routine of dealing with small monsters. She no longer had to go back to the RV to relax for a while and calm down her complex psychological activities after killing one or two. When Li Muzi was able to deal with those small monsters with a normal mind, Wu Ai also tried to practice killing those small monsters. Li Muzi, I have to admit that you are really good at this. Although there was nothing unusual when I killed those small monsters. I would think about the situation of them being killed all the time when I came back. I don't know how you survived. After killing a few small monsters, Wu Ai returned to the RV and sincerely admired Li Muzi. When women are loving, they will be full of love. But if they have murderous intentions, they will also be cold-blooded and ruthless. Li Muzi said this coolly and ignored Wu Ai. That's right. No wonder women will cruelly abandon men no matter how much they like or love them before or after they change their hearts. It seems that your summary of this situation is still very accurate. Wu Ai couldn't stand Li Muzi's arrogance. And he secretly changed Li Muzi's concept. Boss, I don't like you bullying my sister like this. She finally has a place to show her strengths. If you hit her so hard that she can't fight anymore, it will be our team's strength that will be lost in the end. That's important. So I don't need to analyze it for you. Wu Ai smiled and tacitly agreed with Li Zimu's preaching to him. Li Muzi felt that her sister should be helping her. But she always felt that something was wrong. Chapter 77 Repairing the Gas Pump. Because the route Wu Ai chose this time was a bit long. And they had to get off the car from time to practice killing monsters. In fact, their speed was not very fast. At night, Wu Ai and his team stopped near a gas station. The reason for stopping here was simple. First, they wanted to refuel Gao Jianshan and his team's G-Class. And second, they could have a confusing position to cover their retreat. Brother Wu, these gas pumps are all unusable. It seems that there is no power. What do you think we can do? When Wu Ai was delivering dinner to Gao Jianshan's family as usual, Gao Jianshan began to complain to him about not being able to refuel. No electricity? No problem. I'll fix the gas pump for you so you can refuel. The gas pump's lack of electricity was not a problem for Wu Ai at all. Gao Jianshan did not give him the difficult task he had imagined. Seeing that Wu Ai had already agreed to refuel, he had nothing to complain about. So he could only take the food and go back to his car. Wu Ai returned to his RV and said to Xiao Jio, can we export electricity? If so, can we change the power of the exported electricity? Xiao Jio's nice voice of a queen spoke slowly and calmly. Of course, it is possible to output power. But the output power must be based on whether the current power of the RV supports it. If the output voltage exceeds a certain range, the RV cannot do it. After Wu Ai got a positive answer from Shio, he found Li Zimu to discuss the matter of electrifying the gas pump. Xiaomu, can you repair some simple household appliances as a computer player? Wu Ai shamelessly began to test Li Zimu. Boss, don't underestimate me. You didn't see that I can assemble a computer. Are you doubting my ability in this area? The little girl looked a little angry. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the principles of general household appliances. After all, computers and drones are basically electronic products. With your explanation just now, I feel relieved. Go and check the gas pump below. If it's not broken, but there's no electricity, you can talk to Shio about connecting a wire to let the gas pump work temporarily, and fill up Gao Jianshan and his car. After saying that, Wu Ai went out to stare at Gao Jianshan and his friends. Boss, are you kidding me? What kind of household appliance is a gas pump? Wu Ai had already slipped away at this time, so he wouldn't wait for Li Zimu's complaints. If it was really like what Wu Ai said, it wouldn't be that difficult. Li Zimu shook her head and sighed, took some tools she found in the supermarket, and went to the gas pump to try her luck. In fact, just as Wu Ai said, the machine was not broken. It just couldn't work because there was no electricity. She went back to find Xiao Jio in the RV and found the interface for outputting power to the outside, and connected a transmission line with wires. But when she got to the gas pump, she noticed that the wires of the gas pump were not outside the body, and the transmission line might be buried underground. In order to avoid troubling others for help again, Li Zimu had to disassemble the gas pump, find the place to connect the power, and connect the transmission line before he was relieved. After finishing all this, she returned to her territory again, not knowing what she was researching. Wu Ai saw Li Zimu come down and fiddle with it for more than 10 minutes. And then he never came out again. He thought that the matter had been settled. So he walked to the gas pump, picked up the gas gun and tried it. And sure enough, the oil flowed out of the gun very smoothly. This little girl is good. She can even handle this thing. It seems that I really picked up a treasure. It's a pity. It's just a burden. Forget it. Now looking at her sister's development, I'm afraid she won't be a burden in the future. Chapter 78 Midnight Attack. Wu Ai was talking to himself and seemed very happy. He put down the gas pump and went to Gao Jianshan's car. He knocked gently on the window glass on the driver's side. Gao Jianshan looked up and saw that it was Wu Ai. He quickly put down the glass and showed a very friendly expression. The problem with the gas pump has been solved. If you want to refuel, you can do so anytime. I suggest you go to the gas station later. If there are oil drums, you'd better bring more gasoline. I can't say when the next refueling will be. Wu Ai smiled politely and turned to his RV. He thought about Gao Jianshan's expression when he heard that the gas pump was working, and felt that he should have broken their conspiracy again. This time, the plan to lure someone away to find a working gas station has failed again. Such a small car is really too uncomfortable for our family to live in. If we can't deal with them again, I suggest that we can gamble directly at the cost. Su Xiaomei really didn't want to sleep in such a small car, so she began to encourage her husband to fight Wu Ai and others. We are just a little uncomfortable now. Do you really want to conflict with them because of such a small matter? If a conflict really occurs, the consequences will be beyond our expectations. Do you want to gamble with your daughter's life? Gao Jianshan's words did have some effect. Su Xiaomei looked at her daughter sleeping in the back seat of the car, and a complex feeling came to her mind. In the end, she had to give up her crazy idea. Xiaomei, don't worry. As long as I think the success rate is more than 50%, I will try it. There will be such opportunities in the future, and we can't rush now. Su Xiaomei could only nod with lifeless eyes. Her daughter's life is very important in her eyes, even more important than her husband. Hey, it seems that they still don't give up. Wu Ai was also somewhat helpless. The three people in the RV heard every word of the conversation between Gao Jianshan and his wife in the car. Humph! Didn't you say you wanted to keep them? Why are you sighing at this time? Being upset should be the price you have to bear. Li Zimu still likes to confront Wu Ai as always, and this seems to have become a part of their lives now. As the only audience, Li Muzi seemed to enjoy listening to it. The three of them rarely became a harmonious small group. In such a doomsday, if you can't maintain a certain optimism, I'm afraid you may become crazy after a long time. I don't know whether these three people saw this clearly, or they were afraid that the emotional ups and downs would trigger the virus and turn them into monsters. Anyway, the tacit understanding between the three people has been rising. At midnight, there was no light from the stars and the moon in the dark sky. In the pitch-black darkness, Some white figures slowly began to move towards the camp where Wu Ai and his friends were. If Wu Ai could see, he would immediately recognize that these figures were the magnets he mentioned. That is, those little monsters. However, Wu Ai was in his sleep now. He did not find out why these weird little monsters had such humane actions, and came to the camp to attack them in the dark. In the darkness, a red warning light in the RV suddenly lit up. Chapter 79, Escape in Progress. The red warning light is on, indicating that Shio has entered an overload state, which is very unfavorable for Shio. But now no one knows that Shio is in such a state, and Shio has never been in such a state. So the situation at this moment is the most dangerous moment for everyone in the RV. Shio seems to have been affected by some abnormality, so she can't issue any warnings or prompts. Although she is also very anxious now. She is powerless, and can only let it develop. Shio, who was about to give up, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and she thought of a possible solution. Wu Ai suddenly woke up, and immediately sat up. In the quiet darkness, only some electronic systems were running, making faint sounds. But Wu Ai, who woke up, seemed to have noticed something strange. He held his breath and remained motionless for more than 10 seconds. He suddenly shouted loudly, "You too! Wake up quickly! It seems that something is wrong." In the middle of the night, Wu Ai's shouting not only woke up the two women in the RV, but also Gao Jianshan was startled and woke up. Warning! Warning! An unknown creature is approaching, and it is estimated that it will be within the physical sight of the RV in 5 minutes. Wu Ai's shouting not only woke everyone up, but also seemed to free Shio, who was in an abnormal state. Shio started to issue warnings at the same time as he was freed. Li Muzi seemed to have acquired some special forces qualities after these days of training. She took out a strong flashlight and climbed onto the roof of the RV as soon as she woke up. After opening the skylight, she stuck her head out and quickly scanned the surrounding environment with a strong flashlight. Then she immediately retracted and closed the skylight. We are probably surrounded. Now I estimate that there are no less than 100 monsters. If we want to run now, we must act as soon as possible. Li Muzi told Wu Ai about the situation after the investigation, so that Wu Ai could have a general understanding and be prepared. Wu Ai opened the car window and shouted to Gao Jianshan's family's car not far away. "Hurry up and start the car and follow us. Whether you can escape depends on your luck." Gao Jianshan, who was just awakened by Wu Ai's shout, was obviously still a little unresponsive. But not long after he heard Wu Ai's warning again. This made his sleepiness disappear instantly. He was sweating profusely and hurriedly started the car to follow Wu Ai's instructions and run away with their RV. "Why are you starting the car in the middle of the night when you are not sleeping?" Su Xiaomei muttered and complained. But this complaint did not make her husband turn off the engine. But he started to speed up as she was sleeping. Su Xiaomei was of course not wearing a seat belt. Gao Jianshan stepped on the accelerator and pushed Su Xiaomei, who was sitting on the passenger seat, under the glove box. Su Xiaomei shouted loudly for him to pull her up quickly. But Gao Jianshan seemed not to hear her. He did not pull her out until his daughter in the back seat came over. Su Xiaomei was about to get angry and ask Gao Jianshan why he didn't come to pull her up. But the white figure under the car lights outside made her shut up. Bang! Bang! 2 loud noises. Wu Ai knew that a monster had jumped onto the roof of the RV. Warning! The exterior of the RV has changed, and the expected defense level is reduced by 30%. Please adjust the environment of the RV in time, and judge the degree of danger by yourself. Chapter 80, Escape. As soon as the RV finished its warning, Li Zimu's complaints followed. "Boss, what kind of broken car is this? It's only 30% after 2 jumps? Is it made of cardboard? So fragile." Wu Ai didn't have the time to argue with Li Zimu at this time. His top priority now was to get rid of these sticky magnets. "Don't be silly here. Light the gas pump quickly. But remember, don't let it explode." Wu Ai explained that Li Zimu had done a simple treatment to the gas pump when he was repairing it, and now it was time to see it work. With a muffled sound, the gas station that was working hard before was now covered with fire armor, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. With the support of the underground oil depot, the fire instantly became very big. After Wu Ai took Gao Jianshan's family around the gas station for a few rounds, he left the gas station with a dozen monsters in the car. Wu Ai now urgently needs a way to get rid of all the little monsters in the car, even if the other party really wants to stay for a midnight snack. Wu Ai, a poor and inhospitable person, is in no mood to entertain them. Li Muzi was also concentrating on observing the movements on the roof of the car. When she determined the location of the monster, she would pierce the roof of the car with a long sword in her hand without mercy. When she successfully killed 3 monsters, the roof was finally torn open by Li Muzi and the little monsters. The 4 monsters on the RV jumped into the RV and wanted to start eating. Unauthorized creatures have been detected invading the RV, and the RV automatic removal function has been activated. As Shio said this, for thick electric currents instantly hit the 4 monsters that jumped down. A burst of flying ash slowly drifted into the black night sky along the hole above the RV. Is that it? After all the fuss, Shio is still the most powerful. Li Zima was dancing with joy like a child. The RV paid such a high price to deal with those small monsters, and Gao Jianshan's small car had to pay a higher price. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued, and Wu Ai was always paying attention to the situation on Gao Jianshan's side. As the gunfire sounded, except for one that was lucky enough not to be hit by the bullet, the remaining 3 monsters were killed. Wu Ai counted Gao Jianshan's gunfire and estimated that he should have no bullets. The only remaining monster was constantly destroying the roof of the car. If Wu Ai did not stop the car to help, it was estimated that in half a minute, the monster would open the can and eat the meat. Wu Ai ordered Xiao Jiao to stop the car, and he took Li Muzi out of the car to deal with the only remaining monster. After Li Muzi got out of the car, she quickly ran to Gao Jianshan's car. She stepped on the hood of the G-Class and jumped on it, and then killed the little monster who wanted to eat canned food with a sword. It was not until the body of the little monster fell into the car that the 2 women screamed like crazy. After shouting in the car for about a few seconds, Gao Jianshan, who reacted, stopped them abruptly. It was still unknown what the situation was now, and it was unknown whether the pursuers behind would catch up. Wu Ai could only tell the frightened Gao Jianshan family to follow his RV, and the rest of the matter would be discussed after rest. Wu Ai felt that there were many strange things about the sneak attack tonight, but he had no time to think carefully in the chaos just now. Now that they were temporarily safe, he had time to start thinking about these things carefully. Gao Jianshan and his family were all scared, but they didn't dare to fall behind in the journey of escape. Gao Jianshan pushed the little monster out of the car, and then set off with Wu Ai's RV. Su Xiaomei pulled the clothes on her shoulders, and surprisingly, she didn't scream in fear again. Chapter 81. Fear after being injured. The car of Gao Jianshan and his friends was surprisingly quiet, and no one knew what the 3 of them were thinking. Su Xiaomei was particularly upset. In the previous encounter with the monster, the nail of the last monster that fell cut a hole in her collarbone. Gao Jianshan did not see the wound, and the blood was not much. Su Xiaomei also covered the location of the wound and the little blood in time. Although Gao Jianshan, who was in the main driving seat, did not see the injury, Gao Jieli, who was sitting in the back seat, saw the whole process clearly. Gao Jieli didn't know what she should do at this moment. Her mother chose to hide her injury. Should she tell the story? But since her mother wanted to conceal this matter, she didn't want others to know. If she told this story, would there be any bad consequences? Gao Jieli couldn't pay attention to anything in such a struggle. Gao Jianshan also noticed his daughter's abnormality when he was driving. His daughter didn't complain at all in the situation just now. There was no quarrel, which obviously made him a little suspicious of himself, who felt that he knew his daughter very well. The person with the strongest thoughts in the car was the injured Su Xiaomei. Although she knew that her injuries were very minor, the creature that caused the wound was not any creature she was familiar with. She had also seen movies about zombies, and even if they were injured, even if the wound was very small, the virus would be infiltrated and cause mutations. Although such movies would exaggerate some of the abilities of the virus to a certain extent. In the current situation, Su Xiaomei had to think about what would happen to her in the future. As she thought about it, she began to shed tears. She hated the current living environment, hated the monster that caused her injuries, and began to hate Wu Ai for not letting them get on the RV, and hated her husband who wanted everything to be safe. Gao Jianshan also noticed the change in Su Xiaomei's mood while driving, and he didn't comfort her until he saw his wife's tears. Wife, we are not at the end of our rope yet, so don't be sad anymore. We have all escaped safely now, and when it's time to rest again, I will raise our safety issues with them. Gao Jianshan didn't know that although they were all safe now, Su Xiaomei felt that she might have reached the end of her rope. In her heart, there was always a voice comforting her. After all, things in movies are not real, and monsters may not have any terrible viruses. But another voice was ruthlessly attacking her fragile consolation. Can you stop talking? If you hadn't killed a man named Wu Ai directly, would we be in the current situation? You always feel that this is not stable, and that is not safe. How long are you going to wait? Will you do something when one of our family members dies? Su Xiaomei suddenly felt that everything seemed to be her husband's fault. So when she heard her husband's persuasion, she exploded directly. Although Gao Jianshan felt that his wife was a little inexplicable. He thought that his wife might be a little nervous in such an environment, and such an explosive venting might let her release some pressure. So he didn't argue. This situation made Su Xiaomei feel that Gao Jianshan was in the wrong. So she started to criticize Gao Jianshan even more unscrupulously. After Gao Jianshan was scolded for almost half an hour, Su Xiaomei gradually reduced her firepower output on Gao Jianshan. Chapter 82, The Real Thing of Building Blocks. Gao Jieli didn't feel relieved until her mother started to criticize her father as usual. She guessed that her mother chose to hide the injury because she was afraid that her family would worry. After all, her mother's injury was not serious. If she let everyone worry about her because of this minor injury, her mother might not feel good. In the following time, her mother's daily complaints and criticisms of her father made her feel very normal, because this was basically what her mother had to do every day. I haven't heard it much in the past few days, so I'm really not used to it. Seeing that her parents were not abnormal, Gao Jieli laid down in the back seat and continued to sleep. Su Xiaomei's wound was not big to begin with, and she covered it up very well. In addition, the wound stopped bleeding surprisingly quickly. The combination of these factors made Gao Jianshan, who was always cautious, lose the opportunity to discover the problem this time, which made him regret it later. Wu Ai drove with Gao Jianshan and his family until dawn, when they found a safe resting place again. The place where they parked this time was next to a demolished street. Most of the demolition work on this street had been completed, and only a few houses that might be nail households had not been demolished. The place where Wu Ai parked this time was next to a relatively large car repair shop. He estimated that because some conditions were not negotiated, the shop still maintained a casual appearance of being open for business. Wu Ai got out of the car and took a quick look. He didn't find anything unusual. The door of the repair shop was also locked. But this kind of lock was basically useless to Wu Ai. Wu Ai turned around and went to Gao Jianshan to ask about his family's situation. After making sure no one was injured, he went to the repair shop to work. Su Xiaomei saw that her husband did not go to Wu Ai to tell her about his family's safety, as he had said just now. And she couldn't help but feel even stronger hatred for Gao Jianshan, because it was not yet completely light. Wu Ai, who had pried open the lock, immediately discovered that there seemed to be something glowing inside the repair shop. When he got closer, he found that it was not the first time he had seen such a thing. So he was not at a loss. He picked up the shining sphere and returned to his RV. On the way back, he met Gao Jianshan, who also came to check. Wu Ai just nodded and said hello and hurried back to the RV. Gao Jianshan found a glowing object in Wu Ai's trouser pocket. Although he didn't know what it was, Gao Jianshan instinctively felt that it must be a good thing. After seeing Wu Ai's harvest, he didn't know why he also wanted to explore it carefully. Wu Ai returned to the RV. He took out the ball and said proudly, "This time I'll open your eyes and let you see what the legendary building block ball looks like." Although the two girls in the RV knew about the existence of the building block ball, this was the first time they saw the real thing. Li Zima was the first to jump over. She immediately snatched the beautiful ball from Wu Ai's hand and played with it and examined it carefully. Li Muzi sat aside and watched her sister caressing this beautiful little thing with shining eyes. "Boss! This? No! There is no possibility. If you want it, go find it yourself. Don't think about my things." Wu Ai directly extinguished her fantasy before Li Zimu finished speaking. Chapter 83, Development of the Monitoring System. When Wu Ai saw that Li Zimu wanted to take possession of the treasure he had worked so hard to obtain, he immediately snatched the building blocks back and stopped letting this dangerous person have any close contact with his spoils. "Stingy. What's so great about it? If I pick up such a treasure in the future, you won't even have the chance to take a look at it," Li Zimu said sourly. Wu Ai didn't care about the little girl's jealousy. He had long wanted to turn his RV into a doomsday fortress. Now that he had the opportunity to make the RV stronger, he would definitely not let it go. "Shio, help me see the ability of this building block ball," Wu Ai said excitedly. He was looking forward to what ability this building block ball would have. The ability of this building block ball is transformation. It can transform mechanical creations in some aspects that match its ability. Shio answered Wu Ai's question as usual. Damn! That's great. Now I just lack a building block ball to enhance the ability of the RV. With this, Wu Ai, who was just happy, suddenly thought of something. Shio, how can I use this building block ball? Wu Ai looked a little uneasy when he spoke. If you want to use this kind of building block ball without an owner, the only way is to merge it. Shio gave the correct answer. Damn! I knew it! I'm so happy again! Wu Ai slapped her thigh, with an expression that it was as expected. Hee hee. What's wrong with you? Boss? Weren't you so happy just now? Li Zima came to ask with a gloating look. Asked Shio. Don't bother me. Wu Ai was no longer in a good mood, and would not say anything nice to Li Zima. Li Zima was not angry either, humming a little song and began to ask Shio why he was unhappy. After a while, Li Zima understood why he was angry. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable to have a treasure, but not be able to use it. Li Zima covered her mouth and laughed secretly, and went to share the happiness that only belonged to her sister. After Li Zima finished talking to her sister, this happiness became the happiness that only belonged to the two sisters. It seems that Wu Ai really offended these two beauties before. Wu Ai hid the building blocks in the valuable safe box specially provided by Shio. This place should be the safest place in the RV. After Wu Ai left, Gao Jianshan also carefully walked around the store twice. But he did not find the glowing treasure that Wu Ai got. Since they had been driving for half a night, everyone's mental state was not very good. In order to ensure that they could survive safely in such a doomsday, good rest was also required. After Wu Ai distributed the food belonging to Gao Jianshan and his family to them, he quickly returned to the RV. He needed to get some sleep. As for the sentry incident, it was no longer within his consideration at this time. After this incident, Li Zima knew more clearly how dangerous the outside world was. So what she had been studying before was how to have surveillance equipment that could monitor danger while sleeping. She had not been in a hurry to do these things before. But after the lesson of being attacked, she did not even need to get enough sleep. She ate something and started to develop her drone monitoring system. Gao Jianshan took the food back to the car, and his daughter had not woken up yet. Only his wife was still sitting in the passenger seat, and he did not know what she was thinking. Wife, this is our food supply for the morning. I am not hungry at all now, and the child is not awake yet. You should eat something first. Chapter 84 Drone Monitoring System. Su Xiaomei looked at the things her husband handed over. Bread, sausages, instant noodles, and some drinks and mineral water. Such food should be considered good food for their family at this moment. After all, they don't need to collect supplies in person. And having such supplies is enough to prove that Wu Ai and others are still trustworthy. Su Xiaomei picked some of her favorite food and started to eat slowly. But she didn't eat much before she felt that she couldn't eat any more. Wife, why do you eat so little? Did you lose your appetite because of what happened yesterday? Her husband Gao Jianshan still asked Su Xiaomei about her situation with concern. Su Xiaomei just shook her head, then closed her eyes and rested. Gao Jianshan didn't ask any more questions with such an expression. But his wife was frightened and needed a good rest. Gao Jianshan put away all the food, and then began to close his eyes and rest. After a while, Gao Jianshan's side was slightly snoring. Su Xiaomei's eyes suddenly opened. She gently lowered the sun visor of the co-pilot. She carefully looked at her wound in the mirror, and after looking at it, her face turned pale and bloodless. There was nothing abnormal about the wound, but the healed part turned into white skin like a monster. She knew that this might be a bad omen, and she might really turn into those white guys. Various complex emotions began to appear in Su Xiaomei's mind one after another. She began to imagine what she would look like when she turned into a monster, and what she would do after becoming a monster. At first, she was just unwilling, but later it turned into resentment and complaints. When she saw her husband smacking his lips while sleeping, as if he was eating, her cold heart began to warm up again. Whether before or after the end of the world, this man was the one who was willing to give the most unconditionally, because of his various actions. This seemingly honest man began to do things against his will for the sake of her and her daughter. Now he is planning how to seize the interests of others for the sake of her and her child's lives. All these changes are for her. A gentle expression appeared on Su Xiaomei's face, and all the negative emotions before began to slowly dissipate. If she really turned into that kind of white monster, she would not let herself mutate in her family's car. She had to do everything she could to turn into a monster in Wu Ai's RV, so that maybe her husband and daughter could easily get the RV. Their future lives will be more secure. Thinking of this, she began to plan how to get Wu Ai to take her into the RV. What can she do in exchange or sell? Su Xiaomei's eyes began to become extremely determined. At this time, she wanted to fight for her family. Li Zima was on guard, watching if there were any monsters outside approaching the RV quietly, and he was also speeding up the transformation of a simple monitoring system. When it was past 10 o'clock, Wu Ai finally woke up. Li Zima was relieved to let Wu Ai pay attention to the situation outside, so that he could concentrate on transforming the drones in front of him. It was not until lunchtime that Li Zima finally succeeded in transforming her aerial surveillance system. Li Zima stood up and stretched his back and said, "From now on, we can sleep peacefully without worrying about being attacked by monsters at night. Boss, are you going to give me some rewards?" Chapter 85, A Fruit Knife. Oh, what is the use of this thing? Tell me. If it is really useful, I will give you a corresponding reward, Wu Ai said while eating instant noodles. My drones can conduct reconnaissance within a set range, and use night vision imaging to complete the work at night. So these drones can replace us to prevent attacks and monitor for a period of time, Li Zimu said proudly. How long is that? It's useless if the time is too short. You don't want everyone to work overtime at night to charge them and change the batteries. Li Zimu had already prepared a response to Wu Ai's sarcasm. Although the working time of the drone is not very long, I use a single cycle method to let the drone perform the task. All my drones will be charged at different times according to the assigned teams, and they are all automatic. Even if there is a vacancy in the middle, the drone will alarm if it cannot perform the task. How about it? Are you satisfied this time? Li Zima's drone monitoring system is really completely suitable for the current situation. They have few people, and it is completely unrealistic to rely on the onboard camera of the RV to monitor the range. So the emergence of this system really solved Wu Ai's urgent need. Although Wu Ai was very satisfied with this system, in order to suppress Li Zimu's habit of asking for a sky-high price, he still showed a dissatisfied look. These gadgets of yours are just SOSO. Barely usable. In fact, Xiao Jiu can handle it completely without these drones of yours. Wu Ai originally wanted to attack Li Zimu, but Xiao Jiu's sarcastic snort made Wu Ai decide that he should stop. I will give you a credit, but we don't have anything for you to exchange now. So you need to wait, and there will be good things for you to exchange in the future. Wu Ai wanted to just brush it off, but Li Zimu had seen through everything, and she would not let Wu Ai off so easily. You promised me before that you would give Gao Jieli my personal collection of snacks. You won't forget it, right? Besides, I want to exchange something for today's matter, and I hope the boss can satisfy me. Since Li Zimu also had what he wanted, Wu Ai would listen to what she wanted to exchange, because he didn't remember what he could exchange for her. Wu Ai motioned Li Zimu to continue. I want the small fruit knife that my sister upgraded before, and I hope the boss can give it to me for my own use. And if you upgrade this knife in the future, don't charge me any more fees. At this time, Li Zimu looked pitiful again, as if he would be a heinous sinner if Wu Ai didn't agree to her request. If Li Zimu didn't mention this, he would have forgotten about it. Since she asked for the fruit knife alone, he became interested. Wu Ai asked with interest, You didn't even let me see what the knife looked like, and you said you wanted to take it away. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I can only answer your question after I have seen the knife. Li Zimu looked as if she would not give it to me if you saw it. She was not very willing to take out the fruit knife that she cared about. Wu Ai was actually just curious about what this fruit knife was like that made Li Zimu want it so much. Just because Li Zimu didn't hide anything about the interests of the team, Wu Ai had already decided to give it to her. For this kind of honesty and compliance with the rules for team items, which usually doesn't matter, it's worth Wu Ai giving this knife to her. Li Zimu saw that Wu Ai really didn't agree to the knife, so she could only slowly touch her arm and took out a silver-white fruit knife that looked like a silver dragon. Chapter 86, The Taste of Conspiracy. After Wu Ai took the fruit knife, the upgraded attributes of the fruit knife appeared in his mind. Fruit knife. F level. Attributes are hidden and changed. The sharpness of the fruit knife depends on the shape of the change and the object being cut. The change attribute can make the blade become any shape required by the user. Oh! Dual attributes. It seems to be better than your sister's sword. Are you trying to embezzle the team's weapons? For someone like you who rarely participates in combat, isn't it a bit inappropriate to have such a knife? I know it. You will definitely not give it to me after you see it. Forget it. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Anyway, I can't use it. You should give it to someone who can use it. Li Zimu really liked this fruit knife, and even used up all the promises she had received from Wu Ai. I didn't say I couldn't give it to you. Why don't you tell me what you want this knife for? Wu Ai saw that Li Zimu's eyes were red, and he couldn't tease the girl anymore. Why am I useless? You know, there are many times when I need some necessary tools to exert my abilities. But it's inconvenient to carry too many tools. This knife completely solves these problems. When I need a tool, I can turn it into any tool I need. It can be carried without any effort. It is also a hidden weapon for turning the tables when in danger. After Li Zimu's explanation, Wu Ai felt that this small fruit knife was really suitable for her. It seemed a bit inappropriate to use this knife to fight. How did you hide this knife on your body? Wu Ai asked another question he wanted to know. Li Zimu took the knife and saw a flash of silver light. There was a phoenix tattoo on the back of her hand. I turned it into a tattoo pattern, and it can be anywhere on the body. Li Zimu was happy to demonstrate it to Wu Ai while speaking. It's really convenient, since you like it so much, and you really exchanged it for your previous merits. I will allow this knife to be yours. Wu Ai's words were what Li Zimu had been waiting for. When she really heard it with her own ears, she was so happy. She even jumped up and hung on Wu Ai, kissing him hard on the face. Although he was caught off guard by the sweet kiss of the little beauty, it still felt good. But at the moment he was kissed, he also felt another breath. Wu Ai saw that Li Muzi was looking at him with a somewhat unfriendly look. He didn't know whether this increasingly cold monster killer would kill him as a monster. Wu Ai raised his hands, expressing that he was also surprised and helpless. Such an action made Li Muzi's coldness slightly reduced. After Li Zimu ran away happily, Wu Ai quickly came over to explain what happened to Li Muzi. He was really afraid that he would lose his life without knowing why when killing monsters outside. After everyone finished eating, they drove off again. According to Li Zimu's calculations, it is estimated that they should be able to reach the location where Hongdan was tied up tomorrow night. As for whether everyone should go to see the eggs first or send people off first, that is not her consideration. At night at the temporary rest point, when Wu Ai was delivering meals as usual, he found that only Su Xiaomei was in the car, and Gao Jianshan and Gao Jieli were not in the car. Wu Ai immediately became alert. This abnormal phenomenon was obviously unreasonable. Chapter 87 Abnormal Su Xiaomei. Xiao Wu. Come on. Let's talk in the car. Don't stand outside. It's still a little cold outside at night, Su Xiaomei said very gently. In addition to the lack of two people, what was unreasonable was Su Xiaomei's ambiguous attitude. Sister Su, I'm here to deliver your food tonight. Now that the food has been delivered, I should go back. After saying that, Wu Ai put the food on the hood of the car and was about to leave. But Su Xiaomei seemed to have been prepared. She quickly opened the car door and hugged Wu Ai's arm. Because of Wu Ai's life, he had no contact with women at all. The only knowledge he had was from some TV. Su Xiaomei's action made him feel like he was electrocuted, and his whole body was numb. But for these sensory experiences, life is still not as important as life. Of course he can still see this clearly. Wu Ai just looked behind Su Xiaomei with his eyes, pretending that Gao Jianshan had returned. And Su Xiaomei automatically let go of his arm in an instant. Sister Su, if you have any problems in the future, let Brother Gao come to tell me. We can't say anything if you do this. Wu Ai took the opportunity to walk away without giving Su Xiaomei any chance to keep him. Su Xiaomei could only stamp her feet in anger, thinking, this guy is really too slippery. He can get away even like this. It seems that this method should not work on him. So I can only think of another way. Su Xiaomei put away the food and went back to the car to wait for Gao Jianshan and Gao Jieli to arrive. Wu Ai returned to the RV and said directly to the two girls who were eating in the car, something may happen in the near future. You should be more careful in your daily life. Wu Ai's incoherent words made Li Zimu confused. Boss, you just delivered a meal and came back. How do you know what will happen? Because some food is about to go bad. Today's meal is quite rich, Li Zimu asked while eating beef in the hot pot. Wu Ai did not hide anything and simply told what happened just now. Just this matter? Boss, did you run away before the other party made any demands? You ran too fast. Li Zimu still looked at Wu Ai with a look of disgust. I don't know what she wants to do. What if she wants to harm me? The safest way at that time was to quickly leave her side and withdraw from the area where I was not familiar with. What else could Li Zimu say? She gave Wu Ai a thumbs up and said a classic line. Straight man. Don't underestimate those few minutes. From my keen observation, something must have happened over there, Wu Ai said in a mysterious tone. Li Muzi, who usually doesn't talk much, said something unusual at this time. Oh, why do you think so? Wu Ai smiled and said, Oh, it's rare for a beautiful lady to say a word to me, so I really have to show off in front of you. Are you sure that all your knowledge of contact with women comes from TV? Why am I starting to doubt it? Li Zimu said with wide eyes. There is also a part of the novel. Maybe I rarely communicate with women. So when I have such an opportunity, I may be a little out of control and say too much. If the two ladies feel that there is anything wrong with what I said, please let me know in time, and I will humbly correct it. Let's talk about business. You should tell me your analysis first. I feel that talking to you is getting more and more brain-consuming. Li Zimu put down his chopsticks and rubbed his temples. Chapter 88. Su Xiaomei was injured? First of all, Gao Jianshan was the one who took the food every time. The purpose of his doing this is obvious. To restrict me from contacting other vulnerable people in his family. And it also has a bit of deterrence. Are we in a relationship of hardship? I don't think there is much. Secondly, Su Xiaomei was the only one in the car today. And it was obvious that Su Xiaomei used some excuse to trick the father and daughter away. Otherwise, my look would not have any effect on her. At first, I thought they couldn't help it and wanted to ambush me when delivering food today. And the two people who were not in the car were the biggest threat to me. But after my eye test, things became different. Su Xiaomei must have something that she didn't want them to know. Which means that there was a problem within them. And the problem must be very serious. Otherwise Su Xiaomei wouldn't use that method to achieve her goal. After listening, Li Zimu said thoughtfully, Boss, you said that. I think you are a serious person. When Su Xiaomei was holding you, you were still considering whether the other two were ambushing you. This is really admirable calmness. Wu Ai would not tell these two women that she was numb all over at the time. Wu Ai blushed as she continued. There's no need to talk about these useless things. You should analyze what exactly happened there. Li Zimu wiped his hands with a tissue on the table. Then took the computer nearby and said, In that case, let's use a simple mathematical model to analyze it. When Gao Jianshan and the boss met before, both sides were in a normal state. After that, all the variables that had problems were put into the model, so that we can see it clearly. Back to the last time the boss and Gao Jianshan met. It should be at noon. In such a short period of time, nothing happened that we think could change Su Xiaomei's mentality. So we can only move the time forward again. In the morning, you, boss, entered the repair shop and got a building block. This incident may have been discovered by Gao Jianshan, who came later, which can be regarded as a variable. But this variable is still a little too small, and it is aimed at Gao Jianshan. So the attack last night can be regarded as the biggest variable recently. Now let's analyze it. If Gao Jianshan finds out that boss has taken the building block, what will be his reaction? Don't consider Gao Jianshan. I have said that what happened just now was obviously led by Su Xiaomei, and she had no intention of letting Gao Jianshan and her daughter know. Wu Ai interrupted Li Zimu's analysis and excluded Gao Jianshan's variable. Li Zimu agreed and deleted Gao Jianshan's value and continued. Then the most likely thing is the attack last night. That incident may have dominated the reason why Su Xiaomei did this today. Did she feel that her car was unsafe? Or was it that Gao Jianshan had not taken action against you for a long time, and she couldn't wait? It seems that none of these are true. She had agreed with Gao Jianshan's plan before. What else was caused by the attack? And why she didn't want to let her husband and daughter know? Su Xiaomei may have been injured in the attack, and she found something wrong with herself. So she wanted to contact the boss alone without telling her family, and wanted to use methods to achieve certain goals. Wu Ai and Li Zimu said almost at the same time. How did you know? After saying that, the two looked at each other, unable to believe why they were so tacit. Because only those who know how to protect their families will do this. And obviously you two don't have such conditions. So it's reasonable that you can't think of it. Chapter 89. The reason why the father and daughter are not here. After listening to Li Muzi's words, Wu Ai shrugged his shoulders to show that these had nothing to do with him. He has been living alone for more than 20 years. But Li Zimu was a little sad after listening to it. She looked up at her sister, who always regarded herself as a protector, standing beside her. And a soft spot in her heart was gently touched. What I want to warn you is that such people often have strong obsessions. If she really reaches a point of no choice, she may not be able to control what she will do. Li Muzi's warning was of course for Wu Ai. Among the three of them, only Wu Ai had the highest risk factor. Thank you for your warning, Miss Li. I will definitely remember your kindness, Wu Aiwen replied in a low voice. Li Muzi rolled her eyes and went back to rest. But Li Zimu was amused by Wu Ai's answer. Boss, what's your trick? You are not trying to seduce my sister? Li Zimu suddenly asked with some interest. Come on! Don't you know your sister better than me? I would never dare to have any improper thoughts about your sister, even if I stay single until I grow old. Let's just live our own lives. It's not easy for everyone to live. Wu Ai no longer dared to be the same as before because of Li Muzi's current state. Li Muzi now has a good fighting ability. Wife, why do you suddenly want to drink? Drinking in today's world is not a wise thing to do. Gao Jianshan and Gao Jili came back with 2 bottles of white wine and got into their own car. Gao Jianshan asked in confusion in the car. I just want to drink. I think it's too tiring to live in such a world. After what happened yesterday, I feel a little depressed and want to drink some wine to vent. Although Su Xiaomei's explanation was barely reasonable. How could the smart Gao Jianshan be deceived like this? He just didn't want to force his wife to say something she didn't want to say. Mom, if you want to drink again, I won't go. You don't know how dangerous the outside world is. If Dad hadn't taken some kerosene from the repair shop before, we might have been discovered by those white monsters outside. Gao Jieli shivered to prove that she was really scared. Facing her daughter's confusion and complaints, Su Xiaomei kept repeating very gently. No. No. Mom will never let my baby daughter take risks again. Never again. Gao Jianshan frowned slightly. He felt that something seemed to have happened to his wife recently, and her behavior had made Gao Jianshan discover something unusual. After dinner, Gao Jianshan and Gao Jieli fell asleep, because everyone in the family drank more or less tonight, and perhaps because they had been under great stress recently. The father and daughter fell asleep quickly after drinking. Although Su Xiaomei drank the most, she still had something on her mind. So although she was drunk, she was not drunk yet. She waited until the father and daughter fell asleep completely. Then she got out of the car and staggered towards Wu Ai's RV not far away. Because Li Zimu's monitoring system had been modified. The system was of course in operation when they were sleeping. Now that they had this good thing, of course they wanted to enjoy the safety and convenience brought by this system as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Can't let her get on the bus. Warning. Unauthorized creatures are moving towards the RV. Warning. Shijio's queen-like voice was really annoying when she warned him. It would be better to let Shijio change these routine voices to ordinary voices. It would be best to keep Shijio's queen-like voice for communication. Wu Ai was thinking about these useless things. But he had already woken up. He looked at the scene on the TV in the entertainment area where the surveillance footage had been projected. He curled his lips and said, "This woman really won't stop until she achieves her goal. She's still looking for trouble so late." Wu Ai opened the car door and jumped out in frustration. He shouted in the direction where Su Xiaomei was walking. "Sister Su, what are you doing here so late? It's windy at night, and you're wearing so little. You should go back. If you have anything to say, you should tell me tomorrow morning. If you are in a hurry, you can ask Brother Gao to tell me. A man's skin is not afraid of trouble." Wu Ai's words have already pointed out that her intention should not be too obvious. But how could Su Xiaomei be sent back by his few words? She still swayed to a position about 3 meters away from Wu Ai and stopped. She sat on the ground and said, "Xiao Wu, I think my car is really unsafe now. As long as you can let me go to your RV, I am willing to pay any price." So she wanted to live in my RV. How could that be possible? Who knows what kind of evil thoughts she has? Anyway, let her go back to sleep and talk to Gao Jianshan about this matter tomorrow. Sister Su, our RV is not very safe. Didn't you see that the big hole in the RV hasn't been repaired before? Now the RV is also unsafe. Wu Ai explained patiently. But Su Xiaomei didn't buy it. She still insisted on living in the RV and didn't want to go back to their car. Sister Su, have you never thought about the feelings of Brother Gao and your daughter? They are your closest family members. Are you going to abandon them to hide in the RV to avoid danger? These words are basically his last trump card. If these words can't persuade Su Xiaomei, then Su Xiaomei definitely has no good intentions in coming to the RV. So is she likely Zimu analyzed before? Sure enough, Su Xiaomei's eyes struggled briefly when she heard the names of her family members. However, her determination after the brief struggle made Wu Ai shudder all over. They are of no use to me now. As long as I can live safely, I can abandon the others. Su Xiaomei's words completely set off alarm bells in Wu Ai's heart. She didn't think too much before saying such words. If such a person, who can abandon even her family, is allowed to get into the RV, who knows what she will do? No one dares to take such a person. But I don't know if it's because of the effect of alcohol, or because of what she thinks in her heart that she needs a decisive reason. No one will believe such a flawed statement. If it were a peaceful world, Su Xiaomei would not dare to use such a person. Wu Ai could only finally say that the space in the RV was too small, and there was no room for other people. Then he went back to the RV, and ignored Su Xiaomei's beating on the RV. After beating for more than an hour, Su Xiaomei staggered back to their car. The three people in the RV didn't sleep anymore. Li Zimu said coldly. Now I have a 90% chance of suspecting that she may have been infected with a virus by the monster that attacked last time. This is the only way to explain her purpose of coming to the car. Chapter 91, Dividing the Car. Since the three people in the RV have reached a high degree of consensus, the remaining things will be easier to solve. The temperature in the morning was still relatively cool. After a few days without the activities and production of polluting enterprises, the sky seemed particularly blue. It seemed that only humans felt a bad experience, and the rest of the animals and plants seemed to feel as if they had been reborn. Wu Ai did not sleep well yesterday, so when he got up in the morning to deliver food to Gao Jianshan, he was also a little angry. Gao Jianshan saw that Wu Ai, who came to deliver food, had a bad face, and he also had some concerns in his heart. Brother Wu, what's wrong with you so early in the morning? If you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. Gao Jianshan said something to comfort him. Wu Ai also wanted to cause some trouble here, so his words were a bit intriguing. Since you said so, Brother Gao, I won't hide it. I hope Brother Gao can talk to my sister-in-law and stop her from always going to the RV to find me in the middle of the night. After saying such a sentence with a lot of information, Wu Ai shook his head and sighed and left. He seemed to feel that it was not worth it for Gao Jianshan. Gao Jianshan was upset to encounter Wu Ai's troubles early in the morning, but he knew his wife well, so he didn't take Wu Ai's words to heart. He just thought it was a trick of this guy to sow discord. After getting breakfast back to the car, he told his wife about this matter, as if it was a joke. He didn't expect that after hearing his joke, he was the only one who laughed. And Su Xiaomei was not amused by Gao Jianshan's humor. What Wu Ai said is true. I did go to see him last night. Gao Jianshan didn't react to Su Xiaomei's plain words, but her daughter reacted very strongly. Mom, why did you go to find that guy last night? Did you ask Dad and me to find the wine just to find him? Did you just want to get us drunk to make it easier for you to do things? Am I right? Hearing her daughter's insulting inference, Su Xiaomei hesitated for a second. Is the sacrifice she made worth it? But in the end, Su Xiaomei still strengthened her belief. No matter whether what she did was worth it, as long as the beneficiaries were her family, she would accept it. Child, there are some things you don't understand. The process of things is often completely different from the result. Only at the last second can you truly understand the purpose of a thing. Su Xiaomei's words would not satisfy her daughter, and her daughter looked at her father with angry eyes. Gao Jianshan could clearly feel that his daughter wanted him and her mother to understand the whole story of the incident carefully. But before Gao Jianshan asked, Su Xiaomei gave a direct answer. I want to live in the RV. No matter what you think of me, I just want to tell you that I do this for your good. After saying this, she took some food for herself and got out of the car directly. Gao Jianshan and his daughter looked at each other, as if they were waiting for Su Xiaomei to open the car door and say that she was joking with him and his daughter just now. However, until Wu Ai came to inform them that they were leaving, Su Xiaomei did not appear. Gao Jianshan was about to tell Wu Ai to wait a little longer, and his wife had not yet got in the car. A white car appeared in Wu Ai's temporary camp. Chapter 92. It's finally time to take action. After the white car stopped, the door on the driver's side opened and Su Xiaomei got out. We're about to leave. I'll use this car to follow you from now on. The other car is left to the father and daughter. A big part of the reason why Su Xiaomei did this was that she was afraid that she would hurt the father and daughter in the car if she mutated without knowing it. She had a separate car, and it was convenient for her to do what she wanted to do. Wu Ai tacitly agreed to Su Xiaomei's choice. He said to Gao Jianshan with some worry, "Your wife is really amazing." Wu Ai left in style, leaving Gao Jianshan in a state of confusion. How did my wife do that? Did she get a car in such a short time? Or did I fail to make her decide and let her go out alone? Gao Jianshan couldn't think clearly for a moment, but he could only ask when he was resting before leaving. The RV set off again, because it was closer to the destination this time. Wu Ai asked Li Zimu to send a drone to conduct aerial reconnaissance to prevent an ambush on his side. It was summer, and the weather was getting hotter and hotter. When the temperature gradually rises, people's tempers tend to become more irritable. Before noon, Li Zimu discovered through the drone that the white monsters in the vicinity were obviously gathering to surround them. After listening to Li Zimu's report, Wu Ai felt a little overwhelmed. He immediately confirmed the encirclement range of the white monsters with Li Zimu again, and then found a gap and ran out directly. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they stopped to rest again. Why did the monster start to surround them so obviously this time? Didn't they do it secretly before? Wu Ai certainly couldn't figure it out, because this encirclement was not aimed at him. When Su Xiaomei stopped the car to rest, she felt dizzy and wanted to lie down and sleep for a while. But this feeling frightened her. She was afraid that she was going to change. When Gao Jianshan came to bring her food, Su Xiaomei asked Gao Jianshan to stay in the car for a while. She wanted to have a good talk with her daughter. Gao Jianshan also knew that his daughter was very dissatisfied with Su Xiaomei's behavior before, so it was normal for Su Xiaomei to ask Gao Jili to talk. But after Su Xiaomei got in the car began to shake soon. Gao Jianshan didn't understand and didn't dare to go over easily. Finally, when he saw Su Xiaomei getting out of the car, he hurried to meet her. "Wife, what happened just now? What happened between you and Jili? Didn't you reach an agreement?" Gao Jianshan asked anxiously. Su Xiaomei pulled Gao Jianshan into her car and told him her story in a simple way. At first, Gao Jianshan didn't believe it, until Su Xiaomei opened her clothes and revealed her skin, which was the same color as the white monster outside. Gao Jianshan closed his eyes and accepted the reality with difficulty. "Husband, I feel that I am getting worse and worse. I am afraid that I may mutate at any time. In order to prevent my daughter from seeing me when I mutate, I have just made my daughter drunk. I don't want her to see me become a monster. I must do something for you in the last bit of my life. The following are my 2 plans. Please listen carefully." Gao Jianshan not only listened carefully to Su Xiaomei's plan, but the 3 people in the RV listened even more carefully. Su Xiaomei didn't know that her perfect plan was no longer perfect when she said it. Chapter 93 finally got hit. This time, Wu Ai only leaned out of the RV and called Gao Jianshan. He did not get out of the car to inform them. Wu Ai was afraid that they would jump over the wall and attack here, in front of unknown enemies. If there are known enemies, it is better to delay. In a tree that is like a giant tower, there is actually a living space. At this time, a meeting is being held in a place like a conference room in the tree. "Sisters, recently is the critical time for us to build our home. The tree city has begun to grow. Before it has fully grown into a city, we only need to quietly gather some like-minded and well-intentioned survivors. If there is friction when collecting supplies and gathering personnel, you must try your best to avoid it. Whose turn is it to lead the team this time?" a voice said very seriously. If Wu Ai heard this, he should be able to tell that the person who spoke was one of the female heroes who had hitchhiked with him before. A voice that sounded relatively cold said directly, "Big Sister, this time the mission should be led by me." The person called Big Sister slapped her forehead with her right hand and said, "Didn't you say that you don't have to lead the team? Why are you here to join in the fun again? It seems that the eldest sister doesn't want this girl to go out to complete the mission. It is estimated that this girl must have some extraordinary qualities." A woman with a soft voice chuckled and said, "Eldest sister, you can't stop the third sister from leading the team just because she is honest. This will not be good for the construction of our safety zone in the future. I think we should let the third sister try it this time. If there is a problem this time, we will have an excuse not to let her go out in the future." As soon as these words were said, the entire gathering of 5 women immediately fell silent. It seems that everyone in this gathering of only 5 people has their own thoughts. In the end, the 5 people voted to decide. with 3 votes in favor, 1 vote against, and 1 abstention. From this voting result, we can basically see some problems. Since the voting results have come out, then you, the third sister, will go on a mission. But you must remember not to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. After the latter nodded in agreement, he turned around and led the people to set off. When Wu Ai led everyone to a temporary resting point he had chosen, things changed. Su Xiaomei suddenly changed, and she and Gao Jianshan didn't even have time to execute the things they had planned. Gao Jianshan looked at Su Xiaomei, whose hair was slowly turning white, and tears silently fell from his eyes. Is this young ladylike woman he has been following? This woman who complains about him all day? This woman who is still planning in the last stage of her life? Going to end her life like this? Su Xiaomei's change was beyond everyone's expectations. But Wu Ai still started the RV and prepared to run away. Warning! Warning! There are a large number of unknown creatures approaching rapidly around. And the estimated contact time is... There is no need for the RV system to inform him. Wu Ai has already seen the white monster jumping over with his naked eyes. Damn! We may have fallen into a trap. Su Xiaomei's mutation may also be a part of their design. It seems that we are still too naive. I don't know if we can still escape this time. Wu Ai was too focused on Su Xiaomei, who was about to attack him. So he didn't pay too much attention to the white monsters. Logically speaking, Wu Ai's approach couldn't be considered as underestimating the enemy, because these monsters could be warned in advance. But unexpectedly, the existence hiding in the dark had already thought of this, and set up an ambush in a place suitable for camping in advance to wait for their arrival. Chapter 94 The greatness of maternal love is a power you have never imagined. Wu Ai no longer cares about the safety of Gao Jianshan and others. In order to survive, he can only choose to escape first. However, what is unexpected is that everyone ignores an ordinary existence. This also includes the organizer who ambushed them. Although Su Xiaomei is mutated, her mutation was not completely successful. Su Xiaomei's eyes are actually red, which should not appear. All white monsters have white eyes, and no other colors appear on their bodies. Su Xiaomei, who had not completely mutated, became the priority target of all white monsters. This gave Gao Jianshan time to rescue his daughter. When Gao Jianshan came to the RV with Gao Jieli, who was drunk, Wu Ai, a man who always talked about interests, hesitated. It stands to reason that now that Su Xiaomei was restraining them, it was the best time for them to escape. But seeing Gao Jianshan, who had been with him for a while, holding his daughter with tears on his face, Wu Ai really couldn't bear to drive away like this. Although Gao Jianshan's family had been planning to kill him, in the face of survival pressure, all this can be explained. Wu Ai himself would choose the same approach as Gao Jianshan's family for survival. He dare not say for sure. Suddenly, 2 hands pressed on his shoulders. The one on the left was Li Muzi, and the one on the right was Li Zimu. The 2 did not say anything, as if they trusted Wu Ai at this time and believed that he would make the best choice. In the end, Wu Ai still opened the side door of the RV. He did not have much time to hesitate. Gao Jianshan's eyes were full of excitement, disbelief, and even a trace of guilt. He quickly put Gao Jieli on the ground of the RV. But he did not stay in the car. After coming out, Gao Jianshan quickly ran to Wu Ai's car window and said, "Brother Wu, I sincerely thank you for your help this time. I will pay you a corresponding price to take care of my daughter. When you come back again, the sword will be the last price I leave for you." After that, Gao Jianshan ran directly into the villa. It is unknown where he got a tang sword with extremely exquisite workmanship. During the brief exchange between Wu Ai and Gao Jianshan, Su Xiaomei's body had been almost torn apart by the white monsters, because their bodies are modular and seem to be without flesh and blood. The form of the battle is not as tragic as the bloody sword. However, the scene of the building blocks on the ground was more shocking than flesh and blood to some extent. Su Xiaomei now only had her head and torso relatively intact, and the rest of her body had been separated. Even so, she did not completely lose her ability to resist. She was still biting these monsters that had destroyed her family with her mouth, and her consciousness seemed to have never been erased. When she saw that Gao Jianshan had entrusted her daughter to Wu Ai, Gao Jianshan did not leave with the RV. For some reason, Wu Ai saw her helpless and knowing smile in the rearview mirror of the RV while it was moving. This smile was the last comfort a mother gave to her child. Blood and tears slid down her white face, and the 2 eye-catching red blood lines deeply touched Wu Ai's heart. When Gao Jianshan came to Su Xiaomei with the Tang sword, Wu Ai had already seen the light emitted by the building blocks. Chapter 95. Can you write poetry? Wu Ai's RV quietly left, and with them also left the love child of Gao Jianshan and Su Xiaomei. Gao Jili in the RV did not wake up, which shows how determined Su Xiaomei was when she got her drunk. I didn't know Su Xiaomei's perfect plan in the end, but they still successfully implemented the plan in the end. Wu Ai suddenly said this. Li Zimu immediately asked in confusion. What plan? How is it possible? Didn't they already? Only Li Muzi said quietly. Well, they succeeded? As if she had guessed what Li Zimu wanted to ask. Wu Ai said to herself. They must have reached the final plan through eye contact in the end. However, it is impossible for us to monitor their eye contact for a few seconds. If I am not mistaken, their plan should be, if it comes to the last moment, use Su Xiaomei's building blocks as a reward in exchange for taking care of Gao Jili. In order to achieve this goal, her strong will even interrupted the process of mutation. I don't know what the price will be, but through Gao Jianshan's smooth behavior, I can also imagine that they should be qualified as parents. Li Zimu stopped talking at this time. She was also thinking about what happened before. The original intention of Gao Jianshan's family was to survive. And so did we. Both sides did nothing wrong to survive. But why did they become enemies? No one could answer Li Muzi's question. I dare to ask how much suffering there is in the world. And everyone knows countless. 10 years are felt only in the mind. And a pound of water, and a grain of rice are returned. The rich can be compared in this life, but they are nothing when they return. I sigh for the clouds and smoke of 100 years, and regret that the poor are left with a solid foundation. What's going on? My little friend is shocked. Boss, don't tell me that this is written by you. If you say so, I will turn evil. Li Zimu asked with eyes wide open in surprise. Is this considered a poem? It's a bunch of nonsense. I don't know where you got it from. And you dare to show off here? Are you sure 10 years is enough? Li Muzi also began to mock Wu Ai. I really wrote it. Don't you still don't believe it? 10 years may just be for rhyme. You little girls don't know shit. Wu Ai refuted the two girls' comments very angrily. Wu Ai's disturbance reduced the sad atmosphere just now. The most important thing now is how to leave this unsafe area. When the RV passed the concrete mixer again, everyone saw a clear egg shape in the solidified rubber block. But there is nothing inside. If the red egg escaped, it would not be like this now. I suspect that some more powerful existence gave it. How should I put it? Did it eat the egg yolk and egg white? Or did it absorb it directly? Anyway, there is a 99% chance that it died. Boss, then what are you still doing here? Run. The red egg has been killed. Can we still run? Let's run now, while we are not discovered. Li Zimu was terrified and persuaded Wu Ai to leave here quickly. You don't think that we have come here and that existence has not discovered us? Do you? I think Gao Jianshan's family may have been destroyed by that existence because it felt that there was no need to survive. So we are its main course next. Chapter 96. The Price of Separation. What can we do? Boss, think of a solution. Li Zimu seemed really anxious. What can we do? Since we are already trapped, we can only wait for the mastermind to come out and close the trap. And then we can deal with it. If we don't have the strength to resist by then, I suggest you write your last words as soon as possible. Wu Ai's words were very negative, but Li Muzi heard a glimmer of hope in them. I don't know if this is her illusion. At night, Wu Ai actually drove the RV back to the gate of Gao Jianshan's villa. Now there is only a mess here, but there are no corpses or anything like that. At the place where Su Xiaomei fought at that time, only a Tang sword was left stuck in the ground. This battlefield, which was not a battlefield, added a bleak atmosphere. Wu Ai walked over and pulled out the Tang sword. As soon as he got the sword, he knew that it was a rare fine product. Although Wu Ai did not know much about swords, he knew that it must be a good sword just by the feeling of holding the sword. This Tang sword is estimated to be 80 centimeters long, and the blade is slightly blue. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it at all. The texture left by the quenching on the back of the sword is evenly distributed. The cold light on the blade shows that this is a weapon that can kill people, not just a piece of art for display. The scabbard was also thrown on the ground. Wu Ai picked it up and put the knife back into the scabbard. As expected, he dug up Su Xiaomei's building blocks at the place where the knife was inserted into the soil. Wu Ai could only sigh and then return to the RV. He returned to the car and handed the knife to Li Muzi for upgrading. At this time, Galjieli had also woken up and was sitting there staring at the ground. Wu Ai walked over, sat next to her and said, "What are your plans for the future? Your parents left enough money for me to take care of you." Galjieli raised her head with lifeless eyes and said mechanically, "So what? I know you will take good care of me. But this is not a world I can accept. I don't want to live in the charity of others. Even if I may pay the price of my life, I will fully respect your choice. As long as this is what you really want, I will try my best to meet your requirements." Wu Aiqing frowned and said, "Okay. I want half of your food now, and the sword in the woman's hand. As long as you help me put these things in the car, we will be even." Li Zimu was furious at the time. She jumped over and wanted to beat this little girl. This is really a wolf-hearted thing. I was really blind before, and thought about how to treat her well in the future. Okay. I promise you. The sword can be given to you now. Do you specify the supplies, or do we choose them for you? Wu Ai was a little happy at this time. You choose. I'll go to my house to get some things and then drive a car over. The rest is up to you. Galjieli's unrestrainedness was a little beyond Wu Ai's expectations. But this result was undoubtedly the best result for Wu Ai and his friends. After meeting all of Galjieli's requirements, she got on a commercial vehicle of her family. Wu Ai walked over and said to the little girl sincerely, "Thank you. I hope you can live in a friendly way in this unfriendly world. If we have a chance to meet again, I will treat you to a drink." Galjieli finally gave a smiling expression, and then drove away into the night without saying anything. Chapter 97: Strange Energy Radiation. Watching the taillights of the commercial vehicle finally disappear, Li Zimu asked in confusion, "Boss, she took away our best weapons, and so many supplies. Don't you think she went too far?" Wu Ai smiled and said, "You think she went too far? Do you still think we owe her something?" Li Zimu was even more confused by this. Back in the RV, Li Muzi, who lost his weapon, seemed a little uneasy. Wu Ai had no way to deal with this situation, and could only wait for the night tomorrow. After a simple dinner, Wu Ai asked everyone to go to bed quickly. He had a premonition that the person behind the scenes might attack them tomorrow. It is also very necessary to ensure adequate sleep before the battle. Almost all the people who should come are here. But there is a person with despicable humanity and extremely ambitious. This way, the efficiency will be greatly improved while I am asleep. It seems that I can only lure those people down in advance. As a burst of colorful light slowly passed by, darkness became the main color here again. Warning! Warning! Unknown high-energy radiation has appeared. Warning! Wu Aicai was awakened by the harsh warning sound after sleeping for a while. "Shio? What's the situation?" Wu Ai asked without opening his eyes. "We just detected a high-energy radiation. If we can, if necessary, I will give you more detailed data." Wu Ai's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he felt a familiar taste. At that moment, he felt that Xiao Jio wanted to hide her desire. Wu Ai immediately thought of the Xiao Jio who was killed before for this familiar feeling. Damn! I was fooled. I was in a good mood. But now it's not easy to worry about it. The energy appeared suddenly, and disappeared even more suddenly. "Master, the ability reaction has disappeared. Do you need relevant data reports?" "No. Record the last coordinates of the energy reaction, and we will go there directly tomorrow morning." After Wu Ai finished his instructions, he went to sleep again. The two women saw that Wu Ai had handled the matter, so they went to sleep again. But Wu Ai did not continue to sleep. He began to plan the worst plan in his mind. The next morning, Wu Ai got out of the car and stretched. He didn't sleep much that night, who makes people with many thoughts prone to insomnia. When he stretched, he found a huge cloud in the sky. It is called huge because Wu Ai estimated that the cloud should be larger than half the size of the city. Wu Ai did not feel that such a cloud appeared too strange. After all, even aliens have appeared now. What is strange about a larger cloud? But it is strange that there is a passenger plane on the cloud. Can planes be parked on the cloud? I am afraid there will be people on it. Since there are people, there must be no shortage of people with abilities. Wu Ai immediately ran back to the RV, and he asked Xiao Jio to drive to the coordinate point where the energy suddenly appeared last night. He estimated that this cloud was also heading for that energy. Since it is a good thing, he must also get involved while ensuring safety. Lazy people in the car. Get up quickly. There will be a big thing soon. Don't sleep anymore. Wu Ai's shouting could only be shouted to Li Zimu. Because Lee Musi was already waiting at the door of the bathroom. Because the time for returning the weapons was coming soon. Chapter 98 Mobile Airport in the Air. Lee Musi was waiting for the return of the weapons, which was a serious matter. But Wu Ai couldn't stand the fact that the thick-skinned Lee Zimu was still sleeping. Oh! Who is this? You dare not wake me up to cook when I'm sleeping. It's too much. It's not good to let the boss go hungry. Lee Zimu, who wanted to take the opportunity to lose her temper, saw that it was Wu Ai standing in front of her. She wanted to say something harsh, but it turned into flattery in an instant. What are you talking about? Did you ignore what I said yesterday? Hurry up and make a bowl of instant noodles for everyone. Hurry up and pay attention to the overall planning method. Lee Zimu immediately began to carry out Wu Ai's orders. She didn't know if she had done all kinds of bad things in her previous life and was atonement for her sins at his hands in this life. Lee Zimu reluctantly began to boil water and prepare breakfast for everyone. During this period, the RV was always heading in the direction specified by Wu Ai. When everyone started to prepare to eat noodles, the RV had already arrived at the designated location. So fast? I haven't even had a bite of noodles yet. Wu Ai complained depressedly. Master, our location is relatively close to here, so of course, it won't take much time. Shio replied to Wu Ai's mumbling calmly. Wu Ai came to the driving position of the RV with a bowl of instant noodles. He looked at the nearby terrain and said while eating noodles, Shio, hide the RV in the bushes over there, and try not to let people find it easily. It took Wu Ai only a few seconds to walk from the front of the car to the entertainment area, but he had finished the instant noodles in his hand in such a short time. When the RV was parked, he even drank up the soup in the bowl. Putting down the instant noodles bowl, he went down to find some branches and taller grass, and used them to make some hidden decorations on the roof of the RV. After all these were done, Wu Ai asked Shio, what the hell is the cloud above? Do you understand? Master, the RV's radar is simply not capable of completing such a detection task. If you upgrade the radar a few more times, it can be done with some effort. Shio's words were as good as nothing, and he even made Wu Ai a little angry. So you blame me for your lack of ability? If I could upgrade and keep it for reproduction, I would have used it long ago. Then you can simply analyze it, or I can listen to your analysis. Wu Ai could only settle for the second best. Don't you have 2 building blocks now? Who told you to keep them and not use them? And you blame Shio. Lee Zimu spoke up for Shio quietly. Wu Ai glanced at her sideways and said nothing. Lee Zimu knew that he had heard her complaints. She stuck out her tongue and began to slowly hide behind her sister. After Shio's analysis, there is an 87% probability that a human with the ability to control clouds has modified the clouds. Is this possible? Clouds can also be privatized? What about the planes on them? Wu Ai continued to ask in confusion. Privatization can actually privatize some more abstract abilities, but the stronger the ability, the more restrictions there are. As for the planes above, 99% of them are controlled by another person with the ability. Damn! Are they all starting to form an alliance now? An airborne airport? This is too awesome. As for the restrictions, who knows what they are? Although Wu Ai said this, he still cared a lot about the 2 companies that had already formed an alliance. Chapter 99 Sky 1 and the Land in the Clouds. Captain! That cloud in the sky is so big that a plane can be parked on it. Should we report this matter as soon as possible? The person called the captain was Wang Miao, who was sent out and ranked 3rd among the 5 leaders of Tree City. Send 2 fast team members back to report, and the rest of you follow me to check the situation. Don't expose yourself without orders. Wang Miao explained the matter, and then took the rest of the team members and sneaked over. You think you can build a city just like this? Don't be too funny. Now there are only 2 of you who are outsiders on this cloud, and the rest are all on our plane. I advise you to join us, so that we can dominate the sky. The person who spoke was a passenger on the plane. He wanted to be the first to make a contribution so that his status could be improved in Sky 1. But the other party didn't seem to buy it. There were a total of 248 people on this civilian airliner, including all the crew members. Since this plane was successfully privatized by a child when it was first privatized, his parents became the owners of this passenger plane named Sky 1. In this plane, the child's status is equivalent to Wu Ai in the RV. So after someone resisted and was suppressed, everyone obeyed the rule of the child's parents. After a simple distribution, this small force of more than 200 people was officially established. But they ignored that the plane needs a lot of fuel to fly in the sky. When the plane ran out of fuel, the radar of the plane just found this solidified land in the cloud. Without any debate, the plane landed on this land in the cloud. But the owner of this land was not very welcome to the arrival of this plane. The owners of the land in the cloud are two skydiving enthusiasts, one of whom was a cloud that was privatized during a skydiving trip. Later, when the two opened their parachutes and were carried into a cloud layer by the strong wind, the ability user successfully hardened a small cloud. After that, it was very simple. He captured a lot of clouds that collided with their clouds in the sky. After just a little use of his ability to glue and solidify them, the area of the land in the cloud began to increase wildly. It was impossible for them to live on the cloud without supplies. But they were really lucky. During the second privatization process, the strong wind blew many things to their land in the cloud, which made their life on the cloud very moist. They even had a sports car that was blown up by the strong wind. But because the flatness of the land in the clouds was not good, the sports car could not drive on it. Continuing from the previous article, after the people on Sky 1 came down, some of them did not want to live on the plane anymore. These people began to slowly gather together to separate Sky 1, which is why there are only two owners of the land in the clouds, and they have nothing to fear. The passenger who wanted to persuade the owner of the land in the clouds, but failed, could only return to the plane. He reported to the actual controller on the plane that the persuasion to surrender was unsuccessful. Everyone on the plane knew that the family of three was basically invincible on this plane. They thought that one of the two people on the land in the clouds also had similar abilities, so they would also be invincible on the land in the clouds. However, in fact, the person on the land in the clouds did not have the ability to completely control the clouds. Chapter 100: The Three Tang Brothers. Under such information asymmetry, the stronger party is actually afraid of the weaker party. Before the mysterious energy erupted, the two forces on the cloud continent were arguing fiercely. The purpose of the argument was naturally to see which side would gain more dominance. Humans all yearn for freedom, and the cloud continent can undoubtedly satisfy people's yearning. In addition to the various practices of Sky 1 before, some people who were unwilling to be ruled joined the cloud continent. Fan Tong, the founder of the cloud continent, and his friend Zhou attracted a large number of supporters by saying that they wanted to build a city on the cloud continent. In the end, the two sides initially proposed that Yunzhong continent would dominate most of the resources. Sky 1 was given a separate sphere of influence, and Sky 1 would be responsible for supplying the materials in the future. Neither side was willing to be inferior to others, so such a meaningless treaty was destined to be broken when one side became strong. It was at this time that the Artificial Intelligence Guidance Program on Sky 1 discovered the emergence of that energy. After that, everyone unanimously decided to go and see if there would be any treasures in this energy location. So everyone began to prepare for various matters on the ground. Until this time, everyone realized that they didn't have the tools to go down. The plane's fuel was not enough to support it to complete such a task, and the distance from the clouds became an insurmountable gap for them at this time. But for things to develop, there will always be a chance for a sudden turn. Finally, in the crowd, a little girl who likes mountaineering raised her hand and asked if she could slide down with a rope. It turned out that this girl had a building block ball, and her ability was to extend the rope. She was embarrassed to say this useless ability at first, but now it seems that only this ability of hers can allow everyone to go down from the clouds. Finally, with everyone's joint efforts, people finally built a rope ladder that could reach the ground. Wu Ai and his friends hid in the bushes and never saw the rope ladder. Maybe because it was far away, or maybe because it was too thin. But these did not prevent the initial formation of various forces and the gathering of their personnel to the location of energy. Sky 1 sent 5 people, including the father of the actual controller of Sky 1 and one of his loyal confidants. The rest was a lineup of thugs composed of 3 brothers. The eldest of the 3 brothers was called Tang Ming. He was stubborn and not good at listening to others' opinions. He always used violence to solve problems. The second of the 3 brothers is called Tang Hua. He is very scheming. In the early days of Sky 1, most of the ideas were proposed by him alone. The third of the 3 brothers is called Tang San, who is much worse than his 2 brothers. His fighting ability is not as strong as his elder brother, and he can't make plans. So he lives very depressed under the halo of his 2 brothers. His real name is not Tang San. The reason why he has the current name is to make it easier for his 2 brothers to call him. So his real name was taken away by his 2 brothers. Anyone who knows their brother Sam will use him to set off how outstanding his two brothers are. Although they are not very outstanding in terms of excellence. Before entering the apocalypse, the three of them were basically no different from street thugs. This time they took a plane to help their boss collect debts. However, it is different now. The world has changed. Tang Ming and Tang Hua instantly adapted to life in the apocalypse. And the demon that had been suppressed in Tang Sen's heart also began to slowly revive during this period. He swore that he would take back what his two brothers owed him, and what the world owed him in this life. Chapter 101 Tang Sen's Choice. In addition to Zhouke, for random people came to make up the numbers on the cloud continent. In this way, a total of 10 people slowly descended from the clouds to the ground. After both sides safely arrived on the ground, neither side trusted the other very much. So the two sides decided to act separately. Wu Ai first discovered the 10-person team headed by Wang Miao. They also pretended to observe, and did not want to gain any actual benefits. So they also hid about 2,000 meters away from Wu Ai's RV. This was discovered by Wu Ai himself. Xiao Jiu's detection distance was really weak and pitiful before it was upgraded. Just as Wang Miao hid himself, a figure began to move on the asphalt road ahead. After a while, there were no less than 100 people gathering here. Damn! I don't see many people here. Where are these survivors hiding? Don't they come out to find food? Wu Ai was very curious about how these people survived. These people gathered on the road were wary of each other at first. And then, they slowly began to inquire about each other's information. And finally they began to attract each other to join their own organizations or forces. Tang San, the most inconspicuous person, was sent out to explore the way at the beginning, because his brothers also looked down on this person, who was not as strong as them to become one of their brothers. Tang San was sent out to explore the road, which was exactly what he wanted. He also wanted to take the opportunity to leave his brothers. He needed an independent development space. A living space where he would not be oppressed and ridiculed by his brothers. So when he was sent out to explore the road, he did not go in the designated direction at all. Instead, he turned and ran away in a place where the other 4 people could not see him. He ran and turned several corners before slowly slowing down. He estimated that the 4 people would not find him, and come to find him in a short time. Tang San finally had a feeling of the vast sea for fish to swim, and the sky for birds to fly. This free and easy mood made him very excited. At a fork in the road not long after he walked, he found a glowing ball on a manhole cover. He had never seen this kind of thing before, so he walked over and picked it up out of curiosity. When you get a building block ball for the first time, there will be a sharing of information. So Tang San immediately knew what the ball in his hand was. This is a building block ball with the ability to make water. The importance of water resources in the current apocalypse is self-evident. So Tang San could immediately think of how convenient it would be to have this when he was building a force. He immediately looked down at the manhole cover where the building block ball was just placed. It seemed that there was also light under the manhole cover. He hurriedly looked for tools around to pry open the manhole cover. He wanted to see if there were any building blocks inside. When he passed a hardware store, he finally found a handy tool. After opening the manhole cover, there was indeed light inside. Tang San found another backpack and put it on his back. Then slowly went down the ladder on the wall of the well. After going down, he did not forget to slowly close the manhole cover. As the manhole cover was slowly closed, the sunlight shining on Tang San's face was also slowly decreasing. But he was not afraid of the unknown in the well, because at this time, his heart no longer belonged to him. His heart had been slowly swallowed up by various desires. After the manhole cover was completely closed, an abandoned car without handbrakes was slowly moved by the wind to the top of the manhole cover. Chapter 102, Initial Clues. Tang San found another building block ball in the drainage channel below. After picking up the building block ball, Tang San observed the drainage channel. It was obvious that the drainage channel had obvious signs of human modification. The height of the drainage channel was at least 2.5 meters, and the width was more than 2 meters. This specification of drainage channel was obviously not designed according to the common construction standards of the country. There was a building block ball on the ground every 10 meters, or so in the drainage channel. Now Tang San already understood the purpose of the building block ball. Seeing that it was so easy to get it on the ground, he really didn't want to give up. Although someone must be trying to lead him to a certain place to get the building blocks in this way. Tang San always had a lucky heart. He thought that as long as he found something wrong, he would run back immediately. In theory, he should be able to escape. Poor Tang San had never seen a propagator. Otherwise, he would never have such confidence. He didn't know how long he had been lured by greed. When he turned a corner again, he found a cave with no less than 500 building blocks. If he took all of these out, he would be able to dominate this city. Not to mention the world. The only thing he regretted now was that the backpack he found was too small. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure brought by his future ambitions, a slight sound of friction between an object and the ground came from behind him. The thing that could make a sound at this time should be the mastermind who lured him here. It seems that whether he can complete his ambition depends on the next battle. Thinking of this, Tang San took out the long-handled screwdriver used to pry the manhole cover, and he was ready to fight to the death with the person behind him. After he jumped and turned around, he wanted to see clearly who the person behind him was. The only weapon in Tang San's hand fell directly to the ground. The screwdriver bounced a few times on the ground and rolled silently into the distance. Are you a human or a ghost? Or are you the alien? Who are you hiding in the egg? Come out if you have the guts. Tang San wanted to give himself courage by shouting in this extreme way, although his words were very heroic. The yellow liquid at his feet was laughing at him blatantly. In front of Tang San was a giant egg about 1.8 meters high. The surface of the giant egg emitted 7-color light. The colorful egg did not communicate with Tang San, perhaps because it felt there was no need. A soft flesh tube suddenly ejected from the center of the colorful egg. The flesh tube seemed very soft, but it could easily hit Tang San's crown. After Tang San was hit, he knelt on the ground dejectedly. The colorful egg did not make any other movements, and the flesh tube began to send something to his brain. Shio in the RV suddenly sent a message to Wu Ai's mind. The strange energy recorded yesterday suddenly appeared, and it was very close to the location of the RV. For some unknown reason, the total amount of energy is continuously weakening. Wu Ai immediately noticed Shio's unusual behavior, and he also asked in his mind, "Why don't you use the loudspeaker in the RV to say this message? What are you planning?" Shio did not answer Wu Ai's question. Wu Ai no longer waited for Shio's answer. He directly said in a commanding tone, "Shio, play the message you just sent to me again in the RV, and explain the purpose of your actions just now. I force you to answer." Chapter 103, Finding Energy Points. Li Zimu was still a little confused when he heard Wu Ai's words, and Li Muzi was holding the knife that had just been upgraded and returned in a daze. After Shio was forced to repeat the message that was sent to Wu Ai alone, Li Zimu's eyes were slightly different. Shio told the master this message alone in order to make the master stronger. Shio's answer was mixed with a hint of grievance and a little crying, as if she had really suffered a great injustice. "Xiaomu, are you sure that the system you modified can simulate such human emotions?" Wu Ai asked Li Zimu uncertainly. The latter also failed to give an accurate answer. Wu Ai didn't have time to argue with Shio now, so he quickly asked Shio to drive the RV to the destination. When Wu Ai's RV started, the sound of the RV alarmed all the survivors around. They watched a broken RV drive away not far away. If they couldn't think of anything, they would have survived in vain. The route that Wu Ai passed was right in front of Wang Miao. The RV knocked over and crushed all the weeds and other things, and directly lifted the fig leaf in front of Wang Miao's team. Wang Miao saw that her group had been exposed, so she stood up calmly and flicked the dust and weeds off her body. Wang Miao said calmly, "I'll tell you the truth. If I say we are curious about your gathering and come here just to see what's going on, will you believe me?" After Wang Miao said this, everyone was stunned. Of course, that includes the player she led. A few seconds later, hundreds of people burst into laughter. Even the players behind Wang Miao, who were wearing hats, secretly lowered their hat brims and chuckled. The eldest brother, one of the 3 brothers of the Tang family, laughed the loudest. He slapped his thigh while laughing, and his expression was very exaggerated. "Little girl, your joke is really good now. Don't say any more nonsense. We are not 3-year-old children. How could we believe your nonsense?" After laughing, the eldest brother of the Tang family began to walk towards Wang Miao's team. The others were not to be outdone, and more than 100 people surrounded Wang Miao and his team. Wu Ai also glanced at Wang Miao and his team when she passed by them, because Wu Ai had not seen those girls when he was hitchhiking. So based on their appearance, Wu Ai could only classify them as passers-by. But Wang Miao recognized at a glance that this was the RV that had saved them, which was also a reason why Wang Miao and his team did not escape but came out to delay time. Wu Ai, who didn't know the situation, was taken by Shio to a drainage outlet near the river. This drainage outlet was obviously used for sewage discharge. So you can imagine how disgusting the area around the drainage outlet is. Wu Ai used his eyes to ask for everyone's opinions. When he saw that no one backed down, he bent over and got into the drainage outlet with the two girls. Before entering, Wu Ai also told Shio that if anyone forced their way into the RV, they would be killed directly. After Shio gave a positive answer, Wu Ai and the other three really entered the drainage pipe. After Wu Ai and others completely entered the drainage pipe, a burst of triumphant laughter came from the RV. Wu Ai and the others walked about 50 meters into the drainage pipe, and the passage behind them was obviously artificially transformed into a comfortable height. As they walked, Li Muzi quietly walked in front of the team. This seemed to be a state where the girls were protecting him, and Wu Ai was a little concerned. Chapter 104, Finally Meet. After walking a short distance, Wu Ai found a relatively open room in front of him. The reason why it is called an open room is that there is no wall facing the direction of this room. You can see everything in the room at a glance. This room gives people a very sci-fi feeling. In the center of the room is a cylindrical glass jar filled with green liquid. There is a woman whose face cannot be seen in the jar. There is something like a tube made of meat on the woman's forehead. She is connected to a colorful egg outside the glass jar through this tube. Welcome everyone to my stage. I hope you are not angry about the arrangements I made before, because I will be happier if you are angry. A very neutral voice sounded in the room. Wu Ai and others did not rashly enter the room. God knows what the consequences will be after entering. So you did all the things before? Wu Ai asked calmly. Li Muzi directly drew out her knife and stood in front of the two of them in a state of readiness. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't remember it very clearly. Don't be afraid, little girl. I won't hurt you. Ha ha ha. The annoying neutral voice made Li Muzi even more nervous. Wu Ai frowned with realization. But he hadn't figured out some things yet. So he answered the colorful egg according to the content of the conversation. Is it you who implanted the idea of using the material in the concrete mixer to bind the red egg in my brain? And the white monsters who forced us after we entered the city? After Wu Ai said this, he could no longer remain calm. TSK. 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 What you said reminds me that these things are indeed my masterpieces. But I can only say that what you found is just the tip of the iceberg. If you don't believe me, I can reveal some more information to you. The red egg you mentioned is the experimenter. The reason why he and his girlfriend went to Gao Jianshan's house was that the information I implanted allowed them to find Gao Jianshan's house. And the reason why Gao Jianshan's family let the experimenter in and gave up his girlfriend. It's also your masterpiece. Wu Ai interrupted. Of course. There was also the sneak attack on you. And Su Xiaomei's sudden mutation. There were so many things I participated in that I forgot so many. The colorful egg said it proudly. And the tone was really as if nothing could escape its control. Is our arrival this time also your masterpiece? Wu Ai asked a key question. It doesn't matter whether it counts or not. Since so many people have come here, it doesn't matter whether you find me first or others. When talking about this question, the colorful egg's tone changed slightly. Not as confident as before. I guess you want to take advantage of this chaos to do something. But there is not enough time for you to complete something now. I have seen through your trick of delaying time here. Tell me quickly. What benefits can you give me to let you go? Chapter 105 Picking Up a Big Egg. Oh! You are so confident that you can see my arrangement? Are you sure? The voice of the colorful egg finally changed. You don't have to scare me like this. Even if I didn't guess all your plans. As long as I destroy what you haven't completed now, I think you will be affected more or less. Wu Ai also said confidently. At this time, the two women next to him could only watch the show. Well, although you didn't say anything right, I will still give you some rewards to commend you for coming here. After the colorful egg finished speaking, it opened a door on the wall of one side of the house. It was filled with glowing building blocks, which looked like there were thousands of them. Wu Ai narrowed his eyes and did not move. Only Li Zimu beside him kept pulling Wu Ai's sleeve excitedly. Wu Ai suddenly laughed and said, Your actions will only make me look down on you. You are indeed a guy with no fighting power. I don't want these things. I just want your life now. Wu Ai wanted to go up and fight with the colorful egg. However, Li Muzi, who was faster than Wu Ai, flew to the side of the colorful egg. Before landing, Li Muzi had already made a quick slash at the colorful egg. Sister, what's going on? Have you transformed into a female warrior? Your skills are unscientific. Wu Ai was not the only one staring. Li Zimu beside him was also staring with him. With Li Muzi's slash. The colorful egg did not change. Although the colorful egg did not change. This slash has been tested. The colorful egg is not here. Everything here is a three-dimensional holographic image. The arrogant laughter came again. You don't really think that I am so smart that you can see through it so easily. What a stupid human. Everything you do is done with my tacit consent. Without my consent, you will not be able to move forward. Wu Ai did not continue to communicate with the voice, but began to quickly look around. Li Muzi immediately understood Wu Ai's intention, and she took the knife in her hand and began to wantonly destroy the surrounding walls. When Li Muzi destroyed the second wall, all the images created by the three-dimensional hologram disappeared. At this time, everyone had seen a light behind the wall destroyed by Li Muzi. After Li Muzi swung a few more times, a corridor that could accommodate 2 people was completed. The 3 people entered it one after another. A mountain of building blocks made of building blocks was piled up on the ground in front of them. Without counting, you can tell that there must be more than 500 of them. There is another room next to this room, with only one colorful egg in it. But the egg itself no longer emits light. It seems that we have really been tricked by it. While this guy has not yet launched his backhand, we should quickly take more building blocks and run away. We must be quick. Wu Ai seemed to know something. He asked everyone to quickly take some building blocks and prepare to run away. Everyone didn't bring much in their backpacks. They had no idea that there would be so many building blocks to take for free. There was no other way. So they could only fill up everything they could and prepare to leave. Finally, Wu Ai looked at the colorful egg and still felt reluctant to part with it. He always felt that the colorful egg was the most precious of all the things here. Li Muzi saw what Wu Ai was thinking, and she took out a climbing rope from her waist and tied the colorful egg behind her in no time. Chapter 106. The Mantis Failed to be the Oriole. Li Muzi didn't wait for Wu Ai, who looked very cute at the moment. She carried the egg and started running back the way she came. Wu Ai also reacted at this time, and then he followed. Li Zimu ran the slowest because she had the most building blocks. From a distance, she looked like a 300-pound fat man moving slowly. After Wu Ai and the others ran more than 500 meters, a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the room that was filled with building blocks. Wu Ai looked back, but he didn't see anything. But there was a lot of dust floating over there, probably because the ground above collapsed. Wu Ai had no time to care about these things. They just continued to run their own way. The sound of many people shouting loudly began to come from the direction behind. There are indeed treasures here. Everyone hurry up and grab them. Everyone make way. This is now our Sky One's territory. Brothers who have taken our things, please put them down. Who do you think you are? Sky One? Why should we let you take all of us? That's right. The old man just said it. Now the things here are ownerless. Whoever grabs them first will own them. Someone was killed. Everyone be careful. Someone wants to take all of these treasures in order to grab the building blocks. The people coming down from above have already started fighting. Li Zimu heard the noise behind her, and she knew that if Wu Ai hadn't asked everyone to take some things and run quickly, they might have been involved in the fight, because the people coming down from above were all fighting for the building blocks. Wu Ai and others returned to the RV smoothly. When the 3 of them returned to the RV, they all fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. The big egg behind Li Muzi couldn't enter the door of the RV, but because the roof of the RV hadn't been repaired yet, Li Muzi directly pushed the colorful egg into the RV from above. After a long rest, everyone finally recovered. Boss, there are still a lot of building blocks over there. Should we go over and take a look? Li Zimu, who had recovered, looked at him with eyes full of money symbols. Wu Ai was actually a little unwilling. He was just thinking about this matter. He looked at the female knight, who was like a martial arts film in the previous battle, and the latter nodded. In the end, Wu Ai still felt that he should go and see if there was a chance to pick up a bargain. When Wu Ai asked Shio to quietly drive the car to the top of the building block room, the people below were fighting fiercely. Don't ask Wu Ai why he could find this place. He could hear the fighting here from a distance. Wu Ai asked Shio to park the car a little further away and wait for all these people to finish fighting before he was ready to take action. Reality is often not as good as one would like. Wu Ai was excitedly waiting for the final result. Not far away, more than 10 cars of various types drove over, including a bus. The convoy soon arrived at the place where everyone was scrambling for the building blocks. After parking, About 200 people came out of the convoy. Many people were lost in the fight for the building blocks. In this case, the people from the convoy completely took the advantage. A leader-like person came out of the convoy. She negotiated with those who were still alive after robbing the building blocks for a while. And then everyone began to distribute the building blocks according to some agreement. Wu Ai was a little angry when she saw this. She wanted to be a mantis. But it seemed that the yellow bird was not a pushover. If she insisted on doing it, she was afraid that the yellow bird would really do it to her. Chapter 107, Ways to Repay. Since the facts have come to this, Wu Ai has no intention of getting involved. He asked Shio to start the RV. And they were going to find a place to digest the spoils of war they had obtained today. Just as the RV was about to leave, someone from the later convoy drove towards Wu Ai quickly. When the car came right in front of the RV, Wu Ai realized that he had not let Shio drive away. Fortunately, only a woman got out of the car, who was one of the team members that Wu Ai saw when he drove to find the energy point. After getting off the car, the girl went directly to the direction of the cab and shouted inside. I wonder if the driver of the RV remembers that there were a few girls who took a ride when they came out of the school. Wu Ai understood immediately after hearing this. Only those few people knew that his car had taken them for a while. Wu Ai opened the side door of the RV and said to the girl, Are you one of those people? The girl saw the side door open and someone asked this question. This person must be the driver. Thinking that her sisters were saved by this person, the girl smiled gratefully. The girl walked over gracefully and stopped about 3 meters away from Wu Ai. Hello, big brother. Are you the one who saved us at that time? Although the voice was a little cold, the tone gave people a good feeling. What big brother or not? I saved you. Are you okay? If not, I'm leaving. Please move your car out of my way. Wu Ai's words were obviously not polite. He wanted to see what this girl was up to. Brother, I think you misunderstood. After I saw you and recognized you, we sisters wanted to repay you for saving my life. I didn't have any bad intentions. Wang Miao explained quickly. Oh, those who came later were all your people. Not bad. You have organized so many people in such a short period of time. You are quite strong. I have to do something later. I hope you can give me anything you want to repay me. Wu Ai was very mercenary and directly talked about the content of the repayment. Wang Miao was slightly stunned, wondering if this person was pretending to be a benefactor. How could he be the one who saved everyone that day with such a way of speaking? When Wang Miao was wondering if Wu Ai was their savior, another car came from behind. When the car came closer, 4 beauties got off from it. Let me introduce them to you. These people are... Before Wang Miao finished speaking, Wu Ai interrupted her introduction. Didn't I just say that I have something else to do? There's no need for introductions. Let's talk about the question of repaying first. Wu Ai offended all 4 beauties at the same time. Only one of them, who looked more intellectual, raised her lips slightly after hearing what Wu Ai said. How can you talk like that? We are. Who can make the decision? The person in charge should come out and speak. If no one wants to talk, I will leave directly. As he said that, Wu Ai pretended to close the door and leave. The 4 beauties looked at the intellectual beauty at the same time. At this time, the beauty said very elegantly, Now there are 2 ways to repay you. You can choose. One is to give you 50 building blocks, and we can form an alliance to help each other. The second is to give you 100 building blocks, and then we will owe each other nothing. I choose the second one. You give me 100 building blocks, and we will be even now, Wu Ai said firmly. Chapter 1082 Camps. The other 4 beauties were more or less puzzled by Wu Ai's choice. She chose to buy out the powerful organization instead of making friends with it. This was also a very incomprehensible operation. The intellectual beauty waved her hand, and the others took down the 2 bags prepared in the car. Wu Ai didn't even open them to count whether they were enough, and he carried both bags to the RV by himself. One of the beauties said that she wanted to go back to see if her subordinates had finished dealing with the matter over there, and asked if anyone wanted to go back with her. Except for Wang Miao. The rest of the people left together. You want to ask me why I didn't choose the first one? You've seen the answer. I don't think your organization is safe. If there is a chance, we can cooperate again when you are safe. After saying that, Wu Ai didn't wait for the other party's reaction and directly closed the door and let Shio drive away. The intellectual beauty glanced at the disappearing RV, turned around and got into another car and left. Wang Miao asked while driving, Sister, What did that person say to you? Why does he look so cool? Is it necessary to pretend like this? Haha. You haven't figured it out yet. He basically saw through our details. Maybe he chose the second condition just to test it. But he finally proved that his choice was not wrong. We are indeed not that safe. Power is really... Boss! There are so many of them. Why don't we cooperate with them? With such a powerful ally, we don't have to live in fear all day long. Lee Zima was puzzled. They have internal problems. And there may be divisions in the future. I don't want to consider the problem of the team after forming an alliance with them. Isn't it good for us to do this? How unrestrained. The two girls rolled their eyes at him at the same time, which made Wu Ai feel a little bored. You don't have to roll your eyes at me. I forgot. How are you so powerful? How did you become a female hero? Wu Ai looked at Li Muzi with envy. Li Muzi didn't hesitate to throw the knife in her hand over. Tang sword. Nameless. After naming, there is a chance to get additional attribute improvement. F level. Special attribute. Possession. You can choose the skill used for possession in the options of Tang sword. Possession skills can only be activated when held in the hand, and anyone can use it. If it is named, it will be used exclusively by the person who named it. No wonder you are so powerful. So that's why. It belongs to you. You can give it a name. After saying that, Wu Ai threw the knife back. To be honest, this knife is the best weapon he has ever seen so far. Even Li Zima's dual attribute fruit knife is not as good as this one. This knife is indeed very good. But Wu Ai always feels that it can best play its role in Li Muzi's hands. Li Muzi caught the knife thrown to her, and her eyes immediately lit up. She just said thank you to Wu Ai. And then, there was no expression. Li Muzi closed her eyes with the knife. And then, she didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, I named this knife Chiu Shui. I was lucky just now, and got the long-range attack skill of Sword Energy. When Wu Ai heard the name of the Sword Energy, he remembered the faction problem mentioned by the alien at the beginning. He said to himself, I had some vague feelings before, but when I heard you talk about the Sword Energy skill, I suddenly had an immature idea. I think I know what the faction problem the alien mentioned is. Chapter 109 Number of Building Blocks. Li Zima came over immediately and asked expectantly, Boss, what did you think of? Tell me quickly, Wu Ai said with interest. Actually, this is just my guess at the moment. I don't know what the real situation is. Based on the ability of the building blocks, I guess the two camps may be one mechanical and the other personal ability. To be more specific, one side makes the ability of its external auxiliary equipment stronger, just like I strengthened the ability of the RV. The other side is simply to strengthen its own ability. I think one of the women before might be an expert in this field. Wu Ai was about to continue to tell Li Zima's guess, when Xiao Jio's voice sounded impatiently. Master, can you use the 7 colored eggs you got to shape my body in this world? This way I can play a greater role. Now I can't leave the RV. If I can get a body. Xiao Jio's words made Wu Ai suddenly realize that there were still two important things in the RV that had not been dealt with. One was the 7 colored eggs that Li Muzi brought back, and the other was Xiao Jio, who behaved a little strangely. There's no rush for the 7 colored eggs. Let's wait until the RV is upgraded. Now is the time when you need to contribute. After the RV is upgraded, I will definitely help you with the body. Wu Ai will not increase Xiao Jio's strength before he has completely mastered me. But in order to appease her, it is still necessary to write a blank check. That night, the stars and the moon that had not been seen for a few days finally appeared in the dark night sky again, as if they had made an appointment. Because in the last incident, Wu Ai got a lot of building blocks. This made Wu Ai, who was always stingy, generous enough to find the best ingredients and make a real dumpling meal. Even Li Muzi, who was always cold and arrogant, ate without caring about her image. And her sister was so full that she couldn't move. She leaned on the sofa and rubbed her obviously protruding belly painfully. Wu Ai was not much better. He always had the attitude of eating as soon as possible if there was food. So he didn't want to do anything except that his belly didn't protrude. The reason was the same as Li Muzi, who was like a small ball. Shio, count the number of all the building blocks we have now. Since the place cannot be moved, Wu Ai can only let Xiao Jio do the work. In the RV. Besides Wu Ai, who knows this place best, there is no one except Xiao Jio. So Xiao Jio immediately gave Wu Ai the answer he wanted. Master, there are 247 building blocks in the RV now. Wu Ai's breathing obviously became heavy when he heard this number. He felt like he had picked up a huge sum of 10 million in a peaceful world. This feeling was really great. With the stimulation of this number, Wu Ai actually endured the pressure of food in his stomach and walked to the center of the RV. He stood there and felt a sense of pleasure of standing at the pinnacle of the world's highest power. Shio. Now upgrade all the places in the RV that can be upgraded for me. Immediately. Wu Ai pointed his finger upward in the void and said with a full sense of picture. Chapter 110 Selection of Building Block Ball Type. However, Shio, who answered Wu Ai, did not start to execute various orders as he hoped, but began to ask specific questions about the instructions Wu Ai had just issued. Master, the communicator required for upgrading and transformation is the heart core of the egg-shaped monster you often mentioned, which was not found in the RV. So upgrading and transforming the RV cannot perform these two operations. What? Are you kidding me? You are not telling me that these 200 building blocks are useless now. Wu Ai, who was still in the limelight just now, suddenly roared at the air like a lion. Shio paused for a second. She felt that she should take some responsibility for the way she spoke just now. So, Master, maybe it's been a long time since the last RV transformation. You forgot the rules. Now I'm telling you again. Li Zima thought that the furious Wu Ai was very funny. When she was about to continue to see how far he would go, she didn't expect that Shio, this coward, would also start to curry favor with him. And her tone obviously began to change. Master, both upgrading and transformation require the heart core. Just like I said just now. But fusion is not necessary. Your building blocks can still strengthen other aspects of the RV to some extent. Shio's explanation also reminded Wu Ai of his first free transformation. And Shio at that time seemed to have mentioned this problem. Since it was not Shio's fault, he could not continue to be angry. He coughed lightly and said to Shio, Then I will tell you a few types of building blocks that are needed. And you can see if there are any of the ones I mentioned among the more than 200. Since Wu Ai changed his orders and requirements, Shio of course immediately began to prepare to work according to Wu Ai's requirements. I have already obtained a transformation and a potion building block before, so I don't need the same type. So now I want tools, food, weapons and armor. That's all for now. I'll wait for you to choose and see if there are any other options. Wu Ai casually mentioned some types of building blocks that he thought were most urgently needed. He hoped that Shio could find the building blocks that met his requirements among the many building blocks. After a few seconds, Shio began to report her work results. Master, the building blocks you requested have been found as follows. Building blocks with tool manufacturing capabilities. Building blocks with plant seeds. Building blocks with weapons. Building blocks with light energy. And building blocks with hurdle vests. Wu Ai didn't understand some of Shio's answers. It's okay to make weapons. But what the hell is a hurdle vest? Do you want us to wear that kind of vest to fight monsters? Thinking of this, Wu Ai subconsciously looked at Li Muzi and Li Zimu. When Wu Ai's eyes met Li Muzi's, he found that for some reason, the knife in her hand was slowly being pulled out. Wu Ai quickly said to Shio loudly, Please explain the matter of the hurdle vest quickly. Even if I can accept it, my other two team members cannot accept it. So if you can't give a satisfactory answer to everyone. Shio, I'm not sure whether Li Muzi's Chiu Shui will be cut on your main server. Wu Ai hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hoped that his words would slow down the speed of Li Muzi's knife being pulled out. Chapter 111. Prepare to start fusion. Shio didn't know whether this increasingly cold-blooded girl would really chop her. So she immediately began to explain. Master, please be patient. I will start to explain immediately. The choice of this building block ball is also helpless. There is only one building block ball of this type. But it is also impossible for everyone to wear this kind of clothes to fight. As long as the building block ball meets a category, you can choose the direction when upgrading and manufacturing. For example, this building block ball of the hurdle vest can choose to develop in the direction of armor when upgrading, after the level is correspondingly improved. It can be manufactured such as bulletproof vests, tight protective physical enhancement combat clothes, portable exoskeleton combat auxiliary equipment, full-body combat form combat clothes, etc. I wonder if the master is satisfied with this explanation. If you had said this earlier, there would be so many misunderstandings. You must think carefully before speaking in the future. And don't let people have unnecessary misunderstandings. When Wu Ai said this, He secretly observed Li Muzi, who was gradually putting away his knife. And he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since we now have so many building blocks, let's upgrade all the types I need. This time Wu Ai was baptized by Shio. And he knew that the fusion upgrade did not require the communicator to contribute. After waiting for a few seconds, Shio finally replied weakly. Master, although the fusion upgrade does not consume the communicator's hardcore like the transformation upgrade. However, the fusion upgrade consumes 3 times the building blocks of the previous level each time, which means that it is impossible to fully upgrade all the building blocks. After Shio finished speaking, she immediately fell silent. She was also afraid that Wu Ai would be retaliated against after the continuous attacks. What was rare was that Wu Ai was not angry, but simply said, "Oh." Since all of them could not be fully upgraded, Wu Ai would of course calculate a more appropriate number and method of upgrade. The communication building blocks that were fused at the beginning, as well as the ones that he picked up and needed to be transformed, and the potions contributed by Su Xiaomei. In addition to the ones that Shio had just selected, there should be a total of 8 types of building blocks, according to the highest upgrade option currently available. If it is upgraded to level 4, each type of building block ball will need to consume 27 balls to upgrade. And if there are 8 types, it will be 216 balls. Shio, upgrade the ones you just selected, the 2 I left unused, and the communication direction that was integrated at the beginning, and all the ones I just mentioned to level 4. Wu Ai finally made the final decision. Master, now you have a total of 247 building blocks. If you choose another type of building block ball to upgrade to level 4, it will be exactly 243. So Shio suggests that the master choose another type of building block ball to upgrade to level 4. Wu Ai heard Shio's suggestion and thought it was a good one. He thought about it and asked tentatively whether there were any detection capabilities in the building blocks. Shio gave a positive answer. One of them had the ability to control a small radar. This building block made Wu Ai curious about how its owner had privatized it. Wu Ai was just curious, but he didn't study these meaningless things. Shio suggested that Wu Ai choose the direction of the fusion capabilities of these building blocks. Wu Ai thought about it and gave the answers one by one. Chapter 112 Plan to attack the Cloud Continent. Since the communication ability building blocks had already been set in direction at the beginning, their ability after upgrading was increased to 30 kilometers of barrier-free communication. And other auxiliary loadable signals can be loaded by the RV system through communication. Wu Ai selected the transformation ability building blocks as the transformation specialization for vehicle-type transportation vehicles. And other auxiliary building blocks can enjoy a higher level of transformation. The transformation time is 3 hours for each transformation. The direction of the medicine building blocks was selected as the direction of removing abnormalities. And now 10 bottles of medicine can be produced every 3 hours. Currently, you can make 4 kinds of potions, namely 1 common virus removal potion, 2 low-level monster virus removal potions, 3 spreader virus removal potions, and 3 ruler virus removal potions. The tool-type building blocks are selected as auxiliary, which can shorten the manufacturing time of other building blocks by 30 minutes. The seed ability building blocks are selected as fast growth, which reduces the growth cycle when the seed growth conditions are met. Currently, the growth cycle can be reduced by 2 months, which varies depending on the type of seed. The direction selected for weapon forging is cold weapons, with no limit on the type. Currently, the manufacturing time of 1 weapon is every 3 hours. Wu Ai also chose the building blocks made of light energy as a weapon. He thought that cold weapons might not be useful in the future, so he planned ahead and decided to make the building blocks into weapons. Thinking about the future, he could hold light swords, light guns and other light energy weapons. And those monsters seemed to be no problem. But after choosing, Wu Ai found that the more advanced and lethal the weapons were, the more restrictions they had. First of all, materials were a problem. A lightsaber required a miniature particle light energy emitter, light energy blocking materials, light energy decay controllers, etc. Just hearing these names, Wu Ai felt that he didn't need to think about these things in the short term. There is no need to say anything about the building block ball of the radar. Just strengthen its main working direction. Focus on upgrading and strengthening its detection distance and strength. The last one is the building block ball of the vest. And the selected direction is the peripheral armor direction. After selecting this direction, the simplest one in the manufacturing list is a tight protective physical enhancement combat suit. and one piece can be manufactured every 3 hours. Wu Ai didn't dare to look at the remaining combat peripherals such as exoskeletons. It is estimated that he can't get them at all with his current strength. Although Wu Ai can make this clothes now, it is also the protective ability of the material itself. Because Wu Ai didn't have this type of enhancement potion, this piece of clothing couldn't really play its role. After spending more than 200 hard-earned building blocks, the RV's fundamental combat power didn't increase much, which made Wu Ai a little angry. In order to collect the hard core for the transformation and upgrade of the RV itself, he had to think of going to the cloud in the sky to have a look. With this idea, Wu Ai couldn't control himself. He immediately notified everyone to gather their strength and go to the sky to meet those birdmen tomorrow. Shio originally wanted to talk to Wu Ai about the 7 colored eggs, but seeing that Wu Ai had prepared a new plan, she had to be patient for a while. If she showed too much, this cunning human would definitely find out. Chapter 113 Serious Problems. Anyway, everyone spent another peaceful night. When he woke up the next day, Wu Ai felt very refreshed. He felt that he had not slept so well for a long time. Everyone should get up soon. We still have a lot of tasks to do today. We need to replenish our supplies again. And we also need to go and see about attacking the marshmallow in the sky. Wu Ai talked to himself about a lot of things. But Li Zimu, who was sleeping soundly, didn't hear a word. Wu Ai took a look at Li Zimu's cute sleeping posture, and he could only shake his head and didn't wake her up. Everyone has been a little tired recently. Finally, there is a safe window period temporarily, so Wu Ai will not disturb them to sleep in. He got out of the car to stretch his body and enjoy the fresh air with less pollution. Wu Ai was simply stretching his body, and suddenly a person came out from the bushes not far away. Who else could it be but Li Muzi? You went out so early. Did you get anything? Lady? Li Muzi was completely immune to Wu Ai's jokes, so she didn't smile at him at all. The killing near the pit yesterday was very intense. Because of the women's leadership, the other stragglers didn't get much benefit. But this place should not be too far from their respective bases, and there are many people coming to support them. The killing was so fierce, but in the end, the women's team was stronger and more united than those rotten fish and shrimp. But they also paid a price to get out. They also gained the most in this battle. Except for us. Of course. Then did the rest of the people just disperse? Wu Ai asked with some interest. How is it possible? The big fish left, and the small fish still exist. No matter who it is. As long as there is profit, they can kill. Li Muzi said calmly. What is the situation now? How do you know this? Wu Ai asked. I secretly went to a forest to investigate in the morning, and the night watchmen talked about these things when they were drinking together. Li Muzi returned to the RV after answering this question. Wu Ai touched his chin with his right hand. It seems that the bullshit agreement made by those women did not stop these people from killing. He thought about it carefully again, and then returned to the RV with a smirk. There are only 4 people left in the 5-man team of Sky1, one of whom was unfortunately killed in the melee. Among the 5 people in Yunzhong land, only Zhou was still normal. He helped a teammate whose leg was broken by a stick to hurry on. The rest of the people did not come back. It is very rare that all 3 brothers of the Tang family in Sky1 are still there. Although they have some injuries, they are not serious injuries, and will not delay their actions. This time, without waiting for the second brother of the Tang family to give advice, Tang San began to look at the 2 people in Yunzhong land. Under such naked hints, the rest of the people in Sky 1 finally realized what to do belatedly. Without any suspense, the 5-member team of Yunzhong continent all stayed on the ground and could never go back. However, the second son of the Tang family was injured in the spine by Zhou's dying counterattack, and he was obviously not fit to continue on the journey. If it is difficult to walk now, it will be an impossible task if we reach the rope ladder in the clouds. Now the Sky 1 team is also facing a serious problem. Chapter 114 Poisoning. The eldest and the second oldest of the Tang family have always had a very good relationship. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are brothers. However, if you say that the 3 brothers of the Tang family are all brothers, Tang San would probably sneer at it. The problem now is that the second oldest of the Tang family will definitely delay everyone's trip. Except for the eldest brother. No one else may want to be delayed. But the eldest brother of the Tang family is the one with the highest martial arts value among the 4 of them, which makes things difficult to handle. Tang San proposed a solution. That he would find a car for everyone to travel, so that the current problem could be solved temporarily. As for climbing the rope ladder, we can only talk about it later. Now everyone can only agree with Tang San's method and consider the solution when the problem arises again. Tang San was very fast, and it took him more than 10 minutes to get a commercial vehicle. After everyone got on the car, Tang San was responsible for driving, which made everyone's interests temporarily reach a consensus. And everyone ran directly to the direction of the rope ladder. Since the cloud continent does not stop at one place, Tang San must follow the direction of the floating cloud. Fortunately, this cloud is really too big and very easy to identify. Otherwise it would be a difficult task to find it. On the commercial vehicle that Tang San found, there were some backpacks that were obviously prepared for travel. The eldest brother of the Tang family pulled one over at random, opened it, and began to search. The first backpack he found was mostly filled with various beverages and mineral water, and the other backpack below it was filled with various snacks and other food. The eldest brother of the Tang family habitually distributed these food and drinks to other people, but only Miss Tang San. Tang San saw through the rearview mirror that the people behind him started to eat and drink, but did not share with him. Instead of being angry, he smiled strangely. After the car drove out for about 30 minutes, the three people behind him obviously began to have various symptoms of discomfort. "Brother, did you eat something unclean and have a stomachache?" "Look, I didn't eat anything, so I'm not like you. Why don't we stop the car and find a place to relieve yourself first?" Everyone's stomach hurt a lot, and they had no ability to distinguish Tang San's suggestions. So everyone agreed with Tang San's words. Tang San parked the car, then opened the sliding door of the business car, and then he squatted on the ground not far from the door and smiled at the people struggling in pain, with a very evil expression. Tang Ming was in pain and suddenly seemed to realize something. He raised his head with difficulty and found Tang San squatting on the ground not far away, smiling at them. Tang Ming suddenly shuddered, and even the pain in his stomach was relieved a little. "Did you do this?" Tang Ming asked coldly. "Things have come to this point. Don't you think it's meaningless to ask now?" Tang San stood up. He sneered and slowly backed away. "If it was really you who did it, then I have nothing to say. Although your second brother and I treated you very badly, we didn't do it to this extent. It seems that you have understood the way to survive in the end times. I hope you can live well in the future." Tang Ming did not act as angry and desperate as Tang San imagined, but finally said some words of advice, like a real big brother. But Tang San became very irritable because of what Tang Ming said. "Tang Ming, you really hide it deep enough. Now I find that you are the most insidious person. It seems that the second brother is not your opponent." Chapter 115, Not Destined to Die. The more Tang San said this, the calmer Tang Ming behaved. Anyone who didn't know the inside story would immediately think that Tang Ming was a big brother who loved his younger brother very much. Tang Hua, who also had a stomachache, didn't understand what was going on at first. But later, with Tang San's hint, he finally understood why Tang Ming did this. Tang Ming's purpose was to leave a mark in Tang San's heart, a mark of condemnation and regret for killing his own brother. Although this approach seemed ridiculous, Tang Ming mentioned that no matter how bad he and Tang Hua were, they had no intention of killing him. And this was the key point. Information is a magical thing. Whenever humans receive some information, no matter whether it is useful to them or not, the received information will be processed by the brain. If the information is highly correlated with the receiver, then the information will be interpreted in both positive and negative ways. And the favorable information with high acceptance will be the final result, regardless of whether Tang Ming is right or not. Tang San will react to his killing of his two brothers in his heart. The result is that in Tang San's future life, once he encounters information that can be related to today's incident, he will repeatedly confirm whether what he did today is correct. Instead of insulting and cursing Tang San in revenge, it is better to do this so that he will have a shadow in his future life. Maybe at some specific time, this shadow will be the opportunity to take his life. Such a thought is not without viciousness, and it has left a glimmer of possibility for something that is impossible. When Tang Hua thought of this, he understood why Tang San was so angry, because he also thought of this level, and he had been affected. Otherwise, he would not have such a performance. Tang Ming is really meticulous. Tang Hua finally left this world with a smile after thinking everything through. He was not lonely at all, as there were two people in the car who accompanied him to another world. Tang San watched the three people in the car all die, but he was not as relieved as he expected. He had been mentally preparing himself. trying to convince himself that it was completely right and reasonable to do so. But he still kept a clear place in his heart, where there were all the condemnation and regret for killing his brothers. Wu Ai and the others were also heading towards the Cloud Continent. On their way to their destination, Wu Ai found Tang San struggling on the roadside. For safety reasons, he did not directly contact this person. He thought this person looked a little strange and abnormal. Wu Ai and Li Muzi quietly got out of the RV. They went around to the back of the commercial vehicle next to the crazy man and used the car as a cover. Li Muzi gently touched Wu Ai and motioned him with his chin to look inside the car. He then found that there were 3 dead people in the car. Wu Ai judged from the bodies that had not disappeared that these people should not have died very long ago. And the crazy man was obviously related to these people. In order not to waste time, Wu Ai came out directly from behind the hidden car. He used the simplest and crudest method to find out the reason why these people died. Hey, brother, what's wrong with you? What is the relationship between the people in the car and you? Why did they die? Tang San was at the most critical moment of spiritual condemnation and torment at this time. But Wu Ai's shouting interrupted his mental prison, thus saving Tang San, who was almost driven crazy by good thoughts. Chapter 116 Destiny Makes You Miss. After his thoughts returned to normal, Tang San immediately realized that he had made a huge mistake just now. He was almost tricked by Tang Meng's calculations. I am a member of the Sky One team. I don't know what happened to the people in the car. I went out to find medicine. But when I came back, I found that all my teammates were dead. Because my 2 brothers were also in here. I almost went crazy just now because I didn't think straight. Thanks to this brother's timely help, I didn't get stimulated to go crazy. If what this person said was true, then his situation just now could be explained clearly. It is normal to have such a reaction when you suddenly see your relatives die. Just when Wu Ai wanted to return to the RV and continue on the road, he suddenly received a reminder from Shio. Master, there is a familiar energy fluctuation on this person. He should be the one who survived the previous battle. And there are traces of strong mysterious energy on his body. Wu Ai's steps to go back suddenly stopped. This action not only made Li Muzi nervous, but also Tang San was obviously stagnant. Tang San's building blocks, and the building blocks that his team had snatched were all placed in the car. Although he didn't count them, there should be more than 100. Thinking that his hard-earned money might be taken away by the man in front of him, he began to think about how to kill the man in front of him. Wu Ai immediately contacted Shio and asked, "Are you saying that this person has come into contact with the 7-colored egg? Although the egg has no combat ability, it is really strange that an ordinary person like this can survive after seeing it." Wu Ai's question was immediately answered by Shio. Rather than saying that he has a strong energy residue on his body, it is better to say that the bracelet on his wrist has a strong energy residue. This bracelet might be a relic of the 7-colored egg, and was picked up by this person by chance. If so, it seems to be explainable. Otherwise, how can an ordinary person survive in such an environment? Besides, it is really unreasonable for a man to wear such a bracelet. When Tang San was thinking about how to kill Wu Ai, he found that the other party had been observing the bracelet on his wrist. Since the other party seemed to care about this bracelet, wouldn't it be better to give it to him and let him leave quickly? Anyway, he didn't know the origin of this bracelet. He just found it after he fainted in a room full of building blocks. Instead of letting these people find his building blocks, it is better to send them away with this bracelet whose origin is unknown. I see that you are very interested in the bracelet on my wrist. Brother, why don't I give you this bracelet as a thank you for saving me? Tang San directly gave Wu Ai what he wanted, which made him a little confused. I didn't help you much. It would be wrong to ask for your things again. Wu Ai could only test the other party's intention. Hey, now I have no relatives. This bracelet was found by my eldest brother in the underground ruins before. At that time, he thought it was a good thing. So he gave it to me directly. Now whenever I see it, I will think of my eldest brother. So I will give this bracelet to you, so that I won't be sad when I think of what happened today in the future. Wu Ai thought this statement was a bit strange. But before he could think about it carefully, he got another hint from Shio. Chapter 117 The Secret in the Bracelet. Master, we have detected that there are small white monsters approaching. We suggest you leave as soon as possible. The estimated physical contact time with the monsters is 13 minutes. As the detection function of the radar has been enhanced, Shio's detection range has become much larger than before. Since there are monsters coming, it is better to leave as soon as possible. Now my RV is still like an open can. If too many monsters come in, the power of the RV may not be enough. Wu Ai took the bracelet handed over by Tang San, patted Tang San on the shoulder, comforted him with a condolence, and returned to his RV to continue moving forward. Tang San clenched his fists, and when he saw the RV finally disappear from his sight, he finally put his mind at ease to clean up the garbage in the commercial vehicle. Xiao Jiu was responsible for driving. Wu Ai took the bracelet in his hand and looked at it carefully. He didn't see anything special about the bracelet, except for many special symbols on the bracelet. This is just an ordinary handicraft bracelet. After studying it fruitlessly, Wu Ai threw the bracelet to Li Zimu, who was squatting on the side and drooling at the bracelet. I'm afraid that most people can't stand it if there is such a little girl squatting next to you, looking at the things in your hand with hot eyes. So Wu Ai threw the bracelet to her without much research. Li Zimu felt like she had found a treasure after getting the bracelet. She quickly took it and ran to her own territory to start researching. In a few minutes, Li Zimu actually opened the bracelet, and 10 things like chips fell out of the bracelet, the size of which was only the belly of the little finger. The moment the bracelet was opened, Shijio's reminder sounded in the RV, and 10 hard cores of the communicator were found. Whether the owner wanted to use them for upgrading or transformation, these are the hard cores of those eggs. I was wondering why the 7-colored egg killed the red egg, but didn't leave the hard core. I thought it had used it up before, but I didn't expect it to hide it here. It seems that it has killed many spreaders. There are 10 of them here. Wu Ai put away the hard core that fell out of the bracelet, but Li Zimu put away the bracelet containing the hard core. Wu Ai took a look at Li Zimu's little action and said directly, "You don't have to perform. I have told you about this. Even if you don't do this, I will reward you according to the fact that you opened the bracelet and got the hard core." How petty! Although he was called stingy, Li Zimu, who had already got something, was still very happy. Since Wu Ai has already obtained the materials for upgrading, he now needs to find a safe place to upgrade and transform the RV immediately. The idea of going to Yunzhong continent to take a look was directly cancelled. He directly asked Xiao Jiu to find a safe place nearby to hide so that the RV can safely pass the time of upgrading and transformation. Such a coincidence made Tang San, who was chasing behind, not find Wu Ai's RV. I don't know what the result would be if Wu Ai didn't find the secret in the bracelet. When they met Tang San again under the rope ladder in Yunzhong continent, at least all of Tang San's spoils should have been confiscated by Wu Ai. But later, when Wu Ai figured out the key point, when he wanted to find Tang San, he found that everything was too late, so that Wu Ai regretted every time he saw Tang San in the subsequent battles, and gnashed his teeth with hatred. Chapter 118 Renovation and Upgrading of RVs. Xiao Jiu found a large parking lot full of brand new large buses, with these buses as cover. This is a good temporary camp. After the RV was parked, Wu Ai couldn't wait to ask Xiao Jiu to project the interface of the options that can be modified onto the TV in the entertainment area, so that everyone can also see what options are intuitively. The roof of the RV must be modified. The defense value of the RV is really pitifully low now, so this is the top priority. After seeing the body of the RV made of various materials, Wu Ai still didn't greedily want to transform it into 2 high-tech materials, because he knew that the cost of those materials was something he couldn't afford at the moment. If I have more cores in the future, I can consider remodeling it again. In the end, Wu Ai chose carbon steel as the body material of the RV. The price of this material is the highest bottom line he can accept, so he does not have many choices. After that, it is to modify the way the RV moves. This is also a relatively expensive modification, but Wu Ai finally feels that it is necessary. After considering it again and again, he still chose magnetic suspension as the way the RV moves. This method has many advantages, such as low sound and not easy to be discovered, and reducing unnecessary parking incidents of tire damage. The probability of tire damage is still relatively high. If a tire bursts at a critical moment, it will be a fatal thing. There is another function that Wu Ai is most interested in. That is the ability to jump and escape, which is the most critical point for him to choose this mode of movement. The RV can increase the energy supply to the magnetic suspension system and instantly increase the repulsive force to allow the RV to achieve the purpose of instant jumping. Once the RV is used in a surrounded situation, it is really a godlike ability. The next item is the modification of the RV's glass. Wu Ai also chose the best material he can accept at present, because there is no restriction on tires. Wu Ai also modified and upgraded the airtightness of the whole car to cope with the emergency situation of falling into the water, in order to ensure that the power of the RV does not have any problems. Wu Ai had to contribute the last 2 hardcores to the upgrade of energy supply, because he was afraid of energy problems. He upgraded the battery storage energy twice. Although this method is not as cost-effective as the transformation of a more advanced energy supply method, Wu Ai can only reluctantly increase the battery capacity to make do for a while, because he has no hardcore. After choosing the upgrade and transformation of the RV, Wu Ai ordered Shio to perform the relevant operations according to his previous requirements. Master, since this transformation will rearrange the entire RV, you can't be in the RV. The estimated time required is 36 hours. Please ensure that the activities are carried out under the premise of safety. Due to the large number of upgrades and renovations this time, all other functions of the RV will be temporarily closed. Please pay attention to safety and cut off external connections after 10 seconds to enter the upgrade mode. 10. 9. Wu Ai didn't know why they were given such a short time to get off the car, but according to Shio's previous description, it was better not to stay in the RV. The 3 people in the RV basically got off in a hurry without taking anything. When he remembered to take some food and water, the 10 seconds were up. The RV was covered by a layer of light curtain the moment the time arrived, and the RV became perfectly identical to the surrounding buses, as if there was originally a bus parked here. We should be in the most dangerous situation now. The 2 ladies, please protect me. Wu Ai was really a little scared. Chapter 119 Suppression of Civilization and Technology. Wu Ai's fear is both real and fake. He thinks that if their team does not commit suicide, their safety can be guaranteed to a certain extent. But what kind of behavior is considered suicide? Boss, let's do something during this period of time. We don't have any supplies here. You don't want to starve everyone to death, do you? Li Zimu said the most embarrassing thing for Wu Ai at the moment. They have no supplies now. If searching for supplies is considered a suicide behavior, then it seems that they are going to commit suicide again. Let's go. Let's go outside and see if there are any cars that can be driven. Finding supplies is imperative, and I would have taken everyone there even if you didn't say it. Since they got the answer, Wu Ai and the other 2 walked towards the entrance of the parking lot. For an RV, it is much safer than Wu Ai and the other 2 now. After leaving the parking lot, everyone began to pay attention to the cars around them. Some vehicles that didn't have time to turn off the engine had already run out of gas, and those that were damaged or had no keys could only be abandoned. It was not until they walked for more than 40 minutes that they found a farm tricycle that could still be driven. Wu Ai frowned and asked, "Does anyone know how to drive this thing? I can't handle this thing." The 2 women looked at each other, and it was even more impossible for them to drive this kind of car. Finally, Wu Ai had to go into battle himself and tried to drive the tricycle slowly to find other vehicles. Boss, you said these aliens should be a very powerful civilization. Why did they come here? Do they really just want us to choose a camp? I always feel that it doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, it's not just Li Zimu. Wu Ai has always been a little suspicious of the true purpose of the aliens. However, the information was so unequal that they had no way of knowing the other party's true thoughts. Don't you usually not want to think about this kind of thing? Why are you suddenly interested? Wu Ai looked at Li Zimu sitting in the back of the car and said, "Why? I'm just idle. Now I have nothing, so I can only think about things to arrange for my brain which is too idle." Wu Ai shook his head and smiled, without commenting. Li Muzi's sudden words made everyone's relaxed mood suddenly filled with haze. Don't you think that the first Shio we killed was too easy? How could the aliens' technology lose to the computer technology of our backward civilization? Instantly, Wu Ai seemed to have figured something out, and he suddenly braked to stop the tricycle. In fact, the reason why I have not agreed to let Shio use the colorful egg is also because of this consideration. I think the current Shio may be a completely different system from the previous one. The reason why she behaves differently may be related to my previous suspicion of her. The current situation is how can we deal with this Shio who is monitoring us? Wu Ai said all his analysis and considerations, hoping that everyone can think of a way to see if there is any way to have the best of both worlds. After all, Shio still has a lot of useful information and functions. Everyone thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any good ideas. The technological suppression from the more advanced civilization made it impossible for them to start. Chapter 120. The Survivor's Supermarket. Wu Ai could only sigh helplessly, and continue driving the tricycle. Li Zimu was no longer in the mood as before, and she sighed more often than Wu Ai. How can we, the pitiful little ants, fight against aliens? They are like a life form with a higher dimension than us, and can easily crush us. You still want them to come to the dimension with the same conditions as us to fight you. Do you think it's possible? Li Zimu's words clearly had a very negative emotion in them, and she seemed to have lost confidence in life. Wait, dimension? Wu Ai repeated what Li Zimu had just said. Li Zimu was bored and found a comfortable position to lie in the truck bed. It seemed that the analysis just now had a big impact on her. Let's assume that if the aliens are also subject to some kind of restrictions and cannot easily participate in actual events, then are we already at the same starting line? Wu Ai's hypothesis was recognized by Li Muzi, and she continued, I think the possibility you mentioned has a high probability. With the technology of the aliens, if they want to deal with us, I think we can only watch, and there is no chance for us to resist. So, Li Muzi said this, and Li Zimu also sat up. You mean that the aliens cannot attack us directly due to some kind of restriction? So they created a place that meets certain conditions for us to fight with their warriors in it? Li Muzi added. For example, spreaders? And those infected by the virus? Wu Ai looked straight ahead and said, then the world we are in now may really be a created world. Do they just want to increase the number of intelligent creatures in the camp? Why do I feel that their purpose is not as simple as they say? After that, no one talked much. Everyone used their own way of thinking to think about the purpose of the aliens. The tricycle stopped and started, and finally found a car that could be driven after more than 4 hours of driving. When everyone got on the car, they felt really comfortable. Technology is really changing life, whether it is a good direction or a bad direction. When it was almost night, Wu Ai's 3-member team found a supermarket. But there was a faint cry coming out of the supermarket. Boss, there should be survivors in this supermarket. Should we go in? These survivors have no sense of security, and are not afraid of attracting monsters. Li Zimu whispered to Wu Ai, waiting for the captain's final answer. You haven't eaten for a day now. If you can hold on, we can go to the next store. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zimu's stomach started to growl. She scratched her hair uncomfortably, and stopped talking about whether to enter this supermarket. Lady, you are the most powerful one here. Please take the trouble to go. Wu Ai asked Li Muzi to help. Li Muzi didn't refuse at all. She stood up and jumped a few times before disappearing near the supermarket. Look at your sister. She is the one who contributes the most to the team. You just eat and sleep all day long. You are almost as fat as a pig. Li Zimu just laughed and didn't look angry at all. Chapter 121 The Tragedy in Front of Us. Wu Ai was still happily scolding Li Zimu, who didn't talk back. But he didn't expect that the female warrior had already returned from the investigation. Wu Ai didn't know if Li Zimu had heard what he had just said to him. Now he had to rely on Li Muzi to survive. The food in that supermarket should be enough for us to get through the period of upgrading the RV. But there are 5 men, 3 women, and a little girl in it. The 3 adult women are not in good condition and have been bullied to death. If no one goes to rescue the little girl, her fate may be the same as those 3 women. Or even worse. Li Zimu's report made everyone feel uncomfortable. Although killing those scumbags can be regarded as purifying the world, the 3 of them have never really killed their own kind. Wu Ai cleared his throat and said, Lady, we haven't. What kind of man are you, if you are so fussy? Just tell me whether we should occupy this supermarket or not, and leave the rest to me. Faced with that heroic Li Muzi, Wu Ai also seemed a little afraid. He looked at Li Zimu beside him, then nodded and said, Occupy the supermarket. Ensure your own safety, and decide your behavior according to your own standards of good and evil. Wu Ai just said these few words, and Li Muzi flew to the supermarket again. This time she did not hide her tracks. She directly entered the supermarket from the main entrance, and more than a minute later, she walked out of the supermarket and waved to the hidden Wu Ai. After Wu Ai and Li Zimu entered the supermarket, they found that it was just like a pigsty, full of garbage and various unknown and smelly unknown objects. 5 men were lying in a mess beside a table not far away. They didn't look like good people from their clothes. Each of them only wore the least clothes. They should be eating at this time. But they didn't expect to be ended by the female hero. Not far from the table, there was a place that looked like a doghouse, where 3 women and a little girl were locked up with iron chains for dogs. One of the 3 women had already gone into shock due to excessive bleeding, and Wu Ai and others were helpless in this situation. Another one looked a little crazy. And the remaining one looked relatively normal for the time being. But she also lowered her head and had no reaction. The little girl looked pretty good. At least her face looked relatively normal. Li Zima went forward to negotiate, because being a woman was easier to accept. About 20 minutes later, Li Zima came back to report the situation after the negotiation. These 3 adult women are the one who is bleeding to death and the one who looks a little crazy. They are all daughters of another woman. The little girl may be the child of their neighbor. The neighbor was killed because he saved these 3 women and angered the 5 people who imprisoned them. Then these 5 people kidnapped 4 of them and brought them here. You can imagine the rest without me saying anything. This situation really does not require Li Zimu to give too much introduction. Anyone with a discerning eye knows what is going on. During the time when Li Zimu and Wu Ai were talking, the woman who lost too much blood lost her vital signs. Then, something unexpected happened. The mother of the 2 women took a knife from somewhere while no one was paying attention to her. And then she stabbed her crazy daughter in the heart without hesitation. Then she pulled out the knife and stabbed herself in the same place. Chapter 122 Genius Little Loli. Wu Ai had never thought that such a situation would happen. They had been trying to live during the days of torture. But after they were rescued, they chose to end their lives. Wu Ai could not figure out the reason for a while. The 3 looked at the little Lolita, who was about 10 years old next to them. And they didn't know how to deal with this little trouble. Wu Ai was simply not able to take good care of this little guy. He looked at Li Muzi, who might have experience, with a pleading look. The latter's eyes also had some complicated and difficult to understand meanings. I will take care of this kid for now. You all probably don't have much experience. Although my experience is also very limited. I should be better than you. Wu Ai and Li Zima nodded like chicks pecking at rice. If they were to take care of this kid, they would be the first to go crazy. Wu Ai and Li Zima went to collect supplies quickly, while Li Muzi came to the little girl. The little girl saw Li Muzi coming to her side. She did not show any fear, but calmly welcomed her fate. Li Muzi drew her knife and cut off the iron chain tied to the little girl's feet. She picked up the little girl and put her on a chair. Little girl, do you want to follow me? Li Muzi did not mention the little girl's parents. She was afraid that mentioning these would cause a drastic change in the little girl's emotions. Sister, now I don't have any ability to pay for the resources consumed by my survival. If you can wait until I have enough ability to give back to you, then I can go with you. The little girl's answer was completely beyond Li Muzi's expectations. Such meticulous logic should not be possessed by a little girl of this age. What's your name? Kid? What grade are you in? Li Muzi wanted to know more about the child. So she began to ask about the child's condition. My name is Gu Xiuxi. If I were in a normal grade, I would be in the 1st grade of junior high school. But in fact, I have already mastered college knowledge. My mother said that it would not be good if I performed too well. So she would not let me skip grades after skipping a few times. I understand the current situation. Sister, you don't have to worry too much about me. As long as I can have a safe place and enough food. I am actually easy to feed. Gu Xiuxi's answer explained her situation very clearly. But it also surprised Li Muzi. After the 2 people who collected supplies came back, Li Muzi briefly introduced Gu Xiuxi's situation. So this is a genius-level child? Have we found a treasure? Wu Ai said with a chuckle. The 2 girls were a little disgusted with Wu Ai's tone. His way of speaking always gave people a weird feeling. Wu Ai certainly saw the unhappy expressions on the faces of the 2 beauties. But he didn't care, but asked Gu Xiuxi directly. Little friend, according to the information you gave us, can I treat you as an adult? You have such knowledge. I don't believe you don't have the social experience to match it. If you don't, I will doubt whether what you said is true or false. Wu Ai's words were obvious enough. He had begun to doubt whether this little Lolita had something to hide from them. Chapter 123 Sure enough, there was a trick. Gu Xiuxi smiled sweetly and said, You came too quickly, so I haven't figured out how to make up a story that fits my identity. I'm not a genius. But if I don't say this, I can't explain my calmness in this situation. Hey, lying is also a skill. Hearing that Gu Xiuxi confessed everything so quickly, the 2 girls were surprised again. They really admire Wu Ai's observation and judgment. I don't quite understand. Although the story I told is not very meticulous, it doesn't seem to be immediately visible. Where did you find the flaw? Gu Xiuxi asked curiously. Wu Ai dug his ears, blew a breath and said, I don't see any flaws. Then what you said just now is? Gu Xiaoxi was a little confused. Oh! I just can't stand such a little brat pretending to be so powerful here. I just want to embarrass you as a daily routine, Wu Ai said with disdain. Gu Xiaoxi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by such a bad character. Tell me about your real situation. Then I will judge what attitude I should have towards you based on your situation. I have to remind you first. Your previous lie to my team members has already lowered your score a lot. If your score is too low, the consequences may be unimaginable. Wu Ai's words made Gu Xiaoxi a little nervous. She didn't know what this score was. There are 3 people on the other side now. The cold sister with a knife seems to be very powerful. If she chases you. Okay. I'll tell the truth. I'm 24 years old this year. As you can see, I'm like this. I started to stop growing up after I was 11 years old. I went to the hospital and didn't find any problems. I don't have the symptoms of a porcelain doll. I just don't grow up. Because of this problem, my family was heavily in debt. And my parents were unfortunately killed in a car accident while working outside. After losing my source of income, I had to flee my city to avoid my creditors, and was later adopted by an elderly couple as a lost child. Although they also discovered my problem, they did not despise me, and I lived a good life under the care of the 2 elderly people. After the 2 elderly people passed away, I received all their inheritance, but their children did not recognize the legitimacy of my inheritance. When they took me to the notary office, the world changed dramatically. Wu Ai yawned and said, "Let's get to the point. I'm a little sleepy." Although Wu Ai said this, he still secretly observed Gu Xiaoxi's reaction. Sure enough, Gu Xiaoxi had a hint of displeasure in her eyes when she heard Wu Ai say this. This should be the feeling of annoyance that her real experience was ignored by Wu Ai. The point is that I was snatched away by others, and the so-called parents were the same last time. Only these 3 sisters really took care of me as their neighbor's daughter, although they only listened to my one-sided words. They really believed what I said and treated me very well. Chapter 124 Attitude towards Gu Xiaoxi. Wu Ai said to Gu Xiaoxi with a smile, "Combining your previous performance and what you said, I give you a failing score of 59 points. Considering that your condition is not suitable for survival in such a world, I can generously give you some food and water. Just let me know in advance when you want to leave." Several people knew that Wu Ai obviously wanted Gu Xiaoxi to leave, but he came up with a score, which made Gu Xiaoxi feel fooled, and she was very angry. "If you want to drive me away, why don't you just say it? You have to make me tell you my life story before you let me go. Don't you think it's a bit too much for a man to do this?" Gu Xiaoxi, with a face of more than 10 years old, played the resentful expression of a woman who was fooled, which always gave people a very strange experience. "I am happy. I am willing. In such a world, it is easy to go crazy if you don't find some fun. Thank you for your performance today. I think the treatment I paid is worth your performance fee." Wu Ai's words were a bit too much. Even Li Zimu, who was always laughing, looked at him with resentment. Such things reminded her of Wu Ai's attitude towards their sisters before she became a formal team member. Why did she feel a little familiar? Gu Xiaoxi was so angry that she burst into tears. She was originally a very cute little loli, with such a wrong tear and expression. Even Li Muzi, who was cold to the bone, softened a lot. The 2 women persuaded Gu Xiaoxi not to be sad, but the Li sisters tacitly did not mention the matter of persuading Wu Ai to take Gu Xiaoxi in. Although Wu Ai was testing Gu Xiaoxi this time, it was also a test for the Li sisters. His purpose of testing was not other aspects, but just to see whether the 2 women would be easily shaken by the influence of outsiders on the team. The result still made Wu Ai very satisfied. The 2 women did not ask for help for Gu Xiaoxi, which seemed to show that they still paid attention to the overall interests of the team. Although Gu Xiaoxi's sympathy was really lethal to people, everyone still withstood the test. Gu Xiaoxi stopped crying after a while, and she asked Wu Ai to take her to a safe place tomorrow morning. "Little one, don't go too far. We still have a lot to do tomorrow. The biggest concession I can make is that I can give you the car outside after we arrive at the destination. That's all. Don't expect anything else." Gu Xiaoxi was a little sad after hearing what Wu Ai said, but she didn't say anything else. She took the food that Li Zima gave her and started eating it, very quickly and efficiently. This made the 2 girls look at Wu Ai at the same time, as if to say, "This little Lolita eats like you." Wu Ai still arranged for everyone to keep watch when sleeping. Now there is no warning. If you don't want to be killed in your sleep, It is more reliable to keep watch honestly. Gu Xiuxi did not escape this fate. Wu Ai showed no sympathy for her. At 2 o'clock, Wu Ai woke up Gu Xiuxi, who was sleeping in a daze, and not very peacefully. After seeing her wash her face, Wu Ai found a place to take a nap. Gu Xiuxi came to the door of the supermarket, and sat on the stool prepared by the night watchman. She sat on the stool with her legs crossed, and looked up at the stars in the sky. She was thinking about what her fate would be in the future. Chapter 125 Upgrade and Renovation completed. Wu Ai did not go to sleep right away. With a stranger by his side, he was in no mood to really sleep. Seeing Gu Xiuxi sitting cross-legged and looking at the stars, Wu Ai did not know how to describe this little Lolita. About half an hour passed like this, and Li Zimu suddenly woke up. She got up and pretended to rub her eyes, then looked at everyone's situation. After not finding anything unusual, she also took a chair and sat next to Gu Xiuxi and looked at the stars. Wu Ai did not feel anything at first, but later he felt that this little girl seemed to be sending a signal to Gu Xiuxi. A signal that she wanted to accept Gu Xiuxi. But Wu Ai couldn't be completely sure that Li Zimu really had such an idea, which made him have an impulse to question Li Zimu immediately. Li Muzi also opened her eyes at this time. She looked at Wu Ai's expression, and then looked at her sister's condition. She could only close her eyes tactfully. About half an hour later, Gu Xiuxi jumped down from the chair. She went into the house, and took some food and water that belonged to her, and put them in a big backpack. She came to Li Zimu in front of the door with her backpack and said, "I'm leaving." "Thank you." Just a few short words. A little Lolita struggled to carry a big backpack and slowly disappeared into the night. After Gu Xiuxi disappeared, Wu Ai came to Li Zimu and said, "Are you thinking about the meaning of her saying thank you?" Li Zimu did not turn around, but said with some guilt, "I just think she is a bit like me. So I got up to keep watch with her and look at the stars." Wu Ai snorted and went back to sleep. The next day, everyone simply packed up their supplies, had breakfast and set off to return to the RV. It is expected that we will arrive at the location of the RV at night. If we go too early, we will not be able to enter. It is better to drive slowly along the way to see if there is anything to collect. The one driving at this time was Li Zimu, and Wu Ai ignored her after issuing the order. Li Zimu also realized her mistake, and there was no more laughter or playfulness. She drove the car seriously, hoping not to offend the boss again. Finally, Wu Ai and others returned to the RV safely, and nothing happened on the road. This made Wu Ai, who was not in a good mood, feel a little better. Finally, it was time for the RV to be upgraded. The light curtain disappeared and the door opened. The RV has undergone a lot of changes after this upgrade. First of all, the overall size of the RV has become larger, because it no longer needs wheels to move. The chassis of the RV has directly become a smooth and curved plane like a boat. The color of the whole car has also changed to white. I don't know what Shio thought about this, because the RV is now in the starting state. The entire RV is suspended above the ground. When Wu Ai came to the side door of the RV, several suspended metal plates flew out from the door of the RV. They formed a staircase in front of the side door, in their respective order. After everyone entered the RV in a line, they found that the space inside had become much larger than before. Welcome back. The RV has been upgraded and renovated according to your previous orders. I don't know what other instructions the master has next. Chapter 126 Siege. Wu Ai had not yet tried the various experiences after the RV was upgraded, and he did not issue any new orders for a while. "Boss, I'll go move all the supplies from the car outside in. You can take a rest in the car first, and leave these things to me." Li Zimu wanted to show off himself in a flattering way. "Master, moving supplies can be done without manpower in the future." After Shio finished speaking, the board-like things at the door flew into the car they had driven before, and took the packed supplies into the storage area behind the RV. "Oh, this function is good. It will save a lot of time in the future." Wu Ai was very satisfied with this function. "Since we want to try the new function of the RV, we have to drive it out for a ride." Wu Ai thought so and did it. "Drive forward. I want to experience the driving feeling of this RV." Wu Ai pointed to the direction they came back from before. "Master, there are about 300 white monsters gathering in the radar range ahead, so it is not recommended to go in that direction." Shio gave a suggestion that made him very unhappy. Li Zimu seemed to suddenly think of something. She said to Wu Ai, "Boss, could it be that Gu Xiuxi was discovered?" Wu Ai also frowned. And then he said, Just go in that direction. Li Zimu. You let the drone go, and check what's going on. Xiao Jiao drove the RV to take everyone out. And Li Zimu also went to find her drone to go and scout, and see what happened there. After all, flying in the sky is much faster than running on the ground. Although Wu AI's RV has been modified to a driving mode that does not require tires, it still needs a relatively flat road as a foundation. You can't let the RV and the aircraft go too high above the ground. So it is much faster for Li Zimu's drone to fly directly there. And the straight line distance is currently the most efficient. When the drone sent the image back to the central display of the RV, it was clearly visible on the screen that many white monsters were surrounding a pond. And a car was floating in the center of the pond. Although the car was still floating on the water, it was obvious that the car was slowly sinking. Sitting on the top of the car floating on the water was a little girl in her teens, who was Gu Xiaoxi herself. Due to the disappearance of the colorful eggs in Wu Ai's city, these low-level monsters no longer had obvious intelligence. So now they all hunted by instinct, and did not attack Gu Xiaoxi in the water. Wu Ai looked at the monitor that came down from the roof of the RV. Both the sense of technology and the picture quality were incomparable to the previous TV. Boss, why are you here observing the monitor instead of studying how to save people? Are people no longer valuable as items? Faced with Li Zimu's questioning tone, Wu Ai glanced at her and said lightly, "These little monsters are easy to deal with now. I am studying how to save people. Why are you in such a hurry? If you think you can do it, you can go up and save people yourself." Wu Ai's words were already very impolite. He had to give a serious warning to Li Zimu's behavior to prevent her from making the same mistake again in the future. Such verbal words were just the beginning. He would let this little girl know that the interests of a team cannot be threatened by her personal preferences. Chapter 127 Results. Wu Ai's verbal squeeze made Li Zimu suddenly remember what happened before. Was she really wrong to reveal the information to Gu Xiaoxi that night? Shio, with the current RV's defense strength, can it hit these little monsters? Wu Ai finally began to seriously consider the rescue. Master, with the current RV's shell strength, it can hit the little monsters without damage. But this is also a prerequisite. The RV can withstand a small amount of non-continuous impact. But if it exceeds the RV's tolerance limit, it will still be damaged. Wu Ai thought for a while and said, "Can the steps of the RV leave the RV and move independently?" Master, the control range of the mobile board is within 200 meters of the RV's diameter. If it exceeds the range, it will lose control. Very good. In this case, we will use the RV to lead all these little monsters away, and then use the mobile board you mentioned to transport the little thing over. Wu Ai made the final decision, and everyone thought there was nothing wrong with it. After all, these low-level monsters without the control of the spreader are not worth mentioning. By the way, are there any things that can be made after the fusion of the building blocks? It has been more than 30 hours. So at least a batch of them should have been made. Wu Ai suddenly thought of this and asked, "Master, except for the restricted ones that have not been manufactured, the rest have a certain amount of finished products. 5 bottles of the removal agent have been manufactured according to the current common virus situation, and they can be manufactured again at any time if needed." After speaking, a drawer with white steam on the wall of the RV opened, and 5 bottles of red drug tubes were neatly placed on the metal shelf inside. And there was also an injection gun next to it. After getting Xiao Jiao's hint, Wu Ai was the first to put the drug into the injection gun, and did it to his arm without hesitation. Except for a little tingling at the beginning, the body did not feel any other abnormalities. After a few minutes, Wu Ai didn't feel anything unusual, so he handed the injection gun to Li Muzi. "I remember there were cold weapons, and some clothes?" "Forget it. The name is too long. So let's call it protective clothing. Is the protective clothing ready?" Wu Ai also began to check Xiao Jiao's work. This time, 2 cabinets were opened on the opposite wall. One contained 5 knives and 5 swords, and the other contained 5 black tights that looked like leather jackets, because the master didn't specify what kind of weapons to make. I could only judge by myself, so I just made 5 knives and swords each. As for this protective clothing, you can tell how to wear it at a glance. This protective clothing has a certain degree of defense against ordinary cold weapons and kinetic weapons. But because it is not a finished product, it cannot be completely immune to such damage. Wu Ai did not wait for Xiao Jiao to finish the introduction. He took out one and wanted to try it on immediately. But he suddenly realized that there were 2 women in the car, and it was not appropriate to change clothes like this. Shio immediately separated the space of the RV with a metal board. There was also a door design on the board. Unnecessary things were put away, and a bed was unfolded inside. It seems that this can be used as an independent room. After Wu Ai entered, he began to try on this protective clothing. It took him about 5 minutes to put it on. After putting on this protective clothing, Wu Ai immediately felt a constant flow of power on the protective clothing. Chapter 128 Punishment. Shio, why do I feel so full of power after putting on this protective suit? Is there something wrong with this suit? Wu Ai asked about the feeling the protective suit gave him. Master, this suit does not have any special abilities. The ability of this suit can only be fully exerted if there is a medicine used in conjunction with this protective suit. The reason why the master feels so full of power is that the protective suit gives the wearer a neurological hint. This protective suit contains many special substances similar to neurons, which can play a certain role in improving the wearer's combat effectiveness when fighting. Oh, since it's already like this, forget it. Wu Ai moved his body, opened the door, and walked out. When he walked out, the Li sisters had already put on their clothes and stood in the RV to show off. It must be said that this protective clothing is really better for showing women's figures than for protection. Wu Ai couldn't help but take a few more glances at the two women's outfits, which were really beautiful. Why are the colors of their clothes different from mine? Wu Ai asked, a little unhappy. Reply to the master. The color of the clothes can be chosen according to the environment during the battle, but this process will be completed within 5 minutes, and the speed will not be very fast. Wu Ai was very dissatisfied with Shio's answer. He asked in confusion, does it mean that it only took them a few seconds to put on this dress? Without waiting for Shio to answer, Li Zimu straightened her proud figure and said with satisfaction, first of all, women have experience in wearing this kind of clothes. Secondly, there are 2 of us, so of course we can help each other. Li Zimu forgot that her previous mistake had not been solved yet, and this time she immediately ran into the gun. As the captain, I must punish you for what happened before, and my requirements are not high. You can kill 3 small monsters in your spare time after saving people, but you must not ask me and your sister to help you. After Li Zimu heard the details of her punishment, she immediately frowned. She lost her previous arrogance and could only look at her sister eagerly. Have you injected all the medicines? Wu Ai asked calmly. Yes. Li Muzi's answer was also very simple. Wu Ai signaled Li Muzi with her eyes, asking her to go and take action when Li Zimu was in danger. He didn't really care about the life and death of that little girl. After Li Muzi got the explanation from Wu Ai's eyes, her beautiful big eyes curved up. The injection of the medicine was completed, and the protective suit was ready. The rest depended on the performance of the RV and Wu Ai's plan. After all this trouble, the time was almost up. The white monsters surrounding the pond could be seen from the front window of the RV. Shio drove the RV around the pond quickly, and all the monsters followed the RV. After 2 laps, there were no more white monsters left. Wu Ai signaled Shio to release the mobile boards and go to the center of the pond to rescue people. At Wu Ai's signal, there was another separate mobile board for Li Zimu. Wu Ai asked her to get on this mobile board. He wanted Li Zimu to go to the battlefield to experience the punishment for the mistakes he had made before. Li Zimu was reluctantly taken out by the mobile board with tears in his eyes. And then Wu Ai also signaled Li Muzi to follow him out. Chapter 129 All members return safely. You won't know until you try it. The speed of this RV after the transformation is really amazing. Without the loss of friction, the RV is really like an arrow from a bow. If Wu Ai hadn't told Shio to control the speed of the car according to the speed of the white monsters, it would have been very easy to get rid of these guys. Master, the RV system has detected that these white monsters that have lost control have begun to evolve autonomously, and their individual differences have begun to appear. Shio faithfully reported the results of her detection so that Wu Ai could have a general understanding. Without the control of the communicator, the little monsters fighting on their own began to prey on the weak. Whoever has stronger ability will get more resources. Wu Ai muttered to herself, not knowing what she was thinking. The mobile board brought Gu Xiaoxi to the roof of the RV very smoothly, and a very convenient entrance and exit was opened on it. This entrance and exit is much better than the previous small window, and it will not let Li Zimu get stuck in important parts again. Before letting Gu Xiaoxi in, Wu Ai had already opened the lowest permission to enter the RV for her. Otherwise Gu Xiaoxi would not be able to get in at all. Gu Xiaoxi smiled awkwardly after entering the RV, and put on a bright smile that a little girl should have. I don't know how long she has practiced. This innocent smile is really easy to come by. And she easily presented this expression in front of Wu Ai. It has nothing to do with how cute and beautiful Gu Xiaoxi is. But this simple childlike pure eyes and smile can make people who see it think of many beautiful pictures. Okay. Put away your tricks. I am the boss here. And I just saved you temporarily now. But we will not take you in. Wu Ai wanted to dispel Gu Xiaoxi's thoughts first, so as to avoid any misunderstandings later. Gu Xiaoxi, who had put away her smile, immediately had a few tears in her eyes. Don't worry, brother. I won't cause any trouble to you. Really. Xiaoxi is the most obedient. Such words, coupled with the expression of wanting to hide her thoughts, but afraid of causing trouble to everyone. This performance is really perfect. The Oscars are not worthy of coming to Gu Xiaoxi. This is simply a real-life reappearance. Okay. You are still acting. Right? I am reminding you now that you still use this trick with me. If the cold girl comes back later, I will let her deal with you. Just wait. Wu Ai finally couldn't stand that expression and gaze anymore. He could only hope that Li Muzi, the always correct and cold female warrior, would punish this drama queen. When the RV went around the 11th circle, the entrance and exit on the roof of the RV finally opened. Li Muzi came back with Li Zimu, who was spitting blood from his mouth in his right hand. Damn it! What's going on? How did she get into this state? Hurry up and send her to the bed inside. If Shio has any healing stuff, give it to me. Hurry! This was the first time Wu Ai saw a team member get injured like this. For a moment, he was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Master, don't worry. She didn't suffer any fatal injuries. She will recover on her own after a day's rest. After hearing Shio's answer, Wu Ai was a little confused. She vomited blood. How could it not be serious? He turned his head and looked at Li Muzi, who had been following him. The latter had an inappropriate look of shame on his face. Chapter 130. Shio forced the emperor to abdicate. Although Li Zimu's combat ability was very insufficient, her fruit knife was really good. Although the 3 white monsters were not many, they were still too difficult for Li Zimu, who had never experienced combat. Even with the help of the fruit knife, she still spent a lot of effort to complete the task. The reason why she finally completed the task was entirely because she was willing to sacrifice her life to complete the task. Seeing that Li Zimu was a little exhausted after completing the task, and the monsters behind her were about to catch up, Li Muzi jumped over to help. Li Zimu was scratched by the little monsters on the protective suit a few times. But because of the protective suit, no substantial damage was caused. After Li Muzi saw that there was no big problem, she directly grabbed her sister by the waist and lifted her up. Due to the gravity problem when she jumped on the RV, Li Zimu's mouth had an intimate contact with the RV. Li Zimu's miserable appearance was simply caused by her sister's collision. So there was a guilty look on Li Muzi's face. Li Zimu, who had been knocked unconscious, was put on the bed. Li Muzi closed the door and came out. Wu Ai noticed a detail just now. Seeing that Li Muzi had come out, he asked quietly, "Are you here to test the protective suit?" Li Muzi said seriously, "I don't know what you mean. If nothing happens, I will go back to look after my sister." After that, she immediately returned to the room. Damn. When did this guy treat her sister so well? Is it to confirm whether Li Zimu is awake or not? Or to check whether she heard the conversation just now? Wu Ai's question naturally has no answer. And he is also very clear about this. If he keeps asking, he shuddered and said, "Let's go out of the city. Let's leave here first." Shio resolutely carried out Wu Ai's order, and she began to increase the speed of the RV to leave here. Wow! 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 This car is so fast. I've never seen such a fast car. Gu Xiaoxi looked at the scenery outside the window in surprise, and shouted excitedly like a child. Although Wu Ai knew that this little girl was still trying to resist her fate, he was also very happy to be praised for something that belonged to him. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth curled up. Gu Xiaoxi observed this with the corner of her eyes, and she also pursed her lips with pride. The RV was very fast, and everyone had arrived at a place like an abandoned mine without noticing. Wu Ai did not ask Shio to find a temporary camp, and he did not know the purpose of Shio's doing so. Wu Ai did not ask aloud. He just sat on the sofa waiting for some kind of opportunity to appear. After more than 10 minutes, even the Li sisters came out. The 2 girls saw Wu Ai's heavy expression and immediately realized that something big must have happened. Even Gu Xiuxi, who was acting very enthusiastically just now, smelled a different smell in the air. Master, during the driving process just now, I found that this cave is very suitable for using the 7 colored eggs to create a body for me. So Xiao came here directly. Anyway, the master also needs a place to make a temporary camp. After Xiao finished her lines, Wu Ai also raised his head and grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said coldly, "Is the defense of the RV enough to resist general attacks outside?" As Wu Ai asked, the air was filled with a sense of threat. Chapter 131, Incident. Silence. Silence. Silence with only the sound of heartbeats. But Xiao still did not give an answer. Now, except for Gu Xiuxi who had just arrived, the Li sisters also understood what was going on. Wu Ai tried to open the car door, but the car door did not respond. He could not even open the car door, let alone control over other aspects of the RV. Damn it! I was tricked by this guy again. Instead of continuing the stalemate, it would be better to leave the RV and fight with Xiao, who has a body outside. Even if he is defeated and left here, it is much better than starving to death in the RV. I allow you to create your body, and you can start your dream plan. Since it has come to this point, Wu Ai no longer hides it, and he directly reveals his cards. Wu Ai missed an opportunity because of her rash decision. It was not because Xiao deliberately did not answer her that she did not talk to Wu Ai. It was because she had used all the energy she could to temporarily block the connection between the RV and Wu Ai for 30 minutes. If Wu Ai spent 30 minutes in the RV, Xiao's only chance would be ruined. But now Xiao has received Wu Ai's order, and he has tacitly released all control rights. Xiao immediately sent the colorful eggs from the storage space at the back with a mobile board. A data cable was hung directly from the roof of the RV, and it was nailed directly to the eggshell of the colorful eggs. Wu Ai felt that the RV was back under his control, and he immediately opened the door and asked everyone to get out of the RV. After Wu Ai and the other two came out, they found that Gu Xiuxi did not follow them out. Wu Ai looked into the RV and saw Gu Xiuxi pressing his right hand on the colorful eggs, not knowing what he was doing. Wu Ai was now planning to give up the RV, so he would not go to rescue Gu Xiuxi because of some strange behavior. Time passed quickly. After about 5 minutes, Gu Xiuxi's right hand left the surface of the colorful egg, and she fell directly beside the colorful egg. The data cable connected to the colorful egg was also retracted. Wu Ai didn't know what the result was now. Did Xiao succeed? And what did Gu Xiuxi do to the colorful egg? After another half an hour, everyone saw that there was no abnormality. So Li Muzi went to check the situation. She couldn't check the colorful egg, but she could easily check the little guy lying on the ground. After a few seconds, Li Muzi jumped back. Gu Xiuxi should have fainted, but I have no idea why. What should we do now? Li Muzi looked at Wu Ai and asked anxiously. Wait a little longer. If the colorful eggs don't move, then we'll take that little one away. We have to wait until she wakes up to find out what she did to the colorful eggs. Only after knowing this can I decide whether to really give up this RV. Everyone agreed with Wu Ai's decision. So after waiting for another 10 minutes and seeing nothing unusual, Li Muzi went into the RV again, picked up Gu Xiuxi, and jumped out directly. Since Li Muzi was carrying Gu Xiuxi with big movements, she didn't care how to make Gu Xiuxi feel comfortable. So Gu Xiuxi on her shoulders was directly pushed by Li Muzi's shoulders and started coughing. Her cough didn't matter. Wu Ai directly ordered Li Muzi to throw Gu Xiuxi off her shoulders. With a short scream, Gu Xiuxi was thrown onto the sand pile next to the RV. Chapter 132, An Unexpected Interference. Gu Xiuxi was lying on the sand pile with her, but sticking out, screaming miserably. But no one came forward to pull her up or ask about her well-being. After screaming for a while, Gu Xiuxi saw that no one really came to pull her up, so she could only stand up by herself. Gu Xiuxi pouted and patted the sand on her body, looking at the 3 people not far away who were staring at her. She said a little unhappy, "It's okay for you to throw me out, but no one came to help me up. How could you bear to let a little girl? Alright, let's get to the point. What did you do to the colorful egg before?" Wu Ai didn't have time to waste with Gu Xiuxi, and he interrupted Gu Xiuxi, who was used to acting. "Nothing. Just using my ability to subdue a puppet. But I have never experienced this process before, and I don't know if it is successful." Gu Xiuxi's answer was very straightforward, and Wu Ai became a little excited after hearing what Gu Xiuxi said. "What is your ability?" Tell me about it. In order to confirm his guess, Wu Ai asked Gu Xiaoxi how his ability was realized. My ability can only control one puppet at present. The requirement for controlling a puppet is that you must keep in contact with the unhatched egg-shaped communicator for 1 minute. As for the others, there seems to be no limit. Gu Xiaoxi honestly told the secret of her ability. She didn't hide anything. Why didn't you mention your ability before? Li Zimu suddenly asked. Please! I can't even beat an ordinary monster with my small body. You want me to go find an egg-shaped monster? Do you think I can do it with my strength? Do you think this ability makes a big difference to me? Gu Xiaoxi said this, and it was true. They didn't dare to confront that kind of monster head-on even with the RV. This little guy really had no hope. Just now I saw you all run away. And I heard that Shio seemed to want to take the egg. Instead of you running away, I might as well give it a try. If I succeed, I can protect myself after I leave you. Gu Xiaoxi was very frank. And Wu Ai didn't know how to refute it. Did you succeed? Why did you faint in the end? Li Zimu asked another question. Don't mention it. When I went to subdue the egg, there was a prompt in my mind saying that the egg had been occupied by other consciousnesses first. But they didn't completely occupy it. And asked me if I wanted to snatch control from them. Anyway, you said before that you would not leave me behind. If I had this egg as a puppet, maybe I could survive. I could imagine my fate without her. I would either become someone else's plaything or a monster's food. Rather than end up like that, I might as well fight to seize control of the egg. So I agreed to seize control. I don't know what happened after that. I didn't regain consciousness until that cool sister carried me out. So the ownership of the egg is still uncertain? Wu Ai also raised her own question. Gu Xiaoxi shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she was not very clear. However, just as everyone was talking to Gu Xiaoxi about her and the egg, the colorful egg in the RV made a slight cracking sound. Chapter 133 Suspected Old Friend. Although the sound of the cracking was not very loud, everyone was very nervous. So even if the sound was not loud, it was still heard by everyone. This egg is going to hatch something? Gu Xiaoxi said excitedly. After the first crack, the whole egg began to crack. And a few seconds later, an adult woman with a curled body appeared inside. Gu Xiaoxi was the first to shout excitedly. I can feel her. This should be my puppet. I succeeded. Unlike Gu Xiaoxi's excited shouting, Wu Ai frowned. Because she had just come out of the egg. The hatched woman had no clothes. So the Li sisters and Gu Xiaoxi went to help clean up the eggshells and mucus of the newly born. They carried the hatched woman into the bathroom and washed off all the mucus on her body. Because there was no clothes for her to wear, the women finally decided to temporarily put on a set of protective clothing for her. After everything was arranged, the hatched woman also opened her eyes and woke up. Because in order to avoid suspicion, Wu Ai could not see the woman until she woke up. But when Wu Ai saw the hatched woman, he actually screamed out loud. Why is it you? How could you be here? After Wu Ai said this, the three women understood that he seemed to know this woman. Otherwise, he would not have said what he said just now. Where did you go? Why didn't you come back? Tell me! Tell me quickly! Wu Ai hysterically grabbed the woman's arms and shook her constantly, as if he had to get some answers before he would stop. Li Zimu was a little uncomfortable with Wu Ai treating a woman like this, and she instinctively wanted to step forward to stop him. Unexpectedly, when she was about to pull Wu Ai's hand away, he lifted his arm and shook her, causing her to stagger. Li Muzi found that the problem might be a bit serious. Wu Ai's behavior was a bit wrong. This was not like his usual behavior at all. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Li Muzi considered it again and finally knocked Wu Ai unconscious. Looking at Wu Ai who was limp on the ground, Li Muzi was actually a little happy for a while. When Wu Ai woke up again, it was already the next morning. He rubbed his still painful neck and thought about what happened before he fainted. He estimated that only Li Muzi could do such a thing. Be sure to pay attention in the future. Otherwise, if that guy gets addicted to beating, this kind of thing will be unavoidable. Wu Ai opened the door of his room. Through the glass on the side of the RV, he saw the hatched woman standing upright outside the RV. He didn't know what she was doing. Wu Ai also got off the RV, came to her side and said, What's your name? The other party did not answer, as if she didn't hear his question at all. Wu Ai smiled and shook his head, came to the front of the woman, looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, and the memory of the owner of this face slowly emerged in front of him. Little friend, what's your name? Did you eat well? Why don't you talk to your aunt? It seemed that the time before was yesterday. And the gentle aunt also stayed in yesterday. The woman in front of her, who looked exactly like her, was not her. Chapter 134 Opportunity. Wu Ai stood in front of her, recalling the past, until everyone came out and noticed his abnormality. He withdrew his thoughts under everyone's gaze. What's wrong? Have you eaten? If possible, I want to talk to her. But she doesn't seem to want to pay attention to me. Wu Ai tried his best to make a humorous answer, but everyone saw a trace of loneliness in his eyes. I haven't named her yet. You need permission to communicate with her. Wait a moment. I will handle it for you right away, Gu Xiaoxi said as she ate a bun. A minute later, the expressionless woman finally showed some expression, and her eyes lit up. Hello everyone. My name is Xiaohua. I am now the exclusive guard of Queen Cixi. Please take care of me. The woman named Xiaohua finally said her first sentence since she was hatched. What kind of bad taste is this? I still call you queen? You are so shameless. Li Zimu immediately started to complain after hearing this. Gu Xiaoxi just looked up with a disdainful expression. She just ate and ignored Li Zimu's complaints. Even this queen-like voice is the same. I don't know why Shio is like this. Oh, right. Xiaohua. Do you know why Shio designed you like this? Wu Ai finally thought of asking Xiaohua herself to see if she knew anything. Wu Ai's question also aroused the interest of others. They also wanted to know why a person who Wu Ai knew was hatched. All the data of my body comes from a program called Shio. This body has actually grown up a long time ago, and only needs the final consciousness to enter. But it seems that something unexpected happened when entering, resulting in no intelligent consciousness entering my consciousness. So now I can only use simple wisdom to complete the queen's order. It's over. This is basically an idiot. I didn't expect that Shio's scheming would end up like this. Now our RV may be gone in the future. Li Zimu began to be pessimistic again. Wu Ai didn't care what she said, but asked again, since you know Shio, you should be a life with independent thinking ability. Why do you say that you only have simple wisdom? Xiaohua also gave a timely answer to Wu Ai's question. For example, Shio built a house with all the furniture and facilities. But before she officially moved in, she wanted someone who was under her control and had no ability to resist to see the house. I am the one who can only obey her orders and don't think about whether the orders are correct or not. Gu Xiaoxi said happily. You know what? This consideration just meets my intention. And Xiaohua will definitely use it very conveniently in the future. Wu Ai's eyes lit up. And then he asked again. Can you control everything in the house now? I can control everything that Xiaojiu left behind. But the yard outside the house has blocked my entry and exit. With my current authority, I can only control the house itself. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Li Zimu rubbed his temples and looked confused. Wu Ai said excitedly. Shio's miscalculation this time may leave a lot of useful information, since Xiaohua can control the house. Then the information previously reserved in Xiaohua's brain can also be read. Chapter 135 Buying and Selling Xiaohua. Li Zimu was still a little confused, and Wu Ai had to explain it to her again. Xiaohua's body was designed by Shio a long time ago. Her body should have all the authority of Shio. Shio only needs to import her program into Xiaohua's body to complete everything. However, due to Gu Xiaoxi's interference, she only needed to enter Xiaohua's body directly and drive away the simple wisdom program she left behind. But there was an accident during this process, which resulted in her failure to enter Xiaohua's brain and control this body. According to the example Xiaohua gave just now, Xiaohua is now a housekeeper, and Xiaojiu can just drive her away when she comes. As a result, Xiaojiu has gone nowhere. So Xiaohua now owns the house. Oh, I understand if you put it that way. What does Xiaohua know? Li Zimu also became interested. Xiaohua, what else do you know about your body design? Wu Ai asked. All the data of this body was downloaded by Shio in a person's brain. Her purpose in doing this is to disrupt that person's thinking and guide him to do things that are in her interest. But I don't know what exactly happened. Damn. That's it. She planned this all a long time ago. Xiaojiu knew how I would react after seeing Xiaohua's appearance. So he looked through my memory and made Xiaohua's appearance. Wu Ai said angrily. But the other three women had no interest in Xiaojiu and Xiaohua. But they were very interested in why Wu Ai had such a big reaction when he saw this woman. Wu Ai looked at the gossip fire burning in the eyes of these women, and he didn't know what to say. By the way, Xiaohua, can you still control the RV now? Wu Ai asked again. No. I can only control my body. I can't control anything else in the yard. Shio must have left some authority, so that the body she created can take charge of the RV again. But how can we know now? Wu Ai walked back to the RV and tried to speak to it. Shio? Are you still there? He didn't expect to hear Shio's voice. So he just wanted to experiment. The main program of the RV has an error, and the auxiliary program is now started. All the authority of the RV is given to the controller, and the auxiliary program is only responsible for responding and executing. Sure enough, the answer to Wu Ai was a cold, robotic voice. This also announced that Shio had become history. Can the person outside get all the permissions of the RV? Wu Ai asked again tentatively. That woman has all the permissions of the RV. But if the highest permissions need to be transferred, the controller must open the permissions himself. Wu Ai finally knew how to let Xiaohua get the permissions of the RV. So the next step is to negotiate with Gu Xiuxi to see if she can sell Xiaohua to him. Wu Ai gathered everyone in the RV, and everyone sat on the sofa for an impromptu meeting. That is to say, Xiaohua is much smarter than the current RV, and Xiaohua will not betray me. So I want to buy her. Miss Gu can offer any price you want, and I can accept. Gu Xiuxi's smile gradually widened after listening to Wu Ai's words. Chapter 136 Saved a Life? Although Wu Ai, the drama queen, didn't know much about it, it didn't stop him from knowing that this little girl was a very smart person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left directly after understanding Li Zimu's information. Although Gu Xiuxi did a good job in this regard, this guy still has many shortcomings, such as acting and greed. I can give you Xiaohua for free, but you must promise me to let me live in your RV. This is my only request. Gu Xiuxi also saw the extraordinary features of this RV during the series of rescues. If she could hang out with everyone, it would be much better than being alone. Wu Ai really wanted the Xiaohua, not only because she was created by Shio with all her efforts, but also because this face that looked like an acquaintance made him want to keep her. Now let's vote on whether we need to keep the Xiaohua. What should it be called? Robot? Or, forget it. Just call her Xiaohua. Everyone. Now let's vote on whether we need to keep her. Li Zimu was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Li Muzi looked at the drama queen whose expression was already in tears, and she slowly raised her right hand in agreement. Wu Ai closed his eyes and slapped his forehead with his right hand. The final result was basically a complete defeat. Wu Ai said that the team's combat effectiveness was somewhat worrying because all the members were wiped out by a drama queen. Anyway, this decision was made by the team. Since there is a result, I respect everyone's opinions, but I have reservations about Gu Xiuxi's opinion. Wu Ai also left a fig leaf for himself. If he didn't say so, it would be too embarrassing. Gu Xiuxi was very satisfied with the result. She directly released all the permissions of Xiaohua for Wu Ai to use. Wu Ai also directly used Xiaohua as the intelligent guidance program of the RV again. But this thing should no longer have the ability to learn the characteristics of intelligent creatures. It can only be used as an advanced intelligence system. As for Xiaohua's own combat capability, judging by Shio's ambition, it is estimated that it will not be that bad. Then, there were only some simple permission opening and transfer agreements. And after some necessary security settings, Xiaohua officially became the third control terminal of the RV. There was also a smug little guy, who was a completely worthless accessory. Since the biggest crisis that Wu Ai had expected was resolved, it was necessary for everyone to hold a simple celebration, which would also help the team's cohesion. And it seemed quite appropriate to call it team building. Such things naturally have people who are more skilled in handling them. Li Zimu and Gu Xiuxi became the natural candidates, and they were also very happy to accept this task. Wu Ai came to Xiaohua's side out of boredom. He wanted to have a good chat with a body that Shio had always wanted to get, to see if there was anything else to gain. Xiaohua, how sure do you think Shio is that she will kill me after designing you like this? Wu Ai asked half jokingly and half bored to kill time. Based on the information I got recently in the RV, and Shio's plan for you, I concluded that the probability of you dying is 100% without any surprises. Chapter 137, Animals that Poop in a Square Shape. Wu Ai was also shocked by Xiaohua's words. He thought he was a calm person and shouldn't have any. He thought of what happened when he first saw Xiaohua. It seemed that he really couldn't control himself. Li Muzi was also a little serious after hearing this. She also came over and asked, "Then tell me about Xiaoju's specific plan. Let me see how she can kill you." After saying that, She looked at Wu Ai, as if she was looking forward to it. Xiao Hua began to answer Li Muzi's questions seriously. This appearance of mine is extracted from the RV owner's mind. The appearance of the person he cares about the most, is obsessed with the most, and wants to know the whereabouts of the most. Because the current network has not been completely paralyzed, it is still easy for Shio to find out a person's information. So she found out the information of this woman, and she was completely sure that she could use this information to make the owner of the RV have a mental breakdown. By that time, it would be easy for her to kill you two sisters through the RV, or simply expel you, without the help of others. I don't need to say that everyone should be able to imagine the fate of this kind of scumbag. At some point, Li Zimu and Gu Xiaoxi also squatted beside, listening to Wu Ai's secrets with interest. Wu Ai realized that something was wrong and immediately ordered Xiao Hua to seal up all the information about him, and to seal it in the highest level place. I found a person named Xiao Heizhang. Wu Ai interrupted immediately. Okay. Just leave it there. There's no need to say anything else. Wu Ai's hasty ending made everyone a little bored. Even the cold and unusually Muzi showed a lot of interest. In order not to become the target of public opinion, he simply got off the RV and walked towards the cave entrance. Going outside to get some fresh air and change his mood is also a good way. Wu Ai came to the exit of the cave and found some brick-like things that were not in a standard cube shape placed at the entrance. He originally wanted to find a few bricks to use as a stool, but he didn't expect that after he picked up a brick, he felt that the weight and smell of the brick were a bit wrong. He smelled these suspicious bricks carefully and broke them with his hands. Finally, he thought that this might be the feces of an animal, and this animal has a strong sense of territory and prefers to come out at night. Dinner is being prepared in the RV, because it is safe in the cave. The drones are conducting reconnaissance activities outside the cave. That means there might be something waiting in the depths of the cave. There is no time for dinner now. It is good enough to save your life. God knows what that animal will become in the current world. Wu Ai did not dare to shout loudly, but ran into the RV quickly. Xiao Hua, close all the passages of the RV. You guys don't cook. Let's get ready to run away. Xiaomu, call back your drone quickly, and then send one into the cave to scout. Wu Ai issued these orders as soon as he came in, which made everyone confused for a while. Just now, I found some square-shaped animal feces at the entrance of the cave. I remember that there seems to be an animal that poops like this. In today's world, we should be careful. Gu Xiaoxi had never heard of an animal that poops in a square shape, so she wanted to confirm whether Wu Ai was lying to everyone. And then she asked, "What is the name of that animal?" Wu Ai said without turning his head, "Wombat." Chapter 138, Escape from the Bear's Mouth. Gu Xiaoxi heard Wu Ai say a name without hesitation, and she felt that it was not just something he made up to make everyone happy. If you want to know more about this animal, go find Li Zimu. She has downloaded a lot of information. Go see if she has any information about this animal. He didn't want to popularize the 10,000 Ys to the little one here, so he took the opportunity to send her away. Xiao Hua was also familiar with this information. She saw Li Zimu controlling the drone. So she, the housekeeper of the RV, found an idle computer and opened the relevant information about this animal. Oh my god! There are actually such animals in the world. I thought they appeared after the end of the world. Gu Xiaoxi shouted in surprise. Li Zimu recalled a drone and flew it to the depths of the cave to explore under her control. Because there was no light in the cave, the drone did not fly very fast under infrared imaging for the stability of the picture. But even if it was not very fast, it was still relatively fast compared to aircraft. When the drone flew into the cave about 500 meters away, suddenly two bright green spots appeared in front of the camera lens, followed by a claw-like thing calling over. And then the drone lost the signal. Damn! There's something in there. Xiao Hua, start the RV and run. Wu Ai ordered Xiao Hua to drive fast. Because the RV has undergone a subversive upgrade and transformation, it only takes a moment for the RV to start. As the RV moved forward, the sound of a large animal running came from the depths of the cave. I just looked at the information of this wombat, and it seems that its body is not big enough to make such a sound. Is there really a wombat in here? As the lights at the rear of the RV started, a wombat that was more than 10 meters away and looked like an enlarged version of an elephant rushed over. This thing is running really fast now. When the RV accelerated and drove out of the cave, the wombat chasing behind also swung its huge claws. After a sound of metal friction that made tea sour, The RV successfully escaped from the wombat's territory. Seeing the RV disappear from his sight, the wombat jumped on the spot a little depressed, and then returned to his cave. Lizima patted his proud figure, and said with some lingering fear, "It seems that it is the right thing not to listen to gossip. If everyone is gossiping in the RV, our car of meat will be prepared for that wombat." Gusiosi looked at Lizima's clapping hands, then looked down at her washboard figure. He said jealously, "You are the one who loves to listen to gossip the most. If you don't listen, no one will listen." After that, she turned around angrily, and went to lie on the sofa to sulk. Lizima asked in confusion, "What's wrong with her? She was fine just now? Is she unhappy because the wombat disturbed her dinner?" Wu-ai looked at Lizima's clapping hands, snorted and said nothing. On the contrary, her cold sister raised her mouth slightly, and imitated Lizima's actions just now. Now Lizima understood, because she didn't know what to say because she was disliked for such things. Chapter 139 Coordinates of the Space Station. Lizima shrugged, indicating that she was innocent. And then she went to cook dinner with Gusiosi. The suspension performance of the RV ensures that it is relatively stable during driving. And even cooking in the RV will not delay anything. If Shio fails, is the wombat in the cave her backup for us? Lee Musi asked. Maybe. I don't know what Shio is like now. Even now I don't have any clue about her. I can only think that she is temporarily dead. Maybe at some point in the future, we will meet her again. After Wu-ai finished speaking, he and Lee Musi were silent. Both of them looked at the darkness outside the RV, wondering if Shio was also watching them. Boss, open it quickly and take a look. Another small note fell out of the previous bracelet. Lizima's voice interrupted the atmosphere of the two. Lizima ran over with a note rolled into a small cylinder. Wu-ai opened the note, which only had a coordinate address and 3 words space station. How did you find this small note? Wu-ai asked after reading the note. I just wanted to put some things in the bracelet, and one of the things was stuck because it was a little big. So I knocked it a few times, and the things and the note came out together. After Lizima finished speaking, he looked at Wu-ai, waiting for his next words to see if he had anything else to ask. Wu-ai passed the note around for everyone to read. And then he said, as you can see, the information on this note may point to a space station that is about to fall. If the people in the space station also have the building blocks, then the information on this note will have great significance. Suddenly, Wu-ai sighed and said, the person we found on the roadside before may be the one who is really related to the 7 colored eggs. There are so many important materials in this bracelet. I don't think it is possible for an ordinary person to get them casually. Gusiosi was confused, and the Lee sisters could only sigh. Since that person is the one that the 7 colored egg wants to help, I think that person will definitely not be simple in the future. Lizima said depressedly. Okay, let's talk about whether to go to this place first. As for that person, let's talk about it later. We can't find him now. Wu-ai ended the topic of the 7 colored egg and asked everyone if they wanted to go to the coordinate point to find the space station. After the Lee sisters agreed to go to the coordinate place, Gusiosi was directly ignored. There was no need to cast the remaining vote. After knowing the next destination, everyone seemed to be motivated. 2 hours after the RV was driven out, Shao stopped it on the roadside, and everyone happily ate the dinner after several twists and turns. Because there was another little kid in the RV. The space in the RV felt a little small again. Fortunately, the RV has been upgraded, and the space has become much larger. And it is more than enough to simply have 3 sleeping places. The 3 girls shared 2 rooms, and Wu-ai slept on the sofa, which was also very good. The material of the sofa is very good, and the size can be extended, so he didn't suffer from sleeping here. The next morning, the fog in the air outside did not dissipate. The RV was hazy all around, and the visibility seemed very low. Chapter 140 Daoqi's Concept. Although the fog outside has reached the point where it is invisible 2 meters away, this level can no longer prevent Wu-ai's high-end RV from traveling. After telling Shao to go to the driving position and set off to the destination according to the coordinates, the others came to the sofa to discuss some issues. Gu Xiaoxi also gave her a protective suit and a potion to remove the virus. Although Gu Xiaoxi didn't know what the potion was, she was very sure that her life would not be in any trouble in the RV. Also, Gu Xiaoxi asked Lizimu about the combination of building blocks and balls later, and make your decision after careful consideration. As for the potion, You can ask her openly. There won't be any problem. Wu Ai's words also dispelled all Gu Xiaoxi's worries. She nodded, and went to find Li Zima next to her to ask about the relevant issues. Li Muzi. I will let Xiaohua make some knives. When those knives are made, I will let you continue to upgrade them. Now you can upgrade any weapons first to avoid wasting your weapon upgrade CD. Considering that our weapons are only cold weapons for close combat. If there is a chance, I will also get some hot weapons such as guns. But don't expect too much. Our country has too strict control over guns, and the chance of getting them is not very high. After explaining these things, Gu Xiaoxi and Li Zima also came back. Wu Ai always had the urge to laugh when she saw Gu Xiaoxi wearing protective clothing. Gu Xiaoxi was originally quite small, and now wrapped in the protective clothing, she felt that her figure was even smaller. Gu Xiaoxi had already got the answer in the mirror. So Wu Ai's expression did not surprise her. She has joined the combination of building blocks, which is the same as our previous choice. You can rest assured now. Li Zima glanced at Wu Ai with resentment. Of course, she knew why he let Gu Xiaoxi do that. That's what I really thought. I'm afraid that if she dies, the building blocks will be lost. This way, we can ensure that everything is safe. Wu Ai said directly, not ashamed but proud. I agree with this. If I die and the building blocks belong to you, I will be very happy. Gu Xiaoxi said sincerely. Okay. Now we are heading towards the coordinates of the space station. No one knows what will happen. Everyone should try to stay in good fighting condition, and be ready to deal with emergencies at any time. After Wu Ai finished these meaningless words, Li Zimu also said something about herself. Boss, one of the drones was damaged yesterday, and I need to get another one back if conditions permit. If possible, I want more drones to conduct transformation experiments in other directions. Wu Ai nodded and thought that this matter was still very beneficial to the team. So he asked Xiaohua to pay attention when driving. Then Wu Ai asked Xiaohua to make 5 knives as transformation weapons for the RV. The transformation process is also very simple, which is to add some ejectable slots on both sides of the RV. In this way, when all the knives are in place, the RV will have wings like knives. In this way, when the RV is driving at high speed, it will also have a good lethality. Later, a ram will be added to the front of the RV, and there will also be a rotatable long-range attack weapon on the roof. Chapter 141 Silicon-Based Civilization and Photon Civilization. These are Wu Ai's own preliminary ideas. Now the only thing that can be realized is the blade wings. But he still lacks a hard core of a communicator, which is also a headache for Wu Ai. In short, make the weapons first, and then you can transform them immediately after you have the hard core of the communicator. The RV has already driven out of the city where Wu Ai is. Now they are driving on a national highway. Soon they will be faster when they get on the highway. The sun gradually shines on the planet, and the fog begins to slowly dissipate. The RV was full of devastation wherever it passed, with the wreckage of buildings and vehicles everywhere. Some of the relatively intact buildings still had distress banners made of bed sheets hanging on their exterior walls. But no one knew whether there were still humans living in those rooms. Seeing such a scene, everyone was in a low mood. After all, this was their planet, and it was wantonly destroyed by aliens. How could they not be angry? Li Zimu said angrily. Don't let me find them. If I find them. What? You turned yourself into a dish and sent it over. Don't say those useless things. If your sister hadn't saved you last time, you would have been kicked and killed by those little monsters. Wu Ai's sudden interruption instantly extinguished Li Zimu's anger. She sat there muttering something. In fact, as long as the two camps of you humans unite, there is still hope. If possible, you can even win over those so-called spreaders who are deliberately created. Although Xiaohua has been responsible for driving, she is also paying attention to what everyone is talking about. Oh! Tell me, what two camps have we been divided into? What about the deliberately created spreaders? Wu Ai turned around and asked. Well, let's talk about the simpler silicon-based life first. I believe that before the end of the world comes, human mechanical intelligent technology will also develop rapidly. But fundamentally, it is not so easy to create wisdom comparable to that of humans. Even the most complex and sophisticated computers cannot replace the chaotic calculations in the human brain. Some programs do not think that the correct results are what humans want. So if you want to get the real intelligence of the machine and the desire for longevity, these desires will lead you to the evolution of silicon-based life. Humans can perfectly achieve the above 2 points by introducing the electrical signals about memory in the brain into the mechanical computer. It has not only completed true artificial intelligence, but also achieved immortality. In this way, the silicon-based civilization camp was completely born. This is one of the 2 camps, and the end of the world is just a catalyst for this evolutionary process. Let's talk about the other camp, the electromagnetic civilization or the photon civilization. This civilization, if you trace its roots, should be regarded as another manifestation of the life of the cultivators. Those so-called cultivators, after cultivating their own energy into an independent energy that is not restricted by the physical body, are now called photon civilization. To put it bluntly, they are just a powerful memory with energy attributes. Do you have a general understanding of these 2 camps now? Shio seemed to be a learned professor, imparting knowledge to everyone in the RV. Chapter 142 Different Development Model. So what kind of existence are the spreaders? Wu AI repeated a previous question. You should have guessed that this so-called apocalyptic world does not really exist. It is just a virtual world. The spreaders are just life forms created by changing their DNA sequence with a virus vector. They are all transformed based on your life. And to some extent, you should be considered a kind of creature. Some of them also have strong learning ability and wisdom. So whether they can get help from their camp is an unknown. Oh! I didn't expect that we actually guessed part of the result. This is really not the real world. Li Zima was inexplicably happy, as if she could return to the original peaceful world as long as she left this world. Wu Ai sneered and said, "Fool, you don't just think that aliens are helping us do good things. Any decision process by the brain has a clear purpose. If you don't believe it, you can try it now." After Wu Ai finished speaking, Gu Xiaoxi immediately kicked him, and then said indifferently, "I made this decision after my brain processed it. But I didn't have any purpose." Bullshit! Your purpose is to use this kick to prove that what I said is wrong. Or you just want to take revenge on me. Don't tell me that these are not your purposes. Wu Ai looked at Gu Xiaoxi coldly and said, "Then which camp does the alien who brought all this belong to?" Gu Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue and immediately changed the topic. She also asked a question for Xiaohua to answer. Based on the information we have now, the probability that the alien's camp is a silicon-based civilization is higher. But it cannot be completely ruled out that it is not another camp. This analysis is my own. The previous faction information was imported into my memory by Shio. I see. No wonder you know so much. Li Zimu also helped Gu Xiaoxi change the topic. She was happy as long as Wu Ai was in trouble. Those with enhanced personal abilities should be from the photon civilization, such as your sister. Those who get help from external objects, such as mechanical technology, are mostly from silicon-based civilization. Wu Ai concluded. There is nothing wrong in theory. But in this virtual world, nothing can be considered completely absolute. Xiaohua said calmly. After more than 3 hours of driving at the speed of the modified RV, they finally arrived at a city in a neighboring province. As they entered a more complex and unfamiliar city, the RV had to slow down, and everyone in the car began to prepare to go out and fight at any time. There are many more white monsters in this city than in their city. It seems that everyone in the whole city has turned into this white monster. Before officially entering the main urban area of the city, the RV system has already discovered 11 egg-shaped spreaders. Why is the development model of this city so different from the city we are in? Are the previous special situations the masterpieces of the colorful egg? Since everyone already knows that there is an egg-shaped spreader, if everyone does not come up with an effective action plan, it is not much different from suicide. Chapter 143 Strange Black Egg. Lady, you are the most powerful fighter in our car now. Are you sure you can kill a communicator alone? Wu Ai pondered for a moment and asked. Without a full-strength fight, I can't estimate whether I can win. Li Muzi was honest. She didn't exaggerate or fear. Gu Xiaoxi snorted coldly after hearing Wu Ai say that Li Muzi was the most powerful fighter in the car. I am not talented. If Xiaohua goes to fight, her fighting power will definitely not be worse than Sister Muzi. Wu Ai used to ignore Xiaohua's existence. But now after Gu Xiaoxi's reminder, his eyes brightened. What is Xiaohua's fighting power like? Who is stronger between her and the communicator? Li Zima asked with interest. If there are enough weapons, I think 3 attacks should be enough to kill a communicator. Xiaohua answered directly. What do you mean by enough weapons? Li Muzi suddenly asked provocatively. My power is not enough for ordinary weapons now. So every time I attack, I will also damage a weapon at the same time. If you put it that way, Wu Ai can understand it. There are 5 swords in the RV for you to use. As long as you can kill a communicator. Wu Ai gave his support. The person who is capable of killing the communicator has been found. And there are weapons with enough damage. So the only thing left is to find a target. With the radar detection system of the RV, it is very convenient for everyone to find the enemy. After a period of comparison, the RV drove to the location of a communicator. The reason why the system found this communicator is that there are no white monsters guarding around this communicator. Other communicators are more or less protected by white monsters. The RV began to slow down when it was 1 kilometer away from the destination. And Li Zima's drone was also dispatched to explore first. When the drone sent back clear images of the scene, everyone was quite curious. This black egg was slowly rotating clockwise around a big tree. And a deep circular groove had clearly formed around the tree. Under the big tree was something that looked like a corpse. If it was, it should be the body of a child. Because the school uniform on the other party, and the water bottle under him, and other personal belongings can also explain this point. These are things and styles that children like. This egg seems to be really special. It looks like it's hard to deal with. How about we change the target? Wu Ai became timid at the beginning. With everyone's contemptuous eyes, he still forced an explanation. We shouldn't waste time on this type we haven't seen before. It's better to kill an ordinary one than to fight it desperately. No one answered. Xiaohua took 5 swords and 5 knives directly from the door opened on the wall, and then closed the door of the weapon room casually. After everyone found a safe and hidden temporary camp, Xiaohua disappeared outside the RV in a flash. Why did Xiaohua take all the weapons? Wu Ai wanted to find the point of what he said just now through this point. But no one paid attention to him. Everyone was waiting for Xiaohua to arrive through the images sent back by the drone, to see if this girl hatched from an egg could do it or not. When Xiaohua appeared in the field of vision of Haydn, Haydn did not take the initiative to attack, as if this Haydn was a human with territorial awareness. Chapter 144 Survivors in the Civil Air Defense Passage. Xiaohua came to a position a few meters in front of Haydn and stood still. Haydn also stopped opposite Xiaohua. The two seemed to be communicating. They just stood there without any other movements. Suddenly, Xiaohua leaned slightly and made a move to attack. At the same time, Haydn also spun at high speed and moved toward Xiaohua. After the two approached a certain distance, Xiaohua jumped up and rushed to the top of Haydn with the force of a knife. Haydn also spun and jumped up to meet him. It seemed that he wanted to withstand the power of this knife. With a crisp sound, the knife in Xiaohua's hand turned into pieces and flew everywhere, and Haydn didn't seem to get much advantage. After it landed, its rotation speed obviously slowed down. Xiaohua silently pulled out another knife. After the test just now, she was ready to start the real fight. Haydn increased the rotation speed again. It wanted to use the power of rotation to prevent Xiaohua's knife from really hurting it. But Xiaohua had already figured out Haydn's strength after the test of the knife just now. The man and the egg collided in the air again. But after this collision, the winner was already decided, and life and death were immediately determined. The 9 swords in Xiaohua's hand were all damaged, and the black egg slowly stopped rotating after falling to the ground. And finally the eggshell began to break into pieces. After a few seconds, the black egg completely turned into some black fragments. Xiaohua walked to the front of these fragments and reached out to take out something from between the fragments. After Xiaohua got the hardcore, she did not return to the RV directly. She turned around and walked towards the corpse under the tree that Haydn had guarded before. She buried the small corpse very devoutly, and then she inserted a broken knife into the soil as a tombstone. Xiaohua stood in front of the grave for a while, and then she turned around and returned to the RV. When she passed by Wu Ai, she threw out the hardcore and returned directly to her position. Wu Ai felt a kind of loneliness in Xiaohua, which might be her unique physique as a life hatched from a 7-colored egg. Wu Ai did not disturb Xiaohua, but directly performed relevant operations on the central display. After receiving the hardcore, the RV also showed the progress of the transformation. Since the 5 knives just now have been consumed by Xiaohua, the current knives are not enough. Now we can only wait until all the knives are made before we can finally complete the transformation of the knife wings. Because they killed a disseminator, Wu Ai and his team could directly enter the city to look for some supplies. The previous supplies were not fully replenished, and the drones needed for Li Zima's research also needed to be replenished. So Wu Ai ventured into the city this time to find what they needed. Trying to avoid the large-scale search of white monsters, Wu Ai and his team drove the RV to the door of an underground civil air defense passage. He didn't know if there were still humans living in it. This place looked like a good place to hide. And he also thought of using it as a temporary camp. Xiaohua, check if there are any living humans in here. Wu Ai asked Xiaohua to use the radar modified from the RV to detect. About a minute later, Xiaohua brought her detection results. Life reactions were found at a depth of 100 meters. And it is highly suspected to be human life reactions, because it is too deep underground. This detection intensity is already the limit of the RV, so the above information can only be given. Chapter 145 Underground City. Wu Ai hesitated when he learned that there might be survivors in the Civil Air Defense Project. Based on the current apocalyptic situation, the probability of the two survivors meeting and snatching supplies from each other is too high. But if they don't contact other survivor teams for this reason, it would be a bit of a waste of time. Based on the situation of Wu Ai's team, the probability of them being eliminated by other survivor teams should not be very high. In this case, they should actually contact local survivors appropriately to understand the situation. The big iron door of the Civil Air Defense Passage is locked from the inside. If Wu Ai forcibly destroys this lock, he doesn't know if the people inside have other spare locks. Although Wu Ai only took Li Muzi to test the waters, because their team had the ability to communicate without barriers before. There was no problem in communication, and the situation of both parties could be made known to the other party at the first time. Your sister and I will go and take a look later. You drive the RV away and hide it. Don't expose it easily without my order. Even if you hide, you must be alert to the surroundings in case someone attacks you. After Wu Ai finished his instructions, he let Xiaohua drive them away. After he could no longer see the RV, Wu Ai knocked on the big iron door of the Civil Air Defense Passage. Wu Ai knocked on the door for 5 minutes. He thought for a moment that the person inside was dead. Just when he was about to give up, a faint voice came from the door. Who are you? What are you doing? What are you doing here? Wu Ai was confused by the series of questions. Brother, what do you think I am doing here? Of course I am escaping. Am I here for vacation? As for what I am doing, is there any meaning in doing it now? If you really want to know, I will tell you that I am repairing the planet. Wu Ai's way of speaking made the people inside very unhappy. You are begging me to take you in now. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe that I will not let you in and then attract those monsters? Even Li Muzi, who was beside Wu Ai, could not stand such vicious words. After receiving Wu Ai's instruction, Li Muzi cut off the big copper lock that locked the door with a knife. As the lock was split, Wu Ai also pulled open the iron door of the Civil Air Defense Passage. After opening the door, Wu Ai saw that the person who had just spoken at the door was a wretched middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. At this time, he was already stunned. When Li Muzi pointed the knife at the man's face, he was so scared that he wet his pants. The dark yellow liquid flowed to the ground with a fishy smell. The wretched man in front of him was so frightened that he trembled all over and could not speak. You want to attract monsters to kill us in this state? I'm afraid you were scared to death when you saw the monster. Wu Ai laughed at the wretched man, and then ignored him and walked straight inside. After walking for about a few minutes, Wu Ai came to an elevator going down and appeared in front of him. Looking at this simple elevator, he immediately realized that this should be someone who used his ability to open up this elevator shaft. He looked back at the wretched man who was hiding not far away and looking around, and waved to him to come over quickly. After being summoned by Wu Ai, the wretched man ran over with a flattering expression on his face. Hero, are you going to go down to this underground city? The wretched man asked directly in advance. Oh, there is actually a city down there. Then please briefly introduce the situation down there, Wu Ai said with interest. Chapter 146 Two Forces. When the wretched man saw that Wu Ai wanted to get some information from him, his expression immediately changed. My hero, the government doesn't lack hungry soldiers to go to the battlefield. Can you? The wretched man's expression was enough to let Wu Ai know that he wanted some benefits. Oh, then what do you want? Wu Ai also wanted to see what kind of place this so-called underground city was. Food. Any food is fine, as long as it's enough for me to have a full meal. The wretched man didn't ask for too much, so such a request should be considered more appropriate. Food is fine, but we don't have any food with us now. How about this? You take us down first. If we can get you some food, we will give you some. If not, you can go outside with me. I will find some for you. Wu Ai said it very sincerely, but the wretched man didn't really believe him. However, he couldn't beat Wu Ai and the other man in the current situation. So he rolled his eyes and came up with a bad idea. Sensing Xiong said so, I guess Xiong doesn't need a bite of food from me. So now I will tell Xiong about the underground city. It is said that this underground city was built by a beggar. We don't know how he did it. Anyway, when he brought some survivors to the underground city was already built. In fact, it is called an underground city, but it cannot be regarded as a real underground city. It is just that the old beggar has created a large space underneath. After entering this space, everyone began to occupy some land. Later, functional areas such as residential communities and markets were gradually formed. When outsiders first came here, they would feel like they had returned to the shantytown-like city before. If it continues to develop like this, it may become a real city. But later, a group of people came, and the leader looked like a gangster. He had the ability to make concrete, and he and his men established their own territory on one side of the space below in a short time. Because his ability not only allows him to make concrete, but also allows him to cover his body with the made concrete as armor. Ordinary people like us can't beat them at all, so we can only be bullied. Fortunately, I don't know that brother couldn't stand it anymore, and he brought back a group of fighters from somewhere when he went out. These people all looked like they were from regular families, and they treated us very well. Since these people all had guns, the gangsters were more restrained. Now in the underground city, basically these two forces were restraining each other, and no one dared to start a war easily. Oh, then which force do you belong to? How come you are responsible for opening the door for us? Wu Ai asked a key question casually. The wretched man paused and said immediately, I am just a poor man, and I don't belong to any force. The reason why I can open this door is because there is some money to be made. The gate of this civil defense passage is guarded by two forces in turn, and today it happens that the gangster force is responsible for guarding it. I promise that if I can scare the people at the gate and get some food, I will share some with the real gangsters guarding the gate. We often do this kind of thing. Chapter 147, A Worthless Man. Wu Ai silently gave Li Muzi a look of concern, and then he asked the wretched man to take them to the underground space by elevator. As the elevator continued to descend, the cave walls that looked very simple appeared in front of Wu Ai and others. Looking at the traces around, it seemed that they were dug with tools such as shovels. Could the old beggar mentioned by the wretched man have dug with a shovel? Wu Ai had just formed this question when he was blinded by a dazzling light. The simple elevator had already arrived at the large space below. I don't know what was embedded on the top of this space. The light it emitted can basically replace the sun. On the descending elevator, he looked at the space below and felt shocked. Wu Ai estimated that the space below should be no less than 10 football fields. If the old beggar used a shovel to dig, he could also use an ear pick to dig a swimming pool. The ground in this space was clearly divided into two halves. One side was orderly and neat like a military unit. The other half was dirty and messy, and you could tell who the two camps belonged to at a glance. When the elevator reached the ground, there were a few ugly-looking people playing poker not far in front of the elevator. Please wait here for a moment. My two heroes. We need to register as newcomers. Please wait here for a moment. I will go and tell the gatekeeper. After saying that, the wretched man hurried over there. After the wretched man bowed and said a few words to one of the thugs, the poker game over there stopped. The thug looked at Wu Ai with a wretched look on his face, while the wretched man was still smiling and saying something beside him. The occasional pointing made Wu Ai know that something must have gone wrong over there. The thug who was talking to the wretched man took out a whole pack of 5 bags of instant noodles from the cabinet behind and threw it to him. The latter hurriedly bowed and saluted, turned around and ran away slowly with a smile on his face. If Wu Ai didn't know that he was sold by the wretched man at this time, then he would have lived in vain, watching the gangster slowly approaching with malicious smiles. Wu Ai didn't know whether they were unlucky or not. What's the matter with that wretched man just now? Did he sell us for the price of 5 bags of instant noodles? At this time, Wu Ai was sitting where the gangster sat before, and in front of him lay a lot of gangsters crying and howling. I'm asking you questions. What? Do you still want that lady to loosen your bones? Wu Ai put on a fierce look. No. 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 Hero, calm down. I say everything. The man just now is called Lao Lai, and we don't know his specific name. Everyone here calls him that, so no one cares about his real name over time. Just now, Lao Lai sold this female hero for 5 bags of instant noodles. He said you are giving it away for free. No money required. Wu Ai was immediately furious after hearing this. He originally thought that he and Li Muzi were sold 5 bags of instant noodles. Now it seems that he is just a bonus. And the real valuable person is Li Muzi. He turned his head and looked at Li Muzi, who was acting as a guard beside him. There was no smile on his cold face, but the 2 blushes on her face had betrayed her. It seemed that she was also very hard to hold it in. Wu Ai just looked at Li Muzi straight, until her eyes became more and more curved, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 148, Seeking Information. After all, Li Zimu is one of his own. To save her face, Wu Ai did not intend to let her be exposed in front of him. He turned around and began to interrogate the gangster in front of him viciously. In the end, Wu Ai came to the conclusion that the only part about himself that Lao Lai did not tell the truth was that the rest of the things were relatively true. No wonder Wu Ai did not hear too many problems. He had just made quite a commotion. So it was about time for them to leave. After all, the people under Wu Ai's command were also members of a powerful faction. If their boss came to take revenge, I wonder if the female knight could handle it alone. Wu Ai looked at Li Muzi and winked, and the 2 of them slowly retreated behind a wall. After they could no longer see the gangsters, they ran towards the area of influence where the fighters were. After running for about a few minutes, they did not hear the sound of pursuers behind them, so they simply stopped running for their lives. When the 2 arrived at the gate of the area of influence where the fighters were, 2 armed soldiers standing guard in front of the gate stopped them from moving forward. The front is a restricted area. Please do not approach without permission. Wu Ai was hit back by the other party's soft nail. You too. I have something I want to ask someone. We are not from this city. The main purpose of this visit is to get some information. If it is convenient for you, let me go in and ask. If it is not convenient, we will leave. Wu Ai also directly and frankly stated his purpose. He did not want any misunderstandings later. If he offended 2 forces in this underground city at the same time, it would be difficult to go back. When the 2 soldiers heard that Wu Ai was from another city, their eyes lit up immediately. Please wait a moment. I will go in and report and see what the decision is. After saying that, one of the soldiers ran in. Less than 2 minutes later, another person came out. He looked at Wu Ai and the others at the door before slowly asking, Are you really from the outside city? I wonder if you met any on your way here. Are you talking about the spreader? The egg-shaped monster? Wu Ai answered first. That's right. That's right. I wonder which one you met. This person seemed to know the spreaders very well. It's the black one. The one guarding the big tree. Wu Ai answered honestly. Oh, I see. That's not surprising. The black communicator is the easiest to get rid of. As long as you run out of its territory, it will basically not chase you out. It's just that few people can escape after being discovered by it. You 2 are really lucky. Uncle, you are right. Just kill that thing directly. Is there any need to run? Wu Ai said with a very indifferent expression. What? Kill it? Young man, don't talk nonsense casually. Can monsters of that level be killed casually? If you said it was those white mutants, I might believe you. But you? Why are you saying this? Uncle, don't you know all the communicators here? Why don't you send someone to check it out? Wu Ai's words finally made the middle-aged uncle take it seriously. He led the 2 to what should be the living room. After giving some instructions, he sat opposite Wu Ai, looking like he wanted to have a good chat with him. Chapter 149, Cheongsam Beauty. Before the middle-aged uncle sat down, he formally introduced himself to Wu Ai and the others. My name is Sun Jiangwo, and I was a member of the army in peacetime. In the end times now, I can no longer enjoy the various treatments I had before. Of course, this also includes my previous identity. If you 2 don't mind, just call me Brother Sunday. Wu Ai curled his lips. This guy was obviously taking advantage. At his age, it was not excessive for Wu Ai to call him uncle, but it was really right to call him then outside. Li Muzi. Li Muzi just said these 3 words. Wu Ai. He also imitated Li Muzi and said only 2 words. The 3 of them sat down awkwardly. Sun Jiangwo didn't care about these useless things. He was determined to get some useful information from Wu Ai. Since you 2 can come here, you must not be ordinary people. I guess you should all be capable people. Sun Jiangwo wanted to gain the upper hand in language, and used this method to exert a psychological pressure on Wu Ai. You are right. Wu Ai answered so hard. Sun Jiangwo was obviously stunned. It seems that these two little guys are not easy to deal with. Especially this kid, who doesn't answer questions in a routine way. Shouldn't he have replied in surprise? How do you know? Sun Jiangwo didn't achieve any results in the first confrontation, so he had to try another way. What is the purpose of your coming here? As survivors, we should help each other. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us directly and see if we can help you, Sun Jiangwo said with a smile. Wu Ai looked at Sun Jiangwo. He grinned and said meaningfully, let's not talk about whether we should help or not. I will accept even paid help. But the premise is that this information must be true. Sun Jiangwo's plan to get Wu Ai's information for free failed again. He was not good at this kind of thing. It seems that he should let his daughter handle this kind of thing in the future. Sun Jiangwo sat back on the sofa dejectedly. His action was considered as surrender. Wu Ai grinned, then raised his chin to Li Muzi next to him with a proud expression. Before he could continue to expand the victory, Sun Jiangwo's next sentence made Wu Ai nervous again. Let my daughter come and talk to you in a while. I will just listen. I will add if there is anything needed. Sun Jiangwo had a hint of mockery on his lips, which meant, boy, you are still a little naive. Although I can't beat you, there are people who can deal with you. Under such circumstances, the uncle still dared to call for foreign aid, which was enough to prove that the foreign aid must be very powerful. Sure enough, a soldier and a beautiful woman in Cheongsam came in soon. The soldier whispered something in Sun Jiangwo's ear and went out. But the Cheongsam beauty did not leave with him. Obviously, this should be the daughter mentioned by Sun Jiangwo. That is, the strongest foreign aid. Sun Jiangwo stood up and walked to the Cheongsam beauty and said, let me introduce you to. This is our diplomat. And also my daughter Sun Xiaoyu. Dad, what's the point of being a diplomat or not? You just asked me to be in charge of the negotiations. How come I became a diplomat again? When Wu Ai heard Sun Xiaoyu's voice, she immediately felt weak all over. Such a voice should be selling candy. And there would be a constant stream of people buying candy. Because before they even eat the candy, their hearts have already been admitted to the diabetes ward. Chapter 150 Half a Gun. After the Cheongsam beauty finished her coquettish behavior with her father, she finally sat down and started to talk properly. Hello. Two guests who have come from afar. I will host the information exchange. Just now, we have been confirmed. The black spreader has indeed disappeared. From the moment we began to observe it, it has never left its territory. So we can reasonably infer that it is indeed dead. Wu Ai put on an expression that said, I told you a long time ago, but you still don't believe it. He crossed his legs and showed a full style. But you too. This does not prove that you killed the black communicator. So, Wu Ai was furious when he heard this. He stood up and said, I just want to know some useful information. I don't have time to play house with you. If you can tell me some information, that would be great. But if you have any other intentions, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Once Wu Ai, a chat terminator, comes out, the benefits brought by the beauty on the other side can basically be ignored. Sun Xiaoyu's cheeks were flushed with anger. At this time, she looked even more beautiful. Don't look at me with your big eyes. It's useless. There are many pets in my house that act cute and pitiful. And they are all cuter than you. Wu Ai's words made Gu Xiaoxi, who often did this, very unhappy. Boss, you are not insinuating me. Gu Xiaoxi said unhappily. I am not your boss. And I have not officially recognized your identity. Also, I am talking about pets. You are not a pet. Why are you angry? Do you already know how to define your identity? Gu Xiaoxi wanted to argue with Wu Ai a few more times. But Li Zimu suddenly interrupted the meaningless conversation between the two. The drone found that 8 teams were radiating from the direction of the Civil Air Defense Passage. Each team consisted of 10 people. It seems that they started to look for your lair. I think it should be the faction you are in now that is looking for other companions. Even without Li Zimu's words, Wu Ai could have guessed roughly. To have such speed and organizational ability. Except for the faction he is in now, which has the most contact with him. There is no other organization at all. You too? Let those who were sent out come back. If they are discovered by the white monsters outside, the loss will be great. After Wu Ai said this, the father and daughter's eyes narrowed almost at the same time. This subtle movement did not escape Wu Ai's observation. I don't know what Brother Wu Ai meant by what he said just now. What people were sent out? I don't know. Wu Ai almost vomited. A very beautiful girl pretended to be such an idiot to delay time. The reason is really worth pondering. Okay. It seems that the two of you have no sincerity. In this case, we will not bother you anymore. Goodbye. Wu Ai got up and walked out the door. And Sun Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with hesitation. But the next moment she took out the pistol tied to the inside of her thigh and pointed it at the back of Wu Ai's head and said, "Stop! You!" As soon as she said these few words, Sun Xiaoyu was surprised to find that the weight of the gun in her hand had changed. Her pistol had been cut in half diagonally without knowing when. Chapter 151, Astonishing Number. Sun Xiaoyu opened her mouth in surprise, looking at the half gun in her hand. If the knife had not hit the gun, but hit her body, Wu Ai heard the sound of the half gun falling. And he said without turning his head, "Miss Sun is so rude. Didn't your father tell you that it is rude to threaten someone with a gun behind their back?" Wu Ai's words seemed to be mocking. But in fact, there was also the intention of showing off force. No matter how many good words there are, they are not as reliable as strong strength. After seeing the strength of Wu Ai, the father and daughter immediately began to change their attitudes. "Please stay. It was our negligence that caused your unhappiness. Please stay and rest for a while, and give us a chance to apologize. The old ones are still the wisest." When Sun Xiaoyu's father saw that things were not going well, he immediately started to think of ways to retain and remedy the situation. Wu Ai turned around and said with a smile, "That's fine. But I'm a little thirsty now. I wonder if Miss Sun can." Wu Ai was humiliating Sun Xiaoyu. As the daughter of a powerful boss, how could she personally serve tea and water to others? Wu Ai also saw this clearly. So he said so. Sure enough, Sun Xiaoyu frowned, and she stood up and wanted to leave. "Miss Sun, are you going out too? Then we can go together." Sun Xiaoyu heard that Wu Ai was threatening her. If she couldn't drink the tea she personally brought over, things would become difficult. Sun Xiaoyu looked back at her father behind her, and then at Wu Ai, who was smiling in front of her. Then she could only sigh and go to make tea for Wu Ai. Wu Ai knew that he had one. So he returned to his original seat and sat down, waiting for his own cup of tea. When Sun Xiaoyu brought the tea to Wu Ai smiled and said, "Don't be unhappy, Miss Sunday. Your cup of tea will save at least 10 lives. The team you sent out to search west will encounter the white monster that has been ambushed in 5 minutes." Wu Ai picked up the tea and drank it without hesitation. Sun Jiangwo didn't hesitate at all after hearing it. He directly grabbed the walkie-talkie in front of him and issued an order for everyone to retreat. Wu Ai finished the tea in the cup. And then he said lightly, "Please tell me about the situation in the city. Brother Sun, I will be grateful." Wu Ai still gave the other party a way out, so as not to embarrass Sun Jiangwo too much. "Since you are so kind, I will say whatever I want. There are 76 communicators in our monitoring in this city, and most of them have their own territories. The black communicator you killed is an exception, and the other communicators are still in line with the general signs of activity." "So many?" Wu Ai was a little surprised. "Brother, I just said that there are 76 in our monitoring. Whether there are more outside our monitoring, I can't guarantee it." Wu Ai nodded and motioned Sun Jiangwo to continue. "During the monitoring process, we found that these communicators, who occasionally met, would have some slight friction, but they would separate in a short time. As if they were they ordered to separate?" Wu Ai asked with a worried look. Chapter 152, Possible Leader of the Spreaders. Yes. 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 Just like what you said. It's as if these spreaders have a common leader. If they really have a more powerful leader, I don't know if our city can be spared. Wu Ai looked at Sun Jiangwo, who was really worried about this matter. And he was also a little worried. Wu Ai was not worried about whether the city could be occupied. He was worried that if a stronger spreader appeared, would it unify the entire spreader camp? In that case, with the current situation of human beings, he felt that he should not be able to defeat this eggshell. Should we help them find the boss of the spreader here? Wu Ai began to worry in his heart. "Everyone, I have an event that I think needs your vote. After everyone votes, I will consider how to deal with this force." Wu Ai explained to everyone in the RV that he wanted to deal with the boss of the spreader. Li Zima felt that it was completely unnecessary. There were already a large number of monsters in such a city. If a fight really broke out, it was estimated that their number would not be enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of others. Li Muzi wanted to challenge a stronger monster. She wanted to test how much weight she had. Gu Xiaoxi mocked Li Muzi for overestimating her own abilities, and asked her to find an ordinary communicator to fight with first. Because Gu Xiaoxi herself did not participate in the battle, she and Xiaohua shared a quota, and she was fully capable of representing Xiaohua. So in the end, Gu Xiaoxi still wanted to test the power of the communicator leader. Now the most critical vote fell into Wu Ai's hands. If he agreed to fight, everyone would be ready to compete with the boss of the communicator. If he opposed, the two sides would be tied, and the incident would have to be put on hold for the time being. After thinking for a while, Wu Ai decided to try to fight. Because in the future, you won't be able to avoid monsters just because you want to avoid them. After deciding this, Wu Ai looked up at the father and daughter of the Sun family, who had been waiting for a long time. Brother Sun, we have decided to stay for a while to help you find this possible disseminator boss. But I have to make it clear in advance that if this boss really exists, all his items belong to us. Sun Xiaoyu immediately looked unhappy, and it was obvious that Wu Ai's statement made her very dissatisfied. Everyone knows that the higher the level of the monster, the more advanced materials it will have. But Sun Jiangwo didn't think so. If a certain number of monster disseminators in this city were eliminated, they could completely return to the ground to develop. Wu Ai looked at Sun Xiaoyu, who was a little unhappy, and smiled and said, "If you think the distribution is a little unfair, then you can send someone to try first. If you can't do it, we will take over." Sun Xiaoyu was even more unhappy when Wu Ai said this. They couldn't even do ordinary communicators. How could they do more powerful ones? She just wanted to take the opportunity to share some of Wu Ai's spoils. But she didn't expect Wu Ai to be very stingy, and didn't give them anything. So Sun Xiaoyu was so angry. "Do you have any other information? If not, I will go back. It won't be too late to contact you when you find something." Wu Ai wanted to leave directly. But how could Sun Jiangwo let such a powerful thug go? He hurriedly said, "I don't know if you are short of supplies. I know a big supermarket that has never been looted by anyone." Chapter 153, The Supermarket That Cannot Be Taken Down. Wu Ai was about to get up and leave. But the next moment, he was stopped by Sun Jiangwo's words. "You brought back the daughter of a powerful leader just because of the news of a supply supermarket? Are you really not plotting against this woman?" Li Zima righteously accused Wu Ai of his behavior. It turned out that Sun Jiangwo was willing to tell him the specific location of the supermarket on the grounds that his daughter was with Wu Ai as a liaison. In order to find the supplies earlier, Wu Ai had to compromise and bring Sun Xiaoyu into the RV. When Sun Xiaoyu saw the floating RV parked in front of her, her face of shock and envy also made Wu Ai proud. But after getting in the car, Li Zima began to lecture him non-stop. Wu Ai also felt that he should discuss this matter with his teammates first. But now that things have come to this, he could only pay more attention in the future. "Xiaohua, lock Sun Xiaoyu's intercom. Only with my permission can she send the message." Sun Xiaoyu just glanced at Wu Ai with disdain, and she didn't have any other reaction, since the specific location of the supermarket was already known. Wu Ai ordered Xiaohua to move towards the supermarket. Li Zima was still chattering endlessly, and Wu Ai could only think of an excuse to make her shut up temporarily. "I'm doing this for you. Don't you think we only need a few supplies in our RV? There must be drones in that supermarket, and maybe there are many materials for you to study. Are you sure you want to continue?" After hearing this, Li Zimu immediately took Gu Xiaoxi and Sun Xiaoyu to the inner room to study something. Finally, it was quiet, and Wu Ai was also preparing to rest for a while. But he had just laid down when he was troubled by Shihua's information again. We detected that there were a large number of white monsters on the other side of the supermarket, and there was a communicator in the group of white monsters. Should we still head to the destination? Shihua's words undoubtedly proved one thing. That is, Wu Ai was tricked by Sun Jiangwo. He was thinking at that time, why didn't Sun Jiangwo occupy this supermarket when he had so many people? It turned out that they didn't have the strength to do so. Wu Ai shouted angrily to the back. "Sun Xiaoyu, come out!" I don't know when. The women inside were already chatting and laughing. The friendship between women is really strange. Sun Xiaoyu, Gu Xiaoxi, and Li Zimu all came out together. That posture seemed to support Sun Xiaoyu. "Sun Xiaoyu, I ask you, why don't you come to fight in this place? Tell me." Sun Xiaoyu answered honestly without any shame. "There are too many enemies, and we can't defeat them." "Fuck you. You can't defeat them. But you still dare to fool me with this news? Can I defeat them?" Wu Ai hated Sun Xiaoyu's honesty. Sun Xiaoyu looked around and said nothing after looking around. Her action just now seemed to say, "You have such a great RV. Can't you defeat them?" What else can Wu Ai do with such a person? He can only ask Xiaohua to prepare a map of the nearby area for him. He needs to plan a plan to obtain supplies. Sun Xiaoyu smiled mischievously, then pulled the two new girlfriends around her, and returned to the room again. Chapter 154 Car Wash Center. After a while, Xiaohua used the RV's radar to get a clear picture of the surrounding buildings of the supermarket. Wu Ai looked at the topographic map around the supermarket on the monitor, and asked Xiaohua a new question. Next to the supermarket is a car wash center. Can we enter the supermarket through this car wash center? Xiaohua responded after a few seconds. Theoretically, any place can be entered as long as you have the corresponding tools. Xiaohua's words were equivalent to saying nothing. Wu Ai didn't know that anyone could enter with the tools. Xiaohua's intelligence was really not high. Wu Ai had no choice but to call Li Zimu, who was chatting happily in the room. Team mission. Send a drone to the car wash center next to the supermarket to see if there are conditions to invade the supermarket. Although Li Zimu looked reluctant, Wu Ai had already said it was a team mission. And for the sake of the whole team, she had to start working. The drone took off quickly and quietly. In order not to alarm the huge group of monsters next to the supermarket, Li Zimu had to fly and stopped, and took a long detour before flying into the car wash center. After the drone entered the car wash center, it began to check every room. After more than 10 minutes, Li Zimu did not find any equipment and conditions for them to invade the supermarket. Since there was no condition, she wanted to withdraw the drone quickly and continue to chat happily with everyone. Wait! Fly the drone to this place and take a look. I think this place is a little strange. Wu Ai suddenly interrupted Li Zimu's idea of leaving get off work. The place Wu Ai pointed out actually didn't look strange, but it looked like a lot of water had flown there. As a car wash place, isn't it normal to have water stains? When the drone flew to the location specified by Wu Ai, Li Zimu found that a cabinet for car wash supplies was a little strange. There seemed to be a lot of water stains on one side of the wall where the cabinet was against. Because of the angle, the drone cannot clearly see the specific situation behind the cabinet. Hey! If there are more materials, maybe I can develop more advanced equipment. But now it can only be like this. The drone can no longer do anything. Wu Ai also felt that the drone was not competent for the next job at present. But the back of this cabinet still needed to be checked, which was related to whether they could successfully enter the supermarket. Lady! Sorry. I have to trouble you again. Wu Ai had to ask Li Muzi, the great god, for help, instead of asking Xiaohua, a mentally retarded girl, to do it. It would be more reassuring to know that Li Muzi could adapt to the situation. After hearing Wu Ai's call, Li Muzi opened her cold and sharp eyes while resting with her knife in her arms. Although this cool-looking female warrior has the potential to be a cold-blooded killer, the brain-dead Wu Ai just feels a little unhappy when she sees her like this. So, female warrior, I'll give you the price of 6 bags of instant noodles. Before she finished speaking, Wu Ai was hit on the head by the scabbard. Li Muzi opened the car door without any hesitation and disappeared from Wu Ai's tearful sight. Chapter 155 Testing Sun Xiaoyu. Wu Ai rubbed her head, which was hit, and had a big bump, and said to Li Zimu indignantly, Xiaomu, you must strive to do better in the future, and research more useful things. Try not to let your sister do anything. The price of asking her is too high. Li Zimu laughed so hard that she could hardly straighten her back. She couldn't help but wipe her tears and said, Who told you to take the initiative to provoke others when you don't have the strength? People like you are just too talkative. You deserve it. Wu Ai knew that she would definitely not get any comfort from Li Zimu, so she simply learned her lesson and should control her mouth in the future. Since I met the sisters in the RV, has my personality changed? After Wu Ai waited in front of the display screen for a while, Li Muzi appeared in the picture sent back by the drone. She glanced at the drone camera parked not far from the cabinet, then gestured to Wu Ai and started working. Li Muzi pushed open the cabinet against the wall and found a big hole in the back. Looking at the damage marks around the hole, it was obviously caused by a strong water impact. Damn! The information of this old fox Sun Jiangwo is wrong. It is obvious that someone has entered the supermarket, and it is said that it is a place that no one is robbed. Xiaomu, go and call Sun Xiaoyu over. I want to see what she says this time. Li Zimu jumped off the sofa and ran to call Sun Xiaoyu. Soon, Sun Xiaoyu and Gu Xiaoxi came to the front of the display screen. They were holding snacks in their hands, and they were obviously ready to watch a movie. Sun Xiaoyu. This is my territory. You have to pay attention to your identity. I'm not asking you to come here to enjoy life. How could Wu Ai not be angry? Everyone was working hard to survive. But this guy looked like a lady on vacation. Sun Xiaoyu immediately restrained her expression of enjoyment, and she stuffed the melon seed bag in her hand directly into Li Zimu's hand. The same tears appeared in her eyes as Gu Xiao's, just like a replica of Gu Xiao's. Wu Ai glared at Gu Xiao's fiercely, and the latter hurriedly explained, "This is talent. Talent. I really didn't teach her anything." "Really?" Wu Ai ignored this guy and asked directly, "Sun Xiaoyu, your father has said before that this supermarket has not been robbed. But look, there are obvious signs of someone entering here. How do you explain this?" Sun Xiaoyu seemed to have known the question Wu Ai was going to ask. She explained calmly, "It means literally. It has not been robbed, but it does not mean that no one has entered. It's right." "What's wrong?" She pretended to be innocent, which made people speechless. "Okay. You are awesome. I admit defeat." Gu Xiaozi sent her back to her room. After that, Wu Ai ignored Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu didn't pretend to be pitiful anymore. She took back the melon seeds from Li Zimu's hand and went back to chat with Gu Xiaozi. Wu Ai asked Li Zimu using the barrier-free communication method that only the three of them could use. "How is it? Did you find out anything about Sun Xiaoyu? I don't want to play an idiot with you all day long." Li Zimu sighed and said, "It's almost done." Gu Xiaozi made a great contribution. "Boss, do you want to consider turning her into a formal team member?" Chapter 156. Someone is infected. Let's talk about this later. We have to wait until she can make outstanding contributions to the team before she can. Before Wu Ai finished speaking, Li Zimu interrupted and said, "Okay, boss, what contribution is all you said? Now Gu Xiaozi's contribution is already very big. Xiaohua. And this test is not considered a big contribution." Wu Ai understood what Li Zimu said. "You know what it is. Okay, I'll bring her in now." Wu Ai also opened up the rights that only real team members can enjoy to Gu Xiaozi. "Hello everyone. I finally became a formal team member. I heard a long time ago. Xiaozi, you should talk about Sun Xiaoyu. We can talk about other things when we have time." Li Zimu interrupted Gu Xiaozi's chatterbox. "Oh, yes. Sun Xiaoyu is actually kind-hearted. But she is a little selfish and has a little bit of a lady's temper. During my probing, she kept asking about our affairs. I only told her some trivial things. Otherwise I couldn't fool her. The final result of my probing was that she was qualified as a temporary ally. But the premise is that there should not be too much of a problem of interest choice." Gu Xiaozi's result is similar to Wu Ai's judgment of Sun Xiaoyu. After knowing this result, Wu Ai also knew how to get along with her in the future. Li Zimu and Gu Xiaozi are both credited, and we will consider adding you to the training level in the future. Wu Ai just gave this sentence as an evaluation of their merits. Wu Ai turned around and told Xiaohua to drive the RV into the car wash center. In this way, the mobile board on the RV can go in to transport supplies. Since the RV is coming, Li Muzi will not go back. After notifying Wu Ai, she went into the supermarket to scout. The drone also went in and separated from Li Zimu. Judging from the situation when entering the supermarket, there should be quite a few people entering the supermarket. The numerous messy footprints at the entrance of the cave can fully prove this. Li Muzi quickly discovered that there was some noise on the third floor of the supermarket. The drone immediately followed behind Li Muzi, and the female hero herself went directly to the third floor to check. An area on the third floor was surrounded by various furniture to form a small fortress. It seems that this is prepared for war. Could it be that a white monster entered this supermarket? Otherwise, such a large-scale defensive fortification is needed. The drone flew to the air supply channel of a central air conditioner above, where it hid and prepared to see what was going on. Li Muzi sneaked into the fort again to see if there was anything new to discover. There was also a worker's room that looked very solid inside the fort. Because there were no windows, Li Muzi could only lie at the door and listen to the movement inside. "Brother, you must hold on. Sister Xiaomin has gone out to find medicine for you. As long as you can hold on for a while, Sister Xiaomin will definitely come back with medicine to save you." Li Muzi heard the crying inside, and she estimated that there would be at least 2 people inside. "Lady, you must be careful. From the information just now, we can confirm that the people inside are probably infected with the virus. Since there are virus-infected people, There may be white monsters in this supermarket. And Xiaomin mentioned by the girl is also a problem. We must be careful. Chapter 157 The Master's Divine Logic. Li Muzi listened to Wu Ai's advice. But she did not leave the small fortress. She stood quietly at the door and waited for the result of what happened next. But because Li Muzi was controlling the drone, even if she was discovered, the final cost was only the loss of a drone, which Wu Ai could afford at present. So Li Muzi did not move. And the drone resumed its reconnaissance. Wu Ai sat in front of the display screen, paying close attention to the drone's reconnaissance results. During this period of reconnaissance, Wu Ai's RV finally arrived at the car wash center. Although the RV has arrived at the car wash center, Wu Ai did not let others go to scout without knowing where the supermarket is. Xiaomin, you should give up the two siblings. We have done our best. If you continue to interact with them, what if you are also infected with the virus? Everyone is counting on you. An old man has been persuading a girl named Xiaomin earnestly. Uncle Zhang, don't forget. The brother and sister you mentioned were infected in order to save your disappointing grandson. Don't you feel a little conscienceless when you say this now? Will you still count on me in the future? What do you count on me for? Will you also save your grandson and then be infected with the virus and abandoned? The girl named Xiaomin was getting angrier and angrier. Her voice even cracked. Xiaomin, you are going too far. My grandson is a bit disappointing. But I didn't ask his brother and sister to rescue him. If they get injured and infected, can they blame me? Besides, you are the only one who can kill those white monsters. What do we expect from you? Can't you, a young man, take care of his elders? Why are you so unkind? After seeing the sound and images transmitted by the drone, Wu Ai almost couldn't help but go over and beat the old man up. Only those shameless old men can say such a divine logic. In front of Xiaomin, besides the grandfather and grandson, there were about 20 people lying or sitting in the back, looking at their uniform clothes and the words of a certain square dance team on them. Wu Ai felt relieved about what the old man said before. One of the public hazards in the past peacetime era. The square dance team is indeed worthy of its name. Even in the current apocalypse, there is no restraint, and it still thinks that it is right to be taken care of by others. He didn't watch in the RV. He decided to take Xiaomin, the only one who could be saved, away, and let the remaining square dance team use their beautiful dance to save those monsters. Wu Ai followed the drone's entry route and quickly arrived at the door of Xiaomin's room. After he kicked the door open, he said directly to Xiaomin, Xiaomin, right? Now I have the ability to save the injured brother and sister. You don't have to say anything to these old guys here. Now follow me. Wu Ai's shocking appearance and domineering appearance declaration stunned everyone in the room. Even the girl named Xiaomin took several steps back with an expression that said, Are you sick? Originally, Wu Ai wanted to use this shocking method to make Xiaomin kowtow and recognize him as her eldest brother. Now it seems that he really thought too much. Chapter 158 Drug Testing. Wu Ai saw that he had messed up, and he couldn't explain what was going on for a while, since it was already like this. He stopped explaining and ran to the room where the injured siblings were. Xiaomin saw that the strange man who came and said some inexplicable words and then left. And she also felt very strange. But the man actually talked about the injured siblings. So it seems that he may know something. Wu Ai contacted Xiaohua in the RV while walking. Is the antidote ready? If it is ready, send it to me quickly. By the way, Xiaomu, is this supermarket safe now? Xiaohua just nodded briefly. And then a person jumped out in front of Wu Ai. Who else could it be but Xiaohua? Xiaohua handed Wu Ai a bottle of red potion, and then jumped again and disappeared. You are really worthy of being the one who can kill the spreader. You are so amazing. This supermarket has been scouted so far, and there is nothing to find about those white monsters. After Wu Ai got all the items and information he wanted, he also came to the door of the brother and sister's room. Now I will knock on the door. If they don't open the door, you can help me open the door. What happens next is my business. Wu Ai said to Li Muzi, who was on guard at the door of the room. Wu Ai raised his hand and knocked on the door. And sure enough, no sound came out from inside. It's true. Lady, you should take action. Wu Ai had just finished speaking when Li Muzi raised her knife and broke the door lock with her knife. Wu Ai knocked on the door again, and then gently pushed it open. There were only two people in the room, and they both looked at Wu Ai as if they were facing a great enemy. Let me introduce myself. I am an ordinary survivor. By chance, I learned that someone here was infected with the virus. Now this bottle of medicine in my hand can remove the virus infection. I wonder if you two can believe what I say. There were only 2 people on the bed. One of them was a very young girl, probably around 20 years old. Next to her was a boy who looked not much older than her, leaning against the wall. He looked like he had been infected with the virus for a few days, and his neck and below had turned white. The boy's eyes were full of hope to survive. He nodded and said to the girl next to him, "Xiaorui, your brother is in this state. Do you still care whether others want to harm me? Anyway, this is an opportunity. I want to give it a try." The girl named Xiaorui nodded with tears in her eyes, and agreed to Wu Ai's plan to give them the medicine. And Wu Ai immediately stepped forward to inject the boy with the medicine. He had never used the drug on someone who had been infected by the virus before, and he was not sure whether the drug would work in this case. After Wu Ai injected the drug, he did not stay. He had to go back to the RV to check what supplies were needed and move them back to the car as soon as possible. When Wu Ai returned to the RV, he saw Sun Xiaoyu and Li Zima arguing fiercely. After asking Gu Xiuxi, who was watching the excitement nearby, he learned that Sun Xiaoyu wanted to borrow the warehouse of the RV to help her bring some cosmetics and other useless things. And Li Zima wanted to use these places to store the drones she needed and other things she wanted. The space in the RV is limited, and it is definitely not possible to fit so many things at the same time. So the two of them kept arguing over a little space here. Chapter 159. Is there a problem? After Wu Ai found out the reason, he said directly to Sun Xiaoyu, "The RV is mine. I can put whatever I want in it. If you want to put something in it, go find a car and put it in it yourself. No one will stop you." Li Zima got Wu Ai's support and his face instantly became like warm sunshine, making people feel comfortable all over. And Sun Xiaoyu was like the cold wind in the 12th lunar month, and she felt like she was cutting her own flesh when she looked at her. After quickly solving the 2 people's problems, Wu Ai began to pay attention to the material matters. This supermarket not only has a wide variety of goods, but also has a considerable inventory. The drones that Li Zima was looking for were also available here. Not only drones, but also unmanned vehicles and boats, which made Li Zima very happy. An hour later, all the supplies Wu Ai needed were loaded on the car. The warehouse for storing supplies also welcomed its first full quota after the upgrade. Just when Wu Ai was about to let everyone get in the car and leave, Xiao Min, the girl named Xiaorui, and her brother all came to Wu Ai's RV. Wu Ai actually knew from drones that the medicine was also effective for people infected with the virus, so he didn't need to look for the brother and sister again. Although the boy was rescued, his body is not suitable for big movements now. He should stay in a safe place to recover from his injuries in the next period of time. I don't know why he came to find me. Thank you for saving my life. I have nothing to repay you, so I want to help you in front of you. I wonder what you think. This is just to ask for shelter. It sounds like the lines in a TV series. Your body is not suitable for activities now, so I'll give you some time to think about it and get well. I'll find you next time I come. If you still want to follow me, I will definitely agree." After Wu Ai finished speaking, he nodded to the 3 people here, and then drove the RV quietly back along the original route. When it was night, everyone finally returned to the gate of the Civil Air Defense Passage, and everyone decided that it was safer to rest here, since they were at the door of someone else. It was understandable that Sun Xiaoyu wanted to go back and take a look. The next morning, Wu Ai was very satisfied with the upgraded blade wings. When the blade wings of the RV were opened, they were like a sharp feather arrow, and it was no problem to rush into the group of white monsters. The only regret was that the strength of these self-made knives did not meet Wu Ai's requirements, and sometimes they would be damaged when rushing to kill white monsters. There is no way to solve this problem at present, and we can only wait until we have enough building blocks in the future, because Wu Ai wanted to see the actual combat effect of the knife wings. Wu Ai drove the RV to find a few small groups of white monsters to do experiments before everyone had dinner. After the experiment was completed, it was basically time for lunch. When they returned to the door of the Civil Air Defense Passage again to pick up Sun Xiaoyu, he did not see her as expected. There was only a soldier waiting with a walkie-talkie in front of the door of the Civil Air Defense Passage, and no one else. Wu Ai took the walkie-talkie handed over by the soldier, and after connecting the walkie-talkie, Sun Jiangwo briefly explained why Sun Xiaoyu did not go to the RV as a liaison. Sun Jiangwo was also a little evasive in his words, which made Wu Ai feel bad. But he did not think that there was a problem there for a while, which made him extremely unhappy. Chapter 160, Unkind. Without any answers, Wu Ai could only wait for information from Sun Jiangwo. He didn't want to drive himself to find the leader of the disseminators, who didn't know whether he existed or not. Looking at the soldier who was about to go back to report, Wu Ai asked casually, "Brother, did you have anything special this morning?" "Ah, yes. This morning we dispatched 3/2 of the troops to replenish supplies. And there was nothing else." After hearing this, Wu Ai immediately understood why Sun Jiangwo, the old fox, would act like that. They must have used a faster and safer route to enter the supermarket where they collected supplies yesterday. Now there might be nothing left there. Thinking of this, Wu Ai was suddenly startled. Although materials are important, they are not enough to make Sun Jiangwo do such a thing. What else would make him feel guilty? "Boss, I think that old Sun has robbed your people. According to my analysis, at least 2 of the 2 women and 1 man yesterday are capable." Gusiosi said while licking the ice cream she got from somewhere. Wu Ai also figured out the key. Xiaomin is not to mention. She must be capable. Otherwise she would not be coveted by those square dance uncles and aunts. That boy should also be capable. Just like Su Xiaomei before. Only with the building blocks can the virus infection be slowed down to a certain extent. Ordinary people probably don't have time to wait for him to get the antidote. Wu Ai sat on the sofa. He felt that something was wrong with him recently. I don't know if it was because he got some feelings of being needed and affirmed in the end of the world, which made his caution disappear little by little. He knew that Sun Jiangwo and his daughter were not really cooperating with him sincerely. But he still relied on his powerful RV and was a little disdainful of it. Now he finally tasted the bitter wine he brewed. Wu Ai picked up the intercom and said directly, "Brother Sun, are you still there now?" Sun Jiangwo's affirmative voice came from the other side immediately. "Okay. Since you have already taken the person away, I won't say anything. Now I will simply ask you some questions, and we will leave this city after that." The other side was obviously stunned for a moment. And then Sun Jiangwo said in silence for a few seconds, Brother Sun is not fair in this matter. Ask if you have any questions. I will never refuse if I can do it. Today we just wanted to pick up a loophole behind you. But we didn't expect that there are still people with abilities in that supermarket. And those people with abilities are very important to our power. So brother. Okay. Brother Sun. You don't need to explain. What I'm asking now is whether you have any long-range heavy firepower weapons. If you do, I can take out something suitable to exchange with you. Sun Jiangwo thought for a few seconds and replied, We don't have many weapons here, because we are not in a state of war now. So the weapons are generally conventional configurations. The best long-range weapon I have now is the anti-material sniper rifle. If you want, I can exchange it with you. I also have heavy machine guns and firearms with grenade launchers. But the number is not large. Wu Ai thought for a while, and then said, I only want one of each of these 3 items. I can exchange it with you with the protective clothing we are wearing. I guess you must want it very much. And you want to wait until the last minute to propose to use items such as protective clothing as an exchange. The reason is simple. Because when I saw you for the first time, you have been observing our clothes. Chapter 161 Brother is a person who pays attention to details. It is impossible for Wu Ai and Ling Muzi's clothes not to be discovered by Sun Jiangwo. How could he not care about the source of such technological clothes? The reason why he has never coveted the clothes is to maximize his interests. Now that the situation has changed, Wu Ai no longer counts on these dishonest people. Since you have brought it up, I will not be hypocritical. How about 3 weapons plus various 100 rounds of ammunition? And 5 clothes from you. Sun Jiangwo also saw the signs, and estimated that they would not be able to cooperate again in the future. So he also wanted as much as he could. And he was not polite at all. Wu Ai sneered and said, Brother Sun is really decisive. Okay. Let's do it according to your quantity. Tonight, we will trade at the entrance of the Civil Air Defense Passage. Sun Jiangwo had obviously left room for Wu Ai to bargain. But what he didn't expect was that Wu Ai agreed directly without any bargaining, which made Sun Jiangwo a little suspicious. The other party agreed to his request even though he would rather lose money. So he couldn't slap himself in the face now. Although Sun Jiangwo was a little suspicious, he finally agreed happily. In the evening, both sides met at the entrance of the Civil Air Defense Passage. Sun Jiangwo actually had a multifunctional combat command vehicle. Wu Ai looked at the rotating radar on the vehicle, and he already knew why they could monitor so many communicators. There must be an advanced intelligence system with ulterior motives on this vehicle. I don't know if this force will eventually become a wedding dress for others. After the two sides met, the father and daughter of the Sun family were more or less embarrassed. Let others be thugs for free, and rob people who were rescued by others. This is really unreasonable. Basically no one in Wu Ai's group knew about those guns. So Wu Ai asked Sun Jiangwo to find someone to test the guns. And then he threw 5 small bags the size of instant noodles to Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo was a little confused after taking it. And Wu Ai also saw this. And he immediately explained, I won't say more. Just let your daughter try it. Sun Xiaoyu also had the same idea. She had long been jealous of the protective clothing worn by several women in the RV. This clothing is simply a killer for women. And no beautiful girl can escape it. Sun Xiaoyu picked up a protective clothing and went directly to the multifunctional command vehicle. She didn't even want to go back to the base, and was in a hurry to change clothes. 5 minutes later, Sun Xiaoyu came out of the car with a queen-like momentum. The soldiers around were all staring with eyes wide open. Such a beauty had not been seen for a long time since the end of the world. Sun Xiaoyu was very satisfied with everyone's performance, which finally gave her the capital to hold her head high in front of the Li sisters. Wu Ai was not idle during the 5 minutes when Sun Xiaoyu changed clothes. He was thinking about the system in the multifunctional command vehicle. Reason told him that he should take the initiative to speak out about this matter for the survival of the entire human race. But what the Sun family father and daughter did was really too unkind. In the end, rationality won the final victory with a slight advantage. Wu Ai still decided to tell them about this matter. Not for anything else. Just to make these people stronger and help him block more monster attacks. Although you are not authentic enough, I am still very particular. There is something I still want to tell you, because knowing this matter may help you escape a disaster. Chapter 162 The Distress Secret. Sun Jiangwo and Sun Xiaoyu looked at each other. The expression between their eyes was to tell whether they should believe what Wu Ai said. If you want to listen, just come to my RV. I will give you a temporary access. After saying that, Wu Ai got into the RV without waiting for their consent. Sun Jiangwo looked at Wu Ai's dreamy high-tech RV. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to go and see what Wu Ai was up to. Sun Xiaoyu behind him also insisted on going with him. She felt that the people in the RV had a bottom line and would definitely not do things like luring them into the car and then killing them. The two stepped on the mobile board suspended in the air and entered the RV. And then, the RV closed all external channels. Xiaohua. Interfere with all the information channels outside the RV that can be interfered with. And don't let anyone spy on the content of our conversation in the RV this time, since Wu Ai's RV has been upgraded. And Sun Jiangwo's command vehicle is obviously still in the novice stage. It is still possible to interfere with that vehicle to a certain extent. I want to ask you a question first. What is the situation of your vehicle? I need an honest answer. Wu Ai's eyes were bright, and there was no other strange emotion mixed in them. Since Sun Jiangwo had already entered the RV, he had already thought of all the problems. I am the controller of the command vehicle, and my ability is to completely control the vehicle. Sun Jiangwo answered very straightforwardly. Very good. If that's the case, I'll tell you directly. You have to be careful about the smart program in your car. It doesn't really want to help you. As for how you deal with it, I won't ask. After Wu Ai finished speaking, he stood up. He went to the wall of the RV to open the medicine refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of ordinary virus removal medicine. These 2 bottles are common virus removal potions. If you are infected by the virus carried by the white monster, you can use them to treat it. I believe that the people you rescued will tell you the actual effect of this potion. Wu Ai's words stabbed the 2 people in front of him invisibly. He really didn't miss any opportunity to retaliate against them. The potion is for your research. Since you are still a force that can exist, researching potions is also what you need to do. Ordinary humans can directly transform into spreaders when they are in extreme emotional situations. This potion can put an end to this situation after injection. Well, that's all I can tell you. You can leave now. Wu Ai issued an order to leave, which made the 2 people who had not had a chance to speak a little embarrassed. Can I ask one last question? Sun Jiangwo said awkwardly. Sure. Ask it. Wu Ai said lightly. Your RV should be in the same situation as mine. So how do you treat the system in this RV? Sun Jiangwo asked very sincerely. Wu Ai suddenly sneered. And then he said with a weird expression, I killed it twice, but I am still not completely sure of its death. But I know that if I don't get rid of it as soon as possible, then I will definitely be killed by it. After that, the side door of the RV was opened. The moving board quickly arranged into the shape of a staircase. And the father and daughter of the Sun family walked down Wu Ai's RV with worry. Chapter 163 Roadblock in the Tunnel. After Wu Ai confirmed the performance of the weapons, he loaded them onto the RV, which started and set off with a very slight sound, watching the RV disappear into the distant horizon. Sun Jiangwo said with a sense of loss, "Alas, we lost the best development opportunity just because we value the immediate interests." Sun Xiaoyu was also regretful at this time, since Wu Ai could tell them such useful information and gave them medicine unconditionally. Then he must know more information and have better medicine. It was too late to say anything now. The most troublesome thing at this moment was how to deal with the fatal intelligence system on the command vehicle. Xiaohua, find a route with the least contact with the enemy, and let's go to the coordinates of the space station. Without any doubt, Xiaohua directly executed the order issued by Wu Ai. During the long journey, the RV always hid if it could, and used the knife wings to turn back and kill if it couldn't hide. The general small-scale white monster group could no longer cause any obstacles to the RV. Seeing that the RV could get on the highway after passing this tunnel, Xiaohua suddenly reminded, a small group of white monsters and a spreader were found in the tunnel. If we take a detour, we probably won't be able to get on the highway today. This is really depressing. We are about to get on the highway, and this happened at this critical moment. Wu Ai looked at Li Muzi and Gu Xiaozi next to him. If there are enough knives, it should be easy to deal with them. As for the remaining monsters, Gu Xiaozi looked at Li Muzi next to him. The female hero did not raise any objections, so basically it was regarded as agreeing with Gu Xiaozi's suggestion. Xiaohua drove the RV carefully into the tunnel. The lighting facilities in the tunnel had already been completely damaged. Fortunately, the RV had its own lights to completely solve this problem. When driving to the middle of the tunnel, Wu Ai saw a big green tree in the middle of the road. There was a green egg in the middle of the tree, which was obviously the spreader. The white monsters discovered the appearance of the RV, and the minions rushed to the location of the RV like white waves. Wu Ai had seen such a situation many times before, so the RV's blade wings were the most cost-effective to deal with this kind of group-charging monster tide. Half an hour later, all the white monsters were killed. But even so, the green spreader had no intention of taking action. All the white monsters in the radar display range are coming to our location at the fastest speed. I guess they are the reinforcements behind us. Wu Ai didn't feel scared when he heard this, but he looked a little excited. This may be the location of the communicator boss. It is too smart for its own good. It doesn't have too many troops hiding in this place. It should be carrying out some special activities. Li Muzi heard this, and knew that the next battle should be a quick battle. If they were trapped in this tunnel, then with the performance of the RV, there would be no hope of escape. Drawing the sword and jumping up, the green communicator was hit hard. But the green egg did not react at all, since this communicator did not want to resist. It just became a target for Li Muzi's experiment. Chapter 164 Hypnosis. Li Muzi rarely has the opportunity to use her full strength to display her attack methods. This time, she is really lucky. The sword light is flying, and the air blade is flying. Watching Li Muzi's full strength, Wu Ai has a sense of déjà vu of watching a fantasy blockbuster live. It seems that Li Muzi is really developing in the direction of cultivation. I don't know if his direction will be more promising. Li Muzi's violent output is really amazing. In less than 3 minutes, the green eggshell was cracked by Li Muzi. The next few knives finally ended the life of this communicator. After killing the green communicator, Li Muzi found a glowing purple eggshell behind the egg. Unlike other communicators, this eggshell already had a gap, and inside the gap was a human-like female head trying to get out. Seeing this, Li Muzi had guessed that the egg being hatched should be the boss of the communicator. Li Muzi notified everyone in the RV, and Wu Ai hurried down. When everyone came to the front of the hatching purple eggshell, the entire head inside had completely come out. Wu Ai saw this and immediately said to Li Muzi, "What are you doing? Kill her and leave here quickly. Are we waiting for the food to be served?" Li Muzi reacted after hearing Wu Ai's order and wanted to chop it down with her knife. When she saw the eyes of the female head in the eggshell, she was frightened by the horror in the other's eyes and took a few steps back. Wu Ai saw that Li Muzi seemed to be attacked by the other party in some kind of mental way, so he quickly shouted, "Everyone, Don't look at the eyes of that head. Her eyes should have a mental attack method. After that, Wu Ai hurried back to the RV. He found a bag of yogurt in Gu Xiaoxi's snack pile and ran back again. When Wu Ai came back, he was holding bags of yogurt. This sticky stuff was a perfect weapon for the human head. He ran over to open the package, and then poured the yogurt directly onto the human head's face. The human head hadn't gotten his hands free yet, so she could only silently endure Wu Ai's brutality. The human head's eyes were quickly sealed by the yogurt, and Li Muzi returned to her original position. Just when everyone thought that this time was finally stable, and they could easily take down the first kill of the leader of the communicators, an accident came again. Please don't hurt me. I'm a communicator who has not done anything bad. Today is only the first day I was born, and I haven't hurt any life. The leader of the communicators actually began to sob and beg for mercy. It's really unexpected, Wu Ai said reluctantly. If you really haven't hurt any life, it's not impossible to spare you. But, as soon as he said this, the other female team members collectively began to plead for the leader of the spreader who had never killed any life. Wu Ai obviously felt that something was wrong, but he didn't find out where it was wrong. The spreader's neck was already showing signs of coming out, and Wu Ai was still trying to save the leader of the spreader and didn't know what to do. Queen, please don't listen to her. You have been hypnotized by it without knowing it. Chapter 165, First Kill. Xiaohua is the only person who can call out such shameful words to the queen. As expected, it was Xiaohua, Gu Xiaoxi's loyal guard, who reminded her. Xiaohua was also a creature hatched by the spreader, and was essentially a member of the spreader. So this hypnotic effect was of course ineffective on her. Everyone suddenly woke up and saw that the spreader leader was already pulling out an arm. Li Muzi was fooled twice, and this time she finally didn't let everyone down. She stepped forward and beat them with a sharp knife. The spreader leader, who had not yet fully hatched, was so frustrated that he died. After killing the biggest threat, the RV's radar also found that many reinforcements who wanted to come began to retreat. This is another good news. Xiaohua returned to the RV after reminding everyone and did her job. Li Muzi found a green gem-like stone in the eggshell of the leader of the communicators. This thing is obviously not a heart core, and the heart core of the leader was also found. After Wu Ai got the gem, he was prompted in his mind. One gem for upgrading the ability of the privatization success building ball can upgrade one skill. He immediately realized that this hatched communicator will definitely be a hot commodity in the future. But now that everyone can't hunt it, now that he knows, then this resource must be collected more in the future. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wu Ai and the others all gathered in the RV for a meeting to study how to use this upgrade gem. First, exclude me. At present, my ability is the least in demand, so please don't consider me unless it is necessary. Li Zima was the first to speak. Me too. The meaning of upgrading is not very big. Gu Xiaoxi's upgrade only improves Xihua's ability, and we don't need it for the time being. After listening to Gu Xiaoxi's speech, Wu Ai said directly, then there is no need to hold any meeting now. Only Li Muzi can use this gem to achieve the greatest benefit. Everyone agreed with Wu Ai's opinion, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. The team members must not be allowed to think that the boss makes all the decisions, and they have no right to make suggestions. Okay. Since everyone has voted, then Li Muzi, you should accept this gem without hesitation. You will probably have more work to do in the future. Li Muzi grinned helplessly, and accepted everyone's suggestions without any objection. The gem upgrade process is very simple. Li Muzi completed her skill upgrade process in a short while. The benefit Li Muzi got from this upgrade process is that she can upgrade 2 weapons at the same time each time. And the weapon upgrade time is also shortened by 10 minutes. After the weapon is upgraded, it can reach E level. The first batch of experiments were conducted on the 2 weapons of the Li sisters. Li Muzi still felt reluctant to give up her weapons, but for the sake of a better future, she directly used her life-saving weapon. It seems that the event of hunting down the leader of the spreader is basically completed. Wu Ai originally wanted to show off to the unreliable Sun Jiangwo, but on second thought, instead of looking for that old fox, it is better to wait until tomorrow when Li Muzi's weapon is upgraded to see the specific results. He thought that after the weapon used by Dao Qi is upgraded, he will not have to worry about any white monsters in the future. Chapter 166, Properties of New Weapons. The 2 sisters of the Li family didn't sleep well that night. They were both very concerned about what their weapons would look like after upgrading. although it wouldn't take long to complete the upgrade. If they got their weapons back today, they would not be able to sleep that night. Finally, under Wu Ai's coercion, the two girls finally fell asleep with strange feelings. The next day, Wu Ai was awakened by Li Zimu's exclamation before he woke up. "What's wrong? What happened?" Wu Ai asked dizzy after getting up. "Boss, my weapon has become more powerful. Do you know that I can be considered as the main fighting force now?" Li Zimu was excited and showed his perfect figure. His joy was beyond words. "What's the situation? Tell me, so I can go to sleep after that." Wu Ai looked at the time. It was only 4 o'clock in the morning. He used to sleep at this time. "Boss, come and see." After saying this, Li Zimu's body slowly formed a black armor like flowing water. Wu Ai opened his eyes wide. He came close to Li Zimu and observed carefully. When he was close, Wu Ai could see clearly. These black things turned out to be miniature knives in the shape of Li Zimu's fruit knife. These countless knives were connected together to form the armor on her body. "What ability did your weapon gain after upgrading? How can it be transformed into armor?" Wu Ai asked with some envy. Li Zimu put away the black armor covering her body. And then she handed the previous fruit knife to Wu Ai. Fruit knife. E level. Another attribute is added to the original attribute. Copy. Can copy the original body within 100,000 times. Each damaged copy requires 10 minutes of recovery time. The color of the copy is different from the original body. Please pay attention to protection. If the main body is destroyed, the weapon will disappear. After seeing Li Zimu's weapon, Wu Ai was envious for a moment. Just with the addition of this skill, he could immediately think of many ways to use it. Although it is not impossible to use it as armor. If he uses it, there will definitely be more wonderful ways to use it. Now I just got the weapon, so I am not too familiar with this skill. After I study it thoroughly, I should be able to get the top 2 places in the combat power list in the RV. Wu Ai didn't care about the unbelievable Li Zimu. He turned his eyes to another person who got a new weapon. "Lady, I wonder what your Shio Shui will look like after it's upgraded. Can I be envious?" Li Muzi's face could no longer maintain the coldness of the past. She was filled with uncontrollable joy. She handed over the knife in her hand without saying anything. "Shio Shui. New skill. Water element power." There was only this simple information, and there was no other explanation. Of course, he couldn't understand this meaningless description. Wu Ai returned the knife to Li Muzi. Confused, not knowing why she was so happy. Li Muzi saw that Wu Ai was very envious of her sister's weapon just now, but didn't have much reaction after seeing her knife. This made Li Muzi feel that Wu Ai's vision was too superficial, and she also needed to let this person, who used 6 bags of instant noodles to slander her all day long, learn something. Chapter 167. Sudden increase in strength. Li Muzi's hand holding the knife suddenly loosened, and the Chioshui fell directly to the ground. "Hey, knife." Wu Ai only had time to remind him with one word, and saw the fallen knife disappear directly into the air. Wu Ai was about to ask Li Muzi what was going on, and saw Li Muzi's hand condensed into a knife again. Before, Chioshui could only use the skills above when I touched it. Once the knife left me, I would basically be a useless person. But now it's different. As long as I am alive, as long as I can still touch water molecules, Chioshui will be with me all the time. He was speechless when he saw the smug Li Muzi. She was like a child with a new toy, showing off how good her toy was. Her IQ was seriously off the charts. If you think this skill only allows me to no longer be restricted by the physical body, you are totally wrong. The power of the water element is not just this ability. As he spoke, the knife in Li Muzi's hand changed. The blade is now covered with high-speed flowing water molecules, and the Chioshui is now extremely sharp. You can think of it as having countless water cutters on the blade. But this is countless times stronger than those water cutters that only rely on pressure to achieve the purpose of cutting. Wu Ai looked at the Li sisters, who all had their favorite weapons, and his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. It would be great if he had a weapon like this. But Li Muzi never upgraded the third weapon with attributes. Stop playing, Li Muzi. Upgrade all your cold weapons quickly, including the knives on the blade wings. All of them must be upgraded. And Li Zimu, you too. Quickly come up with something new for me. Otherwise I will confiscate your knife. The two sisters looked at Wu Ai, who was so jealous, and they all laughed triumphantly. Wu Ai turned around and lay back down, covering his head with the quilt, wondering when he would be able to have the same fighting power as the others. When he woke up again, it was almost noon. Due to his jealousy, Wu Ai fell asleep after a long time. Everyone had a simple meal. Looking at the way the Li sisters ate, they probably didn't eat in the morning. Gu Xiuxi, the unlucky guy who was implicated, also ate like crazy, which might be to compensate for the part he didn't eat in the morning. After the meal, everyone rested for a while. Wu Ai felt that their strength had increased a lot, so they could go and find trouble with ordinary communicators. The Li sisters agreed with his proposal. They all wanted to see how powerful their weapons could be. Xiaohua turned the car around and led everyone to look for the spreader. After exiting the tunnel, the RV's radar detected many spreaders moving quickly. It seemed that there was a fight between them. That's right. Without the suppression of the leader, they would certainly start fighting for their own evolution. Wu Ai and his team found the closest spreader and drove directly to it. Wu Ai looked at the Li sisters who came back to breathe, and he said with some gloating, "Neither of you alone is enough to kill the spreader in a short time. But if you unite, you can quickly eliminate the enemy. But you two want to join forces? Is this possible?" Chapter 168 The Escaped Spreader. Wu Ai said this because he saw the battle process of the Li sisters and came to this conclusion. Li Muzi's attack is very powerful. If she hits the spreader head-on, she only needs 7 or 8 strikes to easily end the battle. Li Zimu's attack power is very average. She can only rely on the number of weapons copied to consume the spreader's defense little by little to achieve the goal of victory. If the two of them join forces, it will really be like adding wings to a tiger. However, when they were experimenting with weapons before, they acted alone, and no one could successfully eliminate the spreader. The communicators they dealt with all escaped in time, so they were lucky to have saved their lives. It was not until Wu Ai mocked them just now that they felt that it was the right way to kill the enemy together. Now our strength is not enough, so let's not compete with each other. When each of us can kill a communicator alone in the future, we will compete to see who is better. Li Zimu's proposal was also tacitly agreed by her sister. From then on, the nightmare of the communicators began. Li Zimu was responsible for transforming and copying the sword array to trap the communicators. Li Muzi used sword energy to attack from a distance outside. With the skilled cooperation of the two, the number of spreaders is decreasing one by one. Xiu, since the abnormal movement of all spreaders yesterday, the outside is now in chaos. Should we take advantage of the chaos to go out and see what is going on? According to the analysis of the command vehicle system, the abnormal movement yesterday should be caused by the spreader leader's call for help. However, judging from the final result, it should be the spreader leader who was killed. I think you should know who did this without me telling you. It seems that we really made a bad move. Dad, none of us expected their strength to be so terrifying. Although we didn't do it very kindly, we didn't offend them to death. If I have a chance in the future, I will apologize to them and bear all the punishment. Now our most important thing is to work with Xiao Min to destroy the opposing forces. With Xiao Min's help, we can finally unify this underground city. Sun Jiangwo could only think like this at this time. He couldn't lose this opportunity now. As for the future, let's talk about it later. The system in the multifunctional command vehicle saw that the father and daughter of the Sun family did not go out to check according to their opinions, and a certain indicator light in the car lit up. The Li sisters were very happy to kill it first, but when they killed the 32nd one, the radar of the RV could no longer see the signal of the spreader. What's going on? Are they giving in? Are they all hiding? Li Zimu said proudly. What do you think? Are they going to visit a friend's house together? Would you stay if it was you? Don't forget that even the most common white monsters have begun to evolve. Do you think these spreaders are stupid enough to fight us to the death? Wu Ai happily scolded Li Zimu, and the latter was directly covered with a layer of black armor, and there was a pair of black wings behind the armor. Li Zimu flew to Wu Ai, pretended to pick his ears and said, "Boss, I didn't pay attention when I killed the monster just now, and sand got into my ears. I didn't hear what you said just now." Wu Ai pretended to be calm and said, "I just said that everyone has worked hard today. I will go back to cook for everyone." Wu Ai turned around and ran back to the car. Li Muzi whispered as he walked past his sister, "What a sand in the ear." Chapter 169 An Unprecedented Difficulty. The two sisters looked at each other and smiled like little foxes. Occasionally bullying Wu Ai became a kind of spice between them. Since the communicators here were all scared, there was no point in staying here, so they drove directly to their previous destination. When they passed through the previous tunnel again, the big tree in the tunnel had lost its vitality. and no green could be seen on the treetop. Gusiusi suddenly became melancholy. She said like an ancient beauty who was weak after a serious illness. What a poor tree. It may not have intended to embarrass anyone, but after being controlled by the communicator, it must have been helpless. Shio's eyes suddenly paused, and no one noticed this instantaneous change. Even Wu Ai, who always prided herself on her keen observation ability, did not notice Shio's abnormality in the car. The RV quickly passed the withered tree, and when the RV drove out of the tunnel, a slight cracking sound came from the center of the trunk of the tree. The RV got on the highway smoothly, and there were not many cars on the highway. Since the RV was controlled by Xiaohua, she could also know the obstacles on the road ahead in advance. So everyone had a relatively comfortable journey. At night, before going to bed, Wu Ai asked Xiaohua, "How long will it take us to reach the coordinates?" Xiaohua briefly calculated and replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, we will probably reach the coordinates in a day." Wu Ai wanted to go to bed, but he heard that Xiaohua's words seemed to have other meanings. "What is the accident? Did you find anything?" Wu Ai asked with a somewhat uneasy heart. "On the land? There were brief discoveries of other vehicles before. I calculated that there were probably 2 vehicles that were in the same city as us. It is unknown whether they also knew the coordinates of the space station." "Damn! What do you mean by the land side? Is there also the sky side?" "There are only 2 cars. That means you found more than 2 cars? The other cars just didn't go to our destination." "Right." Wu Ai really wanted Xiaohua to give him the answer he wanted, but Xiaohua gave him the most depressing answer. "The sky side is a huge cloud. They were hiding far away and observing when we were hunting the spreader. Looking at their intentions, they were obviously heading for us. As for the vehicles, the system found a total of 11 vehicles, all of which were in the same situation as our RV. But their upgrades are not very ideal. Only 1 car has a relatively high upgrade level." Wu Ai said excitedly. "Don't tell me that my car is going to the same destination as us." "Don't." Xiaohua didn't say anything, and the RV became strangely quiet. The other girls also came out of the room. They thought something seemed to have happened to Wu Ai. "Xiaohua, why don't you talk?" Wu Ai asked in a raised voice. "Didn't you say it just now?" "Don't let me tell you." Xiaohua said the reason why she didn't speak. "It's over. This is a big trouble. Just as everyone is here. I will tell you about the serious problems we are facing now. Please think carefully and decide." Chapter 170 Decision. Wu Ai explained in detail the situation that everyone needs to decide, and finally added, "Going to the coordinates of the space station is not a must-complete mission. If the enemy is too strong, we can temporarily avoid the sharp edge." Gusiosi said very funny, "I think I am enough to deal with those stupid humans. I can't beat monsters. Can I deal with ordinary people? With my tear attack, anyone who is hit can't escape." "Tear attack? Sister, if I didn't see you at that time, I was really pitiful. Let alone the tear attack. Even the feces attack would still kill you." Wu Ai supported his forehead with his right hand, and he said weakly, "Ah." The speech of classmate Gusiosi just now livened up the atmosphere very well. "Don't worry too much. The initiative is still in our hands. Gusiosi, please don't speak at this meeting." Li Zima glanced at Gusiosi, who was more trouble than help, and said arrogantly, "That's right. That's right. Pets and the like should just stay there. If they come out and meow, they will anger their owners." Li Zima was obviously a little arrogant after getting the upgraded weapon, and he looked down on everyone all day long. "I think we should go and take a look. First of all, the situation of the 2 cars is unclear, and they may not necessarily be hostile to us. Secondly, don't you think the building blocks in the space station may be unique? They were obtained in the universe, and those building blocks may have some special abilities. Otherwise, the colorful egg would not have left that message. As for the one in the sky who came for revenge, since he came for revenge, he must fight to the death, instead of passively giving in. It is better to understand the opponent's methods now." Li Zima's analysis is very smart, and Wu Ai also thinks that his statement makes sense. "You decide the brainwork. I am only responsible for killing." The female hero's domineering declaration received applause from everyone on the field. It depends on Wu Ai's final decision. "Okay. In that case, let's go and see who is more powerful." Land in the clouds. The current land in the clouds has changed drastically from its previous state. At this time, the land in the clouds has already taken shape as a city. Various houses and streets built by clouds are neat and beautiful. At the edge of the land in the clouds, a high wall like a city wall has been erected, and the defense looks very good. In the center of the land in the clouds, on the top of the tallest tower-shaped building, the top leaders of the land in the clouds gather here. City Lord Tang-san. We should now find cities without advantages to quickly attract population. Find people with abilities, and build our cloud continent, rather than wasting the good early development time for revenge. You should know that our population is not large now, and there is only one passenger plane for combat. Tang-san sat in front of everyone, looking down at the people below like an ancient king. I asked you to help me do things, not to question my decision. Those who can continue to stay and work can stay, and those who can't can just jump off my cloud continent. Chapter 171 Tang-san's Revenge. After Tang-san returned to Yunzhong continent with a large number of building blocks, he first took control of the plane with the help of these building blocks. In a family without a man, a child, and a mother are relatively easy to deal with. Let a woman disappear quietly, and then use this to lure a child to hand over the control of the plane. The next step is to let the family of 3 travel together to the paradise, armed with a large number of building blocks. This once civilian passenger plane was transformed into an air fortress by Tang-san. With this mobile air fortress, Tang-san also got some hard cores of the communicators. There is no way. Air power has an absolute advantage now, and even the communicator is not immune to this. After having the hardcore, Tang-san no longer restricted the plane by fuel, and he also got a small arsenal as a priority in weapons. All these made Tang-san's ambition even bigger. He felt that he should be the strongest among humans at the current level of evolution, if someone could count it. In fact, even if Tang-san is not the strongest, he can enter the top 5 of the strongest. So his evaluation of himself still makes sense. When Wu Ai was frantically killing the communicator, their behavior attracted Tang-san's attention. Originally, this city with abundant communicators was already in his pocket. But Tang-san also realized that there must be something wrong with such united communicators. So he was also observing carefully. Unexpectedly, Wu Ai acted so quickly that the communicators hid without him getting any. This made him very angry. Later, he found out that the person who robbed his business was the one who humiliated him before. And Tang-san became even more angry. So with his narrow-mindedness, it would be a disaster if he didn't come to take revenge this time. Everyone looked at the tyrannical Tang-san, and they could only choose to obey. The original master of the Yunzhong continent, who had not obeyed before, is now just a building block. I don't care what you think now. I have only one request. Once the RV stops, you will go out and kill that guy. Brother, where are we going? Can you tell me first? In a speeding giant vehicle, a relatively young man said to the middle-aged man driving in front. Brother, we are going to find a mysterious organization. Didn't you hear it on the car radio before? It is so difficult to have such a just organization that can accept survivors. When we find the organization, given our current situation, I think we can get a good position anyway. The young man thought for a while and said, Brother, I'm not trying to discourage you. The things said on the radio don't have any specific information. If they want to harm us, are you sure we can get away with it? The middle-aged man laughed and said, Brother, it's okay for others to think so. Don't you know our strength? This modified concrete pump truck is not a vegetarian. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is a battle tank. The intelligence system on our car has been mentioned. Currently, among the vehicles modified with attack capabilities, ours has the strongest long-range attack capability. Chapter 172 Mysterious Radio Station. Yuzhu, do you think the information from the mysterious radio station is credible? A sports car was driving fast on the road. There was only one handsome young man in the sports car, and no other passengers. A very pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. Master, according to my analysis, 80% of the information is deceptive information. Their conditions, and the scenes they described are too unrealistic. If there really is such a place, they should not publicize it at all. The handsome man smiled and said, Yes, there are still some selfless people in the world today. But there are really not many people who can do this. If we are not looking for someone, we will not go to such a place that we know is a trap. I hope we can gain something this time. And I hope we can come out alive. Boss, many people have been deceived by us recently. I wonder how many more people you want. Although our warship can accommodate many people. If it is endless. Xiao Wang. What kind of world is it now? Do you think people still need to have a bottom line in the world now? After this warship is full of food and women, we will go out to sea and find a small island. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be the local emperor of that island? The man named Xiao could only smile. He didn't dare to disobey, because all the people who disobeyed that man before disappeared. Wu Ai had not used the radio station since he found that it was useless information. But now, he wanted to see if anyone had built a safe zone or something like that. If there was such a place, it would be the most efficient way to release information through the radio station. If there was such a place, he wouldn't mind taking a look. The Happy Country community has been built, and there are hundreds of capable people here to escort it. In order for humans to reunite and reproduce, the community now needs more humans to build it together so that the happy community can accommodate more survivors. Community location. What the hell is this? The advertisements in peacetime are better than this. How can anyone fall for such a scam? Wu Ai curled his lips in disdain. After listening for a while without any other information, he turned off the radio again. When it was almost night, Wu Ai was ready to rest in a tunnel to prevent the guy in the sky from attacking. If someone came to attack, they could only come in from both sides of the tunnel. In that case, they would definitely encounter Li Zimu's unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. It seems that Li Zimu is really researching something recently. She always looks mysterious. Anyway, it's all for the benefit of the team. So just research whatever you like. The next morning, Wu Ai saw that everyone was awake and asked Xiaohua to drive on the road directly. Everyone had breakfast in the car. Wu Ai said that he was afraid that the guys above would have heavy firepower, and it would be depressing if they were buried alive. Boss, didn't you think of this possibility yesterday? Gu Xiaoxi hesitated for a while and asked. I thought of it. I guess they shouldn't be so idle at night, but not necessarily during the day. This kind of logic can only be thought of by him. Can rest at night be more important than killing enemies? Deal with those guys who sleep at night and don't report the situation of the RV in time. Tang San roared with a heavy breath. I didn't expect there would be such a person. Chapter 173, Happy Country Community. Wu Ai didn't know that the people on the Cloud Continent really appeared as he had expected in his joke. This result also led to Tang San creating a group of professional combatants alone. Of course, this is all later, because Wu Ai's RV has superb performance. They reached the coordinate point at the fastest speed. Now Wu Ai doesn't know that only he knows this coordinate point. He thought that other people also knew the information of this coordinate point. After the RV arrived at the coordinate point, there was nothing here that could be related to the space station. This made him doubt whether the information he got was true and valid. Today's weather is very good, and there are a few white clouds in the sky. But no matter how many white clouds there are, they are not as spectacular as the clouds in the Cloud Continent. They are still here. Let's not contact them for the time being. Let's wait until the space station is confirmed. Wu Ai finally decided to be patient for the time being and deal with the guy in the sky after things are clear. The RV started again. Wu Ai originally wanted to find a cave or something to hide directly, but he suddenly thought of the information on the radio yesterday. He suddenly had an idea and decided to go to the coordinates of the radio station to see what kind of place it was. The RV drove directly to the coordinates of the happy country introduced by the radio station. And the Cloud Continent in the sky also noticed this. Lord Tang. The RV seems to be heading towards the direction of the happy country mentioned in the radio station. We are now. A person who looked unimportant, similar to a communications officer, was reporting the movement of the RV. Don't worry. That guy must not have been really deceived. He must have gone there out of curiosity. What I don't understand now is what their intention was for parking there before. Were they waiting for someone, or was there something there? Pass the word down. Send a few people to check, and then come back to report. Tang San was indeed smart enough, and he guessed most of Wu Ai's intentions. But he could not find out any information about what Wu Ai meant by parking the car. After driving for more than 40 minutes, the RV arrived at a place that looked like a tourist attraction. The RV stopped in front of the gate of the scenic spot, and a voice came from inside. Excuse me. What are you doing here? Where are you from? A very beautiful girl shouted behind the gate. For such things that can be solved by communication. Wu Ai felt that it would be easier to let Gu Xiaoxi take action. When Gu Xiaoxi was assigned, she looked very proud, as if she was entrusted with an important task. Li Zimu snorted softly. Pets finally have a place to use their skills. These two funny guys quarreled all day long, and they could only be quiet when Li Zimu was concentrating on research. Before Gu Xiaozi could speak up to refute, Wu Ai closed the side door of the RV. The door blocked the sight of the two people, and of course did not let the two guys quarrel. More than 10 minutes later, the door in front of the RV opened. The girl who was shouting in the door just now cried bitterly. And I don't know what method Gu Xiaozi used to achieve this effect. After the RV entered the gate, the girl with red and swollen eyes walked to the front of the RV and said to the people who got off, "I am really sorry. Guess, our manager will be here soon. My current state is not suitable for receiving you, so I will leave for a while." Chapter 174: A Sumptuous Banquet. After the receptionist left, Li Zimu approached Gu Xiaozi and asked, "What did you say to her just now? Why did she cry like that? You are not going to promise to help her find her mother?" Gu Xiaozi raised her chin and said proudly, "It's nothing. I just used a tear attack. A simplified version of the kind that no one can bear to think of her. So I can't do anything." Seeing Gu Xiaozi's arrogant look, Li Zimu could only shut up. Who made her not have such ability? Just as the two were bickering, a young man who looked very gentlemanly came from a distance. "Welcome to all the guests who have come from afar. I am very sorry to have kept you waiting here for so long. I am the manager and person in charge of this community. You can just call me Xiao Wang. To express our community's apologies, we have prepared a sumptuous meal in the restaurant in front to entertain you." Manager Xiao Wang then led everyone to the restaurant he mentioned. When everyone entered the restaurant, even Wu Ai, who had never lacked food, was stunned. The table was filled with all kinds of seafood and drinks, and people would be attracted by this sumptuous scene at first glance. Gu Xiaozi took advantage of everyone's willingness to accommodate her, so she was the first to run to the table and sit down. Turning on the foodie mode, Wu Ai did not go forward to eat, but looked at the surrounding layout and environment. Xiaohua did not get out of the car. She stayed in the RV. Li Zimu looked at Gu Xiaozi, who was eating voraciously, and finally she couldn't help it. She also joined the ranks of foodies. Manager Wang, who was accompanying them, saw that Wu Ai and Li Muzi did not go to eat, so he became a little anxious. "Dear guests, are you dissatisfied with the food? If so, we can adjust the dishes in time according to your appetite." Faced with the manager's hospitality, Wu Ai just smiled. He whispered meaningfully, "Are you worried that we didn't eat? Will the drug take effect and we won't be exposed if we don't eat?" The manager looked a little flustered, but finally said calmly, "My dear, you are joking. Why would we put drugs in the food? I am just asking in good faith. If you don't like it, you can choose not to eat it." After saying this, the manager really stopped disturbing Wu Ai and the others. But his behavior of quietly moving towards the door was still seen by Wu Ai. About half an hour later, Gu Xiaozi and Li Zimu were full. Both of them sat down on the chair with their round bellies. "When you wake up, think about how to make me calm down. Otherwise you may not have a good time in the future." Wu Ai's nonsense words made the two girls very confused. But the comfort after eating made them not in the mood to care about the meaning of Wu Ai's words. After a while, the two fell asleep on the chair. Wu Ai grabbed Gu Xiaozi and signaled Li Muzi to carry her sister. However, Li Muzi did not want to carry the heavier sister. She just looked at the small body carried by Wu Ai. The place they are in now is not safe. Wu Ai can only compromise with these problem girls. When they wake up, they will definitely not let them go easily. So forget about Li Muzi's words. Chapter 175: Is this really not a tank? When Wu Ai and the other four walked out of the building, Xiaohua had already driven the RV in front of them, and the benefits of barrier-free communication were fully demonstrated at this time. Everyone boarded the RV without saying a word, but Wu Ai did not order to leave here directly. "What are you waiting for?" Li Muzi asked softly. "Since they tried so hard to stun us, they must have a backup plan. Now their backup plan has not been used, so I want to test it." Li Muzi gave Wu Ai a look that said you are really boring, and then she found a place to rest. Wu Ai directed Xiaohua to drive the RV to the gate they had just entered. At the gate, Wu Ai saw two other cars. These were the two cars that followed Wu Ai's RV on the road. At that time, he only detected that they were two modified cars, but he didn't know what type they were. Now Wu Ai knew the type of the other party's vehicles completely. Without Xiaohua's introduction, he could already see the extraordinary features of these two cars. The first car was relatively large, and it could be seen that it was modified from a concrete pump truck. The long feed pipe on the pump truck had disappeared, and it was replaced by a gun barrel that looked like a tank gun. Wu Ai had no doubt that this car had terrifying attack capabilities. The other one was a black sports car with a streamlined design. There were no windows on the car body, and it looked like it had been modified. Manager Wang was still using the same trick he had used to fool the people in the two cars. Two people had already gotten out of the concrete pump truck, but no one seemed to have gotten out of the sports car. Wu Ai asked Xiaohua to drive the RV to the other side of these people. He opened the window and shouted to Manager Wang in a familiar manner. "Hey, Manager Wang is still fooling people here. The two girls in my car have fainted after eating the food you prepared. The medicine is effective. I give you a 5-star rating." As soon as Wu Ai said this, Manager Wang's face turned pale. The sports car still had no reaction, but the two people who got off the concrete pump truck hurriedly ran towards their car. Manager Wang saw that the matter was exposed, and he didn't care about the receptionist next to him. He ran directly to the car hidden in the house on the side, and he was talking on the walkie-talkie while running. After Manager Wang ran into the house, an off-road vehicle came out. The accelerator was probably stepped on to the bottom, and more than 1 meter of sand was raised behind the wheels. At this time, the pump truck had also started, and this car directly chased the off-road vehicle. The sports car still didn't seem to move, so Wu Ai could only smile and follow it. In this way, the 3 cars drove in one direction one after another. Not long after, Wu Ai found that the sports car was also following him. The pump truck in front seemed very excited, and the pump truck began to make various mechanical sounds while driving. After a while, Wu Ai knew the real attack power of this pump truck. The gun barrel of the pump truck aimed at the off-road vehicle in front and fired a shot. The shells coming out of the barrel were not conventional gunpowder shells. Wu Ai analyzed that it was more like an air shell or a gas shell, since the pump truck fired the cannon while moving, and the person controlling the weapon was not a professional. The first shot did not hit the SUV in front. But even if it did not hit the SUV in front, the place where the shell hit made people who saw it feel cold. Chapter 176 Amazing Driving Skills. The place hit by the air cannon directly turned into a spherical hole, just like a balloon buried in the soil exploded. But the effect was extremely terrifying. The off-road vehicle in front also discovered this situation. This off-road vehicle swayed left and right crazily, looking very afraid of being hit by the cannon behind. A few minutes later, the off-road vehicle arrived at a small port, where a small battleship was parked in the water. The muzzle of the cannon on the warship was now aimed at the direction of the vehicle. The dark muzzle was much more terrifying than the air cannon of the pump truck. With a loud bang, a shell hit the front of the largest pump truck, and the left front tire of the pump truck seemed to be blown out by shrapnel. With the left front tire burst, the pump truck lost its direction. The pump truck stopped after driving a few meters, and then there was a strange silence. Wu Ai was also confused at this time. He really felt that he shouldn't come here to hang out. The SUV in front also turned back at this time. Manager Wang parked the car and quickly climbed onto the roof of his car. He took out the horn on his back and shouted arrogantly, "You all get out of the car quickly and raise your hands above your head. We usually don't kill people randomly, but the premise is that you must cooperate with us." Wu Ai looked at the surrounding environment, and then he found that the ground around here was full of various craters. It seems that this is not the first time they have done this. The people in the pump truck were the first to come out. They raised their hands above their heads, their faces full of sorrow. "Very good. We have seen your sincerity, and now your lives are guaranteed," Manager Wang said, and looked at Wu Ai's RV and the sports car behind. "Xiaohua, do you think our RV's defense can withstand the bombardment of the battleship?" Wu Ai's palms were sweating at this time. According to the defense of the metal material of the RV shell, it should only withstand the attack of one shell. Xiaohua's words made Wu Ai feel temporarily relieved, and he continued to ask, "Can it penetrate the shell of our RV?" The reason why the RV can withstand the power of one shell is that it doesn't need a second shell to deal with our RV, Xiaohua said calmly. "Fuck you. You mean we are finished with one shell? Then why are we running? Just wait to die here." Wu Ai secretly swore in his heart that when he had a replacement in the future, he must replace this annoying idiot. The sports car behind still did not make any action, but it suddenly started the engine, and the sound in the exhaust pipe suddenly increased. A shell went straight to the sports car behind Wu Ai, but the sports car also instantly ejected and started at this time, successfully avoiding the attack of the shell. Damn! Is this possible? Wu Ai was stunned by the amazing performance of the sports car. The ejection escape of our RV is even more powerful than this. Xiaohua interrupted and reminded him. Oh my. Okay. You win. You tell me if we can successfully dodge the shells and escape. Absolutely. No problem at all. But our ejection can only be used 3 times. If this function is used excessively, it will affect the normal function of the RV. What else can Wu AI say? He can only sigh and say, okay. If we are attacked, you can just use the ejection to escape. He no longer has the energy to be angry with Xiaohua. He feels that his body has been completely hollowed out. Chapter 177 Extreme Reversal. Manager Wang felt very embarrassed when he saw that the people in the sports car did not surrender as he wished. But the amazing evasion of the sports car later also surprised him. He picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and said something in a babble. And the shells on the battleship hit the sports car at a speed like javelins. Wu Ai saw that if he didn't run away, he would be affected. So he hurriedly asked Xiaohua to drive away. The sports car saw that it could not dodge. So it quickly approached Wu Ai's RV. Fuck. What is this guy doing? Is he trying to take someone with him before he dies? Xiaohua was not a pushover. So how could she let a sports car drag her down? In order to prevent the sports car from being dragged down to death, Xiaohua directly activated the ejection function. The ejection of the RV was not the kind that could be launched at a very short distance. After the ejection was activated, the RV flew directly to the side of the battleship. This sudden situation was beyond everyone's expectations, and the horn in Manager Wang's hand fell to the ground. After all, the sports car could not escape the range of the shells, and it was directly blown up. After landing, the sports car was obviously no longer able to drive, and many parts of the body were deformed. Wu Ai's RV had already considered the situation of entering the water, so he was not panicked even if it entered the water now. The RV slowly sank into the water, leaving the people above wondering what was going on inside. Manager Wang also drove to the battleship at this time, found a rope ladder, and climbed onto the battleship. He and his boss looked at the RV disappearing under the water, and didn't know what to say. Damn. This car is a powerful one just by looking at its appearance. It jumped into the water on its own initiative. So there must be no danger. We don't have mines on our current battleship. For safety reasons, let's take those guys on board and run away. Manager Wang of course agreed with his boss's suggestion 100%. He was out there every day luring the survivors, sometimes even at risk of his life. Now that he no longer has to do such dangerous work, he is of course very happy. There are only women and no men on the warship, which is also the great wish of the warship owner to build a harem on the sea. Now if they are asked to deal with the people below, they can only go down in person. Manager Wang is holding a machete, and his boss is holding a pistol found on the warship. The two of them went down directly to deal with the captives below. The two first came to the sports car that was blown away. They wanted to see if there was a woman in the sports car. If she is still alive, they will also see if she is beautiful enough. Manager Wang's boss opened the deformed car door and looked inside. However, he saw his body trembled, and then a headless body fell beside the sports car. Manager Wang was frightened and screamed. He turned around and ran out. But the handsome man who came out of the sports car picked up the pistol that slipped from the headless body. He opened the safety very skillfully and fired 2 shots at the fleeing Manager Wang. With 2 gunshots, Manager Wang also fell to the ground. The 2 people who came down from the pump truck with their hands raised also looked at the handsome man whose gun was still smoking. Although the handsome man still had blood on his forehead, his expression was still very relaxed. The 2 people who got off the pump truck didn't know what the situation was with the man holding the gun, and whether he would behave unfriendly to them. Don't be afraid. I won't have any bad intentions towards you at the moment. But it's hard to say whether the guy up there will be as kind as me. Chapter 178 Tang San enters. The handsome man said, as he motioned the 2 people who came out of the pump truck to look up at the scenery above. At this time, a huge passenger plane was slowly landing vertically. The 2 people who got off the pump truck were frightened by this huge and oppressive large-scale transportation tool and retreated repeatedly, while the handsome man took this opportunity to pull out a square electronic-type thing from the car. The box pulled out of the sports car had many wire interfaces scattered on it, and it looked like a very important electronic core. The handsome man put the box into a backpack, and then he quickly ran to the off-road vehicle where Manager Wang had parked before. Wu Ai saw all this through the drone released by the RV. He didn't expect that the owner of the warship was actually a silver wax spearhead, and he was killed so uselessly. The handsome man ran to Manager Wang's SUV, started the car, and went to the warship. Tang San shouted through the loudspeaker on the plane. Don't be afraid of those two people on the ground. As long as you join my forces, a carefree life will be open to you. I am different from those guys you saw before. You can look at my base above your head. Such a force invites you to join. What are you hesitating about? Tang San's words were indeed somewhat tempting. The huge clouds in the sky seemed to be the basis for his words, shocking the people who looked up at it. Finally, the middle-aged man in the pump truck was the first to express his willingness to join Tang San's forces, and the younger man behind him actually declined politely. Tang San's eyes jumped inadvertently, but he did not get angry on the spot. After the middle-aged man entered the plane, he continued, "What do you think about the brother who ran away?" The handsome man had already boarded the battleship at this time, and he was driving away the beautiful women on the battleship who could only be used as vases. Still haven't found it. Come to think of it, why would my sister, who is so smart, come to such a place? The handsome man shook his head and smiled bitterly. After he drove the last woman off the warship, he hurried to the command room of the warship. After entering the command room, the handsome man took out the box on his back. He directly inserted the box into the command desk. The process of the box entering was not abrupt and destructive, but like inserting into a soft and viscous liquid, it slowly disappeared into it. Yushu, calculate how long it will take you to control this warship. Following the handsome man's words, a pleasant voice came from the loudspeaker in the command room. After calculation, it takes at least 30 minutes of undisturbed time to complete the control. If the assimilation process is interrupted, it will take 3 times as long to re-enter the assimilation program. After listening, the handsome man walked away and said, "I will try my best to buy time for you. Contact me directly after you successfully assimilate." Before leaving, the handsome man pressed a small round object on the command desk and put another one into one of his ears. "I must make a building block ball that can communicate without obstacles in the future. It is really inconvenient to always do this." The handsome man walked out of the command room, still thinking about the communication problem of the well in the future. After he got off the battleship, he walked towards the direction of Tang San's plane. Tang San saw all these situations. If the handsome man picked up the building block ball that controlled the battleship, he would definitely order to kill the handsome man directly, and there would be no chance for him to escape. Now it seems that this person is relatively sensible. Chapter 179: The relationship between Tang San and the 7 colored eggs. Tang San saw that the man who came out of the sports car also showed signs of surrendering to him. So he asked directly, "How about it, handsome guy? What's your answer? Do you want to join us?" Tang San was in a good mood at this time. He also had the ability to fully control the whole scene, so his momentum was so strong. And he even made a little joke with the handsome man. "I don't know how to address this boss. My name is Zhang Junsheng. Maybe because of my name, I look pretty good." Zhang Junsheng's speech made Tang San a little disgusted. He felt that this person was a little too narcissistic. Such people are generally not that popular with their peers. "Tang San." He only answered with 2 words, showing his annoyance. "Oh, it turns out to be Boss Tang. Sorry. Instead of worrying about my business, you might as well care about the guy in the water first. It won't be too late for me to reply to you after there is a result." Tang San didn't want to recruit this person anymore, since he didn't agree directly. That was just right. "Okay, then I'll meet my old friend first, and then we'll talk," Tang San said coldly, showing his white teeth. Wu Ai knew all this clearly through the drone, especially the man named Zhang Junsheng, who was obviously stalling for time. Tang San, who was a little too proud, didn't see it. He was really below standard. When Zhang Junsheng left the warship, the box with wires disappeared, and he didn't try to grab the building block ball that controlled the warship. Either this person was extremely afraid of death and simply didn't dare to grab things for fear of being killed by Tang San, or he didn't need the building block ball at all. Judging from his series of actions, the latter possibility would be higher. It is also possible that he has a way to control the warship without the building block ball. That box. Thinking of this, Wu Ai also said to Tang San through the drone, "It seems that not killing you at the beginning was a big mistake. Now you have occupied your former employer's territory in such a short time. It seems that the 7 colored eggs' attention to you is not without reason." Tang San, who was originally very arrogant and happy, turned cold in an instant after hearing Wu Ai's words. "What do you mean by the 7 colored egg? What does it have to do with me?" Tang San felt that the man had no need to lie to him. So there was a disseminator related to him? And he didn't even know about it. So how could he not care? Oh, don't you know yet? It seems that it may have erased your memory. That's right. Instead of carefully integrating into the human power, it's better to let an ambitious guy build it directly, so that it will be easy for it to snatch it back. And it is very concealed. Tang San immediately began to recall the whole process of obtaining those building blocks to see if there was anything he had overlooked. He also suddenly thought of the scene when he met the owner of the RV. The other party only asked for the bracelet on his hand. This now seems a bit strange. Is there really something wrong with me? I don't know how to address this, brother. Can you tell me in detail? What does the 7 colored eggs have to do with me? Tang San didn't want to think about anything now. A seemingly powerful communicator was related to him. If he didn't figure out the relationship between this, he would definitely lose his appetite and be unable to do anything. Chapter 180 Shameless Tang San. Brother, I don't know if I have offended you before. No matter how many right and wrong I have done before, I sincerely apologize to you here today. Please consider that I have not caused you any substantial harm. Tell me what the relationship is between the 7 colored eggs you mentioned and me. Tang San is quite capable. Once he knows that he is controlled by others, he immediately lowers his status and apologizes. No matter what his identity is at this time. How many subordinates are around him? Wu Ai feels that the more Tang San behaves like this, the more terrifying he is. Such people only care about interests and have no feelings. If you want to know, it's okay. But isn't it bad to let others wait outside like this? Do you think I should say it in a simple way or in a more specific way? Zhang Junsheng immediately understood Wu Ai's words. He was afraid that the other party had noticed his delay. Not only did he notice it, but it seemed that the other party might have guessed something. Just now, in order to avoid the shells, he wanted to pull the other party's RV to be hit together. In order to delay time, he did not hesitate to draw fire to their side. If it were him, he would find it difficult to endure these things. Zhang Junsheng felt that if this matter was not handled well, he would be the first to go to the West Heaven for fun. Since the two big brothers have something to discuss, of course you should enjoy it. I am not in a hurry here. I can go to the pump truck for a while. Since Boss Tang and that boss both think highly of me, it would not be too much for me to send some information to the boss under the water as a thank you gift after you finish talking about the matter. Of course, I will also give Boss Tang a piece of information. I wonder what the two bosses think of it. Zhang Junsheng has already made his attitude clear, regardless of whether the information he gave Tang San was true or false. His intention was to use a piece of information to exchange for Wu Ai's forgiveness. Wu Ai didn't want to make it too difficult for Zhang Junsheng. If he went to war with Tang San, Zhang Junsheng's warship would be useful. Then I will explain to you in detail about you and the 7 colored eggs. After some processing, Wu Ai told Tang San about the possible relationship between him and the 7 colored eggs. Tang San didn't speak for a long time after listening. He quickly analyzed the information Wu Ai gave in his mind. Could he be possessed by a high-level communicator? How can he prove that he is not possessed by a communicator? Now that he knows about his relationship with the 7 colored eggs, whether it is true or not, he needs to prove whether he really has a problem. But now, he needs to deal with these insiders in front of him. Since the matter has come to a conclusion, I have to go back to Yunzhong continent to investigate whether this matter is true or false. I don't know the name of this brother. Can you leave a few words so that Tang San has a chance to repay you in the future? Okay. My name is Wu Ai. If we have the opportunity to meet again in the future, I will definitely treat brother Tang San to a drink and dinner. Wu Ai is not a person who is afraid of things, who can tell clearly what will happen next. If he was afraid of revenge, Wu Ai would have slipped away in advance. After getting the information he wanted, Tang San directly let the plane take off vertically. Zhang Junsheng had already delayed enough time in the conversation between Wu Ai and Tang San. When Tang San's plane came to the midair, 6 square hatches were opened on the belly of the side of the plane.